There's no threat to national security.
What Trump is doing is untethered from the facts. That's the case. He was claiming that it's mayhem on the on the streets of Portland. He's saying that, Chicago is a war zone. None of that is true. They're just making this up. And then what do? They fire tear gas and smoke grenades, and they make it look like it's a war zone.
NBC News Washington correspondent Alice Barr joins us now with the very latest. Alice, good morning. So tell us a little more about what we saw at these protests over the weekend and why the White House is saying it has decided to deploy National Guard troops from other states like California and Texas.
Joe, good morning. So you played a little bit from President Trump off the top of the show saying that Portland is burning to the ground, that insurrectionists, he says, have taken over. And that is really how he is framing this, that it's an emergency situation that requires intervention. Certainly, you're hearing counter arguments, as you just played as well, from the governor of Oregon refuting that kind of description. And we also saw an op-ed published Sunday in the Oregonian by the Portland police chief, who he didn't outright denounce President Trump's deployment of the National Guard, but he said that national portrayals of Portland were overstating the problem there. And he also spoke about how part of the reason that the Trump administration has given for sending in the National Guard is that police are not responding to public disorder. And the police chief said that just because you're not seeing officers wearing tactical gear lining up in front of crowds doesn't mean they're not responding. He said that research shows that those kinds of tactics can often escalate crowd behavior. So they're using a layered approach, as he put it, to manage it. And he has said that the protests have remained contained to about one city block, Joe.
So, Alice, much of this is going to be settled in the courts. Walk us through this ruling from that federal judge in Oregon. Like so many rulings we've seen this year, it's temporary, but for now it does block the deployment of National Guard troops to Portland from other states. We should know, this judge was appointed by President Trump in his first term. So what did the judge say? And is the Trump administration so far as we can tell, planning to adhere to it?
Yeah, as far as we can tell, that is the big question. This is all very fresh. This was a rare Sunday evening order to have this come out in the first place, blocking the deployment of troops from California, from anywhere else to go into Portland, Oregon. So far appears to be holding, but certainly there's a lot that yet has to shake out today. One quote that we heard from the federal judge who made this ruling, and by the way, she issued both rulings, the one blocking the Oregon National Guard troops and the one blocking out-of-state National Guard troops. And she said, quote, "This country has a long-standing and foundational tradition of resistance to government overreach, especially in the form of military intrusion into civil affairs." So that's how she's framing her ruling, and the Trump administration has now filed a motion with an appeals court for an emergency pause, and they're accusing that judge of, quote, impermissibly second-guessing President Trump's military judgments. The governors out there, everybody who's kind of been up in arms over this, is accusing the Trump administration of trying to circumvent that original ruling, say you can't put National Guard troops from Oregon into Portland, by then saying, okay, well, then let's send them from out of state. And again, both have now been shut down, Joe.
All right. Alice Barr, thank you so much. In what could be the prelude to a breakthrough, talks between Hamas, Israel, and the U.S. are set to take place in Egypt today. At issue, President Trump's peace plan to end the war in Gaza. This follows a busy weekend for Middle East diplomacy ahead of the second anniversary of the October 7th attacks. Hamas announced on Friday it would release all the remaining hostages held in Gaza. President Trump then told Israel, which has already accepted his proposal, to pause its bombardment of the enclave. Despite that, the Palestinian Health Ministry says dozens of people were killed in strikes over the weekend. President Trump said he expects negotiations to last a couple days and that Hamas faces, quote, obliteration if it refuses to cede power in Gaza. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons is here with the very latest. Keir, good morning. Good to have you here in New York. Let's start with today, these peace talks. What can we expect? And for Hamas right now, what appears to be the sticking points?
Well, get this, Joe. The senior Hamas representative who will be at these talks, Khalil al-Hayya, was one of those who was the target of an attempted assassination by Israel just weeks ago. And now he is in these talks with Ron Dermer, representing Prime Minister Netanyahu, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, representing the Trump administration. So that's how far forward we have moved. That being said, a sign of how much things are already slipping, if you like, President Trump's 20-point peace plan said all this has to happen now. It was very immediate, and President Trump continues to be demanding about how quickly he wants this to happen, and yet we're into negotiations, and those negotiations have a lot of detail to pick over before we get to the kind of peace in our time that the 20-point peace plan talked about.
Obviously, one of the important parts of this is releasing the remaining hostages. Do we have any idea of what that might even look like?
Yeah, the Israelis say that is the first thing that needs to happen. That's the primary piece of this. And Hamas, in response to President Trump's 20-point peace plan, agreed to release those around 48 hostages, some of them dead, some of them alive still, it is believed. How does that happen? You remember the previous release where Hamas was there in military fatigues with guns and things, almost putting on a show of the release. The Israelis won't want that. There's also continuing fighting. So how do you release them amidst that fighting? I mean, there are questions simply about that point. And the Israelis say that has to happen before anything else can happen.
And you mentioned the fighting continues. I mean, President Trump wanted Israel to stop its strikes on Gaza after Hamas did express this willingness to move forward with the plan. But smoke could still be seen coming from the enclave through the weekend. I mean, do we know what's happening on the ground there in Gaza?
The fighting hasn't stopped. As simple as that. The Israelis have not withdrawn, and they have not stopped bombarding Gaza City, perhaps to a lesser extent than they were, but it's still ongoing. And again, the peace plan said the fighting, as soon as both sides agree, it should happen now. Other questions still amidst all this: has Hamas, or will Hamas, agree to lay down its arms? Will it agree not to be part of the political process? Hamas, in its response, said it wants to be part of the political process. So this is very positive, but also there are so many issues to resolve.
20 points, and every point has a point of contention.
And we haven't even talked about how you actually rebuild Gaza. That's just something for later.
All right, Keir, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. Let's continue the conversation more on the Gaza ceasefire talks and bring in the host of Oh My World on YouTube, Hagar Shamali. She's also the former spokesperson to the U.S. mission to the UN and the former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon. Hagar, always good to have you with us. So let's hear your thoughts on President Trump's peace plan. Do you think it's realistic? How do you see it?
Well, I have hope. I think, Keir said it well at the end, where it's a positive development. And I don't want to say that I'm optimistic. It's very hard to be optimistic about these things, but I do have hope. And the reason is because he's really putting in investing all of his political capital into this by trying to push a deal that brings an entire end to the war, releases all the remaining hostages at once. And he's trying to really expend his capital by putting this pressure on Netanyahu. And also, by the way, and this is an important point, he gave a huge win to Qatar last week with the security agreement that he gave, which is essentially amounts to an Article 5 level agreement, meaning if Qatar is attacked, we go to their defense. So Qatar needs to deliver Hamas. And so with that amount of pressure and the amount of countries that have agreed onto this, there is some hope there. But of course, again, Hamas sticking out on this point about the fact that they won't commit to the question of laying down their arms. This is going to be a very sticky point in the talks today.
Yeah, and even though Hamas has said it would release all the remaining hostages, we've got unanswered question when it comes to those things. Disarmament, who's going to govern Gaza. At this point, what do you think are the main sticking points? And what you mentioned there, the fact that this is so big, it's such a massive attempt to end everything. Is that part of the problem, that you're trying to address so many issues that have been difficult to even tackle over these last 2 years?
Well, the details that Keir brought up at the beginning, for example, these are the ones that I have hope for being worked out. Things like, how will the hostages be? How will they be released? What are the details of those? What is the state of affairs on the ground? And that is something that's achievable. The question of laying down the arms, the reason I'm very concerned about this, and by the way, even when it comes to future governing of Gaza, Hamas said in its statement, and again, it's a terrorist group, so let's take that with a grain of salt, but in its statement said that they were fine with relinquishing governing control over to another Palestinian authority or a Palestinian entity of some kind that has the legitimacy of the Palestinian people and so on. When it came to the question of anything else, they didn't address disarming. They just said, as for the remaining points of the plan, this is up to the Palestinian people in accordance with international law, blah, blah, blah. The problem with that is that had a lot of this been up to the Palestinian people, there wouldn't be a war right now. Hamas wouldn't be using those people as human shields, which is what they're doing. So that's really just an effort to buy time, to be vague, to have their cake and eat it too. The best I think we can hope for is you get to a deal where they agree on the release of hostages and to the preliminary terms of this deal, and it might fall apart later when Hamas inevitably tries to get arms again. This is how I see that is unfortunately the best case scenario.
And tomorrow, of course, is October 7th. That'll be the second anniversary of the conflict and the attack on Israel. Israel's goal was just the end of Hamas. Gaza, its stronghold, is decimated right now. If we do get to a deal and it holds, even if it is for a little bit, did either side achieve any of their goals here?
Hamas certainly didn't achieve any of its goals. Its goal is to obliterate Israel and to put an Islamic caliphate in its place. So they are certainly no closer to that. And on the contrary, they are much, much farther away. Unfortunately, they've invited the destruction and suffering on their people, which is just the worst piece of this. So they achieved absolutely nothing other than, unfortunately, probably galvanizing Gazans and pushing them further into extremism or into an anti-Israel sentiment. On the Israeli side, they've significantly decimated Hamas, and I don't see a future for Hamas governing Gaza at all. And also, by the way, I mean, in the process, they remade the Middle East. They crumbled the axis of resistance. Hezbollah was decapitated. The Houthis are licking their wounds, and Iran has no defense. So in that regard, Israel did achieve a lot. But I understand the goal, of course, of wanting to make sure Hamas completely surrenders.
All right. Hagar Shamali, always good to have you with us. Thank you so much. The government shutdown is entering a new week, and lawmakers are not any closer to a deal. The Senate is slated to be in session this afternoon. The House of Representatives has no plans to return to Washington until next week. Leaders from both sides are digging in and trying to pin the blame on the other party. NBC News politics reporter Megan Leibowitz joins us now with the latest on this. Megan, good morning. So the last time we had a government shutdown was President Trump's first term. It was back in 2018. That one lasted more than a month. What can we expect today when the Senate returns to Capitol Hill?
Yeah, that's right. So the Senate will come back this afternoon, where we're expecting them to vote yet again on these Republican and Democrat-led versions of these funding bills. Now, remember, these bills have already been voted on multiple times, and they've failed every single time. Now, over the weekend, there was no indication that there's been further movement to potentially push either of these bills over the finish line here. And like you mentioned, the House is not going to be in session this week either. So originally, the House was expected to come back tomorrow, but that changed and was pushed back to next week. And so we're not expecting any votes in the House either. Now, Republicans over the weekend were continuing to push Democrats to switch their votes to try to back this short-term continuing resolution, which would provide temporary funding for the government. But for Democratic leaders, the message has been continuing to be, let's address health care first. That's been a top issue for Democrats, where they want to address these ACA subsidies that are set to expire, Joe.
Yeah, and no surprise, obviously, these congressional leaders are trying to blame each other nearly a week into the shutdown. What are they saying about just where any negotiations stand right now? How dug in is each side, as many federal workers now do face the potential for layoffs?
Yeah, so both sides were continuing to blame each other over the weekend, accusing each other of not being open to negotiations or not negotiating in good faith. I want you to take a listen to what House Speaker Mike Johnson and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries had to say over the weekend. Take a listen.
The reason the government is closed is because Chuck Schumer and 43 of his Democrat colleagues in the Senate have decided now to vote multiple times to keep the government closed. We need them to turn the lights back on so that everyone can do their work. The House did our work. We passed a bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution to keep the government open.
Last time there was a conversation with Republican leadership was in the White House meeting last Monday, and unfortunately, since that point in time, Republicans, including Donald Trump, have gone radio silent. Our view is that we will find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues to reopen the government.
And like you mentioned as well, this comes as White House officials have said that this could lead to layoffs of federal workers if this continued. And President Trump even said last night that this is happening right now. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on today as well.
And Megan, lawmakers might be pointing the finger at each other, but many Americans just feel there is plenty of blame to go around. A lot of Americans, they're in the middle. They don't have a strong, belief in one party or the other. What is the polling data telling us right now?
Yeah, so I want to point you to a new CBS News YouGov poll that came out over the weekend where more people tended to blame Republicans in Congress and President Trump for the shutdown. So 39% of respondents cast blame mostly on the president and the GOP for the shutdown, while about 30% cast blame on Democrats, about 31%, so that they were all equally to blame. Now, a caveat here is that, this is very early still. And now it's coming still as federal workers are not getting paychecks, and we're seeing federal programs and services that are on pause right now as the shutdown is happening. But the longer that this continues, the more that we're going to be watching to see where this public opinion polling plays out, and if that ultimately impacts how lawmakers are thinking about their future votes to come, Joe.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. While the government remains shut down, the Supreme Court now open for business. It's the first Monday in October, which means the justices are starting a new session, and the docket is already packed with high-profile issues that include several key challenges to President Trump's attempts to try and advance his executive power. For more, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, who joins us here on set. So, Danny, let's start with that. What are the big cases that center on the president's authority that the Supreme Court's going to have to tackle in one way or another here?
Yeah, just like you previewed, there are a lot of cases that deal with fundamental issues of presidential power. But if I were to pick the big one, it would be tariffs. Whether or not Trump's use of his executive power is such that it exceeds his statutory authority. But really more than that, tens of billions of dollars are at stake. And if they were wrongfully collected, how do we return that? It's a difficult issue for most people to understand, but in terms of import, both the executive power question and the simple dollar amounts involved, it is of staggering importance among several cases that will define executive power.
And we saw a couple other cases on there. Of course, birthright citizenship, that is a constitutional issue, so we expect the Supreme Court to tackle that. And also these firings. You have Lisa Cook, who's on the Federal Reserve, the president trying to fire him. This is something we expect the court to take up, right?
Exactly right. And the birthright citizenship issue, for example, it really affects statistically a tiny percentage of the population. And in fact, no one's looking to do away with all of birthright citizenship, just that narrow class of people that two sides debate whether or not they were born subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. What exactly does that mean? But a bigger question is, can the president, through use of an executive order, undo something that we've all taken for granted for centuries? For the idea, the idea being in America that even if your parents are here illegally and you're born here, you're born on the soil, jus soli, the law of the soil, you get birthright citizenship. So this is really a question of how much the Supreme Court is willing to look at and possibly undo hundreds of years of established constitutional law because the president interprets it in a certain way. So that's very significant. Meanwhile, the presidential firings certainly are more important here and now. They affect more people in the real world. But issues like birthright citizenship, for historical reasons, are just fascinating to people like me who will be watching closely.
Beyond the presidential authority issues, what else are you looking for coming up in this term?
You've got so many different cases. You've got, there's a conversion therapy case. We still are dealing with conversion therapy cases out of Colorado. A Christian therapist argues that it violates the therapist's free speech rights to not be able to give conversion therapy. And of course, that's the kind of therapy where a trans person is encouraged to go back to their original sex at birth or whatever the case may be. That is an interesting issue. Again, it affects a small fraction of the population, but it's an issue that people can understand. It's an issue that's been in the public debate for many years now. And it's interesting to me that these cases are still percolating up to the Supreme Court. We'll see where the court comes down on that issue.
Jeffrey Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, she wants the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. What's the issue here? What's the argument?
Okay, if the Supreme Court takes up this issue, be warned. Ghislaine Maxwell has a non-zero chance of prevailing. And in fact, had this case been brought across the river in New Jersey in a different federal circuit, she might have already prevailed and never have been prosecuted. So in other words, the issue before Ghislaine Maxwell is whether or not a line in in Jeffrey Epstein's cooperation agreement, his plea agreement, that said the United States shall not prosecute any of his potential co-conspirators, whether that bound just the U.S. Attorney's Office in that district or the United States everywhere. It's an issue that is very meaningful to criminal defense attorneys like me, so I'll be watching that very, very closely. And by the way, the Second Circuit is really in the minority here. Ghislaine Maxwell has a good chance if the court takes it up.
And a reminder to folks, some of these issues could be settled relatively quickly, considering how quickly the court usually moves. But some of these we will not know for months what the court decides.
Months and months and months. Yes,
right.
Joe.
Yep. We'll be chatting with you about it. Danny, thank you so much. Time now for weather. The flood threat along Florida's Atlantic coast is not over after high tides overran neighborhoods this weekend. On top of that, more than 4 inches of drenching rain has fallen since Friday, inundating roads. And now more places are at risk, getting up to another inch of rain today. NBC meteorologist Andrea Romero joins us now with the latest. Andrea, good to see you.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning to you. And we're going to talk about this dynamic weather pattern that's setting up across the country. And we're going to start off with the rain that continues to affect here parts of Florida into the central Gulf Coast. In fact, this morning here in parts of Louisiana, we had some tornado warnings, some flash flood warnings issued. And we're still expecting this onshore flow along the eastern coast of Florida to bring in more rain into this region. We do continue to have a flood watch in effect from Daytona Beach all the way to Jupiter Island. And moving a little bit further north, we also have this flash flood risk that's extending from Arkansas into the Midwest, especially here in Kentucky. If you're anywhere in this area, you want to make sure you have a way to receive your local weather team's weather alerts today, because we do have the chance of 1 to 3 inches of rainfall accumulating in this area from today into Tuesday. So we can have the risk of some flash flooding develop in that area. And that's, of course, due to this cold front that's going to be moving eastward today, tomorrow, bringing that scattered rain, the chance of some flooding into the region. Ahead of this front is where we've been enjoying that record warmth this weekend. Temperatures today are still expected above average, especially over New England, where we could have some record warm temperatures again today. And behind the front, we can see that cool down that we're feeling. Today's highs only in the 50s and 60s over here in the Dakotas. So we're talking about chillier temperatures, but more seasonable for this time of year. In fact, we do have some freeze watches, freeze warnings, frost advisories that have been issued for this morning for this region here. So we can definitely feel that cool down. Now, as far as the tropics, we do have a 70% chance of a tropical depression forming later this week along this development zone. The good news is it seems like it's going to be heading north before it approaches the eastern coast of the U.S., so we should be safe, but of course, we'll keep an eye on it. Back to you, Joe.
All right, Andrea, thank you so much. In Alabama, a weekend of celebration turned tragic after a mass shooting Saturday night. The shots were fired in downtown Montgomery, the scene of the Alabama State Fair and some other public events. Police say 2 people were killed, a 17-year-old boy and a 43-year-old woman. 12 more people were injured, 5 of them reportedly with life-threatening injuries. Officers now believe one of the shooting victims was targeted and that others in the area were also armed, then reacted by pulling out their own weapons. This morning, investigators are still searching for any suspects and a motive. Former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez was arrested after an alleged early morning altercation in Indianapolis this weekend. Police say he was stabbed during a fight outside a bar where he was allegedly the instigator. Sanchez was hospitalized and is now facing several charges. NBC News national correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has that story.
New details emerging about the fight that sent former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez to a hospital in critical condition.
Now complainant says he is behind the West End Hotel and was attacked.
Initially, police reported that Sanchez had been stabbed early Saturday morning outside a bar. Later, a police affidavit suggesting Sanchez was the aggressor, describing surveillance video showing Mr. Sanchez is then seen throwing the victim to the ground on the west side of the alley. Sanchez was in Indianapolis to cover the Colts-Raiders game as an analyst for Fox Sports, his colleagues addressing the incident on air.
Mark Sanchez was involved in an incident that, to be honest, we're all still trying to wrap our heads around.
Prosecutors say Sanchez argued with a delivery truck driver after a dispute about where his truck was parked in an alley. The affidavit alleging Sanchez shoved the victim multiple times before he pepper sprayed Sanchez. Police wrote the victim told the detective that Mr. Sanchez smelled of alcohol and his speech was slurred, adding that amid the attack he thought to himself, "This guy is trying to kill me," before pulling out a knife and stabbing Sanchez ultimately 3 or 4 times, according to the affidavit. Prosecutors saying a disagreement between a 38-year-old former professional athlete and a 69-year-old man should not have escalated into violence. Sanchez played 10 seasons in the NFL and joined Fox Sports in 2021. Charging documents show Sanchez was stabbed in the upper torso, while the other man had a cut on his face. Investigators also writing that Sanchez told a detective all he could remember was grabbing for a window. The ex-football star now facing misdemeanor charges of battery and public intoxication. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, new hope in the fight against one type of cancer that's often diagnosed in the late stages. How a simple blood test could lead to a diagnosis up to 10 years before symptoms even appear. Up first, emergency on Mount Everest, the race to rescue hundreds of climbers trapped in a blizzard on the world's highest peak. Stay with us. Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back now at the scramble to rescue nearly 1,000 people trapped by a major blizzard on Mount Everest. NBC News correspondent Camila Bernal has the details.
A desperate rush to rescue hundreds of hikers stuck near the world's tallest mountain. A blizzard left nearly 1,000 people trapped on Tibet's eastern slope of Mount Everest, according to Chinese state media.
I'm sure there's a sense of urgency. It's all hands on deck.
Freezing temperatures and heavy snow putting local villagers and rescue teams on a race against the clock. Alan Arnett is a mountaineering coach who has climbed Mount Everest.
It's going to be a massive human effort in order to reach those people.
While some have already been rescued, many still reportedly stuck at an altitude of 16,000 feet. Hiker Chen Gu Shuang made it out, but some in her group still recovering from hypothermia. She says the unexpected snowstorm was really frightening, adding she worried that lightning might strike their camp and kill them. The monsoon causing snowfall Friday evening and Saturday, also bringing heavy rain to neighboring Nepal. The army called in for rescues. Landslides and flash floods have killed at least 44 people, according to authorities.
Normally, we don't see this type of heavy disaster happening this time of year, especially a blizzard of this magnitude.
But Arnett says when you're approaching Everest, you have to be prepared for everything. Camila Bernal, NBC News.
A new wave of protests is shaking up the geopolitical order in places like North Africa, Nepal, and Peru. They've all got one thing in common: Gen Z. Experts say many of these youth-led movements are organized online, and they're all connected by a new generation demanding change. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro takes a look.
From Madagascar to Nepal to Peru, Gen Z protests erupting in pockets around the globe in recent months. Though the individual causes vary, they share a common thread. Protesters in their teens and 20s angry at the state of their countries, organizing on social media and taking to the streets.
These are the digital natives. The generation obviously is very, very comfortable organizing on social media. It's their natural medium for expressing themselves.
In Madagascar, what began as anger over water shortages and power blackouts has morphed into a national movement. At least one Madagascar protester saying they were inspired by what they saw online in Nepal. Another student protester saying the whole population can't take it anymore. We are here because we suffer. Our family suffers. Everybody suffers.
When people see something successfully happening in another country where people my age, so these are young people who see these protests on social media almost instantaneously, right? And they think, well, if they can, why can't we?
Despite the president of Madagascar dissolving the government, demonstrators continue demanding his resignation. At least 22 people have been killed and more than 100 injured, according to the UN. In Morocco, protests also turning deadly, authorities saying 2 people were killed in clashes Wednesday, as the country's youth accuse leaders of prioritizing funds for the 2030 World Cup instead of needs like schools and health care. Last month, demonstrators in Nepal against corruption, nepotism, and a nationwide ban on social media, setting fire to the parliament building. A Gen Z representative saying, "We have unanimously recommended the interim prime minister to form the functioning government." Popping up in protests around the world, a form of the Jolly Roger flag. Originally from the best-selling Japanese comic and anime series One Piece, the flag now a symbol of Gen Z defiance. From France, the Philippines, Indonesia, Peru, Argentina, and even in Madagascar, as youth movements pop up in different corners of the world, governments might need to rethink how they respond to a generation that demands change. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Coming up, one family's fight to get their daughter the care she needs.
All the time you've spent waging these insurance battles, do you feel like that's time lost with your daughter?
Yeah, 100%. We wouldn't fight for this if it didn't make a difference.
Up next, their ongoing battle to get insurance to cover her medical care. Morning News Now will be right back.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News. For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas, because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us. Americans woke up and they were shocked. Owning breaking news, utter devastation, telling important stories. You can feel the excitement building, putting a lot of issues in context. For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas. That's what we do every night.
We're back with a look at a potential breakthrough in the fight against cancer. Researchers at Mass General Brigham have developed an innovative blood test. It's showing promise in detecting HPV-related head and neck cancers up to 10 years before symptoms even appear. This is important because unlike cervical cancer, there's no routine screening for these types of cancers I just mentioned. And that means most patients aren't diagnosed until the disease is in its advanced stages. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this. Dr. Patel, good morning. So this blood test is called HPV DeepSeek, and researchers say it detected signs of cancer, as we just said, in some patients nearly a decade before they started feeling symptoms. Obviously, that's a big deal. Walk us through how this works and who should get the test.
Yeah, great questions. First of all, this is incredibly cutting edge. It's been researched that has been long waited for not just human papillomavirus, but this could also help with potentially other cancers. So let's just break down what HPV is. Human papillomavirus, I think a lot of people recognize that this is the virus that can cause cervical cancers, why women get pap smears. But a lot of people don't realize that 70% of oropharyngeal, kind of oral cancers, as I'll refer to it now, are caused by HPV. They're incredibly common, especially in men. 10% of men are likely to have an HPV infection. And Joe, here's the kicker. Often years before you get any symptoms from that cancer. So a blood test, which is what DeepSeek is, can be life-saving. It looks for fragments of that human papillomavirus's DNA circulating very quietly in your bloodstream way before symptoms emerge, as you mentioned, years before it. And instead of waiting for signs of cancer, doctors can see now with this test molecular signals that can link to tumors, and not just a decade in advance, but especially for who should get it, to your question, high-risk patients. These are patients with a history of HPV infection. These are patients that might be at increased risk for an oral cancer, throat, mouth, or cervix. So it's not ready for routine use just yet. We know that this is really ready probably for people with known risk factors or a previous history of cancer. This is probably the first candidate for a test that could get wider acceptance. And Joe, hopefully not just save lives, but also potentially be a game changer for men and women, replacing a lot of the screening tests we have, such as a pap test, a pap smear.
And folks have probably seen there's these commercials for the vaccines for HPV all over the place these days. And
Right.
HPV, I mean, it's responsible for like 70% of head and neck cancers here in the U.S. As we mentioned, unlike cervical cancer, no routine screening for them. How significant is this type of early detection then, especially when it comes to treatment options?
I think that the ability to pick up this like literally microscopic evidence, which is what we're talking about, it opens up so many possibilities for treatment. So right now with treatment, especially let's just focus in on the oral cancers. And I'm glad you mentioned the vaccine, because I think the vaccine is truly, along with this, the true game changers. And I really feel like even though it takes a while for people to understand all the ins and outs of some of these new blood tests, that this is something that we can now actually see. And instead of waiting for those symptoms, often treatment of these oral kind of cancers are so really hard on the system. I, for example, have a patient that has had a diagnosis exactly like this, radiation treatment. Often that radiation can't just be concentrated to that cancer in the throat. So you end up having radiation that affects your salivary glands, so many other parts of your mouth and throat. So you can imagine that being able to pick this up earlier and avoiding potentially the kinds of things that occur when you have to do widespread radiation or any other widespread therapy, being able to target this so microscopically, that can literally mean that someone who has this diagnosis can really not experience any change. I tell this to people who have cervical cancer. When we pick it up early on a pap smear, that we can do some of the things that you couldn't do if we waited for even years and had advanced cervical cancer. So treatment options blast wide open. along with the potential for saving cures.
On a related note, I want to ask you, there's a new study highlighted in JAMA, the Journal of the, not JAMA, the Journal of the American Heart Association, found a drug that already was being used to help with reducing the side effects of radiation during cancer treatment may have additional benefits, specifically for these cancers, head and neck cancers.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about what researchers found and why this is important?
I mentioned the drugs that we have to use and radiation that we have to use. When we do radiation on head and neck cancers, we use a drug called amifostine that helps to bring out, instead of you kind of blasting your salivary glands and having dry throat, dry mouth, which is a very common side effect of these treatments for head and neck cancers, amifostine can actually stimulate salivary gland production. We see a difference of about 40% in people who take amifostine and who don't. We've often thought of this, Joe, as a supportive therapy. What this article found was that basically, along with giving supportive therapy, like helping you produce saliva in your salivary glands, it also has heart protection. We think all of this is tied in possibly with kind of producing anti-inflammatory effects, not just stimulating your salivary glands, but this can also have the same effects on your heart. And what we've seen is a reduction in heart disease in patients who have this compared to patients who did not have this supportive therapy. So amifostine is one example of something that we would have called supportive, like not necessarily essential. And I think this study is showing that these supportive therapies move them over into categories where they become essential for part of a treatment regimen for head and neck cancer.
All right, Dr. Patel, thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate it. Some other health news now. An Illinois family says they are in a constant battle with their insurance company, fighting for the tools their daughter needs to survive. Emmy Lazone was diagnosed with a rare neurological disorder, and her parents say getting coverage for even basic care is a constant struggle. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more on their fight for coverage.
A little more than 2 years ago, Emmy Lazone was born happy and seemingly healthy.
Hi, Barney.
But her childhood now in central Illinois, a far cry from what parents Patrick and Carrie envisioned.
It was at 2 months. Things changed.
That's when she had her first seizure episode.
She was shaking, and her tongue was doing this weird, like, up and down movement, which I'd never seen before, and her eyes were rolling.
What's that like as a mom?
Very scary.
It brings it back.
Yeah, terrifying.
After months of seizures and ER visits, a diagnosis, Cardi syndrome, a neurological disorder which typically carries a shortened life expectancy.
She's going up.
Among additional diagnoses, Emmy is missing part of her brain and can't walk, talk, or hold herself up. Her complex condition requires a series of specialized tools and therapies that Carrie and Patrick say result in a never-ending fight for coverage.
Your experience with your insurer, if you had to sum it up in one word, what would that word be?
Frustrating.
A firefighter and stay-at-home mom, the couple have primary health coverage through United Healthcare, which they say initially denies most claims for Emmy's care.
Like her physical and occupational therapy, it's the same claim every month. And every month they'll deny it because instead of looking at all of her diagnosis, they look at the top line and go punch it in the computer and say, nope, denied.
Time they would otherwise dedicate to their daughter instead spent filing insurance appeals.
How many appeals on average do you have to go through monthly?
For some claims, 1. For others, 4.
It's hours a week, if not more.
And every time we have to call in, it's a different claims rep we have to deal with.
To bathe without drowning, Emmy needs to be strapped into this chair. Amid the maddening fight to get one covered, Carrie says a United Healthcare rep had this suggestion.
They said that we should find a way to give her a bath. Either us getting in the bath with her or just wiping her down was sufficient enough.
The chair ultimately approved, they say, after filing for an exemption. This shaky vest, even harder to get. The vest loosens mucus and helps prevent Emmy from getting pneumonia.
They wanted her hospitalized before they would cover it.
They needed to see her hospitalized.
For pneumonia.
Carrie says it took multiple months and 3 denials before getting the vest approved. NBC News reached out to United Healthcare about the family's frustration. The company responding, "We empathize with anyone caring for a loved one with complex medical needs," adding it has now provided a dedicated case manager who is familiar with Emma Lynn's needs and can help support the family going forward. The insurer saying it's also looking into outstanding requests, including a special bed and speech therapy. Emmy's parents just hoping the process gets easier.
Waging these insurance battles, do you feel like that's time lost with your daughter?
Yeah, 100%. We wouldn't fight for this if it didn't make a difference for her quality of life.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Manitou, Illinois.
Coming up on Morning News Now, I-dos put on hold.
Having their decisions decide if and when and how we get married seems crazy.
How the government shutdown is beginning to impact couples' wedding plans. Next.
Here's the Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's the Scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
As the government shutdown stretches into a new week, millions are feeling the impact, and that includes some couples preparing to tie the knot. The ongoing deadlock means federal offices and some popular venues are closed. And as NBC News White House correspondent Michelle Sindor explains, some soon-to-be brides and grooms are scrambling for answers about their big day.
As the federal government shutdown drags on, there's a group of unlikely Americans feeling the pain. Couples whose weddings are now in limbo. The impact is hitting popular wedding venues like some national parks and federal buildings, where thousands of workers are now furloughed.
We rolled over into the courthouse and we saw couples getting turned away at 8:30 in the morning.
D.C. couple Stephanie Bartner and Isaac Karp are supposed to tie the knot on November 1st. But on Thursday, they were told D.C. Superior Court could not issue them a marriage license because of the shutdown.
Having their decisions decide if and when and how we get married seems crazy.
A friend was supposed to officiate, but now the city also isn't processing his application needed to perform the duties.
We probably have 100 guests coming from out of town. Having to tell them it's all canceled within less than 30 days feels just like such a preposterous event.
And they are not alone. In Indiana, Heather Mullins spent all day Thursday trying to get answers from Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee, where she and her fiance are supposed to get married on October 20th.
Have you been able to reach anyone at Smoky Mountains to get any sort of answer to what comes next?
I have not. The way it definitely feels a little bit hopeless with the lack of information.
She found out her big day might be upended when a coworker called her and warned her that she might be impacted.
My heart sunk. This wedding has been kind of all that has consumed my mind for the past 10, 11 months.
Now she's stuck waiting as the clock ticks.
We're really trying to hope for a miracle there.
So far, it's not clear if and when that miracle is coming. In the meantime, longtime wedding planner Andrew Roby, who has dealt with shutdowns in the past, shared this advice for couples who might be impacted.
The best course of action is to be proactive. And if that means finding a completely different venue and talking to your current venue and asking for a refund due to the current climate, do it.
Yamiche Alcindor, NBC News, Washington.
Months after a devastating tornado, a Kentucky family got some welcome news, a reunion made possible by a social media post. Reporter Kaylee Randall from our affiliate station, LEX18 in Lexington, shares their story.
This is 7-year-old Sadie Lou. She was welcomed with love into the Carnes family when she was just a puppy.
She's been wonderful. She's always stuck by my side. Everywhere I go, she's like my shadow. She loves to be around Mama.
Tina says Sadie has always been skittish during storms. Back in May, Tina was out of town while her husband and kids were home when an EF4 tornado barreled through London.
Do they know if anybody was in this?
Her husband tried to grab Sadie, but she ran upstairs.
He couldn't chase after her because the windows started breaking, so he went running into the closet, and as soon as he got in the closet, the wind shut the door and trapped him in.
Hello?
They was looking, and there was no sight of Sadie, so she was sucked out of the house.
Tina lost her home and Sadie at the same time.
We was posting for about a month online, like on Facebook and stuff, but everybody was like, Tina, there's no way that she's lived through this. I mean, there's not been a sight. You know, she's probably just out laying somewhere and someone's just not recovered her just yet.
But after 4 months, recovery became a rescue.
It was 4:30 in the morning, and I get on Facebook and I seen there was a notification, and there was a lady posted and she said, "Is this your dog?" I was like, oh my God, that's Sadie, that's her.
Sadie was seen walking around the Berkman Feeds building a mile away from their home. With the help from an organization for animal advocacy, the family reunited once again.
It took about 10 minutes, and then Sadie you could just see it in her eyes. It was just like something clicked. And then her whole demeanor changed. And she was like, get me out of here. I mean, God is good. I mean, it just shows that there's miracles and hope. Don't ever let up hope.
Thanks to Kaylee Randall for that great story. Coming up, hats off. You may have seen star quarterback Josh Allen rocking some cool caps before Bills games. Well, we're going to introduce you to the kids who designed them for a good cause. Next on Morning News Now.
buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Billions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024 to be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
We end this hour by tipping our hat to a pro quarterback and the unlikely designers behind his home game headwear. As NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson tells us, these caps are cool and the cause is even better.
Hey there, we've got a great one for you about the NFL quarterback making dreams come true for kids when they need it most.
I'm Carson. I'm Morgan. Mackenzie.
For these kids at Oshai Children's Hospital in Buffalo,
I'm Nico. I'm 5 years old.
A chance to get in the game. All 9 of them here to design hats for their hero, Bills quarterback Josh Allen. At every home game this season, Allen is wearing a new era cap with each of the kids' designs when he gets his head in the game during his tunnel walk. And then they're being auctioned to benefit the Patricia Allen Fund, Josh's charity that benefits critical care teams at the hospital. Charlie, is there a favorite moment from the season so far?
When you wore the hat.
12-year-old Charlie Ressler has been battling cancer since last year. And throughout his treatments, his love of the Bills kept him going. And a dream come true when his hat was worn by his favorite player.
I felt pretty honored, and I think it was super cool.
For Mom Heather and grandmother Tony, it meant the world.
We were just so thankful to have that opportunity for Charlie.
15-year-old Mackenzie Lindsay designed her hat with sunflowers and a ribbon for her battle against sickle cell anemia.
It doesn't feel real, honestly. I didn't expect it would raise so much money, and I'm glad it did because it's going for a good cause. And I'm just glad I'm able to be a part of that.
Her mom, Shakia, beaming with pride.
It's amazing because she goes through so much, but she does it with so much grace. So to see her get recognized, it's surreal.
Mackenzie getting a special shout out from Allen when he thanked the kids for their artistry.
That is awesome. I wish I could draw like that.
The quarterback telling NBC Sports this week.
To wear these hats that are designed by these children who, are going under some of the hardest situations that you can ever imagine. It's a pretty cool feeling.
A little extra love for these fans. How do you hope the Bills do this season, Charlie? What are your hopes for the team?
I hope they win the Super Bowl.
And their time to shine alongside their favorite team.
Go Bills!
Go Bills!
And even if the Bills aren't your team, it is still a sentiment I think everyone can get behind. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, Flashpoint Portland. President Trump's controversial pit push to send National Guard troops to Oregon now on hold, at least for now. The legal and political pushback his administration's facing. The cities across America protest the White House's military show of force. Worker worries in Washington as the stalemate over that ongoing government shutdown enters week number 2. President Trump now taking center stage, warning mass layoffs of federal employees are on the way. But when might they happen remains a mystery. Got the latest sticking points from both sides of the aisle and how Wall Street is reacting to it all with no end in sight. Also this morning, the urgent race to rescue hundreds of hikers stranded by Mother Nature on the slopes of Mount Everest. Emergency crews there now facing grueling blizzard conditions at 16,000 feet, while those who made it out alive share their harrowing stories of survival. And later in the hour, we're diving into the age-old question of why many women live longer than men. Turns out it could be more than just lifestyle factors like smoking or drinking habits. My experts now think the answer lies deeper in our DNA. Let's begin this hour with the growing backlash as President Trump tries to deploy National Guard troops to 2 Democratic-controlled cities, Portland and Chicago. Overnight, a federal judge in Oregon temporarily blocked the administration's attempt to send troops to Portland, where demonstrators were protesting against the ongoing immigration raids by ICE. NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest.
The White House views their deployment of the National Guard to cities like Memphis and here in Washington, D.C. as great successes that they'd like to replicate. But their new orders to send the Guard into Portland and to Chicago are being fought back aggressively by Democratic governors and mayors who say they don't want soldiers in their streets, and by the courts in Oregon, where a federal judge has temporarily blocked that deployment. Overnight, protests outside an ICE facility in Portland, while President Trump was dealt another legal setback. A Trump-appointed federal judge had already blocked the president from using Oregon's National Guard to address protests in Portland, the administration then ordering 300 troops from California to the city. But overnight, that same judge, in a rare emergency hearing, temporarily blocking Trump from sending National Guard members from California or any other state to Portland. The president speaking earlier Sunday.
Portland is burning to the ground. You have agitators, insurrectionists.
The city's police chief says the protests are contained to a single city block. Oregon's governor says troops aren't needed.
There's no need for military intervention in Oregon. There's no insurrection in Portland. There's no threat to national security.
Just hours before the judge's ruling Sunday night, the Trump administration had also turned to troops from Texas, ordering 400 members of the Texas National Guard to Portland and to Chicago, where the Illinois governor said in a statement, quote, "We must now start calling this what it is, Trump's invasion." The administration had already authorized National Guard troops in Chicago to, quote, protect federal officers and assets.
We send in what's ever necessary. People don't care. They don't want crime in their cities.
The administration argues that troops are needed to protect immigration officers after several violent incidents, including this video showing what DHS officials say is a truck full of ICE officers being rammed by a black SUV. And another incident in which federal prosecutors say 2 people rammed a Border Patrol vehicle, and Customs and Border Patrol agents shot and wounded one of the suspects, who they say had a gun. The governor arguing the administration is antagonizing Chicago's citizens.
They want to create the war zone so that they can send in even more troops.
NBC News has reached out to that wounded suspect in Illinois, but we've not heard back. It's not clear if she has an attorney. As for those Portland rulings, the White House believes they're acting well within the president's legal authority, and they've vowed to appeal.
All right, Garrett, thank you. The Senate is expected back in session later today as the government shutdown continues. There's currently no end in sight, with the House not even in session this week. Over the weekend, lawmakers continue to place the blame on each other, and now the possibility of layoffs is hanging over some federal workers. NBC News Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from Washington with the latest. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. 6 days in, and already this ranks in the top 10 of shutdowns in terms of length. The Senate will convene today to vote for the 5th time on a bill that would open the government. But like its 4 previous attempts, there is very little hope it will succeed. The government shutdown, now 6 days old. But instead of negotiating, the two sides are still attacking.
The Democrats just need to open up the government. Right now, we're at a stalemate.
We need a president who can act like an adult, who can come to the table.
President Trump, who's largely been on the sidelines of this debate, is now front and center, warning mass layoffs of federal workers are coming.
It's taking place right now, and it's all because of the Democrats.
The White House has promised those cuts since before the shutdown started, but have yet to say when they will come. The threats have not stopped Democrats from holding firm that health care provisions must be a part of any deal to reopen the government.
Starting October 1st, millions of Americans are getting notices that their health care premiums are dramatically increasing.
The president wants changes first.
We want to fix it so it works. It's not working. Obamacare has been a disaster for the people.
As the shutdown marches on, military service members are among the thousands of federal workers now working without pay.
We will get our service members every last penny.
The law already guarantees back pay for all federal workers, including members of the military, once the shutdown ends. But in the interim, they and thousands of others won't be paid. And there is no sign that there is an end in sight. Now, this shutdown has ground to a halt all legislative business, with the House not in session this week. It will also prevent the newest member of Congress from being sworn in.
Adelita Grijalva, a Democrat who won a special election in Arizona at the end of September, is still waiting to take office. Democrats have accused the speaker of holding off on her swearing in because she will be the last signature on a move to force a vote on the release of the Epstein files. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. And we are hearing from House Democratic leader Congressman Hakeem Jeffries this morning on the government funding standoff. Earlier on today, Jeffries spoke about where his party stands on trying to end this nearly week-long shutdown. Here's part of that conversation.
Well, it's very unfortunate that Donald Trump and Republicans have decided to shut the government down because they're unwilling to provide health care to working class Americans. We've said from the very beginning, we'll sit down with anyone, anytime, any place in order to reopen the government, find a bipartisan agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people. We need a spending agreement that improves the quality of life of everyday Americans, that doesn't hurt everyday Americans. And we also need to address this Republican health care crisis that is hurting people all across the country, rural America, working class America, urban America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities all throughout America.
So, Mr. Leader, again, longest shutdown was during the first Trump presidency. This is what you said at the time about that particular shutdown. Here it is.
We are willing to take what Senate Republicans have done in order to reopen the government so that we no longer are holding 800,000 federal workers hostage.
Well, that's exactly what you're doing right now. Hundreds of thousands of workers are being held hostage. What's changed from then to now?
Well, actually, Donald Trump is the president. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They could reopen the government if they chose to. The reality is...
Well, they would have to change the rules to be fair.
Well, that's correct. But which they've done multiple times, including using that particular type of process to pass their one big ugly bill, which started this whole Republican health care crisis, largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripped food out of the mouths of children, and they did it so they could reward their billionaire donors.
All right, for more on this, let's now bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, good morning. So as we mentioned, congressional leaders trying to pin the blame on each other. You spoke with the other leader in the House, House Speaker Mike Johnson. Where does he stand right now in this fight over government funding?
So, look, I think what's interesting about what Leader Jeffries was saying on the Today Show is this is the part that Democrats are having to contend with. And sources that I've spoken to acknowledge the fact that their past statements are certainly not helpful as they try to place the blame on Republicans here. But I think at the core of this, as I've been covering this shutdown and watching it as it came ambling towards the end of September, was that this was always going to be a battle about health care. For Democrats, they feel like that is the issue that they want to use, not just now, but going into the midterms. And that's exactly what I posed to the Speaker of the House himself when we spoke in an interview for MSNBC over the weekend that really laid the groundwork for what it was going to look like this week. Both sides pretty camped out still in their positions. But I think this is going to be the singular question that Republicans have to answer now and in the future. Watch.
Bottom line, should families plan on paying more next year for health care?
Boy, I hope not. I mean, we're working to bring costs down. We did that. We demonstrated it in the Working Families Tax Cut, the One Big Beautiful Bill, where we didn't cut Medicaid. We shored it up. We supported it. Why? Because we eliminated fraud, waste, and abuse.
And the next thing that I said to him there was that the CBO score also shows that millions of Americans are likely to lose access to Medicaid because of the increased work requirements that Republicans put during their time doing the One Big Beautiful Bill and passing that into law. But I think what that interview with Speaker Johnson really tells me is two things, which is that this shutdown is likely to stretch on for a while, but also the way that he continuously was saying that he wants to negotiate with Democrats on those Affordable Care Act subsidies. If those lapse at the end of the year, Americans are going to see their health care premiums in some cases double. That's a politically bad issue for Republicans and Democrats alike. But the fact that Democrats now have Republican leaders on both sides saying they are planning on negotiating this is a way that the Democrats holding the line, holding their leverage and keeping their votes back on this shutdown shows how they're able to change the contours of this debate. It went from no negotiation on ACA subsidies to now the speaker trying to negotiate on the timing of it. He says that that should happen after the government is reopened. Democrats will continue holding the line because they say they don't have they have a trust deficit with Republicans and they want to see this issue negotiated now.
So do Democrats feel any pressure when it comes to getting a deal done? I mean, I know some of the early polling, I think in general shows that Americans are just fed up with both parties and politics in general, and they just want them to fix this, right?
First of all, what else is new? Second of all, yes, the early polling is showing that both sides are facing some blame, but early polls are showing that for the most part, for example, a Washington Post poll shows that 47% of Americans are actually blaming Donald Trump and Republicans, in large part because they hold control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. That's something that I asked the speaker about, and he once again pivoted back to the idea that even though they have control of it, to reopen the government, they do need 7 Democrats to come along and vote with Republicans in the Senate so that they hit that 60-vote threshold and thusly reopen the government. That's where, again, the leverage point is. But he sort of shirked the idea that Republicans are getting unfair blame for this, saying that they have some polls that are privately done that show that blame is being assigned to Democrats. But look, we are starting the second week of this shutdown with both sides still squarely pointing the finger at the other. That doesn't bode well for anyone who was thinking that this was going to be a quick shutdown and that today or tomorrow was going to end any differently than last week did, which is in stalemate.
And Allie, let's be clear, both sides are looking ahead to the midterms and realizing that whatever happens here is going to have a huge impact on who comes out ahead a little over a year from now, right?
100%. The reason that healthcare is being centered now is because Democrats know that this is a politically popular issue for them then. They're starting the debate early. We already know that some of the Democratic campaign groups were going up with ads in contested and tight districts as far back as the spring, trying to set the stage early for voters that Republicans, in the words of Democrats, are trying to take away your health care. This is yet another leverage point, though, and they've been shown polling from this, from advocacy groups, from grassroots groups on the Democratic side, that bolster the Democratic position and shows them this is the fight that they should be having. Look, the speaker's not wrong when he says to me and other networks that Democrats are having a problem with their base. The base is pushing for them to fight, to obstruct, to hold this up because they feel that so much damage has been done by the Trump administration already that this is the right fight to pick. On the other side, you also have Republicans who are being bolstered by their base, who says that they should continue to hold the line, which means that really the permission structure for both parties is to be in a stalemate, and that leaves us in a place where the government is not working. Literally, it is shut down. The parties are not speaking to each other, at least not publicly. And until we see something change, we're going to see the Senate come back today and do a 5th version of the same vote that they have done over the course of the past week. It's not going to end any differently than it has. So we're waiting for something to shake loose this dynamic, and potentially it's the pain, unfortunately, that many Americans are going to feel from this shutdown only just continuing.
All right, Allie, good to have you sharing your reporting
Thanks,
and your
guys.
interview with the speaker with us. Thank you so much. Now, so far on Wall Street, investors seem to just be shrugging off worries about this government shutdown. U.S. stock markets actually rallied to record highs last week. Here to talk more about this is our friend, Investopedia's editor-in-chief, Caleb Silver. So what's going on here? Why are stocks up even though the government is shut down?
Yeah, get ready for more record highs because I think investors are used to government dysfunction. And as long as it doesn't get in the way of corporate profits and what we're seeing in terms of companies like NVIDIA and Palantir stacking profits and revenue quarter after quarter, I think they're okay with it. They know these things eventually resolve. Over the past 5 shutdowns, over the past decade, Joe, the stock market has been higher, each and every one of them. And then 6 months after the shutdown, the stock market's been much higher. So investors have seen this movie before. We don't know how this one will end, but they're used to this.
I mean, yeah, Allie did not just paint a picture there that we're close to any sort of deal. This could drag on for a while. If that happens, then do we start to see a change? I mean, what would change things in terms of how investors are seeing this? Right?
Yeah, if we start to see mounting layoffs, and we're seeing them right now with government workers with furloughs, but if that spreads to the private sector, and then you get contractors who do business with the government getting laid off or having their projects paused, we get more layoffs, we get more unemployment, and spending slows down, that will impact the stock market. Spending has remained strong, even though consumers are worried about inflation, they're concerned about it. We continue to spend. As long as that happens and companies are able to grow their profits, the stock market's going to keep going up. Not only do we have record highs for the stock market, we have record highs for Bitcoin right now, European stocks at record highs, gold at a record high. Risk is on in the market because corporate profits are strong and interest rates are headed lower.
Yeah, so let's talk about interest rates here, because when the Fed meets, what are the factors they're going to be looking at right now, especially with the jobs numbers, some of which we don't get all the data right now because of the shutdown, and just seeing it's not exactly moving in the best direction. So how is the Fed going to decide what it's going to do, whether it's going to cut rates, how big of a cut it'll be?
Yeah, the Fed meets at the end of this month, 23 days, 5 hours and 44 minutes from now, and the likelihood is that they'll cut rates, but they do not and may not have data on the jobs market and on inflation going into this next meeting. Now, everybody knows on Washington, they probably saw what the payrolls report was last week, but weren't able to release that publicly to the rest of us. So they have a pretty good idea that unemployment is in the 4.3% range. We know job growth has been slowing. What's happening with prices? Have companies been passing those prices on to us yet? And have we felt the impact? Not as of the last report, but right now they're going to go into this meeting probably without data from September. And the likelihood, though, is they'll still cut. 95% chance the Fed cuts rates at the end of October.
A lot of uncertainty right now. So what is just your best advice to people who are looking at things right now, whether it's jobs, whether it's investments, whether it's just how they save money for what might be uncertainty in the future? What do you tell them?
Yeah, if you have a job, hold that job, because things are going to get very uncertain. Make sure you have ample savings. We say that all the time. We do not know how long this will last. If you're an investor, not a good time to bail out of your portfolio or out of your stock positions. That's been a bad move historically. So hang in there if you're an investor. But if you're a consumer, if you're a household, hold on to your job. Make sure you have ample savings to get you through the rest of the year. We have no idea how long this will last.
What's your best advice with ample savings? I know it's different for every person, but what's the general advice?
Yeah, we usually say 3 to 6 months to cover the household expenses. If you can have that, if you can have 3 to 6 months, that's a great start. We know a lot of people don't, but if you can have that much money to hold on and make sure you can get through the rest of the year to see what happens in the new year, you might be okay. But for government workers, you miss 1 paycheck, it's a problem. You miss 2, it's a crisis. So hopefully they'll get back to work and get paid again.
All right, Caleb Silver, good to have you with us. Thank you. Let's get to the arrest now of former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez. Before he was arrested, he was stabbed. Well, now we're learning new details about the incident that led to that arrest. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the details. Steph, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Mark Sanchez spent nearly a decade in the NFL and more recently had been part of Fox's NFL broadcast team. Now he's at the center of a violent altercation with a 69-year-old man who says he feared for his life before he stabbed the well-known athlete. We want to warn you that some of the images taken after the altercation are disturbing.
Fox Sports analyst and former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez now facing multiple charges for his alleged involvement in a violent fight, which left him stabbed and arrested.
Now complainant says he is behind the West End Hotel and was attacked.
The incident occurred Saturday around 12:30 a.m. Prosecutors say Sanchez got into a dispute with the 69-year-old box truck driver who was working in downtown Indianapolis. After the incident, the family of the driver sharing these images of him with our NBC affiliate in Indianapolis. According to court documents, the driver told police Sanchez smelled of alcohol and his speech was slurred. The driver says an argument about parking turned physical, and he thought, this guy is trying to kill me. That's when the driver says he pulled his knife and struck the former football star multiple times.
Patient is critical right now.
Both men were taken to local hospitals, the driver suffering from a laceration on his cheek, and Sanchez treated for several stab wounds to his upper right torso. Police later charging the 38-year-old with battery, unlawful entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication.
The defense came to play.
Sanchez signed with the network as an analyst in 2021 after retiring from a 10-year NFL career.
And we welcome you to...
He was in Indiana and set to be in the broadcast booth for Sunday's game between the Raiders and the Colts. But after his hospitalization and arrest, had to be subbed out last minute.
And Chris Myers along with Brady Quinn, who is stepping in for Mark Sanchez.
The Fox NFL Sunday team also addressing the altercation.
One of our team members, Mark Sanchez, was involved in an incident that, to be honest, we're all still trying to wrap our heads around. At this time, our thoughts and prayers are with Mark, his family, and all those involved.
Now, with the investigation still ongoing, the former New York Jets quarterback's future is uncertain.
So, Steph, we know this is still under investigation. What is it authorities are still hoping to uncover here?
Well, Joe, it appears that there is video. According to the court documents, there are at least a couple of security cameras. And then the arrest affidavit says there's a witness who believes both Sanchez and the truck driver were actually recording this on their phones. Now, if they get all of that video, Joe, they probably can put together a pretty good timeline about what happened.
All right, Steph, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. The Sunshine State is bracing for rain this morning. NBC meteorologist Andrea Romero joins us now with your morning News Now weather. Andrea, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And we're going to begin actually with Florida. Right now, we can see these tropical downpours that have been moving over the eastern coast. In fact, we do have this flood watch that's in effect from Daytona Beach all the way down to Jupiter Island. We're expecting these storms to continue throughout the day. Expanding the view a little bit, we can also see this line of really strong thunderstorms moving from Louisiana into Mississippi. In fact, some flash flood warnings have been issued with this line of storms, and also we've even had some tornado warnings earlier this morning. If we shift up north a little bit, well, we can see where we also have the flash flood risk extending from Arkansas into the Midwest, especially here for Kentucky, from Bowling Green to Lexington. We're expecting between today and tomorrow accumulations of 1 to 3, maybe even 5 inches of rain can fall. So if you're in that area, you want to make sure you have a way to get those weather alerts on your app, on your phones, from your local weather team, because we do have the chance of some flash flood risks in that location. That's due to this cold front that's sweeping eastward. It's picking up some of that tropical moisture, transporting it north. We are expecting tomorrow these showers to stretch into the northeast. There is a low risk of severe weather for the northeast. And we have, of course, in front of the front, we're looking at still that record warm temperature, especially over New England. But behind the front, look at those temperatures in the 50s, the 60s. Actually, this morning, we woke up to an autumn chill with some freeze watches, freeze warnings in effect, some frost advisories for that area. Looking at the tropics, we do continue to monitor that tropical disturbance. It could possibly turn into a tropical depression. The likelihood is high later on this week. The good news is it appears that once again, it's going to curve back up north before it impacts the eastern coast. But of course, we'll be watching it closely in the next couple of days, Joe.
No doubt, but I'm glad we keep seeing them curve away.
Yes,
we'll take that.
Absolutely.
All right, Andrea, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including the urgent rescue efforts underway on the slopes of Mount Everest after a rare October blizzard left hundreds of hikers stranded. First, after the break, President Trump's plan for peace in the Middle East on the table, with mediators from Israel, Hamas, and the U.S. now gathering in Egypt today. But is a ceasefire deal possible on the eve of October 7th? We're going to take you overseas next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal.
It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
We're back now with the latest developments out of the Middle East. This morning, delegations from the U.S., Israel, and Hamas are gathering in Egypt for talks aimed at ending the war in Gaza. President Trump is urging those officials to, quote, move fast and approve his roadmap for peace. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the very latest from Israel.
Officials from the U.S., Israel, and Hamas are meeting in Egypt today to hammer out the details of a peace plan to end the war in Gaza. There hasn't been this much momentum to end the war since it began 2 years ago. It remains fragile, but President Trump says he hopes the hostages could all come home very soon. After President Trump piled pressure on both Israel and Hamas, the Israeli military this morning is slowing down its attacks in the Gaza Strip. But the Israeli offensive hasn't stopped completely, as President Trump demanded, while Israel and Hamas tried to hammer out the details to implement Trump's 20-point peace plan.
I think it's going to go very quickly. The meeting seemed to be very good.
The deal would require Hamas to free all 48 of its remaining hostages, 20 of them presumed to be still alive, and to leave power. Israel would stop the war and, over time, withdraw from most of Gaza. In Gaza, many say the deal and their future remain vague, but that they can't take any more of this war that has killed, health officials say, more than 66,000 Palestinians, half of them women and children. I see a dim light at the end of the tunnel, said Atala Yaki. In Israel, former hostages say every moment counts.
When we were down there, it was many times it was a deal in the air. We were very happy and in a high and like this. And then they said, no, it's collapsed. And then you go to depressed.
Ohad Ben Ami showed me where he was kidnapped along with his wife from their home in Kibbutz Be'eri, where Hamas murdered 102 people 2 years ago. Ben Ami was held in a deep tunnel, treated like a rat, he says, and starved for 491 days.
And now, after 2 years, there's this deal in the works. It's a little complicated.
Yes.
How do you feel?
I'm very optimistic because the Arabic states are agreed to this, and Israel agreed to this, and Hamas agreed to this, and Donald Trump is knocking on the table, and it will happen. I'm telling you, this time it will be finished.
Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu is calling this deal a victory and says he expects the hostages to all come home within a week.
All right, Richard, thank you. In other international news, the race is on to save several hundred people who are trapped roughly 16,000 feet up Mount Everest after a major snowstorm hit the mountain. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer is in Beijing and joins us now with the latest. Janice, good morning.
Joe, good morning. This was a shock blizzard that took even experienced hikers by surprise. Snow, wind, and rain all pounding the Tibet side of Mount Everest here in China, leaving hundreds stranded.
Overnight, a high-stakes rescue high in the mountains of Tibet. A severe snowstorm leaving hundreds of hikers trapped on the eastern slopes of Mount Everest. The storm at 16,000 feet worsening with thunder, strong winds, and relentless snow. In videos on Chinese social media, hikers were seen digging out tents to avoid getting buried, some at risk of hypothermia. Hiker Chen Goshuang was part of a group camping on the trail. It was a nerve-wracking night, she told us in an interview. I kept worrying that lightning would strike our camp and we'd be done. They retreated in deep snow with help from villagers who joined the rescue effort. Extreme weather is also hitting the other side of Mount Everest in Nepal, where heavy rain and landslides left dozens dead and forced a group of Americans from Salt Lake City to give up their trek to Everest Base Camp.
Full whiteout conditions. We've turned back
The snow and poor visibility just 5 miles from base camp, making it too dangerous to go on. Alan Arnett is a mountaineer who knows how quickly conditions can change.
I suspect that there's a lot of emergency vehicles that have gone as far as they can, and they stopped, and now other rescuers are going in on foot. So it's going to be a massive human effort in order to reach those people.
Here in China, by sunrise today, about 350 people had been brought to safety, according to state media, with at least 200 others still stranded but in contact with rescuers, who are using yaks and horses in an all-out race to reach them.
Government controls in Tibet make it hard to get updated information, and it's closed off to foreign journalists. But hikers who've been rescued say the trails were busy because of a national holiday here. The conditions are treacherous, and they say they feel lucky to have made it down.
No kidding. All right, Janice, thank you so much. Developing news now in the war in Ukraine. Several people are dead in a Russian air attack that Ukrainian officials say targeted civilian infrastructure. NBC News International correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from London with our world news in 60 seconds. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Yeah, at least 5 people killed in that large-scale Russian aerial attack all across Ukraine. The Ukrainian Air Force says more than 500 drones and missiles were fired, many of them aimed at the western city of Lviv. It's the largest attack on that city of the entire war, according to the government. France's seemingly endless political crisis only deepened today after the prime minister resigned after less than a month in office. President Emmanuel Macron is now looking for his 5th prime minister in barely a year. At the root of the crisis, a parliament dominated by the far left and far right, leaving centrist Macron barely able to govern. And finally, after 20 years of renovation and nearly 3,500 years after his burial, the tomb of Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep III has been opened to the public. To reach the tomb, visitors have to go down a tunnel 45 feet deep beneath the Valley of the Kings in the city of Luxor. Inside is a burial chamber for both the pharaoh and 2 of his wives. And Joe, I have been in a bunch of those tombs over in Egypt. They are very, very cool. They are not a good fit if you were at all claustrophobic. It is small in there.
Some good advice there. Maybe the pictures will suffice for those folks, all right? Ralph, thank you so much. A trio of scientists from the U.S. and Japan has been awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine. They are Americans Mary Brunko and Fred Ramsdell and Japanese scientist researcher Shimon Sakaguchi. They were given the award for their discoveries about how the immune system can be stopped from attacking the body. Their work could lead to new treatments for autoimmune diseases and cancer. They're going to share a prize worth just under $1.2 million. Coming up, it is a medical mystery that has stumped scientists and researchers for decades now. Why exactly do women tend to live longer than men? Well, it turns out the answer could lie in our DNA rather than just our old habits. We'll explain up next. This is Morning News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Back now with a closer look at what's making news in the world of politics this morning, starting with the Supreme Court ruling in favor of the White House when it comes to Venezuelan migrants. NBC News politics reporter Megan Leibowitz joins us now with more. Megan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Let's kick things off with the Supreme Court, which handed the Trump administration another win on Friday. The court's decision blocked another judge's ruling, effectively opening the door for the administration to move forward in revoking temporary legal status for up to 600,000 Venezuelan migrants. Now, remember, this is part of a larger pattern of the Supreme Court, which has a 6-3 conservative majority, siding with the administration in a vast majority of these emergency application cases. Next, let's stick with the Supreme Court because today marks the start to its next term. And last week, the High Court agreed to hear a major case about guns. Now, the case centers on a 2023 Hawaii law that restricts where people with a concealed carry permit can bring handguns. Now, let's rewind for a second. A federal judge initially blocked part of the law, but an appeals court sided with the state. Now, this will be a case to keep an eye on over the course of the court's next term, which ends next June. Finally, let's head to the Treasury, which is preparing a coin featuring President Trump. Now, the U.S. Treasurer released pictures of a draft of a $1 commemorative coin, which is being prepared for the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence being signed. The pictures of the draft coin, though, are raising questions about whether this is actually legal. That's because of a law prohibiting living presidents from appearing on coins. And that's a look at what is making news in politics this morning. Joe?
All right, Megan, thank you so much. Researchers are trying to answer the question, why do women tend to live longer than men? Well, behavior and lifestyle are contributing factors to this lifespan gap. Growing evidence shows the key may be in our DNA. The Washington Post has been looking into this, including a new study from the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, which looked at lifespan differences between males and females in more than 1,000, get this, mammal and bird species. Found that more than 70% of female mammal species outlive their male counterparts. And our genetics, in case you're wondering, are closer to these species than you might think. For more on what's behind these numbers, let's bring in Washington Post reporter Dino Grandione, who wrote the feature. Dino, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us. So first of all, just start by telling us more about how researchers conducted this study and what they found.
Yeah, so these researchers looked at more than 1,700 different species of birds and mammals and determined, as you said there, that mammals tend to live longer, or female mammals tend to live longer than their male counterparts, whereas with birds, the opposite's the case. Male birds tend to live longer than female birds. And that has a lot to do with their DNA and the different ways the chromosomes are organized.
So the chromosomes in birds, my understanding is, are different from both mammals and humans. So why were birds included in this study? How do they maybe support some of the findings for this argument?
Yeah, so as many know, in humans and other mammals, sex is generally determined, not universally, but generally determined by the X and Y chromosomes. Females have 2 X chromosomes, males have an X and Y chromosome. The opposite is the case with the birds, where male birds have the like chromosomes and female birds have the unlike chromosomes. So the theory here is that having that pair of X chromosomes creates some redundancies that protect against harmful mutations. And males lack that kind of redundancy, and that makes them more susceptible to those sorts of mutations.
As we mentioned, we've always thought behavior plays a huge role here, and all the evidence shows it still does. Talk about how our behavior does come into play.
Yeah, the chromosomes can't tell and don't tell the entire story. Certainly, we know with humans, men tend to drink more, they tend to smoke more, they tend to take more risky behaviors, and all those things weigh against male life expectancy. In the animal kingdom, we know that with many species, Males are bigger, males are more aggressive, and that kind of behavior can also lead to shorter lifespans. So chromosomes or genetics and behavior obviously are related to one another, and they both need to be looked at to make some of these assessments.
Of course, the big question then is this information, how can it be applied to humans to help out? I mean, are there any actions men can take to maybe try and close the lifespan gap a little bit?
Yeah, so what the researchers don't know from this study is which particular genes on either the X or the Y chromosomes might be responsible for longer lifespans. So that's really the next step, is to find those genes on those chromosomes. And once we do that, we'll be able to maybe think about ways of creating some therapies and actually close that gap, like you just said.
All right, very cool. Dino Grandoni, fascinating conversation. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, if you're looking to kick off your holiday shopping a little early, this year Amazon has got you covered. We're just hours away from the start of its second Prime Day. Days of 2025. That means our own Brian Chung is standing by with all the steals and deals for the season. So grab your Santa hat and your wallet. That's up next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
It is October 6th, and yet we are back now with some tips on how to get ahead of your holiday shopping this year. Christmas might still be 80 days away, but some of the biggest holiday discounts are already here as retailers get ready to kick off their very early Black Friday shopping events. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung is here to find the best deals
It's
for
not
us
too
all.
early to
I
start
just
shopping,
can't
Joe.
even wrap my head around this, but kudos to those who can.
Yeah, I think my issue is that I'll put stuff away in the closet and then I'll forget to actually gift them once we get to the holidays.
Just give it to them now.
Exactly. Yeah. But look, retailers are pulling out all the stops this year, promising bigger sales that last for days with deep discounts on everything from clothing to couches. Shoppers are sure to find some early holiday relief at the register, but the big question remains, should you buy now or gamble on even more savings later on? This holiday season, Black Friday is here early.
Amazon girls, it's officially that time of the year again.
Amazon is set to kick off its Prime Big Deal Days at midnight, its second major Prime Day sale of the year.
Someone needs to take my credit card away from October 7th to October 8th.
The popular shopping event will run for 2 days with loads of discounts. Up to 50% off select tech products, apparel, and shoes, and up to 30% off certain toys and furniture. And that's not all. Other retail giants like Target, Walmart, Kohl's, and Best Buy are each offering longer sales of their own. Walmart's deals event will also start at midnight and last 6 days, running through the weekend. While Target's Circle Week sale is already in full swing, with a full 7 days of savings.
We can get Christmas presents for super duper cheap. And every single day they're going to put out a new deal of the day.
The massive October sales could offer consumers some relief from recent price hikes. According to a survey from Retail Me Not, 73% of shoppers plan to start their holiday shopping early, before Cyber Week this year. One of the top holiday stressors for consumers, tariff-related fees.
Shoppers are feeling the pressures of price increases throughout the year, and if anything, shoppers have deferred many of their discretionary purchases waiting for one of these sales holidays.
Bright Data found that nearly half of all appliances sold on Amazon, Best Buy, and Target have increased in price since March. Our own NBC News Price Tracker has also been monitoring hundreds of items across major retailers. Toys like this Barbie doll playset and this Tonka Mighty truck both saw price increases on Amazon in August after Mattel and the makers of Tonka warned of potentially raising prices due to tariffs. But just ahead of Prime Day, both items are back on sale. And some more good news for shoppers looking for apparel and self-care products, prices are also holding steady, which means starting your shopping early may pay off this holiday season.
When you want to be more cost conscious, you have more of an opportunity to do so when you begin your holiday shopping at an earlier time point.
Okay, so the big question, whether these early deals will be good in the weeks to come. Adobe Analytics projects that the deepest discount for toys and appliances will actually still be on Black Friday, the best deals for tech and apparel on Cyber Monday. So if you can't get a lot of your shopping done this week, Joe, there's still more savings to come, even if you wait a little.
And then eventually they'll have advice for people on December 23rd when they're just getting started.
Exactly. I'll be right back here.
Well, we have you. The Postal Service is announcing some changes that could also impact the holiday season. What should we know about that?
So earlier this summer, they did announce that they're raising some of their prices, mostly on priority mail shipments. So that is going to be a big deal for anyone that's going to be shipping anything through the mail, at least with USPS. And by the way, they say that those costs would, quote, cover extra handling costs to ensure a successful peak season, but those rates took effect on Sunday. So again, it's effective today, a few extra bucks.
Got it. I just solved your problem. If you do buy your gifts now, rather than putting them in your closet and forgetting about them, just mail them now. Wrap them, mail them now. Then it's their problem to deal with.
Still use gift wrap, though, to get in the season.
Yeah, no, definitely do that. Season. I agree. All right, Brian, thank you. All right, we're taking a look at a new meetup that's giving sports lovers and bookworms a place to come together. By bringing authors face-to-face with fans, it takes the love of the game beyond the ballpark. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock shows us how these conversations are helping people find their community.
Welcome to Squawkin' Sports Live.
Sports writers Patrick Sauer and David J. Roth are challenging the rules of your typical book club.
I wanted it somewhere to be like between fresh air and a night of cheers.
Calling authors and sports fans to buy a beer and talk ball with their series Squawkin' Sports.
I knew there was a sweet spot in between where you can have a real conversation that is also surrounded by all the fun things about being at a bar with, your friends watching a game.
It helps to be in Brooklyn. There's a lot of authors here, but I feel like people that work on these books pour a year of your life into this thing, and then you do like 3 podcast hits on it, and it goes away without a sound. They want to talk about it.
Let's have some fun!
Can we talk about the concept? It's not a book club. It's a sports chat.
It's a conversation. The only rule is that you have to have the book out. The book is the centerpiece, and that is sort of what separates us from any other hot take thing. It is a show about the writer, not even necessarily the topic.
The idea first came about in 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic when the Friends partnered with Greenlight Bookstore on Zoom as a way to sell books and find community.
I knew that Dave and I could host a good show because I think we're both smart, funny, we're on the same wavelength.
Later hosting live events down the street at a German beer garden called DSK Brooklyn, where the crowds have been quickly outgrowing the room.
I wanted to get it out of the bookstore also because the bookstore readings tend to be kind of formal.
Someone gets up and gets a mic and it's like, this is more of a comment than a question. Like, we're not doing that. But we do want people to feel like they can participate too.
The roster of topics has ranged from basketball and the ancient wisdom of baseball to a deep dive on Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City.
Sports is in everything and everything is in sports, and I think that comes through in these books.
This will be books number 57 and 58 we have covered. It is an ongoing concern now.
A lot of the books that we've gravitated towards have been these more literary and densely reported books on topics that are not super duper commercial. Like, they're interesting to me as a fan.
I said, why is your coin so big? And he said, I don't have great eyesight.
On this particular night, tennis was the theme, with former pro athlete turned co-host of The Daily Show, Michael Costa, and journalist Giddy Nathan sharing the craft behind their reads.
As you mentioned, some people just go on to write memoirs about that moment.
Offering a space even for readers who aren't fanatics.
This is what writing is about at its best, right? You connect with the community, you bring in people to your topic that maybe weren't intimately familiar with it.
I don't really follow sports, but it's more about like neighborhood and friendship.
It's just nice to see that there's an accepting culture in the sports arena that you don't necessarily see all together.
The sports is the entry point, and then it's about having a conversation about something else.
It at least lets me know, and I think lets our audience know, that there's a world of us who are all still interested in the same thing. We're all swimming in the same waters, but for 2 hours we can pretend like this is still a vibrant, thriving thing, and in the room it is.
There's a different sort of feeling that you get in a room with real people than you could get on your phone.
What's next in Squawk and Sports?
Next year, we're going to
probably Barclays.
Headline Barclays Center.
Right.
Yeah. It's just being able to keep having a thing that gets me out of the house and gives me something to read and puts me in proximity to talk to fun people I haven't met yet.
I think Squawk and Sports, we can change the world one book and one beer at a time.
That's beautiful.
But thanks to Sam Brock for that report. Now, for each event, they bring in 2 different authors with rotating book themes. This month's was football. Next month, they're focusing on bloggers and the digital space. Coming up, striking a chord. When Morning News Now returns, we'll introduce you to the high school sophomore who's quite literally marching to his own beat. That's next.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're ending this hour with the story of a high school sophomore who has become a standout member of his marching band and is inspiring his fellow bandmates. Reporter Caitlin Ross from our Atlanta affiliate, 11 Alive, tells us why.
Friday Night Lights welcome the home team at Parkview High School, shining on as the marching band takes the field.
I just like working with all the other students to create something that we all love to do.
The music lighting up the stands before the big game.
I can't see where the lines are on the field. I was like, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to navigate this.
Sophomore Gabe Akins says his team helps guide the way.
Some of them say I march better than some of the people who can see.
Gabe is blind and a standout in the band.
Straight off, go! He's one of our best marchers from just the technique alone standpoint.
Band director Carlos Franco says teaching someone to march without sight took the whole team and a whole lot of heart.
Marching band is a visual activity. We have to see what we're doing. I'm really excited to figure out how to teach that to someone who doesn't see the way we do.
Gabe is teaching them, too.
He works hard, he wants to do it, and everybody around him wants to work hard with him and see him be successful.
That success starts at home.
If he did it, I could probably do it too.
Gabe's dad, Greg, was in the marching band at South Gwinnett High School.
When I was doing it, we couldn't find very many folks that had done it before.
Greg, who is blind like his son,
percussion's going,
says the support at Parkview is truly meaningful.
I think I was touched at how excited they were to figure it out.
And to see Gabe's star rising on the field.
Now my old high school buddies are like, oh man, he's doing better than you. And it's like, I know it.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Inclusion that shines far beyond this stadium.
Regardless of what kind of disability people have, they are way more capable than I think people give them credit for.
This is so cool to see him shining. I'm so happy that he's found something that he loves to do.
Part 2 is crazy. We're practically running back and forth.
Marching with his team, Gabe says the spotlight is for everyone who helps make the music.
It just feels great to know that they don't see my blindness as a limitation, they just see it as another part of me.
And all of him deserves to shine.
Our thanks to Caitlin Ross for that incredible story. Like father, like son. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, dissent and defiance. A federal judge in Oregon blocking the deployment of the National Guard to Portland. And in California, Governor Gavin Newsom announcing plans to sue the Trump administration for federalizing hundreds of California National Guard troops.
Portland is burning to the ground. You have agitators, insurrectionists. All you have to do is look at the television.
The state of Oregon will absolutely not be a party to the president's attempt to normalize the use of the United States military in our American cities.
It's our National Guard, California's National Guard, not Trump's Royal Guard.
We will bring you the very latest on these domestic military movements. Also developing, the shutdown standoff continues on Capitol Hill as we enter day 6 without government funding. Now more federal buildings forced to shut down, and the president warning about mass layoffs. More on the impasse in the Senate and what could come next. Plus, a renewed push for peace in the Middle East. Today, negotiators for Hamas, Israel, and the U.S. set to discuss President Trump's 20-part peace plan as the war in Gaza nears the 2-year mark. We're going to break down what to expect and what's at stake. And it's a medical breakthrough that could save millions of lives. Promising results from a new kind of blood test. Researchers saying it could detect cancer up to a decade before symptoms arise. Good morning. Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off. We begin this hour with the growing backlash to President Trump's efforts to send the National Guard to Democratic-controlled cities. Over the weekend, protests erupted in Portland and Chicago against the ongoing immigration raids by ICE. That prompted the White House to announce it would move National Guard troops from other states, like California and Texas, to those cities. But last night, a federal judge in Oregon temporarily blocked the Trump administration's efforts to send troops from California, or for that matter, any other state, to Portland. The White House's tactics blasted by the governors of both Oregon and Illinois.
There's no need for military intervention in Oregon. There's no insurrection in Portland. There's no threat to national security.
What Trump is doing is untethered from the facts. That's the case. He was claiming that it's mayhem on the on the streets of Portland. He's saying that, Chicago is a war zone. None of that is true. They're just making this up. And then what do? They fire tear gas and smoke grenades, and they make it look like it's a war zone.
NBC News Washington correspondent Alice Barr joins us now with the very latest. Alice, good morning. So tell us a little more about what we saw at these protests over the weekend and why the White House is saying it has decided to deploy National Guard troops from other states like California and Texas.
Joe, good morning. So you played a little bit from President Trump off the top of the show, saying that Portland is burning to the ground, that insurrectionists, he says, have taken over. And that is really how he is framing this, that it's an emergency situation that requires intervention. Certainly, you're hearing counter arguments, as you just played as well, from the governor of Oregon, refuting that kind of description. And we also saw an op-ed published Sunday in the Oregonian by the Portland police chief, who he didn't outright denounce President Trump's deployment of the National Guard, but he said that national portrayals of Portland were overstating the problem there. And he also spoke about how part of the reason that the Trump administration has given for sending in the National Guard is that police are not responding to public disorder. And the police chief said that just because you're not seeing officers wearing tactical gear lining up in front of crowds doesn't mean they're not responding. He said that research shows that those kinds of tactics can often escalate crowd behavior. So they're using a layered approach, as he put it, to manage it. And he has said that the protests have remained contained to about one city block, Joe.
So, Alice, much of this is going to be settled in the courts. Walk us through this ruling from that federal judge in Oregon. Like so many rulings we've seen this year, it's temporary, but for now it does block the deployment of National Guard troops to Portland from other states. We should know, this judge was appointed by President Trump in his first term. So what did the judge say? And is the Trump administration so far as we can tell, planning to adhere to it?
Yeah, as far as we can tell, that is the big question. This is all very fresh. This was a rare Sunday evening order to have this come out in the first place, blocking the deployment of troops from California, from anywhere else, to go into Portland, Oregon. So far appears to be holding, but certainly there's a lot that yet has to shake out today. One quote that we heard from the federal judge who made this ruling, and by the way, she issued both rulings, the one blocking the Oregon National Guard troops and the one blocking out-of-state National Guard troops. And she said, quote, "This country has a long-standing and foundational tradition of resistance to government overreach, especially in the form of military intrusion into civil affairs." So that's how she's framing her ruling, and the Trump administration has now filed a motion with an appeals court for an emergency pause, and they're accusing that judge of, quote, impermissibly second-guessing President Trump's military judgments. The governors out there, everybody who's kind of been up in arms over this, is accusing the Trump administration of trying to circumvent that original ruling, say you can't put National Guard troops from Oregon into Portland, by then saying, okay, well, then let's send them from out of state. And again, both have now been shut down, Joe.
All right. Alice Barr, thank you so much. In what could be the prelude to a breakthrough, talks between Hamas, Israel, and the U.S. are set to take place in Egypt today. At issue, President Trump's peace plan to end the war in Gaza. This follows a busy weekend for Middle East diplomacy ahead of the second anniversary of the October 7th attacks. Hamas announced on Friday it would release all the remaining hostages held in Gaza. President Trump then told Israel, which has already accepted his proposal, to pause its bombardment of the enclave. Despite that, the Palestinian Health Ministry says dozens of people were killed in strikes over the weekend. President Trump said he expects negotiations to last a couple days and that Hamas faces, quote, obliteration if it refuses to cede power in Gaza. NBC News Chief International Correspondent Keir Simmons is here with the very latest. Keir, good morning. Good to have you here in New York. Let's start with today, these peace talks. What can we expect? And for Hamas right now, what appears to be the sticking points?
Well, get this, Joe. The senior Hamas representative who will be at these talks, Khalil al-Hayya, was one of those who was the target of an attempted assassination by Israel just weeks ago. And now he is in these talks with Ron Dermer representing Prime Minister Netanyahu, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, representing the Trump administration. So that's how far forward we have moved. That being said, a sign of how much things are already slipping, if you like, President Trump's 20-point peace plan said all this has to happen now. It was very immediate, and President Trump continues to be demanding about how quickly he wants this to happen, and yet we're into negotiations, and those negotiations have a lot of detail to pick over before we get to the kind of peace in our time that the 20-point peace plan talked about.
Obviously, one of the important parts of this is releasing the remaining hostages. Do we have any idea of what that might even look like?
Yeah, the Israelis say that is the first thing that needs to happen. That's the primary piece of this. And Hamas, in response to President Trump's 20-point peace plan, agreed to release those around 48 hostages, some of them dead, some of them alive still, it is believed. How does that happen? You remember the previous release where Hamas was there in military fatigues with guns and things, almost putting on a show of the release. The Israelis won't want that. There's also continuing fighting. So how do you release them amidst that fighting? I mean, there are questions simply about that point. And the Israelis say that has to happen before anything else can happen.
And you mentioned the fighting continues. I mean, President Trump wanted Israel to stop its strikes on Gaza after Hamas did express this willingness to move forward with the plan. But smoke could still be seen coming from the enclave through the weekend. I mean, do we know what's happening on the ground there in Gaza?
The fighting hasn't stopped. As simple as that. The Israelis have not withdrawn, and they have not stopped bombarding Gaza City, perhaps to a lesser extent than they were, but it's still ongoing. And again, the peace plan said the fighting, as soon as both sides agree, it should happen now. Other questions still amidst all this. Has Hamas or will Hamas agree to lay down its arms? Will it agree not to be part of the political process? Hamas, in its response, said it wants to be part of the political process. So this is very positive, but also there are so many issues to resolve.
20 points, and every point has a point of contention.
And we haven't even talked about how you actually rebuild Gaza. That's just something for later.
All right, Keir, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. Let's continue the conversation more on the Gaza ceasefire talks and bring in the host of Oh My World on YouTube, Hagar Shamali. She's also the former spokesperson to the U.S. mission to the UN and the former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon. Hagar, always good to have you with us. So let's hear your thoughts on President Trump's peace plan. Do you think it's realistic? How do you see it?
Well, I have hope. I think, Keir said it well at the end, where it's a positive development. And I don't want to say that I'm optimistic. It's very hard to be optimistic about these things, but I do have hope. And the reason is because he's really putting in investing all of his political capital into this by trying to push a deal that brings an entire end to the war, releases all the remaining hostages at once. And he's trying to really expend his capital by putting this pressure on Netanyahu. And also, by the way, and this is an important point, he gave a huge win to Qatar last week with the security agreement that he gave, which is essentially amounts to an Article 5 level agreement, meaning if Qatar is attacked, we go to their defense. So Qatar needs to deliver Hamas. And so with that amount of pressure and the amount of countries that have agreed onto this, there is some hope there. But of course, again, I mean, Hamas sticking out on this point about the fact that they won't commit to the question of laying down their arms. This is going to be a very sticky point in the talks today.
Yeah, and even though Hamas has said it would release all the remaining hostages, we've got unanswered question when it comes to those things. Disarmament, who's going to govern Gaza. At this point, what do you think are the main sticking points? And what you mentioned there, the fact that this is so big, it's such a massive attempt to end everything. Is that part of the problem, that you're trying to address so many issues that have been difficult to even tackle over these last 2 years?
Well, the details that Keir brought up at the beginning, for example, these are the ones that I have hope for being worked out. Things like, how will the hostages be? How will they be released? What are the details of those? What is the state of affairs on the ground? And that is something that's achievable. The question of laying down the arms, the reason I'm very concerned about this, and by the way, even when it comes to future governing of Gaza, Hamas said in its statement, and again, it's a terrorist group, so let's take that with a grain of salt, but in its statement said that they were fine with relinquishing governing control over to another Palestinian authority, or a Palestinian entity of some kind that has the legitimacy of the Palestinian people and so on. When it came to the question of anything else, they didn't address disarming. They just said, as for the remaining points of the plan, this is up to the Palestinian people in accordance with international law, blah, blah, blah. The problem with that is that had a lot of this been up to the Palestinian people, there wouldn't be a war right now. Hamas wouldn't be using those people as human shields, which is what they're doing. So that's really just an effort to buy time, to be vague, to have their cake and eat it too. The best I think we can hope for is you get to a deal where they agree on the release of hostages and to the preliminary terms of this deal, and it might fall apart later when Hamas inevitably tries to get arms again. This is how I see that is unfortunately the best case scenario.
And tomorrow, of course, is October 7th. That'll be the second anniversary of the conflict and the attack on Israel. Israel's goal was just the end of Hamas. Gaza, its stronghold, is decimated right now. If we do get to a deal and it holds, even if it is for a little bit, did either side achieve any of their goals here?
Hamas certainly didn't achieve any of its goals. Its goal is to obliterate Israel and to put an Islamic caliphate in its place. So they are certainly no closer to that. And on the contrary, they are much, much farther away. Unfortunately, they've invited the destruction and suffering on their people, which is just the worst piece of this. So they achieved absolutely nothing other than, unfortunately, probably galvanizing Gazans and pushing them further into extremism or into an anti-Israel sentiment. On the Israeli side, they've significantly decimated Hamas, and I don't see a future for Hamas governing Gaza at all. And also, by the way, I mean, in the process, they remade the Middle East. They crumbled the axis of resistance. Hezbollah was decapitated. The Houthis are licking their wounds, and Iran has no defense. So in that regard, Israel did achieve a lot. But I understand the goal, of course, of wanting to make sure Hamas completely surrenders.
All right. Hagar Shamali, always good to have you with us. Thank you so much. The government shutdown is entering a new week, and lawmakers are not any closer to a deal. The Senate is slated to be in session this afternoon. The House of Representatives has no plans to return to Washington until next week. Leaders from both sides are digging in and trying to pin the blame on the other party. NBC News politics reporter Megan Leibowitz joins us now with the latest on this. Megan, good morning. So the last time we had a government shutdown was President Trump's first term. It was back in 2018. That one lasted more than a month. What can we expect today when the Senate returns to Capitol Hill?
Yeah, that's right. So the Senate will come back this afternoon, where we're expecting them to vote yet again on these Republican and Democrat-led versions of these funding bills. Now, remember, these bills have already been voted on multiple times, and they've failed every single time. Now, over the weekend, there was no indication that there's been further movement to potentially push either of these bills over the finish line here. And like you mentioned, the House is not going to be in session this week either. So originally, the House was expected to come back tomorrow, but that changed and was pushed back to next week. And so we're not expecting any votes in the House either. Now, Republicans over the weekend were continuing to push Democrats to switch their votes to try to back this short-term continuing resolution, which would provide temporary funding for the government. But for Democratic leaders, the message has been continuing to be, let's address health care first. That's been a top issue for Democrats, where they want to address these ACA subsidies that are set to expire, Joe.
Yeah, and no surprise, obviously, these congressional leaders are trying to blame each other nearly a week into the shutdown. What are they saying about just where any negotiations stand right now? How dug in is each side, as many federal workers now do face the potential for layoffs?
Yeah, so both sides were continuing to blame each other over the weekend, accusing each other of not being open to negotiations or not negotiating in good faith. I want you to take a listen to what House Speaker Mike Johnson and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries had to say over the weekend. Take a listen.
The reason the government is closed is because Chuck Schumer and 43 of his Democrat colleagues in the Senate have decided now to vote multiple times to keep the government closed. We need them to turn the lights back on so that everyone can do their work. The House did our work. We passed a bipartisan, clean, continuing resolution to keep the government open.
Last time there was a conversation with Republican leadership was in the White House meeting last Monday, and unfortunately, since that point in time, Republicans, including Donald Trump, have gone radio silent. Our view is that we will find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues to reopen the government.
And like you mentioned as well, this comes as White House officials have said that this could lead to layoffs of federal workers if this continued. And President Trump even said last night that this is happening right now. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on today as well.
And Megan, lawmakers might be pointing the finger at each other, but many Americans just feel there is plenty of blame to go around. A lot of Americans, they're in the middle. They don't have a strong, belief in one party or the other. What is the polling data telling us right now?
Yeah, so I want to point you to a new CBS News YouGov poll that came out over the weekend where more people tended to blame Republicans in Congress and President Trump for the shutdown. So 39% of respondents cast blame mostly on the president and the GOP for the shutdown, while about 30% cast blame on Democrats, about 31%, so that they were all equally to blame. Now, a caveat here is that, this is very early still. And now it's coming still as federal workers are not getting paychecks, and we're seeing federal programs and services that are on pause right now as the shutdown is happening. But the longer that this continues, the more that we're going to be watching to see where this public opinion polling plays out, and if that ultimately impacts how lawmakers are thinking about their future votes to come, Joe.
All right, Megan, thank you so much. While the government remains shut down, the Supreme Court now open for business. It's the first Monday in October, which means the justices are starting a new session, and the docket is already packed with high-profile issues that include several key challenges to President Trump's attempts to try and advance his executive power. For more, let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos, who joins us here on set. So, Danny, let's start with that. What are the big cases that center on the president's authority that the Supreme Court's going to have to tackle in one way or another here?
Yeah, just like you previewed, there are a lot of cases that deal with fundamental issues of presidential power. But if I were to pick the big one, it would be tariffs. Whether or not Trump's use of his executive power is such that it exceeds his statutory authority. But really more than that, tens of billions of dollars are at stake. And if they were wrongfully collected, how do we return that? It's a difficult issue for most people to understand, but in terms of import, both the executive power question and the simple dollar amounts involved, it is of staggering importance among several cases that will define executive power.
And we saw a couple other cases on there. Of course, birthright citizenship, that is a constitutional issue, so we expect the Supreme Court to tackle that. And also these firings. You have Lisa Cook, who's on the Federal Reserve, the president trying to fire him. This is something we expect the court to take up, right?
Exactly right. And the birthright citizenship issue, for example, it really affects statistically a tiny percentage of the population. And in fact, no one's looking to do away with all of birthright citizenship, just that narrow class of people that two sides debate whether or not they were born subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. What exactly does that mean? But a bigger question is, can the president, through use of an executive order, undo something that we've all taken for granted for centuries? For the idea, the idea being in America that even if your parents are here illegally and you're born here, you're born on the soil, jus soli, the law of the soil, you get birthright citizenship. So this is really a question of how much the Supreme Court is willing to look at and possibly undo hundreds of years of established constitutional law because the president interprets it in a certain way. So that's very significant. Meanwhile, the presidential firings certainly are more important here and now. They affect more people in the real world. But issues like birthright citizenship, for historical reasons, are just fascinating to people like me who will be watching closely.
Beyond the presidential authority issues, what else are you looking for coming up in this term?
I mean, you've got so many different cases. You've got, I mean, there's a conversion therapy case. We still are dealing with conversion therapy cases out of Colorado. A Christian therapist argues that it violates the therapist's free speech rights to not be able to give conversion therapy. And of course, that's the kind of therapy where a trans person is encouraged to go back to their original sex at birth or whatever the case may be. That is an interesting issue. Again, it affects a small fraction of the population, but it's an issue that people can understand. It's an issue that's been in the public debate for many years now. And it's interesting to me that these cases are still percolating up to the Supreme Court. We'll see where the court comes down on that issue.
Jeffrey Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, she wants the Supreme Court to overturn her conviction. What's the issue here? What's the argument?
Okay, if the Supreme Court takes up this issue, be warned. Ghislaine Maxwell has a non-zero chance of prevailing. And in fact, had this case been brought across the river in New Jersey in a different federal circuit, she might have already prevailed and never have been prosecuted. So in other words, the issue before Ghislaine Maxwell is whether or not a line in in Jeffrey Epstein's cooperation agreement, his plea agreement, that said the United States shall not prosecute any of his potential co-conspirators, whether that bound just the U.S. Attorney's Office in that district or the United States everywhere. It's an issue that is very meaningful to criminal defense attorneys like me, so I'll be watching that very, very closely. And by the way, the Second Circuit is really in the minority here. Ghislaine Maxwell has a good chance if the court takes it up.
And a reminder to folks, some of these issues could be settled relatively quickly, considering how quickly the court usually moves. But some of these we will not know for months what the court decides.
Months and months and months. Yes,
right.
Joe.
Yep. We'll be chatting with you about it. Danny, thank you so much. Time now for weather. The flood threat along Florida's Atlantic coast is not over after high tides overran neighborhoods this weekend. On top of that, more than 4 inches of drenching rain has fallen since Friday, inundating roads. And now more places are at risk, getting up to another inch of rain today. NBC meteorologist Andrea Romero joins us now with the latest. Andrea, good to see you.
Thanks, Joe. Good morning to you. And we're going to talk about this dynamic weather pattern that's setting up across the country. And we're going to start off with the rain that continues to affect here parts of Florida into the central Gulf Coast. In fact, this morning here in parts of Louisiana, we had some tornado warnings, some flash flood warnings issued. And we're still expecting this onshore flow along the eastern coast of Florida to bring in more rain into this region. We do continue to have a flood watch in effect from Daytona Beach all the way to Jupiter Island. And moving a little bit further north, we also have this flash flood risk that's extending from Arkansas into the Midwest, especially here in Kentucky. If you're anywhere in this area, you want to make sure you have a way to receive your local weather team's weather alerts today, because we do have the chance of 1 to 3 inches of rainfall accumulating in this area from today into Tuesday. So we can have the risk of some flash flooding develop in that area. And that's, of course, due to this cold front that's going to be moving eastward today, tomorrow, bringing that scattered rain, the chance of some flooding into the region. Ahead of this front is where we've been enjoying that record warmth this weekend. Temperatures today are still expected above average, especially over New England, where we could have some record warm temperatures again today. And behind the front, we can see that cool down that we're feeling. Today's highs only in the 50s and 60s over here in the Dakotas. So we're talking about chillier temperatures, but more seasonable for this time of year. In fact, we do have some freeze watches, freeze warnings, frost advisories that have been issued for this morning for this region here. So we can definitely feel that cool down. Now, as far as the tropics, we do have a 70% chance of a tropical depression forming later this week along this development zone. The good news is it seems like it's going to be heading north before it approaches the eastern coast of the U.S., so we should be safe, but of course, we'll keep an eye on it. Back to you, Joe.
All right, Andrea, thank you so much. In Alabama, a weekend of celebration turned tragic after a mass shooting Saturday night. The shots were fired in downtown Montgomery, the scene of the Alabama State Fair and some other public events. Police say 2 people were killed, a 17-year-old boy and a 43-year-old woman. 12 more people were injured, 5 of them reportedly with life-threatening injuries. Officers now believe one of the shooting victims was targeted and that others in the area were also armed, then reacted by pulling out their own weapons. This morning, investigators are still searching for any suspects and a motive. Former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez was arrested after an alleged early morning altercation in Indianapolis this weekend. Police say he was stabbed during a fight outside a bar where he was allegedly the instigator. Sanchez was hospitalized and is now facing several charges. NBC News national correspondent Aaron Gilchrist has that story.
New details emerging about the fight that sent former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez to a hospital in critical condition.
Male complainant says he is behind the West End Hotel and was attacked.
Initially, police reported that Sanchez had been stabbed early Saturday morning outside a bar. Later, a police affidavit suggesting Sanchez was the aggressor, describing surveillance video showing Mr. Sanchez is then seen throwing the victim to the ground on the west side of the alley. Sanchez was in Indianapolis to cover the Colts-Raiders game as an analyst for Fox Sports, his colleagues addressing the incident on air.
Mark Sanchez was involved in an incident that, to be honest, we're all still trying to wrap our heads around.
Prosecutors say Sanchez argued with a delivery truck driver after a dispute about where his truck was parked in an alley. The affidavit alleging Sanchez shoved the victim multiple times before he pepper sprayed Sanchez. Police wrote the victim told the detective that Mr. Sanchez smelled of alcohol and his speech was slurred, adding that amid the attack he thought to himself, "This guy is trying to kill me," before pulling out a knife and stabbing Sanchez ultimately 3 or 4 times, according to the affidavit. Prosecutors saying a disagreement between a 38-year-old former professional athlete and a 69-year-old man should not have escalated into violence. Sanchez played 10 seasons in the NFL and joined Fox Sports in 2021. Charging documents show Sanchez was stabbed in the upper torso, while the other man had a cut on his face. Investigators also writing that Sanchez told a detective all he could remember was grabbing for a window. The ex-football star now facing misdemeanor charges of battery and public intoxication. Aaron Gilchrist, NBC News.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, new hope in the fight against one type of cancer that's often diagnosed in the late stages. How a simple blood test could lead to a diagnosis up to 10 years before symptoms even appear. Up first, emergency on Mount Everest, the race to rescue hundreds of climbers trapped in a blizzard on the world's highest peak. Stay with us.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinklea Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here.
New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
We're back now at the scramble to rescue nearly 1,000 people trapped by a major blizzard on Mount Everest. NBC News correspondent Camila Bernal has the details.
A desperate rush to rescue hundreds of hikers stuck near the world's tallest mountain. A blizzard left nearly 1,000 people trapped on Tibet's eastern slope of Mount Everest, according to Chinese state media.
I'm sure there's a sense of urgency. It's an all hands on deck.
Freezing temperatures and heavy snow putting local villagers and rescue teams on a race against the clock. Alan Arnett is a mountaineering coach who has climbed Mount Everest.
It's going to be a massive human effort in order to reach those people.
While some have already been rescued, many still reportedly stuck at an altitude of 16,000 feet. Hiker Chen Gu Shuang made it out, but some in her group still recovering from hypothermia. She says the unexpected snowstorm was really frightening, adding she worried that lightning might strike their camp and kill them. The monsoon causing snowfall Friday evening and Saturday, also bringing heavy rain to neighboring Nepal. The army called in for rescues. Landslides and flash floods have killed at least 44 people, according to authorities.
Normally, we don't see this type of heavy disaster happening this time of year, especially a blizzard of this magnitude.
But Arnett says when you're approaching Everest, you have to be prepared for everything. Camila Bernal, NBC News.
A new wave of protests is shaking up the geopolitical order in places like North Africa, Nepal, and Peru. They've all got one thing in common: Gen Z. Experts say many of these youth-led movements are organized online, and they're all connected by a new generation demanding change. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro takes a look.
From Madagascar to Nepal to Peru, Gen Z protests erupting in pockets around the globe in recent months. Though the individual causes vary, they share a common thread. Protesters in their teens and 20s angry at the state of their countries, organizing on social media and taking to the streets.
These are the digital natives. The generation obviously is very, very comfortable organizing on social media. It's their natural medium for expressing themselves.
In Madagascar, what began as anger over water shortages and power blackouts has morphed into a national movement. At least one Madagascar protester saying they were inspired by what they saw online in Nepal. Another student protester saying the whole population can't take it anymore. We are here because we suffer. Our family suffers. Everybody suffers.
When people see something successfully happening in another country where people my age, so these are young people who see these protests on social media almost instantaneously, right? And they think, well, if they can, why can't we?
Despite the president of Madagascar dissolving the government, demonstrators continue demanding his resignation. At least 22 people have been killed and more than 100 injured, according to the UN. In Morocco, protests also turning deadly, authorities saying 2 people were killed in clashes Wednesday, as the country's youth accuse leaders of prioritizing funds for the 2030 World Cup instead of needs like schools and health care. Last month, demonstrators in Nepal against corruption, nepotism, and a nationwide ban on social media, setting fire to the parliament building. A Gen Z representative saying, "We have unanimously recommended the interim prime minister to form the functioning government." Popping up in protests around the world, a form of the Jolly Roger flag. Originally from the best-selling Japanese comic and anime series One Piece, the flag now a symbol of Gen Z defiance. From France, the Philippines, Indonesia, Peru, Argentina, and even in Madagascar, As youth movements pop up in different corners of the world, governments might need to rethink how they respond to a generation that demands change. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
Coming up, one family's fight to get their daughter the care she needs.
All the time you've spent waging these insurance battles, do you feel like that's time lost with your daughter?
Yeah, 100%. We wouldn't fight for this if it didn't make a difference.
Up next, their ongoing battle to get insurance to cover her medical care. Morning News Now will be right back.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building.
Putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024 to be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
We're back with a look at a potential breakthrough in the fight against cancer. Researchers at Mass General Brigham have developed an innovative blood test. It's showing promise in detecting HPV-related head and neck cancers up to 10 years before symptoms even appear. This is important because unlike cervical cancer, there's no routine screening for these types of cancers I just mentioned. And that means most patients aren't diagnosed until the disease is in its advanced stages. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel joins us now with more on this. Dr. Patel, good morning. So this blood test is called HPV DeepSeek, and researchers say it detected signs of cancer, as we just said, in some patients nearly a decade before they started feeling symptoms. Obviously, that's a big deal. Walk us through how this works and who should get the test.
Yeah, great questions. First of all, this is incredibly cutting edge. It's been research that has been long waited for not just human papillomavirus, but this could also help with potentially other cancers. So let's just break down what HPV is. Human papillomavirus, I think a lot of people recognize that this is the virus that can cause cervical cancers, why women get pap smears. But a lot of people don't realize that 70% of oropharyngeal, kind of oral cancers, as I'll refer to it now, are caused by HPV. They're incredibly common, especially in men. 10% of men are likely to have an HPV infection. And Joe, here's the kicker. Often years before you get any symptoms from that cancer. So a blood test, which is what DeepSeek is, can be life-saving. It looks for fragments of that human papillomavirus's DNA circulating very quietly in your bloodstream way before symptoms emerge, as you mentioned, years before it. And instead of waiting for signs of cancer, doctors can see now with this test molecular signals that can link to tumors, and not just a decade in advance, but especially for who should get it, to your question, high-risk patients. These are patients with a history of HPV infection. These are patients that might be at increased risk for an oral cancer, throat, mouth, or cervix. So it's not ready for routine use just yet. We know that this is really ready probably for people with known risk factors or a previous history of cancer. This is probably the first candidate for a test that could get wider acceptance and, Joe, hopefully not just save lives, but also potentially be a game changer for men and women, replacing a lot of the screening tests we have, such as a pap test, a pap smear.
And folks have probably seen there's these commercials for the vaccines for HPV all over the place these days. And
Right.
HPV, I mean, it's responsible for like 70% of head and neck cancers here in the U.S. As we mentioned, unlike cervical cancer, no routine screening for them. How significant is this type of early detection then, especially when it comes to treatment options?
I think that the ability to pick up this like literally microscopic evidence, which is what we're talking about, it opens up so many possibilities for treatment. So right now with treatment, especially let's just focus in on the oral cancers. And I'm glad you mentioned the vaccine, because I think the vaccine is truly, along with this, the true game changers. And I really feel like even though it takes a while for people to understand all the ins and outs of some of these new blood tests, that this is something that we can now actually see. And instead of waiting for those symptoms, often treatment of these oral kind of cancers are so really hard on the system. I, for example, have a patient that has had a diagnosis exactly like this, radiation treatment. Often that radiation can't just be concentrated to that cancer in the throat. So you end up having radiation that affects your salivary glands, so many other parts of your mouth and throat. So you can imagine that being able to pick this up earlier and avoiding potentially the kinds of things that occur when you have to do widespread radiation or any other widespread therapy, being able to target this so microscopically, that can literally mean that someone who has this diagnosis can really not experience any change. I tell this to people who have cervical cancer. When we pick it up early on a pap smear, that we can do some of the things that you couldn't do if we waited for even years and had advanced cervical cancer. So treatment options blast wide open, along with the potential for saving cures.
On a related note, I want to ask you, there's a new study highlighted in JAMA, the Journal of the, excuse me, not JAMA, the Journal of the American Heart Association, found a drug that already was being used to help with reducing the side effects of radiation during cancer treatment may have additional benefits specifically for these cancers, head and neck cancers.
Yeah.
What can you tell us about what researchers found and why this is important?
I mentioned the drugs that we have to use and radiation that we have to use. When we do radiation on head and neck cancers, we use a drug called amifostine that helps to bring out, instead of you kind of blasting your salivary glands and having dry throat, dry mouth, which is a very common side effect of these treatments for head and neck cancers, amifostine can actually stimulate salivary gland production. We see a difference of about 40% in people who take amifostine and who don't. We've often thought of this, Joe, as a supportive therapy. What this article found was that basically, along with giving supportive therapy, like helping you produce saliva in your salivary glands, it also has heart protection. We think all of this is tied in possibly with kind of producing anti-inflammatory effects, not just stimulating your salivary glands, but this can also have the same effects on your heart. And what we've seen is a reduction in heart disease in patients who have this compared to patients who did not have this supportive therapy. So amifostine is one example of something that we would have called supportive, like not necessarily essential. And I think this study is showing that these supportive therapies move them over into categories where they become essential for part of a treatment regimen for head and neck cancer.
All right, Dr. Patel, thanks for joining us this morning. Appreciate it. Some other health news now. An Illinois family says they are in a constant battle with their insurance company, fighting for the tools their daughter needs to survive. Emmy Lazone was diagnosed with a rare neurological disorder, and her parents say getting coverage for even basic care is a constant struggle. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more on their fight for coverage.
A little more than 2 years ago, Emmy Lazone was born happy and seemingly healthy.
Hi, Barney.
But her childhood now in central Illinois, a far cry from what parents Patrick and Carrie envisioned.
It was at 2 months. Things changed.
That's when she had her first seizure episode.
She was shaking, and her tongue was doing this weird, like, up and down movement that I'd never seen before, and her eyes were rolling.
What's that like as a mom?
Very scary.
It brings it back.
Yeah, terrifying.
After months of seizures and ER visits, a diagnosis, Cardi syndrome, a neurological disorder which typically carries a shortened life expectancy.
She's going up.
Among additional diagnoses, Emmy is missing part of her brain and can't walk, talk, or hold herself up. Her complex condition requires a series of specialized tools and therapies that Carrie and Patrick say result in a never-ending fight for coverage.
Your experience with your insurer, if you had to sum it up in one word, what would that word be?
Frustrating.
A firefighter and stay-at-home mom, the couple have primary health coverage through United Healthcare, which they say initially denies most claims for Emmy's care.
Like her physical and occupational therapy, it's the same claim every month. And every month they'll deny it because instead of looking at all of her diagnosis, they look at the top line and go punch it in the computer and say, nope, denied.
Time they would otherwise dedicate to their daughter instead spent filing insurance appeals.
How many appeals on average do you have to go through monthly?
For some claims, 1. For others, 4.
It's hours a week, if not more.
And every time we have to call in and say different claims rep we have to deal with.
To bathe without drowning, Emmy needs to be strapped into this chair. Amid the maddening fight to get one covered, Carrie says a United Healthcare rep had this suggestion.
They said that we should find a way to give her a bath, either us getting in the bath with her or just wiping her down was sufficient enough.
The chair ultimately approved, they say, after filing for an exemption. This shaky vest, even harder to get. The vest loosens mucus and helps prevent Emmy from getting pneumonia.
They wanted her hospitalized before they would cover it.
They needed to see her hospitalized.
For pneumonia.
Carrie says it took multiple months and 3 denials before getting the vest approved. NBC News reached out to United Healthcare about the family's frustration. The company responding, "We empathize with anyone caring for a loved one with complex medical needs," adding it has now provided a dedicated case manager who is familiar with Emma Lynn's needs and can help support the family going forward. The insurer saying it's also looking into outstanding requests, including a special bed and speech therapy. Emmy's parents just hoping the process gets easier.
Waging these insurance battles, do you feel like that's time lost with your daughter?
Yeah, 100%. We wouldn't fight for this if it didn't make a difference for her quality of life.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Manitou, Illinois.
Coming up on Morning News Now, I-dos put on hold.
Having their decisions decide if and when and how we get married seems crazy.
How the government shutdown is beginning to impact couples' wedding plans. Next.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Top story, live from the Vatican, live from Kerrville, Texas. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building.
Putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Yamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building.
Putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas.
That's what we do every night.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
What
Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief.
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
As the government shutdown stretches into a new week, millions are feeling the impact, and that includes some couples preparing to tie the knot. The ongoing deadlock means federal offices and some popular venues are closed. And as NBC News White House correspondent Michelle Sindor explains, some soon-to-be brides and grooms are scrambling for answers about their big day.
As the federal government shutdown drags on, there's a group of unlikely Americans feeling the pain. Couples whose weddings are now in limbo. The impact is hitting popular wedding venues like some national parks and federal buildings, where thousands of workers are now furloughed.
We rolled over into the courthouse and we saw couples getting turned away at 8:30 in the morning.
DC couple Stephanie Bartner and Isaac Karp are supposed to tie the knot on November 1st. But on Thursday, they were told DC Superior Court could not issue them a marriage license because of the shutdown.
Having their decisions decide if and when and how we get married seems crazy.
A friend was supposed to officiate, but now the city also isn't processing his application needed to perform the duties.
We probably have 100 guests coming from out of town. Having to tell them it's all canceled within less than 30 days feels just like such a preposterous event.
And they are not alone. In Indiana, Heather Mullins spent all day Thursday trying to get answers from Great Smoky Mountains National Park in Tennessee, where she and her fiance are supposed to get married on October 20th.
Have you been able to reach anyone at Smoky Mountains to get any sort of answer to what comes next?
I have not. The way it definitely feels a little bit hopeless with the lack of information.
She found out her big day might be upended when a coworker called her and warned her that she might be impacted.
My heart sunk. This wedding has been kind of all that has consumed my mind for the past 10, 11 months.
Now she's stuck waiting as the clock ticks.
We're really trying to hope for a miracle there.
So far, it's not clear if and when that miracle is coming. In the meantime, longtime wedding planner Andrew Roby, who has dealt with shutdowns in the past, shared this advice for couples who might be impacted.
The best course of action is to be proactive, and if that means finding a completely different venue and talking to your current venue and asking for a refund due to the current climate, do it.
Michelle Sindor, NBC News, Washington.
Months after a devastating tornado, a Kentucky family got some welcome news, a reunion made possible by a social media post. Reporter Kaylee Randall from our affiliate station, LEX18 in Lexington, shares their story.
This is 7-year-old Sadie Lou. She was welcomed with love into the Carnes family when she was just a puppy.
She's been wonderful. She's always stuck by my side. Everywhere I go, she's like my shadow. She loves to be around Mama.
Tina says Sadie has always been skittish during storms. Back in May, Tina was out of town while her husband and kids were home when an EF4 tornado barreled through London.
Do they know if anybody was in this?
Her husband tried to grab Sadie, but she ran upstairs.
He couldn't chase after her because the windows started breaking, so he went running into the closet, and as soon as he got in the closet, the wind shut the door and trapped him in.
Hello?
They was looking, and there was no sight of Sadie, so she was sucked out of the house.
Tina lost her home and Sadie at the same time.
We was posting for about a month online, like on Facebook and stuff, but everybody was like, Tina, there's no way that she's lived through this. I mean, there's not been a sight. You know, she's probably just out laying somewhere and someone's just not recovered her just yet.
But after 4 months, recovery became a rescue.
It was 4:30 in the morning, and I get on Facebook and I seen there was a notification, and there was a lady posted and she said, "Is this your dog?" I was like, oh my God, that's Sadie. That's her.
Sadie was seen walking around the Berkman Feeds building a mile away from their home. With the help from an organization for animal advocacy, the family reunited once again.
It took about 10 minutes, and then Sadie was, you could just see it in her eyes. It was just like something clicked. And then her whole demeanor changed. And she was like, get me out of here. I mean, God is good. I mean, it just shows that there's miracles and hope. Don't ever let up hope.
Thanks to Kaylee Randall for that great story. Coming up, hats off. You may have seen star quarterback Josh Allen rocking some cool caps before Bills games. Well, we're going to introduce you to the kids who designed them for a good cause. Next on Morning News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates, and Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere. News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
We end this hour by tipping our hat to a pro quarterback and the unlikely designers behind his home game headwear. As NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson tells us, these caps are cool and the cause is even better.
Hey there, we've got a great one for you about the NFL quarterback making dreams come true for kids when they need it most.
I'm Carson. I'm Morgan Mackenzie.
For these kids at Oshai Children's Hospital in Buffalo,
I'm Nico. I'm 5 years old.
A chance to get in the game. All 9 of them here to design hats for their hero, Bills quarterback Josh Allen. At every home game this season, Allen is wearing a new era cap with each of the kids' designs when he gets his head in the game during his tunnel walk. And then they're being auctioned to benefit the Patricia Allen Fund, Josh's charity that benefits critical care teams at the hospital. Charlie, is there a favorite moment from the season so far?
When you wore the hat.
12-year-old Charlie Ressler has been battling cancer since last year. And throughout his treatments, his love of the Bills kept him going. And a dream come true when his hat was worn by his favorite player.
I felt pretty honored, and I think it was super cool.
For Mom Heather and grandmother Tony, it meant the world.
We were just so thankful to have that opportunity for Charlie.
15-year-old Mackenzie Lindsay designed her hat with sunflowers and a ribbon for her battle against sickle cell anemia.
It doesn't feel real, honestly. I didn't expect it would raise so much money, and I'm glad it did because it's going for a good cause, and I'm just glad I'm able to be a part of that.
Her mom, Shakia, beaming with pride.
It's amazing because she goes through so much, but she does it with so much grace. So to see her get recognized, it's surreal.
Mackenzie getting a special shout out from Allen when he thanked the kids for their artistry.
That is awesome. I wish I could draw like that.
The quarterback telling NBC Sports this week.
To wear these hats that are designed by these children who, are going
under some of the hardest situations that you can ever imagine. It's a pretty cool feeling.
A little extra love for these fans.
How do you hope the Bills do this season, Charlie? What are your hopes for the team?
I hope they win the Super Bowl.
And their time to shine alongside their favorite team.
Go Bills!
Go Bills!
And even if the Bills aren't your team, it is still a sentiment I think everyone can get behind. Back to you.
All right, Hallie, thank you so much. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer. Savannah is off today. Right now on Morning News Now, Flashpoint Portland. President Trump's controversial pit push to send National Guard troops to Oregon now on hold, at least for now. The legal and political pushback his administration's facing. The cities across America protest the White House's military show of force. Worker worries in Washington as the stalemate over that ongoing government shutdown enters week number 2. President Trump now taking center stage, warning mass layoffs of federal employees are on the way. But when might they happen remains a mystery. Got the latest sticking points from both sides of the aisle and how Wall Street is reacting to it all with no end in sight. Also this morning, the urgent race to rescue hundreds of hikers stranded by Mother Nature on the slopes of Mount Everest. Emergency crews there now facing grueling blizzard conditions at 16,000 feet, while those who made it out alive share their harrowing stories of survival. And later in the hour, we're diving into the age-old question of why many women live longer than men. Turns out it could be more than just lifestyle factors like smoking or drinking habits. My experts now think the answer lies deeper in our DNA. Let's begin this hour with the growing backlash as President Trump tries to deploy National Guard troops to 2 Democratic-controlled cities, Portland and Chicago. Overnight, a federal judge in Oregon temporarily blocked the administration's attempt to send troops to Portland, where demonstrators were protesting against the ongoing immigration raids by ICE. NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett Hake has the latest.
The White House views their deployment of the National Guard to cities like Memphis and here in Washington, D.C. as great successes that they'd like to replicate. But their new orders to send the Guard into Portland and to Chicago are being fought back aggressively by Democratic governors and mayors who say they don't want soldiers in their streets, and by the courts in Oregon, where a federal judge has temporarily blocked that deployment. Overnight protest outside an ICE facility in Portland, while President Trump was dealt another legal setback. A Trump-appointed federal judge had already blocked the president from using Oregon's National Guard to address protests in Portland, the administration then ordering 300 troops from California to the city. But overnight, that same judge, in a rare emergency hearing, temporarily blocking Trump from sending National Guard members from California or any other state to Portland. The president speaking earlier Sunday.
Portland is burning to the ground. You have agitators, insurrectionists.
The city's police chief says the protests are contained to a single city block. Oregon's governor says troops aren't needed.
There's no need for military intervention in Oregon. There's no insurrection in Portland. There's no threat to national security.
Just hours before the judge's ruling Sunday night, the Trump administration had also turned to troops from Texas, ordering 400 members of the Texas National Guard to Portland and to Chicago, where the Illinois governor said in a statement, quote, "We must now start calling this what it is, Trump's invasion." The administration had already authorized National Guard troops in Chicago to, quote, protect federal officers and assets.
We send in what's ever necessary. People don't care. They don't want crime in their cities.
The administration argues that troops are needed to protect immigration officers after several violent incidents, including this video showing what DHS officials say is a truck full of ICE officers being rammed by a black SUV. And another incident in which federal prosecutors say 2 people rammed a Border Patrol vehicle, and Customs and Border Patrol agents shot and wounded one of the suspects, who they say had a gun. The governor arguing the administration is antagonizing Chicago's citizens.
They want to create the war zone so that they can send in even more troops.
NBC News has reached out to that wounded suspect in Illinois, but we've not heard back. It's not clear if she has an attorney. As for those Portland rulings, the White House believes they're acting well within the president's legal authority, and they've vowed to appeal.
All right, Garrett, thank you. The Senate is expected back in session later today as the government shutdown continues. There's currently no end in sight, with the House not even in session this week. Over the weekend, lawmakers continue to place the blame on each other, and now the possibility of layoffs is hanging over some federal workers. NBC News Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from Washington with the latest. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. 6 days in, and already this ranks in the top 10 of shutdowns in terms of length. The Senate will convene today to vote for the 5th time on a bill that would open the government. But like its 4 previous attempts, there is very little hope it will succeed.
The government shutdown, now 6 days old. But instead of negotiating, the two sides are still attacking.
The Democrats just need to open up the government. Right now, we're at a stalemate.
We need a president who can act like an adult, who can come to the table.
President Trump, who's largely been on the sidelines of this debate, is now front and center, warning mass layoffs of federal workers are coming.
It's taking place right now, and it's all because of the Democrats.
The White House has promised those cuts since before the shutdown started, but have yet to say when they will come. The threats have not stopped Democrats from holding firm that health care provisions must be a part of any deal to reopen the government.
Starting October 1st, millions of Americans are getting notices that their health care premiums are dramatically increasing.
The president wants changes first.
We want to fix it so it works. It's not working. Obamacare has been a disaster for the people.
As the shutdown marches on, military service members are among the thousands of federal workers now working without pay.
We will get our service members every last penny.
The law already guarantees back pay for all federal workers, including members of the military, once the shutdown ends. But in the interim, they and thousands of others won't be paid. And there is no sign that there is an end in sight.
Now, this shutdown has ground to a halt all legislative business, with the House not in session this week. It will also prevent the newest member of Congress from being sworn in. Adelita Grijalva, a Democrat who won a special election in Arizona at the end of September, is still waiting to take office. Democrats have accused the Speaker of holding off on her swearing in because she will be the last signature on a move to force a vote on the release of the Epstein files. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you so much. And we are hearing from House Democratic leader Congressman Hakeem Jeffries this morning on the government funding standoff. Earlier on today, Jeffries spoke about where his party stands on trying to end this nearly week-long shutdown. Here's part of that conversation.
Well, it's very unfortunate that Donald Trump and Republicans have decided to shut the government down because they're unwilling to provide health care to working-class Americans. We've said from the very beginning, we'll sit down with anyone, anytime, any place in order to reopen the government, find a bipartisan agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people. We need a spending agreement that improves the quality of life of everyday Americans, that doesn't hurt everyday Americans. And we also need to address this Republican health care crisis that is hurting people all across the country: rural America, working class America, urban America, small town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities all throughout America.
So, Mr. Leader, again, longest shutdown was during the first Trump presidency. This is what you said at the time about that particular shutdown. Here it is.
We are willing to take what Senate Republicans have done in order to reopen the government so that we no longer are holding 800,000 federal workers hostage.
Well, that's exactly what you're doing right now. Hundreds of thousands of workers are being held hostage. What's changed from then to now?
Well, actually, Donald Trump is the president. Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They can reopen the government if they chose to. The reality is...
Well, they would have to change the rules to be fair.
Well, that's correct. But which they've done multiple times, including using that particular type of process to pass their one big ugly bill, which started this whole Republican health care crisis, largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripped food out of the mouths of children, and they did it so they could reward their billionaire donors.
All right, for more on this, let's now bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, good morning. So as we mentioned, congressional leaders trying to pin the blame on each other. You spoke with the other leader in the House, House Speaker Mike Johnson. Where does he stand right now in this fight over government funding?
So, look, I think what's interesting about what Leader Jeffries was saying on the Today Show is this is the part that Democrats are having to contend with. And sources that I've spoken to acknowledge the fact that their past statements are certainly not helpful as they try to place the blame on Republicans here. But I think at the core of this, as I've been covering this shutdown and watching it as it came ambling towards the end of September, was that this was always going to be a battle about health care. For Democrats, they feel like that is the issue that they want to use, not just now, but going into the midterms. And that's exactly what I posed to the Speaker of the House himself when we spoke in an interview for MSNBC over the weekend. They really laid the groundwork for what it was going to look like this week. Both sides pretty camped out still in their positions. But I think this is going to be the singular question that Republicans have to answer now and in the future. Watch.
Bottom line, should families plan on paying more next year for health care?
Boy, I hope not. I mean, we're working to bring costs down. We did that. We demonstrated it in the Working Families Tax Cut, the One Big Beautiful Bill, where we didn't cut Medicaid. We shored it up. We supported it. Why? Because we eliminated fraud, waste, and abuse.
And the next thing that I said to him there was that the CBO score also shows that millions of Americans are likely to lose access to Medicaid because of the increased work requirements that Republicans put during their time doing the One Big Beautiful Bill and passing that into law. But I think what that interview with Speaker Johnson really tells me is two things, which is that this shutdown is likely to stretch on for a while, but also the way that he continuously was saying that he wants to negotiate with Democrats on those Affordable Care Act subsidies. If those lapse at the end of the year, Americans are going to see their health care premiums in some cases double. That's a politically bad issue for Republicans and Democrats alike. But the fact that Democrats now have Republican leaders on both sides saying they are planning on negotiating this is a way that the Democrats holding the line, holding their leverage and keeping their votes back on this shutdown shows how they're able to change the contours of this debate. It went from no negotiation on ACA subsidies to now the speaker trying to negotiate on the timing of it. He says that that should happen after the government is reopened. Democrats will continue holding the line because they say they don't have they have a trust deficit with Republicans and they want to see this issue negotiated now.
So do Democrats feel any pressure when it comes to getting a deal done? I mean, I know some of the early polling, I think in general shows that Americans are just fed up with both parties and politics in general, and they just want them to fix this, right?
First of all, what else is new? Second of all, yes, the early polling is showing that both sides are facing some blame, but early polls are showing that for the most part, for example, a Washington Post poll shows that 47% of Americans are actually blaming Donald Trump and Republicans, in large part because they hold control of the House, the Senate, and the White House. That's something that I asked the speaker about, and he once again pivoted back to the idea that even though they have control of it, to reopen the government, they do need 7 Democrats to come along and vote with Republicans in the Senate so that they hit that 60-vote threshold and thusly reopen the government. That's where, again, the leverage point is. But he sort of shirked the idea that Republicans are getting unfair blame for this, saying that they have some polls that are privately done that show that blame is being assigned to Democrats. But look, we are starting the second week of this shutdown with both sides still squarely pointing the finger at the other. That doesn't bode well for anyone who was thinking that this was going to be a quick shutdown and that today or tomorrow was going to end any differently than last week did, which is in stalemate.
And Allie, let's be clear. Both sides are looking ahead to the midterms and realizing that whatever happens here is going to have a huge impact on who comes out ahead a little over a year from now, right?
100%. The reason that healthcare is being centered now is because Democrats know that this is a politically popular issue for them then. They're starting the debate early. We already know that some of the Democratic campaign groups were going up with ads in contested and tight districts as far back as the spring, trying to set the stage early for voters that Republicans, in the words of Democrats, are trying to take away your health care. This is yet another leverage point, though, and they've been shown polling from this, from advocacy groups, from grassroots groups on the Democratic side, that bolster the Democratic position and shows them this is the fight that they should be having. Look, the speaker's not wrong when he says to me and other networks that Democrats are having a problem with their base. The base is pushing for them to fight, to obstruct, to hold this up because they feel that so much damage has been done by the Trump administration already that this is the right fight to pick. On the other side, you also have Republicans who are being bolstered by their base, who says that they should continue to hold the line, which means that really the permission structure for both parties is to be in a stalemate And that leaves us in a place where the government is not working. Literally, it is shut down. The parties are not speaking to each other, at least not publicly. And until we see something change, we're going to see the Senate come back today and do a fifth version of the same vote that they have done over the course of the past week. It's not going to end any differently than it has. So we're waiting for something to shake loose this dynamic, and potentially it's the pain, unfortunately, that many Americans are going to feel from this shutdown only just continuing.
All right, Allie, good to have you sharing your reporting.
Thanks,
and
guys.
your interview with the speaker with us. Thank you so much. Now, so far on Wall Street, investors seem to just be shrugging off worries about this government shutdown. U.S. stock markets actually rallied to record highs last week. Here to talk more about this is our friend, Investopedia's editor-in-chief, Caleb Silver. So what's going on here? Why are stocks up even though the government is shut down?
Yeah, get ready for more record highs, because I think investors are used to government dysfunction. And as long as it doesn't get in the way of corporate profits and what we're seeing in terms of companies like NVIDIA and Palantir stacking profits and revenue quarter after quarter, I think they're okay with it. They know these things eventually resolve. Over the past 5 shutdowns, over the past decade, Joe, the stock market has been higher, each and every one of them. And then 6 months after the shutdown, the stock market's been much higher. So investors have seen this movie before. We don't know how this one will end, but they're used to this.
I mean, yeah, Allie did not just paint a picture there that we're close to any sort of deal. This could drag on for a while. If that happens, then do we start to see a change? I mean, what would change things in terms of how investors are seeing this?
Yeah, if we start to see mounting layoffs, and we're seeing them right now with government workers with furloughs, but if that spreads to the private sector, and then you get contractors who do business with the government getting laid off or having their projects paused, we get more layoffs, we get more unemployment, and spending slows down, that will impact the stock market. Spending has remained strong, even though consumers are worried about inflation, they're concerned about it. We continue to spend. As long as that happens and companies are able to grow their profits, the stock market's going to keep going up. Not only do we have record highs for the stock market, we have record highs for Bitcoin right now, European stocks at record highs, gold at a record high. Risk is on in the market because corporate profits are strong and interest rates are headed lower.
Yeah, so let's talk about interest rates here, because when the Fed meets, what are the factors they're going to be looking at right now, especially with the jobs numbers, some of which we don't get all the data right now because of the shutdown, and just seeing it's not exactly moving in the best direction. So how is the Fed going to decide what it's going to do, whether it's going to cut rates, how big of a cut it'll be?
Yeah, the Fed meets at the end of this month, 23 days, 5 hours and 44 minutes from now, and the likelihood is that they'll cut rates, but they do not and may not have data on the jobs market and on inflation going into this next meeting. Now, everybody knows on Washington, they probably saw what the payrolls report was last week, but weren't able to release that publicly to the rest of us. So they have a pretty good idea that unemployment is in the 4.3% range. We know job growth has been slowing. What's happening with prices? Have companies been passing those prices on to us yet? And have we felt the impact? Not as of the last report, but right now they're going to go into this meeting probably without data from September. And the likelihood, though, is they'll still cut. 95% chance the Fed cuts rates at the end of October.
A lot of uncertainty right now. So what is just your best advice to people who are looking at things right now, whether it's jobs, whether it's investments, whether it's just how they save money for what might be uncertainty in the future? What do you tell them?
Yeah, if you have a job, hold that job, because things are going to get very uncertain. Make sure you have ample savings. We say that all the time. We do not know how long this will last. If you're an investor, not a good time to bail out of your portfolio or out of your stock positions. That's been a bad move historically. So hang in there if you're an investor. But if you're a consumer, if you're a household, hold on to your job. Make sure you have ample savings to get you through the rest of the year. We have no idea how long this will last.
What's your best advice with ample savings? I know it's different for every person, but what's the general advice?
Yeah, we usually say 3 to 6 months to cover the household expenses. If you can have that, if you can have 3 to 6 months, that's a great start. We know a lot of people don't, but if you can have that much money to hold on and make sure you can get through the rest of the year to see what happens in the new year, you might be okay. But for government workers, you miss 1 paycheck, it's a problem. You miss 2, it's a crisis. So hopefully they'll get back to work and get paid again.
All right, Caleb Silver, good to have you with us. Thank you. Let's get to the arrest now of former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez. Before he was arrested, he was stabbed. Well, now we're learning new details about the incident that led to that arrest. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the details. Steph, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Mark Sanchez spent nearly a decade in the NFL and more recently had been part of Fox's NFL broadcast team. Now he's at the center of a violent altercation with a 69-year-old man who says he feared for his life before he stabbed the well-known athlete. We want to warn you that some of the images taken after the altercation are disturbing.
Fox Sports analyst and former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez now facing multiple charges for his alleged involvement in a violent fight, which left him stabbed and arrested.
Male complainant says he is behind the West End Hotel and was attacked.
The incident occurred Saturday around 12:30 a.m. Prosecutors say Sanchez got into a dispute with the 69-year-old box truck driver who was working in downtown Indianapolis. After the incident, the family of the driver sharing these images of him with our NBC affiliate in Indianapolis. According to court documents, the driver told police Sanchez smelled of alcohol and his speech was slurred. The driver says an argument about parking turned physical, and he thought, this guy is trying to kill me. That's when the driver says he pulled his knife and struck the former football star multiple times.
Patient is critical right now.
Both men were taken to local hospitals, the driver suffering from a laceration on his cheek, and Sanchez treated for several stab wounds to his upper right torso. Police later charging the 38-year-old with battery, unlawful entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication.
The defense came to play.
Sanchez signed with the network as an analyst in 2021 after retiring from a 10-year NFL career.
And we welcome you to...
He was in Indiana and set to be in the broadcast booth for Sunday's game between the Raiders and the Colts. But after his hospitalization and arrest, had to be subbed out last minute.
And Chris Myers along with Brady Quinn, who is stepping in for Mark Sanchez.
The Fox NFL Sunday team also addressing the altercation.
One of our team members, Mark Sanchez, was involved in an incident that, to be honest, we're all still trying to wrap our heads around. At this time, our thoughts and prayers are with Mark, his family, and all those involved.
Now, with the investigation still ongoing, the former New York Jets quarterback's future is uncertain.
So, Steph, we know this is still under investigation. What is it authorities are still hoping to uncover here?
Well, Joe, it appears that there is video. According to the court documents, there are at least a couple of security cameras. And then the arrest affidavit says there's a witness who believes both Sanchez and the truck driver were actually recording this on their phones. Now, if they get all of that video, Joe, they probably can put together a pretty good timeline about what happened.
All right, Steph, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. The Sunshine State is bracing for rain this morning. NBC meteorologist Andrea Romero joins us now with your morning News Now weather. Andrea, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And we're going to begin actually with Florida. Right now, we can see these tropical downpours that have been moving over the eastern coast. In fact, we do have this flood watch that's in effect from Daytona Beach all the way down to Jupiter Island. We're expecting these storms to continue throughout the day. Expanding the view a little bit, we can also see this line of really strong thunderstorms moving from Louisiana into Mississippi. In fact, some flash flood warnings have been issued with this line of storms, and also we've even had some tornado warnings earlier this morning. If we shift up north a little bit, well, we can see where we also have the flash flood risk extending from Arkansas into the Midwest, especially here for Kentucky from Bowling Green to Lexington. We're expecting between today and tomorrow accumulations of 1 to 3, maybe even 5 inches of rain can fall. So if you're in that area, you want to make sure you have a way to get those weather alerts on your app, on your phones from your local weather team, because we do have the chance of some flash flood risks in that location. That's due to this cold front that's sweeping eastward. It's picking up some of that tropical moisture, transporting it north. We are expecting tomorrow these showers to stretch into the northeast. There is a low risk of severe weather for the northeast. And we have, of course, in front of the front, we're looking at still that record warm temperature, especially over New England. But behind the front, look at those temperatures in the 50s, the 60s. Actually, this morning, we woke up to an autumn chill with some freeze watches, freeze warnings in effect, some frost advisories for that area. Looking at the tropics, we do continue to monitor that tropical disturbance. It could possibly turn into a tropical depression. The likelihood is high later on this week. The good news is it appears that once again, it's going to curve back up north before it impacts the eastern coast. But of course, we'll be watching it closely in the next couple of days, Joe.
No doubt, but I'm glad we keep seeing them curve away.
Yes,
we'll take that.
Absolutely.
All right, Andrea, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including the urgent rescue efforts underway on the slopes of Mount Everest after a rare October blizzard left hundreds of hikers stranded. First, after the break, President Trump's plan for peace in the Middle East on the table, with mediators from Israel, Hamas, and the U.S. now gathering in Egypt today. But is a ceasefire deal possible on the eve of October 7th? We're going to take you overseas next.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates, and Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates, and Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024. To be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024. To be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
Here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
We're back now with the latest developments out of the Middle East. This morning, delegations from the U.S., Israel, and Hamas are gathering in Egypt for talks aimed at ending the war in Gaza. President Trump is urging those officials to, quote, move fast and approve his roadmap for peace. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the very latest from Israel.
Officials from the U.S., Israel, and Hamas are meeting in Egypt today to hammer out the details of a peace plan to end the war in Gaza. There hasn't been this much momentum to end the war since it began 2 years ago. It remains fragile, but President Trump says he hopes the hostages could all come home very soon.
After President Trump piled pressure on both Israel and Hamas, the Israeli military this morning is slowing down its attacks in the Gaza Strip. But the Israeli offensive hasn't stopped completely, as President Trump demanded, while Israel and Hamas tried to hammer out the details to implement Trump's 20-point peace plan.
And I think it's going to go very quickly. The meeting seemed to be very good.
The deal would require Hamas to free all 48 of its remaining hostages, 20 of them presumed to be still alive, and to leave power. Israel would stop the war and, over time, withdraw from most of Gaza. In Gaza, many say the deal and their future remain vague, but that they can't take any more of this war that has killed, health officials say, more than 66,000 Palestinians, half of them women and children. I see a dim light at the end of the tunnel, said Atala Yaki. In Israel, former hostages say every moment counts.
When we were down there, it was many times it was a deal in the air. We were very happy and in a high and like this. And then they said, no, it's collapsed. and then you go to depressed.
Ohad Ben Ami showed me where he was kidnapped along with his wife from their home in Kibbutz Be'eri, where Hamas murdered 102 people 2 years ago. Ben Ami was held in a deep tunnel, treated like a rat, he says, and starved for 491 days.
And now, after 2 years, there's this deal in the works. It's a little complicated.
Yes.
How do you feel?
I'm very optimistic because the Arabic states are agreed to this, and Israel agreed to this, and Hamas agreed to this, and Donald Trump is knocking on the table, and it will happen. I'm telling you, this time it will be finished.
Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu is calling this deal a victory and says he expects the hostages to all come home within a week.
All right, Richard, thank you. In other international news, the race is on to save several hundred people who are trapped roughly 16,000 feet up Mount Everest after a major snowstorm hit the mountain. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer is in Beijing and joins us now with the latest. Janice, good morning.
Joe, good morning. This was a shock blizzard that took even experienced hikers by surprise. Snow, wind, and rain all pounding the Tibet side of Mount Everest here in China, leaving hundreds stranded.
Overnight, a high-stakes rescue high in the mountains of Tibet. A severe snowstorm leaving hundreds of hikers trapped on the eastern slopes of Mount Everest. The storm at 16,000 feet worsening with thunder, strong winds, and relentless snow. In videos on Chinese social media, hikers were seen digging out tents to avoid getting buried, some at risk of hypothermia. Hiker Chen Goshuang was part of a group camping on the trail. It was a nerve-wracking night, she told us in an interview. I kept worrying that lightning would strike our camp and we'd be done. They retreated in deep snow with help from villagers who joined the rescue effort. Extreme weather is also hitting the other side of Mount Everest in Nepal, where heavy rain and landslides left dozens dead and forced a group of Americans from Salt Lake City to give up their trek to Everest Base Camp.
Full whiteout conditions. We've turned back.
The snow and poor visibility just 5 miles from base camp, making it too dangerous to go on. Alan Arnett is a mountaineer who knows how quickly conditions can change.
I suspect that there's a lot of emergency vehicles that have gone as far as they can, and they stopped, and now other rescuers are going in on foot. So it's going to be a massive human effort in order to reach those people.
Here in China, by sunrise today, about 350 people had been brought to safety, according to state media, with at least 200 others still stranded but in contact with rescuers, who are using yaks and horses in an all-out race to reach them.
Government controls in Tibet make it hard to get updated information, and it's closed off to foreign journalists. But hikers who've been rescued say the trails were busy because of a national holiday here. The conditions are treacherous, and they say they feel lucky to have made it down.
No kidding. All right, Janice, thank you so much. Developing news now in the war in Ukraine. Several people are dead in a Russian air attack that Ukrainian officials say targeted civilian infrastructure. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from London with our world news in 60 seconds. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Yeah, at least 5 people killed in that large-scale Russian aerial attack all across Ukraine. The Ukrainian Air Force says more than 500 drones and missiles were fired, many of them aimed at the western city of Lviv. It's the largest attack on that city of the entire war, according to the government. France's seemingly endless political crisis only deepened today after the prime minister resigned after less than a month in office. President Emmanuel Macron is now looking for his 5th prime minister in barely a year. At the root of the crisis, a parliament dominated by the far left and far right, leaving centrist Macron barely able to govern. And finally, after 20 years of renovation and nearly 3,500 years after his burial, the tomb of Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep III has been opened to the public. To reach the tomb, visitors have to go down a tunnel 45 feet deep beneath the Valley of the Kings in the city of Luxor. Inside is a burial chamber for both the pharaoh and two of his wives. And Joe, I have been in a bunch of those tombs over in Egypt. They are very, very cool. They are not a good fit if you were at all claustrophobic. It is small in there.
Some good advice there. Maybe the pictures will suffice for those folks, all right? Ralph, thank you so much. A trio of scientists from the U.S. and Japan has been awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine. They are Americans Mary Brunko and Fred Ramsdell and Japanese scientist researcher Shimon Sakaguchi. They were given the award for their discoveries about how the immune system can be stopped from attacking the body. Their work could lead to new treatments for autoimmune diseases and cancer. They're going to share a prize worth just under $1.2 million. Coming up, it is a medical mystery that has stumped scientists and researchers for decades now. Why exactly do women tend to live longer than men? Well, it turns out the answer could lie in our DNA rather than just our old habits. We'll explain up next. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Top story, live from the Vatican, live from Kerrville, Texas. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinklea Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Top story, live from the Vatican, live from Kerrville, Texas. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Llamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Back now with a closer look at what's making news in the world of politics this morning, starting with the Supreme Court ruling in favor of the White House when it comes to Venezuelan migrants. NBC News politics reporter Megan Leibowitz joins us now with more. Megan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Let's kick things off with the Supreme Court, which handed the Trump administration another win on Friday. The court's decision blocked another judge's ruling, effectively opening the door for the administration to move forward in revoking temporary legal status for up to 600,000 Venezuelan migrants. Now, remember, this is part of a larger pattern of the Supreme Court, which has a 6-3 conservative majority, siding with the administration in a vast majority of these emergency application cases. Next, let's stick with the Supreme Court because today marks the start to its next term. And last week, the High Court agreed to hear a major case about guns. Now, the case centers on a 2023 Hawaii law that restricts where people with a concealed carry permit can bring handguns. Now, let's rewind for a second. A federal judge initially blocked part of the law, but an appeals court sided with the state. Now, this will be a case to keep an eye on over the course of the court's next term, which ends next June. Finally, let's head to the Treasury, which is preparing a coin featuring President Trump. Now, the U.S. Treasurer released pictures of a draft of a $1 commemorative coin which is being prepared for the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence being signed. The pictures of the draft coin, though, are raising questions about whether this is actually legal. That's because of a law prohibiting living presidents from appearing on coins. And that's a look at what is making news and politics this morning. Joe?
All right, Megan, thank you so much. Researchers are trying to answer the question, why do women tend to live longer than men? Well, behavior and lifestyle are contributing factors to this lifespan gap. Growing evidence shows the key may be in our DNA. The Washington Post has been looking into this, including a new study from the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, which looked at lifespan differences between males and females in more than 1,000, get this, mammal and bird species. Found that more than 70% of female mammal species outlive their male counterparts. And our genetics, in case you're wondering, are closer to these species than you might think. For more on what's behind these numbers, let's bring in Washington Post reporter Dino Grandione, who wrote the feature. Dino, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us. So first of all, just start by telling us more about how researchers conducted this study and what they found.
Yeah, so these researchers looked at more than 1,700 different species of birds and mammals and determined, as you said there, that mammals tend to live longer, or female mammals tend to live longer than their male counterparts, whereas with birds, the opposite's the case. Male birds tend to live longer than female birds. And that has a lot to do with their DNA and the different ways the chromosomes are organized.
So the chromosomes in birds, my understanding is, are different from both mammals and humans. So why were birds included in this study? How do they maybe support some of the findings for this argument?
Yeah, so as many know, in humans and other mammals, sex is generally determined, not universally, but generally determined by the X and Y chromosomes. Females have 2 X chromosomes, males have an X and Y chromosome. The opposite is the case with the birds, where male birds have the like chromosomes and female birds have the unlike chromosomes. So the theory here is that having that pair of X chromosomes creates some redundancies that protect against harmful mutations, and males lack that kind of redundancy, and that makes them more susceptible to those sorts of mutations.
As we mentioned, we've always thought behavior plays a huge role here, and all the evidence shows it still does. Talk about how our behavior does come into play.
Yeah, the chromosomes can't tell and don't tell the entire story. Certainly, we know with humans, men tend to drink more, they tend to smoke more, they tend to take more risky behaviors, and all those things weigh against male life expectancy. In the animal kingdom, we know that with many species, males are bigger, males are more aggressive, and that kind of behavior can also lead to shorter lifespans. So chromosomes or genetics and behavior obviously are related to one another, and they both need to be looked at to make some of these assessments.
Of course, the big question then is this information, how can it be applied to humans to help out? I mean, are there any actions men can take to maybe try and close the lifespan gap a little bit?
Yeah, so what the researchers don't know from this study is which particular genes on either the X or the Y chromosomes might be responsible for longer lifespans. So that's really the next step, is to find those genes on those chromosomes. And once we do that, we'll be able to maybe think about ways of creating some therapies and actually close that gap, like you just said.
All right, very cool. Dino Grandione, fascinating conversation. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, if you're looking to kick off your holiday shopping a little early, this year Amazon has got you covered. We're just hours away from the start of its second Prime Day. Days of 2025. That means our own Brian Chung is standing by with all the steals and deals for the season. So grab your Santa hat and your wallet. That's up next. Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024 to be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicky Nguyen.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Zinklea Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It is October 6th, and yet we are back now with some tips on how to get ahead of your holiday shopping this year. Christmas might still be 80 days away, but some of the biggest holiday discounts are already here as retailers get ready to kick off their very early Black Friday shopping events. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung is here to find the best deals for us all. I
start shopping,
can't even wrap my head around this, but kudos to those who can.
Yeah, I think my issue is that I'll put stuff away in the closet and then I'll forget to actually gift them once we get to the holidays.
Just give it to them now.
Exactly. Yeah. But look, retailers are pulling out all the stops this year, promising bigger sales that last for days with deep discounts on everything from clothing to couches. Shoppers are sure to find some early holiday relief at the register, but the big question remains, should you buy now or gamble on even more savings later on? This holiday season, Black Friday is here early.
Amazon girls, it's officially that time of the year again.
Amazon is set to kick off its Prime Big Deal Days at midnight, its second major Prime Day sale of the year.
Someone needs to take my credit card away from October 7th to October 8th.
The popular shopping event will run for 2 days with loads of discounts. Up to 50% off select tech products, apparel, and shoes, and up to 30% off certain toys and furniture. And that's not all. Other retail giants like Target, Walmart, Kohl's, and Best Buy are each offering longer sales of their own. Walmart's Deals event will also start at midnight and last 6 days, running through the weekend. While Target's Circle Week sale is already in full swing, with a full 7 days of savings.
We can get Christmas presents for super duper cheap. And every single day, they're going to put out a new deal of the day.
The massive October sales could offer consumers some relief from recent price hikes. According to a survey from Retail Me Not, 73% of shoppers plan to start their holiday shopping early, before Cyber Week this year. One of the top holiday stressors for consumers, tariff-related fees.
Shoppers are feeling the pressures of price increases throughout the year, and if anything, shoppers have deferred many of their discretionary purchases waiting for one of these sales holidays.
Bright Data found that nearly half of all appliances sold on Amazon, Best Buy, and Target have increased in price since March. Our own NBC News Price Tracker has also been monitoring hundreds of items across major retailers. Toys like this Barbie doll playset and this Tonka Mighty truck both saw price increases on Amazon in August after Mattel and the makers of Tonka warned of potentially raising prices due to tariffs. But just ahead of Prime Day, both items are back on sale. And some more good news for shoppers looking for apparel and self-care products, prices are also holding steady, which means starting your shopping early may pay off this holiday season.
when you want to be more cost conscious, you have more of an opportunity to do so when you begin your holiday shopping at an earlier time point.
Okay, so the big question, whether these early deals will be good in the weeks to come. Adobe Analytics projects that the deepest discount for toys and appliances will actually still be on Black Friday, the best deals for tech and apparel on Cyber Monday. So if you can't get a lot of your shopping done this week, Joe, there's still more savings to come, even if you wait a little.
And then eventually they'll have advice for people on December 23rd when they're just getting started.
Exactly. I'll be right back here.
Well, we have you. The Postal Service is announcing some changes that could also impact the holiday season. What should we know about that?
So earlier this summer, they did announce that they're raising some of their prices, mostly on priority mail shipments. So that is going to be a big deal for anyone that's going to be shipping anything through the mail, at least with USPS. And by the way, they say that those costs would, quote, cover extra handling costs to ensure a successful peak season, but those rates took effect on Sunday. So again, it's effective today, a few extra bucks.
Got it. I just solved your problem. If you do buy your gifts now, rather than putting them in your closet and forgetting about them, just mail them now. Wrap them, mail them now. Then it's their problem to deal with.
Still use gift wrap, though, to get in the season.
Yeah, no, definitely do that. Season. I agree. All right, Brian, thank you. All right, we're taking a look at a new meetup that's giving sports lovers and bookworms a place to come together. By bringing authors face-to-face with fans, it takes the love of the game beyond the ballpark. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock shows us how these conversations are helping people find their community.
Welcome to Squawkin' Sports Live.
Sports writers Patrick Sauer and David J. Roth are challenging the rules of your typical book club.
I wanted it somewhere to be like between fresh air and a night of cheers.
Calling authors and sports fans to buy a beer and talk ball with their series Squawkin' Sports.
I knew there was a sweet spot in between where you can have a real conversation that is also surrounded by all the fun things about being at a bar with, your friends watching a game.
It helps to be in Brooklyn. There's a lot of authors here, but I feel like people that work on these books pour a year of your life into this thing, and then you do like 3 podcast hits on it, and it goes away without a sound. They want to talk about it.
Let's have some fun!
Can we talk about the concept? It's not a book club. It's a sports chat.
It's a conversation. The only rule is that you have to have the book out. The book is the centerpiece, and that is sort of what separates us from any other hot take thing. It is a show about the writer, not even necessarily the topic.
The idea first came about in 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic, when the Friends partnered with Greenlight Bookstore on Zoom as a way to sell books and find community.
I knew that Dave and I could host a good show because I think we're both smart, funny, we're on the same wavelength.
Later hosting live events down the street at a German beer garden called DSK Brooklyn, where the crowds have been quickly outgrowing the room.
I wanted to get it out of the bookstore also because the bookstore readings tend to be kind of formal.
Someone gets up and gets a mic and it's like, this is more of a comment than a question. Like, we're not doing that. But we do want people to feel like they can participate too.
The roster of topics has ranged from basketball and the ancient wisdom of baseball to a deep dive on Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City.
Sports is in everything and everything is in sports, and I think that comes through in these books.
This will be books number 57 and 58 we have covered. It is an ongoing concern now.
A lot of the books that we've gravitated towards have been these more literary and densely reported books on topics that are not super duper commercial. Like, they're interesting to me as a fan.
I said, why is your coin so big? And he said, I don't have great eyesight.
On this particular night, tennis was the theme, with former pro athlete turned co-host of The Daily Show, Michael Costa, and journalist Giddy Nathan sharing the craft behind their reads.
As you mentioned, some people just go on to write memoirs about that moment.
Offering a space even for readers who aren't fanatics.
This is what writing is about at its best, right? You connect with the community, you bring in people to your topic that maybe weren't intimately familiar with it.
I don't really follow sports, but it's more about like neighborhood and friendship.
It's just nice to see that there's an accepting culture in the sports arena that you don't necessarily see all together.
The sports is the entry point, and then it's about having a conversation about something else.
It at least lets me know, and I think lets our audience know, that there's a world of us who are all still interested in the same thing. We're all swimming in the same waters, but for 2 hours we can pretend like this is still a vibrant, thriving thing, and in the room it is.
There's a different sort of feeling that you get in a room with real people than you could get on your phone.
What's next in squawk and sports?
Next year, we're going to
probably Barclays.
Headline Barclays.
Right.
Yeah. It's just being able to keep having a thing that gets me out of the house and gives me something to read and puts me in proximity to talk to fun people I haven't met yet.
I think squawk and sports, we can change the world one book and
So true.
one
Wow.
beer at a time.
That's beautiful.
But thanks to Sam Brock for that report. Now, for each event, they bring in 2 different authors with rotating book themes. This month's was football. Next month, they're focusing on bloggers and the digital space. Coming up, striking a chord. When Morning News Now returns, we'll introduce you to the high school sophomore who's quite literally marching to his own beat. That's next. Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinclair Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
and around the world,
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
and ways you can take care of your health
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
and your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinclair Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
and around the world,
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
and ways you can take care of your health
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
and your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
We're ending this hour with the story of a high school sophomore who has become a standout member of his marching band and is inspiring his fellow bandmates. Reporter Caitlin Ross from our Atlanta affiliate, 11 Alive, tells us why.
Friday Night Lights welcome the home team at Parkview High School, shining on as the marching band takes the field.
I just like working with all the other students to create something that we all love to do.
The music lighting up the stands before the big game.
I can't see where the lines are on the field. I was like, I'm not sure how I'm gonna be able to navigate this.
Sophomore Gabe Aiken says his team helps guide the way.
Some of them say I march better than some of the people who can see.
Gabe is blind and a standout in the band.
Straight off, go!
He's one of our best marchers from just the technique alone standpoint.
Band director Carlos Franco says teaching someone to march without sight took the whole team and a whole lot of heart.
Marching band is a visual activity. We have to see what we're doing. I'm really excited to figure out how to teach that to someone who doesn't see the way we do.
Gabe is teaching them too.
He works hard, he wants to do it, and everybody around him wants to work hard with him and see him be successful.
That success starts at home.
If he did it, I could probably do it too.
Gabe's dad, Greg, was in the marching band at South Gwinnett High School.
When I was doing it, we couldn't find very many folks that had done it before.
Greg, who is blind like his son,
percussion's going,
says the support at Parkview is truly meaningful.
I think I was touched at how excited they were to figure it out.
And to see Gabe's star rising on the field.
Now my old high school buddies are like, oh man, he's doing better than you. And it's like, I know it.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Inclusion that shines far beyond this stadium.
Regardless of what kind of disability people have, they are way more capable than I think people give them credit for.
This is so cool to see him shining. I'm so happy that he's found something that he loves to do.
Part 2 is crazy. We're practically running back and forth.
Marching with his team, Gabe says the spotlight is for everyone who helps make the music.
It just feels great to know that like they don't see my blindness as a limitation, like they just see it as another part of me.
And all of him deserves to shine.
Our thanks to Caitlin Ross for that incredible story. Like father, like son. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now. Today, I'm Joe Fryer. Let's go live to Indianapolis, where police are giving an update in the stabbing altercation involving former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez this weekend. A court filing from prosecutors lays out the allegations that Sanchez is accused of approaching and assaulting a delivery driver while intoxicated. And authorities say the driver stabbed Sanchez multiple times. Let's listen in.
Early Friday night, early Saturday morning involving the defendant Mark Sanchez. An initial probable cause affidavit was filed, and we made a preliminary charging determination based on that information. As is always the case, Chief and his team continued to work on this matter, continued to track down additional details for us, and really supplemented that probable cause affidavit. I cannot say enough good things about the work that took place at IMPD. There was a ton of information to sift through and gather. Did an excellent job of acquiring that information. And as a consequence of that effort, we received an amended or an additional probable cause affidavit this morning. Again, this is something that happens in virtually every case here in Marion County. And with that additional information, we have added more serious charges against Mr. Sanchez. At this point in time, we have filed a felony charge, a level 5 felony of battery involving serious bodily injury, which contains a penalty of 1 to 6 years. One of the things that I want to stress to everybody is that we are still in the early stages of this investigation. Chief and his team have a number of search warrants that are still outstanding. They're still tracking down additional information. This is by no means the end of this investigation. This by no means means that these are going to be the final charges that we move forward with. We could not have done this case and be in a position to make today's charging decision without the hard work of IMPD and people in the community who came forward with information and pointed us in the right direction. And we've gathered a ton of information. One of the challenges you have in a case like this is the fact that you are dealing with individuals who are receiving medical care, and that's obviously the most important thing, that individuals are treated appropriately. But once we were provided with additional information about the victim's current medical condition, it became clear to us that additional charges needed to be filed. There's a supporting probable cause affidavit which was filed with the court today, which outlines the additional information which we have received thanks to the effort of IMPD, and that's why we were able to file the charges. A couple of things just about this incident. Certainly the thing that stands out to us is this was a situation that did not need to occur. You have the allegations involve a 38-year-old man becoming involved in an altercation with a 69-year-old man who sustained significant and very severe injuries as a result of that altercation. The probable cause outlines kind of the initial nature of that dispute. We are literally talking about people fighting over a parking space, or a dispute about where people are parking, and it resulted in someone receiving just incredibly significant injuries. Where this incident took place was an area of the city which was very well covered by surveillance footage. There are multiple angles of surveillance footage which capture the events that occurred. And in addition, we had a number of civilian witnesses who came forward with provided information about what took place. For us, though, we need additional information, and Chief's team is working on that. And once we receive that additional information, additional charges might be appropriate to file. In a case like this, one of the things that you are considering is where people are coming from, where were people going, what were they doing? And then once individuals receive medical care, we're obviously very interested in what those medical records look like, because they can a lot of times give us greater insight into what was going on that day and potentially provide some information into an individual's state of mind. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Bailey.
Thank you, Prosecutor. First and foremost, I want to say that my thoughts and prayers are with the victim in this case and his family as he is on the road to recovery. I also want to just express just how proud I am of the officers and detectives of this police department who, those early morning hours of Saturday, rushed in to provide medical care and find out what was going on, and then spent the next really 2 full days putting this case together to present to our partners at the Marion County Prosecutor's Office. All of them, including deputy prosecutors, including the prosecutor himself, worked all weekend nonstop to bring those initial charges. And as he said, we continue to work on this case to find additional information, additional evidence, and additional witnesses to make this case stronger. The professionalism that we saw from our teams is what makes this department one of the best in this city, one of the best in the country. And their commitment to our community and keeping downtown and every neighborhood in our city safe was evident. Downtown Indianapolis remains a safe and welcoming environment for the people that live here and the people that visit here. It remains one of our safest neighborhoods. To date, violent crime is down 5% in downtown. Property crime is down 11%. Overall crime is down 10%. And across our city, violent crime is down 21%. That is because of the hard work of all of our partners in the criminal justice system, including Prosecutor Mears and the work of our detectives, the work that we see from our Office of Public Health and Safety, and the work of our boots on the ground community-based organizations who every day are doing their part to make our city safe. But I want to be clear about this. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you do for a living. I don't care where you live. If you come into our city, commit violence, we will use all the tools at our disposal to hold you accountable. As we move forward, IMPD will continue to maintain our strong, visible presence in downtown on those high visibility, high traffic weekends at major events to make sure that our community is safe. And I continue to urge our community to respect one another. As the prosecutor said, this did not need to happen. It just did not. We need to recognize our differences, respect those differences, and deal with our conflict without resorting to violence, because it's just not worth it. I appreciate the cooperation of our community and the downtown residents and businesses who continue to support their police department, each other, and work with us to solve our problems. Thank you, and now we will take some questions.
Ryan Mears, Prosecutor Mears, are there any laws on the books that state that charges will be up based on maybe a victim's age, especially if this person was elderly?
So traditionally, that's more of a statutory aggravator as it relates to sentencing. And so one of the things that the court can consider when they're trying to impose a sentence, as I mentioned, this is a level 5 felony, 1 to 6 years. One of the statutory aggravators is the age of the victim. And certainly that is something that the judge could consider when they're imposing a sentence.
Did investigators take a BAC level from Sanchez?
Well, anytime anyone's admitted to the hospital, there's a number of things that are conducted as just kind of a matter of routine and a matter of procedure. And I think as you work through the process, certainly health records are protected. We have to go through that process of making sure that any information that we receive is obtained through the proper channels. And I know Chief's team's working on that.
Do we know if investigators have had a chance to talk to any of Sanchez's associates to piece together what his Friday night was like before this happened?
I can't answer exactly what step in the process the investigators are at, but as the prosecutor mentioned, just because charges are filed doesn't mean the case or the investigation stops. So The investigators will be looking into all those things, and I think the medical records are going to be extremely important for both individuals to help the prosecutor make an important a charging decision to see if there's some other way to another charge that needs to be added, but also to see if there was some sort of altered state of mind of the individuals involved in this incident.
Does the felony mean his bond has now changed?
So as you know, we're currently assigned to a misdemeanor level 6 court with the additional charges. This case will be transferred to a major felony court, and then it would be up to that major felony court to make the determination as to whether or not a bond should be imposed regarding the new charges. Again, these new charges are supported by an amended probable cause affidavit, which goes into way more detail about what took place on that night, and also more clearly outlines the nature and extent of the victim's injuries in this case.
How does the state's self-defense law play into this and the allegations?
Well, certainly Indiana has some of the most robust self-defense laws in the nation, and that's always going to be part of the equation when you evaluate cases like this and trying to determine exactly what took place. And it will certainly be at the center of this particular trial as well when we have conversations about were people acting reasonably or not. And in Indiana, you have no duty to retreat. So those are all things that you need to consider in terms of when you make that initial charging decision. Those facts have been evaluated, and certainly the self-defense law is going to be an issue that will be raised at trial.
Last question.
You tweeted yesterday for the first time in 3 years criticizing the governor for his quick take for political gain. What's your reaction to that?
Well, for me, the most important thing is that we get information out there that is accurate. And anytime people jump to conclusions and don't rely on facts, that's obviously disappointing. For us, though, we have conversations about what's taking place in Marion County. When those types of things are said, it's not really an attack on me. It's an attack on 420 people who work in the prosecutor's office who are dedicated to their job. And we've won 31 out of our last 34 murder trials. We've won the last 10 murder trials in a row. And if the governor has conversations about what's going on in Marion County, not only can he look to those stats, but he has an open invitation to come to the prosecutor's office and not only meet with me, but the people who are in the courtroom every single day fighting for those convictions. We don't get those records and we don't get those results without Chief Bailey's help, without the community's help. And so if the governor thinks that he can add to that conversation, if he says, hey, there's additional things that can be done to help, we always want to have that conversation. Where I think my frustration sometimes comes from is everybody's quick to blame and point fingers. We need substantive responses that actually address the challenges that we're facing and give everybody the tools and resources that they need to be successful. I feel very comfortable with where we are in terms of our murder conviction rate. But we can't do that without Chief Bailey. We can't do that without the community. And if the governor thinks he can assist, he's got an open invitation to come.
Thank you all. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
For both Ryan and Chris, considering Indiana is a constitutional carry state, and as you pointed out, self-defense statute is very broad, how lucky are we that somebody's not dead of a gunshot wound?
Well, go ahead.
I mean, I mean, we've seen over the last several years the number of cases that have to be screened from the prosecutor's office and look through that lens of self-defense, I think, go up. And that's because a lot more people are armed and protecting, which is their right that they have. But when conflicts, which I've said repeatedly, continue to drive violence in our community, simple conflicts over things like parking spots, and the list goes on that we've seen over the last several years, these tragic cases that turn violent because someone has a weapon of any sort. But we're lucky that no one's dead right now as a result of this incident that involved a knife. But certainly more people have guns. And we have to be mindful of that as we start and deal with conflict in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
That was the prosecutor in Indianapolis announcing additional charges against former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez. That includes a level 5 felony battery involving serious bodily injury. This is in addition to the affidavit that was filed over the weekend, noting more charges could be possible as the investigation continues. The prosecutor saying this was a situation that did not need to occur, adding that people were literally fighting over a parking space. Sanchez is accused of approaching and assaulting a 69-year-old delivery driver, and then in self-defense, authorities say that driver stabbed Sanchez multiple times. Sanchez was taken to the hospital and then was arrested at that time. We have reached out to Sanchez and his representatives for comment. So far, we have not heard back. We're going to have continuing coverage ahead on our streaming channel, NBC News Now, and online at NBCnews.com. The news continues right now.
Not speaking to each other, at least not publicly. And until we see something change, we're going to see the Senate come back today and do a fifth version of the same vote that they have done over the course of the past week. It's not going to end any differently than it has. So we're waiting for something to shake loose this dynamic, and potentially it's the pain, unfortunately, that many Americans are going to feel from this shutdown only just continuing.
All right, Allie, good to have you sharing your reporting
Thanks,
and your
guys.
interview with the speaker with us. Thank you so much. And so far on Wall Street, investors seem to just be shrugging off worries about this government shutdown. U.S. stock markets actually rallied to record highs last week. Here to talk more about this is our friend, Investopedia's editor-in-chief, Caleb Silver. So what's going on here? Why are stocks up even though the government is shut down?
Yeah, get ready for more record highs, because I think investors are used to government dysfunction. And as long as it doesn't get in the way of corporate profits and what we're seeing in terms of companies like NVIDIA and Palantir stacking profits and revenue quarter after quarter, I think they're okay with it. They know these things eventually resolve. Over the past 5 shutdowns, over the past decade, Joe, the stock market has been higher, each and every one of them. And then 6 months after the shutdown, the stock market's been much higher. So investors have seen this movie before. We don't know how this one will end, but they're used to this.
I mean, yeah, Allie did not just paint a picture there that we're close to any sort of deal. This could drag on for a while. If that happens, then do we start to see a change? I mean, what would change things in terms of how investors are seeing this? Right?
Yeah, if we start to see mounting layoffs, and we're seeing them right now with government workers with furloughs, but if that spreads to the private sector, and then you get contractors who do business with the government getting laid off or having their projects paused, we get more layoffs, we get more unemployment, and spending slows down, that will impact the stock market. Spending has remained strong, even though consumers are worried about inflation, they're concerned about it. We continue to spend. As long as that happens and companies are able to grow their profits, the stock market's going to keep going up. Not only do we have record highs for the stock market, we have record highs for Bitcoin right now, European stocks at record highs, gold at a record high. Risk is on in the market because corporate profits are strong and interest rates are headed lower.
Yeah, so let's talk about interest rates here, because when the Fed meets, what are the factors they're going to be looking at right now, especially with the jobs numbers, some of which we don't get all the data right now because of the shutdown, and just seeing it's not exactly moving in the best direction. So how is the Fed going to decide what it's going to do, whether it's going to cut rates, how big of a cut it'll be?
Yeah, the Fed meets at the end of this month, 23 days, 5 hours and 44 minutes from now, and the likelihood is that they'll cut rates, but they do not and may not have data on the jobs market and on inflation going into this next meeting. Now, everybody knows on Washington, they probably saw what the payrolls report was last week, but weren't able to release that publicly to the rest of us. So they have a pretty good idea that unemployment is in the 4.3% range. We know job growth has been slowing. What's happening with prices? Have companies been passing those prices on to us yet? And have we felt the impact? Not as of the last report, but right now they're going to go into this meeting probably without data from September. And the likelihood, though, is they'll still cut. 95% chance the Fed cuts rates at the end of October.
A lot of uncertainty right now. So what is just your best advice to people who are looking at things right now, whether it's jobs, whether it's investments, whether it's just how they save money for what might be uncertainty in the future? What do you tell them?
Yeah, if you have a job, hold that job, because things are going to get very uncertain. Make sure you have ample savings. We say that all the time. We do not know how long this will last. If you're an investor, not a good time to bail out of your portfolio or out of your stock positions. That's been a bad move historically. So hang in there if you're an investor. But if you're a consumer, if you're a household, hold on to your job. Make sure you have ample savings to get you through the rest of the year. We have no idea how long this will last.
What's your best advice with ample savings? I know it's different for every person, but what's the general advice?
Yeah, we usually say 3 to 6 months to cover the household expenses. If you can have that, if you can have 3 to 6 months, that's a great start. We know a lot of people don't, but if you can have that much money to hold on and make sure you can get through the rest of the year to see what happens in the new year, you might be okay. But for government workers, you miss 1 paycheck, it's a problem. You miss 2, it's a crisis. So hopefully they'll get back to work and get paid again.
All right, Caleb Silver, good to have you with us. Thank you. Let's get to the arrest now of former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez. Before he was arrested, he was stabbed. Well, now we're learning new details about the incident that led to that arrest. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now with the details. Steph, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Mark Sanchez spent nearly a decade in the NFL and more recently had been part of Fox's NFL broadcast team. Now he's at the center of a violent altercation with a 69-year-old man who says he feared for his life before he stabbed the well-known athlete. We want to warn you that some of the images taken after the altercation are disturbing.
Fox Sports analyst and former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez now facing multiple charges for his alleged involvement in a violent fight, which left him stabbed and arrested.
Male complainant says he is behind the West End Hotel and was attacked.
The incident occurred Saturday around 12:30 a.m. Prosecutors say Sanchez got into a dispute with the 69-year-old box truck driver who was working in downtown Indianapolis. After the incident, the family of the driver sharing these images of him with our NBC affiliate in Indianapolis. According to court documents, the driver told police Sanchez smelled of alcohol and his speech was slurred. The driver says an argument about parking turned physical, and he thought, "This guy is trying to kill me." That's when the driver says he pulled his knife and struck the former football star multiple times.
Patient is critical right now.
Both men were taken to local hospitals, the driver suffering from a laceration on his cheek, and Sanchez treated for several stab wounds to his upper right torso. Police later charging the 38-year-old with battery, unlawful entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication.
The defense came to play.
Sanchez signed with the network as an analyst in 2021 after retiring from a 10-year NFL career.
And we welcome you to...
He was in Indiana and set to be in the broadcast booth for Sunday's game between the Raiders and the Colts. But after his hospitalization and arrest, had to be subbed out last minute.
And I'm Chris Myers along with Brady Quinn, who is stepping in for Mark Sanchez.
The Fox NFL Sunday team also addressing the altercation.
One of our team members, Mark Sanchez, was involved in an incident that, to be honest, we're all still trying to wrap our heads around. At this time, our thoughts and prayers are with Mark, his family, and all those involved.
Now, with the investigation still ongoing, the former New York Jets quarterback's future is uncertain.
So, Steph, we know this is still under investigation. What is it authorities are still hoping to uncover here?
Well, Joe, it appears that there is video. According to the court documents, there are at least a couple of security cameras. And then the arrest affidavit says there's a witness who believes both Sanchez and the truck driver were actually recording this on their phones. Now, if they get all of that video, Joe, they probably can put together a pretty good timeline about what happened.
All right, Steph, good to have you with us. Thank you so much. The Sunshine State is bracing for rain this morning. NBC meteorologist Andrea Romero joins us now with your morning News Now weather. Andrea, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. And we're going to begin actually with Florida. Right now, we can see these tropical downpours that have been moving over the eastern coast. In fact, we do have this flood watch that's in effect from Daytona Beach all the way down to Jupiter Island. We're expecting these storms to continue throughout the day. Expanding the view a little bit, we can also see this line of really strong thunderstorms moving from Louisiana into Mississippi. In fact, some flash flood warnings have been issued with this line of storms, and also we've even had some tornado warnings earlier this morning. If we shift up north a little bit, well, we can see where we also have the flash flood risk extending from Arkansas into the Midwest, especially here for Kentucky from Bowling Green to Lexington. We're expecting between today and tomorrow accumulations of 1 to 3, maybe even 5 inches of rain can fall. So if you're in that area, you want to make sure you have a way to get those weather alerts on your app, on your phones from your local weather team, because we do have the chance of some flash flood risks in that location. That's due to this cold front that's sweeping eastward. It's picking up some of that tropical moisture, transporting it north. We are expecting tomorrow these showers to stretch into the northeast. There is a low risk of severe weather for the northeast. And we have, of course, in front of the front, we're looking at still that record warm temperature, especially over New England. But behind the front, look at those temperatures in the 50s, the 60s. Actually, this morning, we woke up to an autumn chill with some freeze watches, freeze warnings in effect, some frost advisories for that area. Looking at the tropics, we do continue to monitor that tropical disturbance. It could possibly turn into a tropical depression. The likelihood is high later on this week. The good news is it appears that once again, it's going to curve back up north before it impacts the eastern coast. But of course, we'll be watching it closely in the next couple of days, Joe.
No doubt, but I'm glad we keep seeing them curve away.
Yes,
we'll take that.
absolutely.
All right, Andrea, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Much more to come here on this hour of Morning News Now, including the urgent rescue efforts underway on the slopes of Mount Everest after a rare October blizzard left hundreds of hikers stranded. First, after the break, President Trump's plan for peace in the Middle East on the table, with mediators from Israel, Hamas, and the U.S. now gathering in Egypt today. But is a ceasefire deal possible on the eve of October 7th? We're going to take you overseas next.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024. To be obsessed with the inflation readings, right?
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates, and Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
Here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Streaming free everywhere.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest developments out of the Middle East. This morning, delegations from the U.S., Israel, and Hamas are gathering in Egypt for talks aimed at ending the war in Gaza. President Trump is urging those officials to, quote, move fast and approve his roadmap for peace. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the very latest from Israel.
Officials from the U.S., Israel, and Hamas are meeting in Egypt today to hammer out the details of a peace plan to end the war in Gaza. There hasn't been this much momentum to end the war since it began 2 years ago. It remains fragile, but President Trump says he hopes the hostages could all come home very soon. After President Trump piled pressure on both Israel and Hamas, the Israeli military this morning is slowing down its attacks in the Gaza Strip. But the Israeli offensive hasn't stopped completely, as President Trump demanded, while Israel and Hamas tried to hammer out the details to implement Trump's 20-point peace plan.
And I think it's going to go very quickly. The meeting seemed to be very good.
The deal would require Hamas to free all 48 of its remaining hostages 20 of them presumed to be still alive, and to leave power. Israel would stop the war and, over time, withdraw from most of Gaza. In Gaza, many say the deal and their future remain vague, but that they can't take any more of this war that has killed, health officials say, more than 66,000 Palestinians, half of them women and children. I see a dim light at the end of the tunnel, said Atala Yaki. In Israel, former hostages say every moment counts.
When we were down there, it was many times it was a deal in the air. We were very happy and in a high and like this. And then they said, no, it's collapsed. And then you go to depressed.
Ohad Ben Ami showed me where he was kidnapped along with his wife from their home in Kibbutz Be'eri, where Hamas murdered 102 people 2 years ago. Ben Ami was held in a deep tunnel, treated like a rat, he says, and starved for 491 days. And now, after 2 years, there's this deal in the works. It's a little complicated.
Yes.
How do you feel?
I'm very optimistic because the Arabic states are agreed to this, and Israel agreed to this, and Hamas agreed to this, and Donald Trump is knocking on the table, and it will happen. I'm telling you, this time it will be finished.
Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu is calling this deal a victory and says he expects the hostages to all come home within a week.
All right, Richard, thank you. In other international news, the race is on to save several hundred people who are trapped roughly 16,000 feet up Mount Everest after a major snowstorm hit the mountain. NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer is in Beijing and joins us now with the latest. Janice, good morning.
Joe, good morning. This was a shock blizzard that took even experienced hikers by surprise. Snow, wind, and rain all pounding the Tibet side of Mount Everest here in China, leaving hundreds stranded.
Overnight, a high-stakes rescue high in the mountains of Tibet. A severe snowstorm leaving hundreds of hikers trapped on the eastern slopes of Mount Everest. The storm at 16,000 feet worsening with thunder, strong winds, and relentless snow. In videos on Chinese social media, hikers were seen digging out tents to avoid getting buried, some at risk of hypothermia. Hiker Chen Goshuang was part of a group camping on the trail. It was a nerve-wracking night, she told us in an interview. I kept worrying that lightning would strike our camp and we'd be done. They retreated in deep snow with help from villagers who joined the rescue effort. Extreme weather is also hitting the other side of Mount Everest in Nepal, where heavy rain and landslides left dozens dead and forced a group of Americans from Salt Lake City to give up their trek to Everest Base Camp.
Full whiteout conditions. We've turned back.
The snow and poor visibility just 5 miles from base camp, making it too dangerous to go on. Alan Arnett is a mountaineer who knows how quickly conditions can change.
I suspect that there's a lot of emergency vehicles that have gone as far as they can and they stopped, and now other rescuers are going in on foot. So it's going to be a massive human effort in order to reach those people.
Here in China, by sunrise today, about 350 people had been brought to safety, according to state media, with at least 200 others still stranded but in contact with rescuers, who are using yaks and horses in an all-out race to reach them.
Government controls in Tibet make it hard to get updated information, and it's closed off to foreign journalists. But hikers who've been rescued say the trails were busy because of a national holiday here. The conditions are treacherous, and they say they feel lucky to have made it down.
No
Joe?
kidding. All right, Janice, thank you so much. Developing news now in the war in Ukraine. Several people are dead in a Russian air attack that Ukrainian officials say targeted civilian infrastructure. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from London with our world news in 60 seconds. Raf, good morning.
Joe, good morning. Yeah, at least 5 people killed in that large-scale Russian aerial attack all across Ukraine. The Ukrainian Air Force says more than 500 drones and missiles were fired, many of them aimed at the western city of Lviv. It's the largest attack on that city of the entire war, according to the government. France's seemingly endless political crisis only deepened today after the prime minister resigned after less than a month in office. President Emmanuel Macron is now looking for his fifth prime minister in barely a year. At the root of the crisis, a parliament dominated by the far left and far right, leaving centrist Macron barely able to govern. And finally, after 20 years of renovation and nearly 3,500 years after his burial, the tomb of Egyptian pharaoh Amenhotep III has been opened to the public. To reach the tomb, visitors have to go down a tunnel 45 feet deep beneath the Valley of the Kings in the city of Luxor. Inside is a burial chamber for both the pharaoh and two of his wives. And Joe, I have been in a bunch of those tombs over in Egypt. They are very, very cool. They are not a good fit if you were at all claustrophobic. It is small in there.
Some good advice there. Maybe the pictures will suffice for those folks, all right? Ralph, thank you so much. A trio of scientists from the U.S. and Japan has been awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine. They are Americans Mary Brunko and Fred Ramsdell and Japanese scientist researcher Shimon Sakaguchi. They were given the award for their discoveries about how the immune system can be stopped from attacking the body. Their work could lead to new treatments for autoimmune diseases and cancer. They're going to share a prize worth just under $1.2 million. Coming up, it is a medical mystery that has stumped scientists and researchers for decades now. Why exactly do women tend to live longer than men? Well, it turns out the answer could lie in our DNA rather than just our old habits. We'll explain up next. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
Here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis? Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house. It could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Good to have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house. It could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Back now with a closer look at what's making news in the world of politics this morning, starting with the Supreme Court ruling in favor of the White House when it comes to Venezuelan migrants. NBC News politics reporter Megan Leibowitz joins us now with more. Megan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Let's kick things off with the Supreme Court, which handed the Trump administration another win on Friday. The court's decision blocked another judge's ruling, effectively opening the door for the administration to move forward in revoking temporary legal status for up to 600,000 Venezuelan migrants. Now, remember, this is part of a larger pattern of the Supreme Court, which has a 6-3 conservative majority, siding with the administration in a vast majority of these emergency application cases. Next, let's stick with the Supreme Court because today marks the start to its next term. And last week, the High Court agreed to hear a major case about guns. Now, the case centers on a 2023 Hawaii law that restricts where people with a concealed carry permit can bring handguns. Now, let's rewind for a second. A federal judge initially blocked part of the law, but an appeals court sided with the state. Now, this will be a case to keep an eye on over the course of the court's next term, which ends next June. Finally, let's head to the Treasury, which is preparing a coin featuring President Trump. Now, the U.S. Treasurer released pictures of a draft of a $1 commemorative coin, which is being prepared for the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence being signed. The pictures of the draft coin, though, are raising questions about whether this is actually legal. That's because of a law prohibiting living presidents from appearing on coins. And that's a look at what is making news in politics this morning. Joe?
All right, Megan, thank you so much. Researchers are trying to answer the question, why do women tend to live longer than men? Well, behavior and lifestyle are contributing factors to this lifespan gap. Growing evidence shows the key may be in our DNA. The Washington Post has been looking into this, including a new study from the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, which looked at lifespan differences between males and females in more than 1,000, get this, mammal and bird species. Found that more than 70% of female mammal species outlive their male counterparts. And our genetics, in case you're wondering, are closer to these species than you might think. For more on what's behind these numbers, let's bring in Washington Post reporter Dino Grandione, who wrote the feature. Dino, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us. So first of all, just start by telling us more about how researchers conducted this study and what they found.
Yeah, so these researchers looked at more than 1,700 different species of birds and mammals and determined, as you said there, that mammals tend to live longer, or female mammals tend to live longer than their male counterparts, whereas with birds, the opposite's the case. Male birds tend to live longer than female birds. And that has a lot to do with their DNA and the different ways the chromosomes are organized.
So the chromosomes in birds, my understanding is, are different from both mammals and humans. So why were birds included in this study? How do they maybe support some of the findings for this argument?
Yeah, so as many know, in humans and other mammals, sex is generally determined, not universally, but generally determined by the X and Y chromosomes. Females have 2 X chromosomes, males have an X and Y chromosome. The opposite is the case with the birds, where male birds have the like chromosomes and female birds have the unlike chromosomes. So the theory here is that having that pair of X chromosomes creates some redundancies that protect against harmful mutations, and males lack that kind of redundancy, and that makes them more susceptible to those sorts of mutations.
As we mentioned, we've always thought behavior plays a huge role here, and all the evidence shows it still does. Talk about how our behavior does come into play.
Yeah, the chromosomes can't tell and don't tell the entire story. Certainly, we know with humans, men tend to drink more, they tend to smoke more, they tend to take more risky behaviors, and all those things weigh against male life expectancy. In the animal kingdom, we know that with many species, males are bigger, males are more aggressive, and that kind of behavior can also lead to shorter lifespans. So chromosomes or genetics and behavior obviously are related to one another, and they both need to be looked at to make some of these assessments.
Of course, the big question then is this information, how can it be applied to humans to help out? I mean, are there any actions men can take to maybe try and close the lifespan gap a little bit?
Yeah, so what the researchers don't know from this study is which particular genes on either the X or the Y chromosomes might be responsible for longer lifespans. So that's really the next step, is to find those genes on those chromosomes. And once we do that, we'll be able to maybe think about ways of creating some therapies and actually close that gap, like you just said.
All right, very cool. Dino Grandoni, fascinating conversation. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Coming up, if you're looking to kick off your holiday shopping a little early, this year Amazon has got you covered. We're just hours away from the start of its second Prime Day. Days of 2025. That means our own Brian Chung is standing by with all the steals and deals for the season. So grab your Santa hat and your wallet. That's up next.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. And Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere. People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Llamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us. Americans woke up and they were shocked. Owning breaking news, utter devastation, telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building,
putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News. I'm Tom Llamas.
That's what we do every night.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Llamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us. Americans woke up and they were shocked. Owning breaking news,
Utter devastation.
telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building,
putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News. I'm Tom Llamas.
That's what we do every night.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Top story, live from the Vatican, live from Kerrville, Texas. We're live from the White House.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis? Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
It is October 6th, and yet we are back now with some tips on how to get ahead of your holiday shopping this year. Christmas might still be 80 days away, but some of the biggest holiday discounts are already here as retailers get ready to kick off their very early Black Friday shopping events. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung is here to find the best deals for us all.
I start shopping.
Can't even wrap my head around this, but kudos to those who can.
Yeah, I think my issue is that I'll put stuff away in the closet and then I'll forget to actually gift them once we get to the holidays.
Just give it to them now.
Exactly. Yeah. But look, retailers are pulling out all the stops this year, promising bigger sales that last for days with deep discounts on everything from clothing to couches. Shoppers are sure to find some early holiday relief at the register, but the big question remains, should you buy now or gamble on even more savings later on?
This holiday season, Black Friday is here early.
Amazon girls, it's officially that time of the year again.
Amazon is set to kick off its Prime Big Deal Days at midnight, its second major Prime Day sale of the year.
Someone needs to take my credit card away from October 7th to October 8th.
The popular shopping event will run for 2 days with loads of discounts. Up to 50% off select tech products, apparel, and shoes, and up to 30% off certain toys and furniture. And that's not all. Other retail giants like Target, Walmart, Kohl's, and Best Buy are each offering longer sales of their own. Walmart's Deals event will also start at midnight and last 6 days, running through the weekend. While Target's Circle Week sale is already in full swing, with a full 7 days of savings.
We can get Christmas presents for super duper cheap. And every single day they're going to put out a new deal of the day.
The massive October sales could offer consumers some relief from recent price hikes. According to a survey from Retail Me Not, 73% of shoppers plan to start their holiday shopping early, before Cyber Week this year. One of the top holiday stressors for consumers, tariff-related fees.
Shoppers are feeling the pressures of price increases throughout the year. And if anything, shoppers have deferred many of their discretionary purchases, waiting for one of these sales holidays.
Bright Data found that nearly half of all appliances sold on Amazon, Best Buy, and Target have increased in price since March. Our own NBC News Price Tracker has also been monitoring hundreds of items across major retailers. Toys like this Barbie doll playset and this Tonka Mighty truck both saw price increases on Amazon in August after Mattel and the makers of Tonka warned of potentially raising prices due to tariffs. But just ahead of Prime Day, both items are back on sale. And some more good news for shoppers looking for apparel and self-care products, prices are also holding steady, which means starting your shopping early may pay off this holiday season.
When you want to be more cost conscious, you have more of an opportunity to do so when you begin your holiday shopping at an earlier time point.
Okay, so the big question, whether these early deals will be good in the weeks to come. Adobe Analytics projects that the deepest discount for toys and appliances will actually still be on Black Friday, the best deals for tech and apparel on Cyber Monday. So if you can't get a lot of your shopping done this week, Joe, there's still more savings to come, even if you wait a little.
And then eventually they'll have advice for people on December 23rd when they're just getting started.
Exactly. I'll be right back here.
Well, we have you. The Postal Service is announcing some changes that could also impact the holiday season. What should we know about that?
So earlier this summer, they did announce that they're raising some of their prices, mostly on priority mail shipments. So that is going to be a big deal for anyone that's going to be shipping anything through the mail, at least with USPS. And by the way, they say that those costs would, quote, cover extra handling costs to ensure a successful peak season, but those rates took effect on Sunday. So again, it's effective today, a few extra bucks.
Got it. I just solved your problem. If you do buy your gifts now, rather than putting them in your closet and forgetting about them, just mail them now. Wrap them, mail them now. Then it's their problem to deal with.
Still use gift wrap, though, to get in the season.
Yeah, no, definitely do that. Season. I agree. All right, Brian, thank you. All right, we're taking a look at a new meetup that's giving sports lovers and bookworms a place to come together. By bringing authors face-to-face with fans, it takes the love of the game beyond the ballpark. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock shows us how these conversations are helping people find their community.
Welcome to Squawkin' Sports Live.
Sports writers Patrick Sauer and David J. Roth are challenging the rules of your typical book club.
I wanted it somewhere to be like between fresh air and a night of cheers.
Calling authors and sports fans to buy a beer and talk ball with their series Squawkin' Sports.
I knew there was a sweet spot in between where you can have a real conversation that is also surrounded by all the fun things about being at a bar with, your friends watching a game.
It helps to be in Brooklyn. There's a lot of authors here, but I feel like people that work on these books pour a year of your life into this thing, and then you do like 3 podcast hits on it, and it goes away without a sound. They want to talk about it.
Let's have some fun!
Can we talk about the concept? It's not a book club. It's a sports chat.
It's a conversation. The only rule is that you have to have the book out. The book is the centerpiece, and that is sort of what separates us from any other hot take thing. It is a show about the writer, not even necessarily the topic.
The idea first came about in 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic, when the Friends partnered with Greenlight Bookstore on Zoom as a way to sell books and find community.
I knew that Dave and I could host a good show because I think we're both smart, funny, we're on the same wavelength.
Later hosting live events down the street at a German beer garden called DSK Brooklyn, where the crowds have been quickly outgrowing the room.
I wanted to get it out of the bookstore also because the bookstore readings tend to be kind of formal.
Someone gets up and gets a mic and it's like, this is more of a comment than a question. Like, we're not doing that. But we do want people to feel like they can participate too.
The roster of topics has ranged from basketball and the ancient wisdom of baseball to a deep dive on Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City.
Sports is in everything and everything is in sports, and I think that comes through in these books.
This will be books number 57 and 58 we have covered. It is an ongoing concern now.
Gravitated towards have been these more literary and densely reported books on topics that are not super duper commercial. Like, they're interesting to me as a fan.
I said, "Why is your coin so big?" And he said, "I don't have great eyesight."
On this particular night, tennis was the theme, with former pro athlete turned co-host of The Daily Show, Michael Costa, and journalist Giddy Nathan sharing the craft behind their reads.
As you mentioned, some people just go on to write memoirs about that moment.
Offering a space even for readers who aren't fanatics.
This is what writing is about at its best, right? You connect with the community, you bring in people to your topic that maybe weren't intimately familiar with it.
I don't really follow sports, but it's more about like neighborhood and friendship.
It's just nice to see that there's an accepting culture in the sports arena that you don't necessarily see all together.
The sports is the entry point, and then it's about having a conversation about something else.
It at least lets me know, and I think lets our audience know, that there's a world of us who are all still interested in the same thing, all swimming in the same waters, but for 2 hours we can pretend like this is still a vibrant, thriving thing, and in the room it is.
There's a different sort of feeling that you get in a room with real people than you could get on your phone.
What's next in squawk and sports?
Next year, we're going to
probably Barclays.
Headline Barclays.
Yeah.
It's just being able to keep having a thing that gets me out of the house and gives me something to read and puts me in proximity to talk to fun people I haven't met yet.
I think squawk and sports, we can change the world one book and one beer at a time.
That's beautiful.
But thanks to Sam Brock for that report. Now, for each event, they bring in 2 different authors with rotating book themes. This month's was football. Next month, they're focusing on bloggers and the digital space. Coming up, striking a chord. When Morning News Now returns, we'll introduce you to the high school sophomore who's quite literally marching to his own beat. That's next.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. And Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
People are getting inundated with information. You still need places like Nightly News.
For NBC Nightly News, I'm Tom Llamas.
Because it's a place you can turn to get the truth.
Ground zero in this wildfire devastation.
It's what separates us.
Americans woke up and they were shocked.
Owning breaking news.
Utter devastation.
Telling important stories.
You can feel the excitement building.
Putting a lot of issues in context.
For NBC News.
For NBC News.
NBC News, I'm Tom Llamas.
That's what we do every night.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinclair Samoa.
And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
and around the world,
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
and ways you can take care of your health
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
and your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
We're ending this hour with the story of a high school sophomore who has become a standout member of his marching band and is inspiring his fellow bandmates. Reporter Caitlin Ross from our Atlanta affiliate, 11 Alive, tells us why.
Friday Night Lights welcome the home team at Parkview High School. Shining on as the marching band takes the field.
I just like working with all the other students to like create something that we all love to do.
The music lighting up the stands before the big game.
I can't see where the lines are on the field. I was like, I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to navigate this.
Sophomore Gabe Akins says his team helps guide the way.
Some of them say I march better than some of the people who can see.
Gabe is blind and a standout in the band.
Straight off, go! He's one of our best marchers from just the technique alone standpoint.
Band director Carlos Franco says teaching someone to march without sight took the whole team and a whole lot of heart.
Marching band is a visual activity. We have to see what we're doing. I'm really excited to figure out how to teach that to someone who doesn't see the way we do.
Gabe is teaching them, too.
He works hard, he wants to do it, and everybody around him wants to work hard with him and see him be successful.
That success starts at home.
If he did it, I could probably do it too.
Gabe's dad, Greg, was in the marching band at South Gwinnett High School.
When I was doing it, we couldn't find very many folks that had done it before.
Greg, who is blind like his son,
percussion's going,
says the support at Parkview is truly meaningful.
I think I was touched at how excited they were to figure it out.
And to see Gabe's star rising on the field.
Now my old high school buddies are like, oh man, he's doing better than you. And it's like, I know it.
8, 9, 10, 11.
Inclusion that shines far beyond this stadium.
Regardless of what kind of disability people have, they are way more capable than I think people give them credit for.
This is so cool to see him shining. I'm so happy that he's found something that he loves to do.
Part 2 is crazy. We're practically running back and forth.
Marching with his team, Gabe says the spotlight is for everyone who helps make the music.
It just feels great to know that like they don't see my blindness as a limitation, like they just see it as another part of me.
And all of him deserves to shine.
Our thanks to Caitlin Ross for that incredible story. Like father, like son. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now. Stay with us. The news continues right now.
Hey everybody, good Monday. We're so happy you're starting your week with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
That's right. Thanks for being here. I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, October 6th. Blocked. A federal judge halts President Trump's National Guard deployment to Portland. And now Illinois is joining in on the legal showdown. How the White House is responding.
Trapped on Everest, hundreds of hikers stranded on the world's highest mountain. Rescuers fighting hypothermia, heavy snow, where things stand right now.
New guidance. The CDC is restricting access to a combo vaccine for kids. What you need to know to ensure your children get the shots they need.
The last appeal. Lester Holt releasing his first original podcast for Dateline today. The new details he uncovered in a Texas death row case.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Monday. We're going to start with a roadblock for the Trump administration as it attempts to assert authority over Democratic cities. In a rare Sunday night hearing, a Trump-appointed judge in Oregon blocked the president from sending federalized troops into Portland.
Meanwhile, the state of Illinois and city of Chicago are both suing the Trump administration. They filed documents this morning claiming these troop deployments are infringing on state sovereignty and causing irreparable harm. We have yet to hear any type of response from the White House. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Chicago. Shaq, you're there in the heart of all of this. The mayor of Chicago signed an executive order this morning. What exactly would that executive order do in real time? Is it sort of a stopgap?
It's not even a stopgap, but it's definitely the city trying to push back against what we're seeing from the federal government. The mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, announcing that he was declaring essentially ICE-free zones that would prohibit ICE and federal agents from staging on city property and some private property that private business owners that agree with the city's terms. The mayor, in a very forceful press conference, listing through some of the actions that we've seen of federal agents on the streets of Chicago over the past week and calling it a forceful display of tyranny. I want you to listen to a little bit more of what we heard from Chicago's mayor just a couple of minutes ago.
Our school parking lots are not for ICE to load their weapons. They are for Chicagoans who drop their kids off to learn. Our libraries are not for ICE to prepare for a raid. They're for Chicagoans to read and relax.
Now, the federal government has been launching and has been participating in this Operation Midway Blitz, saying that they are targeting the worst of the worst in terms of illegal immigrants. But you have local community groups, you have the governor, you have the mayor, all saying that this is about showing force and intimidation and not about stopping any sort of crime.
Shaq, we have seen the president face legal challenges in the past, and yet there are National Guard troops deployed in places like Los Angeles as this all plays out in court. So what is the expectation in Portland? What are the local leaders saying?
Well, they're definitely on guard and they're definitely pushing back. But to your point, Vicky, we heard in that late night that late night court hearing, we just got the transcript from that. And in one portion, the judge asks the government and says simply, are defendants simply circumventing my order? And that led to a new order that blocked the federal government from placing federalized National Guard troops in Portland and in the state of Oregon. You mentioned Illinois has also filed a lawsuit against the federal government. It's an extensive document, goes on about 70 pages. Essentially, both states are alleging and saying that the federal government doesn't have the power, doesn't have the authority to federalize these National Guard troops and put them in American cities. But we heard from the White House, you saw a top aide, Stephen Miller, push back against that federal judge's ruling, saying that this is a quote, one of the most egregious and thunderous violations of constitutional order we have ever seen, guys.
All right, Shaq Brewster, live in Chicago. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Vicky, the government shutdown has entered its second week, and there is still no breakthrough in sight. In fact, just hours from now, the Senate will be voting now for a fifth time on a bill to essentially reopen the government after the past 4 attempts failed. Hundreds of thousands of federal workers now set to miss their first paychecks on Friday if this stalemate continues. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Melanie Zanona has been following all of this from her post there on the Hill. Melanie, did anything change over the weekend?
No, there was no breakthroughs over the weekend because members weren't even here. It was a completely empty Capitol after they tried on Friday in the Senate to vote on the GOP's stopgap bill to reopen the government, and that failed. They then sent senators home for the entire weekend, while House Republican leaders have decided to keep their members out of the House this entire week. So at this point, the two sides are not talking. They have not met since last week's White House meeting, and it appears that the most communicating they're doing is trading barbs in the press or in letters. Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, did challenge Speaker Mike Johnson to a debate, which he responded to at his press conference this morning. Let's listen to what both leaders had to say.
When the poll says that about 13% of the people approve of your messaging, then you make desperate pleas for attention, and that's what Hakeem Jeffries has done. Look, my friend Hakeem had his shot.
Time is now to address this healthcare crisis. Notices have already started to go out, indicating that premiums, copays, and deductibles for tens of millions of Americans all across the country are going to dramatically increase.
So the Senate will take yet another vote later today on that same bill to reopen the government. We are not expecting it to progress, but we are going to look at that vote count very closely. So far, 3 Senate Democrats have voted with Republicans to reopen the government. So we'll be looking for any signs of movement possibly today, guys.
But what happens if this shutdown continues? Which additional impacts will we see just in the next few days?
Yeah, I mean, already hundreds of thousands of federal workers have been furloughed or forced to work without pay, but it's only going to get worse if this shutdown drags on. Military members, for example, they're going to miss their first paycheck on October 15th. The Women, Infants, and Children program, that is set to run out of money as soon as this week. We could see more national zoos, museums, parks close all around the country. And then airport wait times. TSA workers might start calling in sick instead of coming in and working without pay. So these impacts are going to be felt not just here in D.C., but all around the country.
Yeah, that's a lot of hours without pay. Melanie Zanona for us. Melanie, thanks.
Well, Morgan, overseas, Chinese rescuers are rushing to evacuate hundreds of hikers stranded on Mount Everest. Local state media say about 200 people are stuck in treacherous conditions on the world's tallest mountain after heavy snowfall blanketed campsites over the weekend. Now, take a look at this scene. This was 16,000 feet up. You can see people there trying to dig out of their tents to avoid being buried, and they're walking through conditions with low visibility. Now, that storm forced a group of American hikers on the Nepal side of the mountain to turn back.
Full whiteout conditions. We've turned back. We're above 15,000 feet. Still going.
NBC News international correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer is following the very latest for us. Janice, I know you've actually spoken with some of the hikers who have managed to get to safety. What are they telling you?
Vicki, they describe a pretty nerve-wracking night. The storm moved in with rain, then sleet, then heavy snow, strong winds. Videos show hikers and guys trying to dig their tents out to keep them from collapsing. And many of them said that they were afraid to go to sleep because they might be buried in that snow. One hiker we spoke with who was camping with a group said she was genuinely scared that the lightning strikes would hit their camp and they would be, quote, done. They were able to make it down to safety with the help from local villagers who had joined the rescue effort. But there's also extreme weather on the Nepal side of Mount Everest. Heavy rains and flooding have killed dozens of people there. We were in touch with a group of American hikers earlier who had to give up their trek to Everest Base Camp because of poor visibility and these deteriorating conditions. Vicki?
Janice, what do you know about where the rescue efforts stand right now? And has a rescue with this many people ever happened? Have this many people ever been stranded on Mount Everest like this?
I just want to clarify that the hikers were never headed to the summit of Mount Everest. At this time of the year, Everest is popular with hikers and trekkers. It's also a national holiday here in China. And this is an area of Tibet that's known for beautiful valleys. But this weather is highly unusual. This blizzard was a shock. And Chinese rescue crews are typically very well organized, but there's only so far that the roads can take them. So they're getting out of their vehicles and they're going on foot. They're using yaks, they're using horses, they're using whatever they can to try to reach these people to get them down to safety, because the risk now is time and also hypothermia with the temperatures dropping and people getting tired. Vicki?
We hope they all get off that mountain safely. Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute, where hourly employees at Bank of America are now making $25 per hour.
Yeah, this increase, which was announced last month, takes effect today. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu joins us now. So, Dom, why is the company doing this, and what could this mean potentially for the minimum wage at these other big banks?
Sure, Vicki, Morgan. So Bank of America said this applies to all full-time and part-time hourly positions nationwide, and delivers on its pledge back in 2021 to increase its minimum hourly wage to $25 per hour. That brings the minimum annual salary to more than $50,000 a year. No word yet on whether the other big U.S. banks will match Bank of America's increase. We'll wait and see whether or not there is any kind of a response. Meanwhile, holiday shopping online this season is set to grow 5.3% this year to a total of roughly $253.4 billion. According to Adobe Analytics report today, that growth is a slowdown from the holiday period just a year ago when online sales rose by 8.7%. Adobe said consumer confidence has slipped because of higher prices from tariffs and energy and everything else. And Switzerland's gambling regulator is looking into FIFA's blockchain-based ticketing system for the 2026 World Cup. Now, Bloomberg is reporting the regulator is examining whether FIFA is selling the potential to win tickets to the event and if the governing body is complying with local rules. The regulator says it has not received any reports about the platform, and FIFA has not been accused of any kind of wrongdoing. But this is that brave new world kind of that we're dealing with, right? Now, all of a sudden, sports and cryptocurrencies and blockchains are becoming at the forefront. We'll see whether or not this probe leads to anything more significant, ladies.
Throwing a little artificial intelligence just for a little razzle here. It's a whole new world.
Exactly.
Dom Chu for us. Dom, thanks so much.
Sure.
Straight ahead, we've got some new details about a violent altercation that left former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez hospitalized with stab wounds. He's now under arrest. We'll have the details. You are watching NBC News Daily.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates, and Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are learning new details about a violent incident involving former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez.
Now, prosecutors say Sanchez was intoxicated when he allegedly attacked a 69-year-old box truck driver during an argument over a parking spot early Saturday morning in Indianapolis. Local officials held a news conference just about an hour ago to announce upgraded charges against Sanchez. Take a listen.
At this point in time, we have filed a felony charge, a level 5 felony of battery involving serious bodily injury, which contains a penalty of 1 to 6 years.
Now, according to court documents, that driver acted in self-defense and stabbed Sanchez multiple times with a knife. The driver was also cut in the cheek. His family released photos of his injuries and a warning. They may be quite disturbing to some of our viewers. In fact, we blurred most of his face here, but you can see, obviously, that he is bloodied and bruised.
Sanchez, who currently works as a sports analyst for Fox, was in town for yesterday's game between the Raiders and the Colts, but he missed the broadcast. Fox Sports released a statement saying Sanchez is in the hospital and recovering. The 38-year-old is also facing other charges, including public intoxication. Police say more charges are pending. NBC has reached out to Sanchez for comment. We have not heard back. Well, today the CDC put out new guidance that could make it harder for a lot of kids and adults to get an updated COVID-19 booster this season.
In fact, people younger than 65 are now recommended to consult with a doctor or even a pharmacist before getting your vaccination. But experts warn that this change could limit access to the shot and compromise herd immunity in states that follow this new recommendation. Joining us now for more clarity, NBC News health and medical reporter Erica Edwards. Erica, what exactly is the CDC saying about this change? But also, does it apply to everyone across all 50 states?
Hey, good afternoon. So that's a great question. First of all, the CDC recommendations are just that. They are not mandates. That said, in years past, state health departments have generally mirrored whatever the CDC guidance is. That has changed this year. So far, we have 26 states, mostly blue states with Democratic leaders who have already set their own guidelines when it comes to who should get the COVID vaccine this fall, mostly to increase or broaden access to those shots.
Erica, so if you are an adult under 65, you don't have any underlying conditions, can you still get a COVID shot? Will it be covered by your private insurance?
Yes, as well as anyone on Medicaid or any other government health insurance plan. I talked with both CVS and Walgreens. They too will continue to offer the COVID shot for anyone starting at either age 3 or age 5. Morgan, Vicki.
Erica, the CDC is also claiming, though, that the combined version of the MMRV vaccine actually doubles the risk of seizures in children, but they're not providing them with additional immunity, is the claim. Is that true?
So, yes, there is a small increased risk of fever-related seizures in very young children after they get a combination shot that includes protection against measles, mumps, rubella, and chickenpox. Now, that risk falls significantly if those vaccines are separated, one MMR shot and one chickenpox vaccine. Now, it sounds a little bit confusing, but honestly, this risk has been known for years, and doctors are already separating those shots for young babies.
So, Erica, effectively and practically speaking, then, does that change anything for a parent who's going in, talking with their pediatrician, confused about these ever-changing guidelines? What should parents ask?
So I think it's always worth a conversation with the pediatrician, right? And in fact, that is what the CDC is saying. Talk with your pediatrician, talk with your provider, talk with your pharmacist about the risks and benefits of every shot. And that's really what they're sort of going for now, is that informed consent, that shared decision making.
All right, Erica Edwards with the latest on all the vaccines. Thank you, Erica.
And stay right here, because coming up, flames engulf the home of a South Carolina judge. Why officials are investigating that fire as a possible act of arson.
And later this hour, former nightly news anchor Lester Holt joins us on set to talk about his new Dateline podcast. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in. The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
This is Stay Tuned Now. Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Protein mania is in full effect. Everything from teas and shakes to Starbucks' new protein lattes loaded with these extra nutrients. McLeod Hageman from our NBC affiliate WGBA in Green Bay, Wisconsin, breaks down the trend and takes us to one shop where the craze is all the buzz.
From shakes and coffees to energy teas called Proteinies, customers are lining up for new ways to load up on protein at places like Shape of You Nutrition. Lisa Hapeman has been running for the last 8 years.
So they just kind of automatically cut their sugars down, and everyone's just been looking for their protein shakes.
Hapeman says she's seeing customers of all ages embracing the trend.
It's like a little healthy community. So we have a lot of people who are asking for our protein coffees and our energy teas, and then we call them Proteinies, which is like an energy tea with protein in it.
Bethlehem dietitian Lee Herkus says the word protein itself has a health halo, leading some to think more is always better.
It's one of those hot topics that we know protein's beneficial for the body, so if we can infuse things with it, it's a good marketing tool.
Herkus says there's also a medical angle. Older adults using weight loss medications like Ozempic sometimes need more protein to maintain muscle mass.
But we do have people or individuals on weight loss medicines that need some extra protein, so I think that's where they can be utilized pretty well in that type of a setting.
But he warns protein drinks shouldn't replace whole foods, and too many can pack extra caffeine or additives.
Throwing one into the mix throughout the day is probably fine for your health, but throwing 5 into your day might not be the best choice for your health long term.
As for Hapeman, she says it's been rewarding to watch big name brands like Starbucks pouring into a trend she's been serving up for years.
Says that we're doing something right.
Our thanks to McLeod Hageman. Morgan?
Vicki, this is pretty wild. Look, artificial intelligence, we know it's fooled a lot of people online by creating these fake photos, fake videos, but now there are actually deep fake parking tickets that are stumping some drivers in Oakland, California. Police are investigating who's behind the citywide prank. Valina Jones from our NBC Bay Area station explains what you need to know.
Don't scan if you don't want to be scammed. These phony parking tickets have been making their rounds in Oakland, including in some of the town's busiest areas on Broadway.
Another scam. It's really sad. There's so many people just out to scam, not to make an honest living, and here we go again.
The $74 ticket claims to be from the city of Oakland. The citation, a failure to display a parking receipt. And the ticket even includes a QR code to pay your fine. In fact, the violation number almost matches the real city code, but is off by 1 digit. The YMCA on Broadway recently started warning their members about the ticket trick after multiple people reported getting parking tickets, including one yesterday.
It's messed up, and who knows where their private information's going. If they scan that QR code and pay, I feel bad for them.
They got QR codes, they got everything. It looks real, but I hope we stop them all.
The fake tickets have also been spotted around Lake Merritt, where multiple residents reported getting tickets as well. That prompted a nearby condo complex on Bellevue to alert their community.
You don't want to pay these scammers, so you're being robbed. Second is then you start doubting everything else. You know, if I get another ticket somewhere else, is it true?
Every fake ticket we have found includes the same date, time, license plate, VIN number information, and fake 800 number. And in very fine red print that has likely gone unread by many, the ticket reads, failure to respond may result in additional penalties like nap time, aka immobilization, and or a strongly worded letter to the Department of Vehicular Compliance. It goes on to say, don't worry, just respond and everyone, especially your car, gets to live happily ever after.
It's all these innocent people that are being caught in these kinds of webs. So it's like, come on.
It's not clear if anyone has fallen for the scam, and the QR code goes to a blank webpage. OPD says they're now investigating the phony tickets. In Oakland, Valina Jones, NBC Bay Area News.
That is a crazy scam. Well, SNL made its return this weekend with host Bad Bunny addressing his Super Bowl halftime show.
And check this out. There he is in his opening monologue, speaking in Espanol, in Spanish, said, more than being an accomplishment of mine, it's an accomplishment for everybody, demonstrating that our contribution to this country will never be removed. The Super Bowl is February 8th at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California. You can watch it here on NBC, otherwise known as Benito Bowl.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Savannah, Georgia, and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Here's what's making news right now. French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu is resigning after just 2 weeks in office. The move, very unexpected. It comes just a day after he formed a new cabinet. The country has been wrapped in deep political and economic turmoil, and this resignation sparked a sell-off in the French stock market and caused the euro to tumble.
Meanwhile, right here at home, newly formed media conglomerate Paramount Skydance has acquired online news and commentary platform, The Free Press. Co-founder Barry Weiss will become the editor-in-chief of CBS News. Weiss started The Free Press back in 2021 after leaving the New York Times, looking to create an alternative to legacy news media and, quote, ideological narratives.
And the Supreme Court is rejecting Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal of her criminal conviction. The Jeffrey Epstein associate is currently serving 20 years in prison for recruiting and grooming teenage girls who were sexually abused. Maxwell's legal team argued that a 2007 plea agreement between Jeffrey Epstein and federal prosecutors included a provision that protected potential co-conspirators from criminal charges.
Officials are currently investigating a massive fire at the home of a South Carolina judge. Local reports say that a fire broke out at the waterfront house late Saturday morning and burned it completely to the ground.
Colleton County Fire Rescue says 3 people were taken to the hospital. 1 person was airlifted, 2 others taken by ambulance.
NBC News correspondent Kathy Park joins us now. Kathy, of course, this is late-breaking news. A lot of details still in the air and unconfirmed. But what do we know at this point?
Yeah, Morgan, when you take a look at those images, it's incredible that everyone made it out alive. So this massive fire broke out Saturday afternoon, and according to officials, there were a lot of challenges actually putting out the flames because the home is located on a barrier island. So think tight corners, limited water supply that they could gain access to quickly. 3 people, as you mentioned, were inside the home at the time. They were rescued from the backyard of the home with the help of kayaks. So all 3 individuals, they were taken to the hospital. It's unclear whether what their conditions are at this hour. Meanwhile, there are a lot of growing questions, right, about the cause of this fire, including the possibility that this was set intentionally. All of this currently is under investigation. Local law enforcement in that area, they have been alerted to provide extra patrols. Meanwhile, Judge Goodstein, it's reported that this is her home. She serves on the state circuit court. She made headlines last month issuing a ruling against the Trump administration. She actually issued a ruling blocking South Carolina from handing over voters' personal data to DOJ. We should note that one of our NBC News colleagues actually spoke with the judge directly earlier today. She appeared to be in good spirits, but said she could not share any more information regarding the incident, but certainly a lot of questions surrounding this massive fire and the condition of those 3 individuals.
I mean, just harrowing from beginning to end, and having to be rescued by kayak, my word. Kathy Park, thank you for bringing us the latest details.
Well, overseas now, representatives from Israel and Hamas are meeting in Egypt, and they're discussing President Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan that aims to end the fighting in Gaza. Writing on Truth Social, President Trump says there have been very positive discussions with Hamas and countries from all over the world to release the hostages, end the war, and have long sought peace. The technical teams are meeting to work through and clarify the final details, and the first phase should be completed this week. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from Tel Aviv. So, Matt, this is extremely positive news. What is the latest from the negotiations? How soon could we see this deal?
So much riding on these negotiations, Vicky, and we don't know when we're going to be seeing this deal. I mean, we heard from Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, saying it could be within a couple of days, possibly within the week. We've been hearing also optimistic words from President Trump. The people that I've been speaking to on the Palestinian, on the Hamas side, They are a little less optimistic that we're going to see this within the next couple of days. But folks I've been speaking to who are close to the negotiators are convinced that Hamas is pushing for an end to the fighting and that this is the real deal. They say that Hamas will be reluctant to walk away from the table, as they've done in the past, and throw up their hands and say, we don't have a deal. It looks as though all the sides are serious, but there's a lot of talk that's still left to be done. One of the main things that Hamas is coming to the negotiating table with today are their demands that some of the 250 main Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails who are set to be released as part of this exchange, that they be some of the more high-profile prisoners. That could be a major issue on the Israeli side. They don't want to see some of the high-profile murderers, terrorists, especially those who were participating in those October 7th attacks that set off the 2-year-long war. But there is a lot of talk around trying to get the biggest names possible, and that could extend these discussions.
And Matt, perhaps the timing, not a coincidence. Obviously, this meeting now happening today. It is the eve of the 2-year anniversary of the October 7th terror attack that ignited this whole war. Talk about the pressure, the added pressure that puts on reaching a deal.
Yeah, I mean, this is a sort of a ceremonial milestone, an anniversary for the 2 years since those October 7th attacks. Now, whether that is really figuring into the mentality on these negotiators, they're trying to get a deal to save the Palestinian people and to save those remaining 20 hostages. The fact that October 7th, the second anniversary, is happening tomorrow, I don't think is necessarily weighing on their minds quite as much. But this is a somber and solemn occasion, and there's going to be observances throughout Israel as people here celebrate the holiday of Sukkot, where they're gathering with their families. They're also going to be thinking about 2 years since those October 7th attacks.
All right, Matt Bradley, thank you.
The deadly subway surfing trend has claimed 2 more young lives. New York City police investigating after 2 teenage girls were found dead on top of a train in Brooklyn. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin takes a look at the growing concerns over these so-called social media challenges.
A new warning out of New York City tied to the dangerous stunt known as subway surfing. This weekend, officials say 2 girls were found dead after playing the game, which involves riding atop a moving subway car.
This is really tragic.
While subway surfing has been a problem for decades, some argue social media is helping to fuel the latest surge of deadly stunts. New York City officials say in the first 6 months of this year, more than 1,800 subway surfing videos have been taken down.
It's hard to see a child get killed that way.
And the problem goes well beyond New York City, including this footage showing people riding an upside-down tabletop tied to a moving vehicle. Just weeks ago, in a similar stunt, a Pennsylvania teen was charged with involuntary manslaughter after allegedly killing his 17-year-old friend, who'd been sitting atop the upside-down table. Prosecutors are calling it a dangerous TikTok challenge. In a statement to NBC News, TikTok says any content that promotes dangerous behavior, which may lead to serious injury, is a violation of our community guidelines and will be removed. When NBC News searched for subway surfing on TikTok, the platform replied with this message, urging users to learn how to recognize harmful challenges.
They're doing it for, maybe a little bit of the prestige, but what's it all for if, it's over in a moment?
Tonight, New York City's top transit official warning the trend is not surfing, it's suicide. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
Well, the new Dateline podcast is out today, and it highlights the case of Robert Robertson. The Texas man is set to be executed next week for the 2002 death of his own daughter.
In his first original podcast for Dateline, Lester Holt sat down with a death row inmate and people close to that investigation to really uncover new details about this case and also why there are growing doubts about Robertson's guilt. Here's what listeners can expect from Lester's exclusive reporting.
For 22 years, Robert Robertson has been sitting on Texas's death row, convicted of killing his 2-year-old daughter, Nikki. Now, he's counting down the hours to his execution, October 16th, 1 week from now.
Are you guilty? A lot of people think I'm guilty or believe I'm guilty, but I'm not. I'm not guilty.
Prosecutors say Robertson shook and beat Nikki to death. They repeatedly told the jury it was a case of shaken baby syndrome. But since Robertson's conviction, The science of shaken baby syndrome has been undermined. Robertson says he's innocent, that there is critical evidence the jury never heard. I recently traveled to Texas to speak with him.
Did you harm your daughter Nikki in any way?
No, sir.
And to track down people who have never spoken publicly about the case. One of them, ER nurse Kelly Garganis, was the first to see Nikki and Robertson when they arrived at the hospital.
He had strange behavior. He had a very flat affect. I just know his behavior was not what you would normally see if it was a father taking care of their child that fell off the bed.
The jury was never told that Nikki was a terribly ill child. She'd been seen by doctors more than 40 times in her short life, and in the days leading to her death, Nikki had a 104.5-degree fever. Gretchen Swin, Robertson's lawyer, says Nikki's death was not as a result of shaken baby syndrome.
The symptoms seen years ago as diagnostic of shaking are actually caused by a host of things.
Is it harder to be hopeful now?
No, actually, I'm still hopeful, but it's kind of disappointing that they hadn't done the right thing, done what they should have, It's clear as day. They see the evidence. They see that I really shouldn't be here,
Oh. Dateline anchor Lester Holt joins us now. Lester, this is a captivating case that you followed. And I mean, it's also very current. We're talking 10 days set to be executed from now. What made you choose to tell this story in a podcast format versus a typical Dateline episode?
Well, a lot of it is because we're trying to talk to people who haven't talked before, people who have stories to share. And with the podcast, you don't have the camera coming in the door. I showed up on people's front steps, literally knocking to find out if they were there and we could talk to them. And, the last thing they want is, is an army of cameras there. Sometimes it's easy to be a little more stealth. Plus the time, we've got much more time to do it. So it just seemed to lend itself. I became interested in the story a year ago when I was doing nightly news and had gone to Texas and started reporting on this. And there were so many things of this case that didn't add up. You've got the chief detective who essentially put him in prison, saying he made a terrible mistake. You've got the new science on shaken baby syndrome. There was evidence that the jury never heard because it was lost for 15 years. Some important CAT scans of the child's head that were taken when she went to the hospital. So a lot of things just weren't adding up. And so there's this push right now from his defense team to try and get a second trial, another look, or outright exoneration.
Lester, do you think this podcast could potentially result in a change, that the governor or someone can step up to stop this execution?
Well, there are things that we are reporting that had not been previously reported that, who knows, we could see the defense try to, make motions based on that. We'll have to wait and see. But there is some new information that we were able to uncover in this investigation, and we'll find out in the days to come. His lawyers will be very, very busy. Gretchen Swin, his lawyer, is not lying down on this. She's very aggressive and says she will do whatever she can to save his life.
May I take a point of personal privilege and ask what you've been doing? We miss you. We want to know how you've been chasing your stories.
Thanks. Yeah, it took me a while to not respond to breaking news. Every time breaking news happens, I'm like, I'm going, where's the airport? And I've learned, no, we're fully covered on that step. But no, I've been working at Dateline. It's a much, long form reporting is long form. And so,
takes a long time.
Yeah. So the stories, whereas on nightly news, we crank out a story sometimes in a matter of hours. At nightly news, and certainly things like this, they take time. So I've been busy in the background. People still stop me. Are you retired? I'm like, no,
I'm here.
Still actively employed, but just doing something else.
We're glad you are.
Yeah, we are so happy you are, and people can see you and hear you on this podcast. Lester Holt, thank you so much for joining us here on
Thanks
Daily.
for having me on.
And listen to Dateline's The Last Appeal. You can get that wherever you get your podcast, or open your camera app right now and scan that QR code on your screen.
Stay right here. More NBC News Daily just after this short break.
generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All right, so a lot of us feel the pressure to do it all, and quite honestly, it can feel pretty exhausting, from excelling at work to taking care of our loved ones to just staying in shape. It can be easy to get caught in this endless feedback loop of stress and anxiety.
But there are proven ways to cope with the chaos and to reel yourself back in from the brink of burnout without overhauling your entire life. Wellness entrepreneur and founder of Extend Bar, Andrea Lee Rogers, joins us now. Good to have you.
Good to be here.
Her new book is called Small Moves, Big Life. It hits shelves tomorrow, and it also outlines some tangible practices that can make life feel more joyous and sustainable.
Love that.
So, yeah, we all do. We all need it.
Yes.
Andrea, tell us a little bit about what's at the core of your concepts here of Small Moves, Big Life.
So the concept of Small Moves, Big Life is quite simple and powerful, and it is small moves stick, right? We oftentimes feel like we have to chase a major overhaul, as you said, or massive change in order to see that change in our life. And it comes down to sustainable change, right? So small, doable action with intention that you do again and again, that over time compounds into this bigger, fuller life.
And you actually have 7 of those actions that you say you swear by. Tell us about a few of them.
Okay, so first of all, you're thinking 7. Oh God, that's another 7 things I have to add to my to-do list, and it's not, okay? So these are simple tasks, they are science-backed, they take moments of your day, and they're there to ground you. So I think of them as my stabilizers. They anchor me throughout the day, and they give me my foundation so that I can do all the things I need to do, wear all the hats I need to wear, and not feel that crazy burnout.
Let's pull those back up, though. I actually want to see what some of those 7 are. Let's pull that back up on the screen. You have stretch yourself, you have do the thing. What does just press play mean?
So just press play is about moving your body. We all know movement is medicine, but we also know there's those days that you're like, I have no desire to get up, put on my spandex, and get to the gym.
That was yesterday for me, Sunday.
Right?
I just, you know.
You just didn't feel it.
Yeah.
But we know that those days that you don't necessarily feel like moving are almost always the days that you should move your body, right? And so instead of saying, okay, I've got to do it all or nothing, I want to flip that script and say, just give me 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes every single day. It's non-negotiable. And it can be as simple as going for a walk. It can be as simple as doing an at-home 10-minute workout. Something that you're going to be consistent with and not feel so overwhelmed to do.
Very cool.
Andrew, when we look at those 7 steps and this idea of squeezing it into our day, but we're also trying to juggle these other commitments that we have, how do you remove the guilt from doing some of the self-care, which actually does make you better for the other things you have to take care of?
Yes, okay, so we know this term self-care, we hear it all the time, but self-care for me and for you might be 2 different things, right? What refuels you might not refuel me.
Yeah.
So I think the first thing you have to figure out what actually gives you back. Your energy, your calm, and it doesn't require an entire day. You don't just say no to all of your responsibilities. You don't have to go to the spa for a day. It's finding micro moments throughout the day that actually give you back. So for me, it's something simple, but making my matcha every morning.
Love that.
It's a simple thing. It's a ritual. My kids are
Yeah.
asleep. My dog's asleep. It's quiet. And I actually am present. I'm not thinking about what I have to do the rest of the day. I'm thinking about mixing my matcha, enjoying this little moment of me time. And that is my self-care every single morning that I look forward to.
Adding
What's your
small
ritual?
micro habits. I
Micro
definitely
movements.
like having my coffee, for
Yeah.
sure. That's something I need every day.
It feels, it gives you back.
movement, too.
I'm reading.
Yeah,
I think
reading,
reading's mine.
yes, that's a good
Andrea,
one.
this was
Great.
just the best. Please come back. I want to get into the
to.
small moves and the big moves
Yes.
next time you come back.
Yes.
Stay right
Thank
here,
you.
everyone. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily. Here's the scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Irish actor Cillian Murphy is taking Hollywood by storm, and there is no sign that he's letting up.
That's right. The 49-year-old is starring in a new Netflix film about a struggling teacher dedicated to the needs of his students. He sat down with Today co-host Willie Geist to talk about the new role.
And the Oscar goes to Cillian Murphy.
Cillian Murphy has not let an Oscar go to his head.
I'm a very proud Irishman standing here tonight.
Did it change anything for you professionally to say Academy Award winner Cillian Murphy?
In my personal life, not in any way.
That's why I said professional.
Yeah.
I'm sure at home it was.
No, who cares? Yeah.
One of the things I admire about you, Cillian, is your complete disinterest in being a celebrity or a movie star.
I've always felt that if you want to try and inhabit somebody convincingly, that it seems sensible, that people wouldn't have an impression of you as an individual. And I like the transformative nature of acting. So if you can kind of keep that as a background, then I think it allows you more freedom as a performer, you know.
That ability to transform has made Murphy one of the most respected actors in Hollywood. From the hit series Peaky Blinders.
That is God. That of the Peaky Blinders.
To a run of Christopher Nolan blockbusters like Inception.
What do you mean, a dream within a dream?
Now he's earning acclaim again as a struggling head teacher at a last chance British reform school in the new Netflix film, Steve.
More focus, less fighting, yeah?
Your parents are teachers. What did you draw on for this character?
I think when I was growing up, I didn't pay any attention to it really, other than the fact that I would get extra lessons from my mum and dad after, which I was not a fan of.
More school.
More school. But as I've gotten older, I kind of look back on it and I really admired them for like standing up in front of a class of 35 teenagers and then coming home and having to look after 4 of us and like cook dinner and then do all of the marking exam papers and all of that, and then get up and do it again.
The 49-year-old Murphy grew up in Cork, Ireland, with 3 siblings and an early passion for music.
At what point along the way, Cillian, did you start to see performance as something viable for you or something that you enjoyed?
For me, it was always music. I was laser focused on making music and having a career as a musician.
Murphy and his younger brother formed a successful rock band in high school. They even were offered a record deal, but turned it down.
Why didn't you take it?
Well, my brother's in the band and he was very young, and our parents just vetoed it. But it made me kind of have to pivot to theater because I wanted to be performing.
I think it was August of '96 when you get the record deal.
Yeah.
You fail your law exams.
Yeah.
Apologies for bringing that up.
That's okay.
But I did. You met your future wife.
Yeah.
And then you auditioned for really your first role in Disco Pigs.
Yeah.
And get it.
Murphy toured with that Disco Pigs stage production, eventually starring in the film adaptation too. The next year, he booked the lead in the hit zombie film 28 Days Later.
No!
A role that changed his life.
Chris Nolan saw that movie and he asked me to audition for Batman. And all I wanted to do was to just get in a room and say that I had a screen test. And then it turned into this other thing, you know.
In 2023, Murphy and Nolan teamed up for one of the biggest movies in the history of Hollywood.
And I know what it means for the Nazis to have a bomb.
Oppenheimer made nearly $1 billion and won 7 Academy Awards, including that one for Murphy.
Did you have a sense that this was something special?
I remember thinking when I read the script that it was one of the greatest things I had ever read. But at the same time, I thought, I don't know if it's instantly accessible because it is quite a structurally complex film. I don't know if that's everyone's cup of tea.
Whether leading an explosive summer blockbuster or a small ensemble film, Murphy is guided by a good story.
Next year, I'll have been acting for 30 years. I'm not going to take a massive swerve in terms of the work that I want to do. It'll be the same that has been since I was a young actor, because they're the types of stories I've always wanted to tell.
That was Willie Geist reporting. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. Much more news straight ahead. Keep it right here.
All right, Peter.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. And Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi there, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. Thanks for being with us this Monday. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, October 6th. Federal stalemate. It is day 6 of the government shutdown, and federal workers are set to miss their very first paycheck this week. Could a new vote today finally get them back to work?
Judge targeted a massive fire ripping through the home of a South Carolina judge while her family was inside. What we are learning about the injuries.
Starting early, major retailers offering some pretty big discounts over the next few days, and that's, of course, to jumpstart the holiday shopping season. Which sales are worth it and which ones you should skip.
Workplace boundaries. We're talking about some of the unique challenges that come up in the office, how to navigate friendships with your coworkers, and avoid some awkward situations.
It is our pleasure to welcome you here to NBC News Daily, where we start with this week with the government shutdown entering now its second week with still no deal in sight. Just hours from now, the Senate will be voting for a 5th time on a bill to reopen the government after the past 4 attempts failed.
Hundreds of thousands of federal workers are now set to miss their first paycheck this Friday if the stalemate continues. Today, the top Democrat in the House, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, challenged Speaker Mike Johnson to a public debate on the House floor. Here was Johnson's response.
When the poll says that about 13% of the people approve of your messaging, then you make desperate pleas for attention, and that's what Hakeem Jeffries has done. Look, my friend Hakeem had his shot.
Time is now to address this healthcare crisis. Notices have already started to go out.
indicating that premiums, copays, and deductibles for tens of millions of Americans all across the country are going to dramatically increase.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Melanie Zanona is live on the Hill for us. Melanie, is there any chance that the vote to reopen the government could pass in the Senate today?
It is very unlikely that that bill is going to succeed. Republicans need the help of 8 Senate Democrats in order to reopen the government. And so far, only 3 Senate Democrats, and the same ones, I should point out, have been voting with Republicans on that GOP stopgap spending bill. Now, Republicans are confident that as the political pressure grows and as these impacts start to be felt all around the country, that they'll be able to peel off more Democrats. And that is their hope. That's why they're holding these votes over and over again on this GOP stopgap spending bill. But so far, Democrats are really standing firm. They are arguing that any funding deal also needs to include an extension of those expiring Obamacare subsidies. If Congress doesn't act, premiums are going to go up for many people all around the country. And Republicans have said they are willing to have discussions to address that issue, but not until Democrats open the government first. So that is why we're in a stalemate right now, and the two sides aren't even talking, which is why we're kind of in a holding pattern here on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, but this holding pattern has some pretty real consequences. I mean, federal workers are about to miss their first paycheck on Friday. What are some of the other, perhaps unforeseen impacts that Americans are going to face in the days and perhaps even weeks to come?
Yeah, that is just one of several pain points. The troops, for example, they're set to miss their first paycheck mid-next week on October 15th. The Women, Infants, and Children Nutrition Program, just such a critical program, that could run out of money as soon as this week. And then there's also concern that wait times at airports and flights could be delayed, all because these federal workers, including TSA agents and also air traffic controllers, are being forced to work without pay. So some of them might start calling in sick. The Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy had a press conference to talk about the challenges they're facing. Here's what he had to say.
They're not just now thinking about the airspace and the jobs they have to do in these towers or TRACONs or centers across the country. They're thinking about, am I going to get a paycheck?
So the impact of the shutdown not only felt here in D.C., but all around the country, guys.
All right, Melanie Zanona from her post there on Capitol Hill. Melanie, thank you.
Well, Morgan, the state of Illinois is suing the Trump administration over its deployment of National Guard troops to Chicago. This comes on the heels of another major blow to the administration, this one coming from a Trump-appointed judge. She blocked the president from sending federalized troops into Portland in a rare Sunday night ruling. NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now from the D.C. Bureau. Julia, good to see you. So a federal judge has now just scheduled a hearing in this Illinois case for this afternoon. We're finally also hearing from the White House. What are they saying about last night's ruling?
Well, this is the latest showdown between states, and actually we've had multiple showdowns between this state and the White House when it comes to the president's authority to send the National Guard into Chicago. In fact, earlier this year, or rather this summer, a judge said they could not send National Guard preemptively into Chicago as part of a crime crackdown. Now the White House wants to send 300 members of the National Guard to Chicago to respond to protests there over ICE activity. The White House has responded and said that amidst ongoing violent raids and lawlessness, the local leaders like Pritzker, talking about the governor there, have refused to step in and quell. They say President Trump has exercised his lawful authority to protect federal officers and assets. They say President Trump will not turn a blind eye to the lawlessness plaguing American cities. That's coming from a White House spokesperson. And this is very similar to the same kind of response we heard when they said that there was a reason why they needed to send people into Portland. Again, saying violent riots and lawlessness, has calling for the reason of the National Guard. Illinois says that is not the case. We also heard the same thing from Portland, where local leaders there say that their city does not pose a national security threat. Nothing there constitutes the National Guard deployment.
Julia, this is not the first time that we have seen the president face legal challenges to his attempts to assert authority, primarily in these Democratic cities, right? So what does this court ruling mean? Are there any troop movements that have already been put into play in terms of Portland, and will those have to be stopped for the time being?
Well, in Portland, yes, there certainly were. There were 300 people coming from the state of California after Oregon said that it would not allow Trump to deploy that state's National Guard into the city of Portland, Oregon. In this case, late last night, a federal judge put a temporary restraining order over the deployment of the California troops. So that means that anybody who is already there or on their way there cannot operate. But of course, that could be appealed.
All right, Julia Ainsley, live in D.C. Julia, thank you.
Pop superstar Taylor Swift dancing to the top of the box office with her movie, the official release party of a showgirl. The film feature accompanied the drop of her 12th studio album on Friday and was only in theaters for 3 days. It treated fans to an early look at Swift's new music video, behind-the-scenes footage, and even commentary explaining what each song is all about. CNBC senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borson joins us with more. Julia, just break down the numbers for us. I mean, how much are we talking? How much money did Swift bring to the weekend box office?
Well, there were $33 million in ticket sales domestically and another $13 million internationally. And what's so remarkable about this is that this is not a traditional concert film. It was only in theaters for 3 days. This was more of a release party, a special type of product that was very different from anything we've seen before. Also want to just point out that this was also, in addition to the ticket sales, that Taylor Swift continued to break records when it came to album sales and just had these massive numbers in terms of album sales here, just pulling them up here. But these were the kinds of numbers that you haven't seen any time before other than for Adele. So second highest album sales ever, also behind Adele, and additionally broke records for the highest number of streams in one day on Spotify, and that was done in just 12 hours.
Yeah, and I'm curious what this sort of means in terms of the blueprint for other artists, because this is the second successful collaboration Swift has actually had with AMC Theaters. I mean, her Eras tour movie became the highest grossing concert film of all time. So I guess, Julia, should we expect then to see more artists release projects on the big screen?
I think we will, because we're seeing how valuable this is for the theater chains. AMC, a big collaborator with Taylor Swift. And I think at this time, when we haven't seen the theatrical box office return to pre-pandemic levels, it's increasingly valuable for the movie theaters to look for alternative programming. We had Taylor Swift's concert film break records back then. This was even less formal than a concert film. I think any opportunity to get fans to come in, to get something to feel like an event with an established brand, I think we're going to see more opportunities. And certainly the theater chains lean into this as well.
All right, Julia Borson for us. Julia, thanks.
It is time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Uber and Lyft drivers in California can now unionize.
Governor Newsom signed a bill that would give the state's 800,000 drivers collective bargaining rights. CNBC correspondent Kate Rogers joins us with more. Kate, why is this such a big deal?
Hi, Vicki and Morgan. So it makes California the second state that allows rideshare drivers to unionize as independent contractors behind Massachusetts. The new law could empower other states to follow suit. It'll also enable drivers to bargain for better wages and benefits. Now, rideshare companies did not oppose the bill. Rite Aid has also officially closed its doors. The 63-year-old pharmacy chain announced it shut its remaining stores this week after years of financial troubles. At its peak, Rite Aid had more than 5,000 locations, according to industry news outlet Drug Topics. And podcaster Alex Cooper is getting into advertising. The Call Her Daddy host tells the Wall Street Journal she's opening the Unwell Creative Agency, which will be a new unit of her media company, Unwell. She says it will position itself as a way for brands to reach Gen Z women, a very key demographic a lot of companies are going after. Back over to you guys.
All right, Kate Rogers, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, stay right here. A warning about those popular med spa IV treatments you've probably seen advertised. We're going to tell you what a new study is saying about a lack of oversight and safety in some of those places. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Well, brand new research is raising concerns about the potential dangers of medical spas that offer IV drip hydration therapies. These treatments are often marketed in the wellness space to increase your hydration, electrolytes, and other vitamins or supplements. But the study published by JAMA found that most states lack the adequate oversight of this industry and that could be harming consumers. Joining us now for more, NBC News health and medical reporter Erica Edwards. So Erica, first, familiarize people with the idea of what these med spas do, what they offer, and who they're sort of marketed to.
Yeah, so the number of med spas and hydration clinics has really bloomed over the past couple of years. Now a $15 billion with a B billion-dollar industry. And we've all seen these spas, right? They're claiming that their IV drips of vitamins or other substances can boost immune systems, help with hydration, beauty, make our skin look healthier, more dewy, even detox the body and help with weight loss. Now that's appealing, right? I want all of those things, but do they work as advertised? That is the big question that this study wanted to answer. And of all of the 255 med spas that were investigated, just 2 offered any scientific data backing up their claims. Vicki?
Wow, that is not a big number out of the 255 there. So, Erica, talk about who's supposed to oversee the safety of these med spas and verify the claims that they're making. Were there certain states that actually have some good regulations?
Yeah, so there are no federal regulations for med spas. They all fall under the authority of each state. So according to the new study, 32 states have some kind of spa-related policies, but just 4 states, Alabama, Vermont, North and South Carolina, had more comprehensive oversight, right? So including rules for prescriptions, compounding of drugs, and how those spas dispense medications. Vicki?
Erica, before you go, so if you are a consumer, what should you do? Should you avoid these IV drips unless you are in an official medical setting?
So there are med spas that follow good practices, right? Like requiring a doctor or other healthcare professional to be on site for consultation, to answer questions, or in case there is a problem that occurs. But just over a quarter of the spas in the new research required people to consult with a healthcare provider ahead of their treatment. There are some questions that you can ask, right, to help sort of protect yourself before going into one of these med spas. Number one, who is administering my treatment? What credentials does that person have? And is there a licensed medical practitioner on site in case there are complications? Vicki?
All right, really good advice. Erica Edwards, thank you.
Well, get this, Vicki. Christmas is still 12 weeks away, but in just a few hours, you'll actually have a chance to get a head start on that holiday shopping. Many major retailers, including Amazon, are kicking off early Black Friday events with some pretty deep discounts on everything from clothes to toys, furniture. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung breaks down the best deals and whether it's worth it to buy now or wait later.
This holiday season, Black Friday is here early.
Amazon girls, it's officially that time of the year again.
Amazon is set to kick off its Prime Big Deal Days at midnight, its second major Prime Day sale of the year.
Someone needs to take my credit card away from October 7th to October 8th.
The popular shopping event will run for 2 days with loads of discounts. Up to 50% off select tech products, apparel, and shoes, and up to 30% off certain toys and furniture. And that's not all. Other retail giants like Target, Walmart, Kohl's, and Best Buy are each offering longer sales of their own. Walmart's Deals event will also start at midnight and last 6 days, running through the weekend. While Target's Circle Week sale is already in full swing, with a full 7 days of savings.
We can get Christmas presents for super duper cheap. And every single day they're going to put out a new deal of the day.
The massive October sales could offer consumers some relief from recent price hikes. According to a survey from Retail Me Not, 73% of shoppers plan to start their holiday shopping early, before Cyber Week this year. One of the top holiday stressors for consumers, tariff-related fees.
Shoppers are feeling the pressures of price increases throughout the year, and if anything, shoppers have deferred many of their discretionary purchases waiting for one of these sales holidays.
Bright Data found that nearly half of all appliances sold on Amazon, Best Buy, and Target have increased in price since March. Our own NBC News Price Tracker has also been monitoring hundreds of items across major retailers. Toys like this Barbie doll playset and this Tonka Mighty truck both saw price increases on Amazon in August after Mattel and the makers of Tonka warned of potentially raising prices due to tariffs. But just ahead of Prime Day, both items are back on sale. And some more good news for shoppers looking for apparel and self-care products, prices are also holding steady, which means starting your shopping early may pay off this holiday season.
When you want to be more cost conscious, you have more of an opportunity to do so when you begin your holiday shopping at an earlier time point.
Brian Chung, NBC News.
'Tis the season. Well, we're going to take you behind the scenes of America's favorite sport. Coming up, we're going to show you how the footballs used in NFL games are actually made. You're watching Daily.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
For months, NBC News has spotlighted the challenges millions of Americans face when it comes to health insurance in our ongoing series, Cost of Denial. Well, today we meet a little girl in rural Illinois who developed a rare brain disorder.
Yeah, her parents are now struggling to support her needs because of their insurance coverage. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has our story.
A little more than 2 years ago, Emmy Lazone was born happy and seemingly healthy.
Hi, Barney.
But her childhood now in central Illinois, a far cry from what parents Patrick and Carrie envisioned.
It was at 2 months.
things changed.
That's when she had her first seizure episode.
She was shaking and her tongue was doing this weird like up and down movement that I'd never seen before, and her eyes were rolling.
What's that like as a mom?
Very scary.
It brings it back.
Yeah, terrifying.
After months of seizures and ER visits, a diagnosis, Cardi syndrome, a neurological disorder which typically carries a shortened life expectancy.
She's going up.
Among additional diagnoses, Emmy is missing part of her brain and can't walk, talk, or hold herself up. Her complex condition requires a series of specialized tools and therapies that Carrie and Patrick say result in a never-ending fight for coverage.
Your experience with your insurer, if you had to sum it up in one word, what would that word be?
Frustrating.
A firefighter and stay-at-home mom, the couple have primary health coverage through United Healthcare, which they say initially denies most claims for Emmy's care.
Like her physical and occupational therapy, it's the same claim every month. And every month they'll deny it because instead of looking at all of her diagnosis, they look at the top line and go punch it in the computer and say, nope, denied.
Time they would otherwise dedicate to their daughter instead spent filing insurance appeals.
How many appeals on average do you have to go through monthly?
For some claims, 1. For others, 4.
It's hours a week, if not more.
And every time we have to call in and say different claims rep we have to deal with.
To bathe without drowning, Emmy needs to be strapped into this chair. Amid the maddening fight to get one covered, Carrie says a United Healthcare rep had this suggestion.
They said that we should find a way to give her a bath, either us getting in the bath with her or just wiping her down was sufficient enough.
The chair ultimately approved, they say, after filing for an exemption. This shaky vest, even harder to get. The vest loosens mucus and helps prevent Emmy from getting pneumonia.
They wanted her hospitalized before they would cover it.
They needed to see her hospitalized.
For pneumonia.
Carrie says it took multiple months and 3 denials before getting the vest approved.
It's incredibly frustrating. How are you guys doing?
Neurodevelopmental pediatrician Dr. Wendy Berto-Hartman prescribes much of Emmy's care and equipment and says the battle baffles her own staff.
We're not asking for things that are out of the routine or out of the normal, the standard of care for kids who have these kind of disabilities.
NBC News reached out to United Healthcare about the family's frustration. The company responding, "We empathize with anyone caring for a loved one with complex medical needs," adding it has now provided a dedicated case manager who is familiar with Emma Lynn's needs and can help support the family going forward. The insurer saying it's also looking into outstanding requests, including a special bed and speech therapy. Emmy's parents just hoping the process gets easier.
Waging these insurance battles, do you feel like that's time lost with your daughter?
Yeah, 100%. We wouldn't fight for this if it didn't make a difference for her quality of life.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Manitou, Illinois.
Well, hopefully it makes changes for other families too. Well, more than 200 hikers are still stranded on Mount Everest after heavy snowfall blanketed campsites there over the weekend. Take a look at this scene. This is 16,000 feet up, and you can see people there just digging out their tents through the night. They're walking through treacherous conditions.
So far, 350 people have been led to safety. Rescuers now rushing to evacuate the remaining hikers as temperatures continue to drop. You're watching NBC News Daily, and remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock, and all the places there on your screen.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere. News lives in the now.
There's still a danger.
We are buckled in here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, live news streaming free everywhere.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Okay.
Welcome back on this Monday. It is 12:30 in San Antonio, Texas, and 1:30 in Newport, Rhode Island. We're glad you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news as we speak. An investigation is currently underway after a fire destroyed the home of a South Carolina judge. Judge Diane Goodstein was not home at the time, but 3 other people were hurt. The judge made headlines just last month after blocking the state from handing over millions of voters' personal data to the Department of Justice.
In Nashville, a skydiving accident turned deadly over the weekend. You are looking at photos of one of the skydivers who landed in a tree and survived the crash. He was rescued by first responders, but police say the skydiving instructor who was with him got separated from a tandem rig during their descent and died after falling from the sky without a parachute.
2 Americans are among a trio of scientists who won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for their discoveries in peripheral immune tolerance. That's one way the body prevents itself from attacking its own tissue instead of foreign invaders. Their work will be used in medical treatments for things like cancer as well as autoimmune diseases.
Well, former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez is now facing felony charges stemming from a violent fight over the weekend.
That's right. According to prosecutors, Sanchez attacked a 69-year-old box truck driver in a busy area of Indianapolis early Saturday morning. They say that driver then stabbed Sanchez multiple times, and both men ended up in the hospital with serious injuries. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis joins us now with those details. Rahema, this story is bizarre from beginning to end. The pictures are gruesome and graphic. But I understand that this all started from a parking dispute?
According to authorities, that's right. It was in the early morning hours of Saturday, and Sanchez was in Indianapolis in order to call a football game, which he apparently did not have an opportunity to do for the Sunday game. And it was late at night, and one of the reasons why this charge is now upgraded to a level 5 felony charge, which could carry anywhere from 1 to 6 years behind bars, is because of surveillance cameras that authorities were able to get a closer look at after they had made the initial assessment of what had happened, as well as a video from witnesses who were in the area. And listen to what the officer said in a press conference earlier today about this incident.
This was a situation that did not need to occur. We are literally talking about people fighting over a parking space or a dispute about where people are parking, and it resulted in someone receiving just incredibly significant injuries.
And initially, authorities were looking at Sanchez and saying that he was charged with battery, also with public drunkenness, and there was like a $300 bail that he was supposed to present. And now it's just escalated into this level 5 felony charge. And again, the possibility of 1 to 5 years behind bars. And the officers say one of the things that the judge can consider is the age of the people involved in this. Sanchez is 38. The man is 69 years old.
Really interesting. And they have those eyewitness accounts and now the surveillance video as well. Rahema Ellis with the latest on the Sanchez case. Thank you.
That's right. For years, October has been known as Breast Cancer Awareness Month, dedicated to better fundraising, research, and treatment of breast cancer. And for over a decade, the annual diagnosis rate among women ages 20 to 49 is double compared to what women over 50 face, according to the American Cancer Society.
That's why Cakes Body, a female-led brand that prioritizes comfort and confidence in undergarments, teamed up with the Breast Cancer Research Foundation to launch the She's Not Too Young campaign. It is a fund to speed up research and expand resources to address the unique challenges for younger women who are battling this disease. Joining us now is the founder of Cakes Body, Taylor Capuano. Taylor, good to have you here on Daily. So tell us more about the research, the screenings, and the outreach that this fund will help go toward.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. So it's kind of crazy to think the rates of breast cancer in women under 40 are increasing at this rate. And we don't know why. There is a lack of understanding and there's a lack of research around breast cancer, specifically in young women. For a brand like ours, our customers are under 40. Our very first customer email that we ever received was from a young breast cancer survivor, and the subject line was, "This product changed my life." And she talked about a lot of the unique challenges she had as a young woman, and it was the first time my eyes were open to how common breast cancer in women under 40 can be. And there's a lot we can do to take control of our own health, but the most important thing that we can do as a company is to work with the top researchers on the planet, which are through the Breast Cancer Research Foundation.
You know, as you talk about your company, and every October we see a lot of pink, right? A lot of companies, a lot of organizations trying to raise breast cancer awareness with pink. But you also talk about the concept of pink washing. What is that?
Pink washing is when you can exploit a cause to make money for your company. It's on social media a lot right now. I think the most important thing, I come from a brand's point of view, is if you are saying you care about customers in one way or another, you need to do that behind the scenes. So for us, we talk about women's boobs all day long. It's about creating confidence through solving a lot of these challenges women have. So behind the scenes, it's important that we're not just saying this publicly as like a marketing thing, we're also walking the walk.
What does that look like?
So our first donations, it's funny, like when we first got Megan's email, we were a year into our company, we're writing like $100 checks to the Breast Cancer Research Foundation. Now this is a $400,000 research grant where we have dedicated researchers that our company is sponsoring to specifically focus on early detection and effective treatment in this very unique population.
Taylor, remind us what younger women need to know when it comes to getting their breast cancer screenings.
Two things. So, number one, if you do not know your breast cancer risk, you need to. There is so much research that has gone into this, but go to cakesbody.com/knowyourrisk. It takes 5 minutes, and this serves as a starting point of a very important, potentially life-saving conversation with your doctor. I don't know about you guys, but my doctor has never brought up my breast health. I've never known my breast cancer risk.
Same.
So it's really important. If you don't, it takes 5 minutes. This isn't going to change your life unless you take this as a starting point to then have that conversation with your doctor. You will know so much more about your health, be able to take control. And the second thing is do your monthly breast exams. In women under 40, most people are finding them. I think it's up to 80% of women under 40 who find breast cancer are finding it at home, not through a screening. So you need to do your. I'm very passionate, but it's
from the Home Edit. We just had Clea Scher from the Home Edit, and she said that she found her own breast cancer through an exam just like that one.
And we just had an amazing photo shoot with some of our customers who are breast cancer survivors, and everyone said, I didn't think this could happen to me. They were new moms. They were, early on in their adult lives. And I think knowing this shouldn't scare people. It should be empowering of like, I can do these two things. I can know my risk. I can do my self-breast exams. I can have the information I need to really take control of my health.
Taylor Capuano, thank you so much for helping us continue this conversation. Quite important. Thank you.
Thank you, Taylor. Well, the NFL is in full swing, and today we are going to talk about the real star of the game, which is the actual football.
NBC News correspondent Kaylee Hartung goes inside the factory where every single NFL football is made, showing the art of perfecting the iconic pigskin.
In a small Ohio town, there's a small factory where you'll find more than 100 people cutting, sewing, and lacing,
This is a one-stop shop for every football used in an NFL game.
Yeah.
How many footballs are you all producing in a day, in a year?
Capabilities are about 2,500 footballs a day, which comes out to a little over 500,000 footballs each year. For the NFL, we're sending them about 30,000 footballs.
Casey Patton is the Wilson plant manager, overseeing the operation where every single NFL football is made by hand. While the game has evolved over the years with new helmets, different uniforms, turf fields, the football remains unchanged.
Why, in a world of modernization and technology every day, is it important to you all to keep doing this by
It's
hand?
the craftsmanship, it's the quality. 100% of the balls that we manufacture are quality inspected to make sure that we're not sending anything out that is a lower quality product. It's a tough product to automate. It's the craftsmen and women of the factory here that make it.
If you were walking a ball through this factory to get one made, how long does that take, soup to nuts?
Probably take me 20 minutes to get a ball through the factory.
It might take me a little longer.
Might take you a little bit longer.
Can we go make a football?
Let's do it.
There are 18 meticulous steps to putting together a football. First, the leather cowhide.
Our main goal is to utilize this leather as much as possible.
Panel one. Okay. How'd I do?
Great.
Pretty good match.
You got a good start.
From cutting and placing decals to lacing and sewing, I got to do it all.
Looky there, you're doing it. And you make it look so easy.
Well, I've been doing this for 30 years. There's a big difference between 1 minute and 30 years.
Yeah.
Paying close attention to detail and craftsmanship necessary for each football.
You are one of just 2 people responsible for sewing NFL footballs together?
Yes.
How much pride do you take in that?
The lady that trained me to do this worked here for 48 years. So, I mean, I felt like I was coming in and had these really big shoes to fill. She put so much heart and soul into this job.
Incredible. And how long have you been doing this job?
10 years now.
Your hands are touching every football that's played with.
Neat. It's a neat thing just to know that I had part of that.
Do you notice when you're watching football on TV?
Yeah. I always say, what if that was mine?
The last step, quality control to make sure every football meets the strict NFL standards.
So both your ends are pretty good, but it's got a little bit of a wave to it.
Is that good or bad?
That's not good.
Oh.
My football may not be game ready, but after all that hard work, I thought I'd get a second opinion from another expert, Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen.
Look at this ball. I made it.
Oh, did you really?
I did.
Oh, look at
Sewed
that.
it together. Look at that.
Nice.
Could you give it a toss and tell me how it feels?
Yeah, good. Run around, Joe Brady. Spin. It's a right-handed football.
I made it just for you.
With the reigning MVP's approval, I'll never look at a football the same way again. Crafting footballs by hand, a time-honored tradition, as American as Sunday Night Football.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Very cool look behind the scenes. All right, when is it okay to be friends with your coworkers? And when does it go too far? We're going to have some tips on how to set workplace boundaries when we come back. More NBC News Daily right after this.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Have you ever heard the expression, your coworkers are not your friends? It's meant to sort of serve as a reminder to maintain professional boundaries at work.
But what should you do if you actually like your colleagues and you want to be friends with them? Navigating that can be tough, and experts warn there could be an underlying sense of competition, which can then complicate those relationships. We have with us career and workplace expert Laura Gassner-Otting with some tips to help us all. So, Laura, let's start with this. What are some good ground rules for tips on how to navigate those friendship relationships that you may develop at work?
Sure. So we know from our research that if you have friendships at work, you're actually more engaged, there's better retention. So it's great to have friendships at work. You just don't want to be in that place where you're sort of codependent and enmeshed with each other.
What if you want different things, right? Like you have competing interests. So, for example, one person may want to be super close and take this friendship beyond, the professional boundaries. But others may say, look, I'm not quite ready for that.
Yeah, so one of my favorite quotes is Prentice Hemphill, who says, boundaries are where I can love you and me at the same time. So I think having boundaries is important. We always assume that the other person has the same boundaries. So I think just speaking them, putting them into words and saying, I don't have to go to every single happy hour. I might have other plans, but I'm with you here with the shared values and goals
That's
together.
a great example. Give us some more scenarios. What does that look like in practice?
Like a healthy relationship.
Right.
Sure. If we assume we're always going to lunch together, we're going to join the softball team together. Maybe we want to gossip about the boss together. Sometimes the social can become unhealthy. And when it becomes unhealthy, that's when we have to start having some of those boundaries.
So, I guess my question is, what if one of your coworkers then becomes your boss? I remember that. I actually had that happen to me once, and it was terrible. She became my boss, or she was my boss, and then we became friends, and then it really, you could tell it kind of freaked her out, and she started treating me really differently at work.
Sure, because, nobody goes to boss school. We don't learn how to become a boss, and all of a sudden you're the boss, and you're like, I used to be friends with you, and now can I still be friendly? I'm not sure if that's okay. So if your friend becomes your boss, you might start feeling envious, you might feel a little jealous, you might be a little angry. So I would say think about those emotions as a lighthouse that kind of guide your way. Why are you envious? Why are you feeling all those feelings? And then figure out what it is that you actually want. And then use that to create that strategic plan to get where you actually want to go.
Let's say you get into this area where it does feel a little out of control. Maybe there is too much gossip. Maybe it's taking away from your ability to do your job. What is a way to open up the conversation and then set boundaries?
I think just voicing your emotions. I am feeling a little. It seems to me, I'm observing, right? This may not be your experience, but here's how it's feeling to me. Is a great way to start that conversation with that trusted friend, with someone you know, and to see if maybe they're having the same feeling. They may say, no, you're overthinking this. That's not something you're seeing. That wasn't what I intended. But then you can actually have that conversation. It brings it back to the actual work that you're doing and out of the sort of emotional sort of no man's land.
What if you do want more? What if you want to send the signal, just you're open to an invitation, right? Hey, I wouldn't mind us being friends in a more substantial, meaningful way. How do you open that in a healthy, boundary respecting way?
Yeah, sure. It's like dating at work, right? You're dating, you're looking for a friend. And it's kind of hard to sometimes make friends as a grown-up.
Oh, I think it's super hard.
It's super hard. So, if you see somebody heading out to get coffee or heading out to get lunch, maybe stalk them, right? Follow them to the elevator. Like, hey, are you heading out? I'll walk down with you. And then sort of see how that conversation goes and see if the person's also as interested and as open as you are.
Okay, Laura, what about this? What if things go south? What if it starts out all rosy and wonderful?
How do you break up at work?
How do you kind of like put some distance there if it's not going so well?
Yeah, I think, again, it's having that conversation. You know, you might ask to get assigned to a different project. You might, be in, a different conversation at work with a different boss. But, it's having those conversations with people where you're comparing yourself to each other. You're sort of trapped in this emotion, just sort of calling it out, having the conversation, naming the emotion, and then taking yourself that step back.
But don't ghost the person.
I wouldn't ghost the person, but you also don't have to get invited to every gossip session.
Right.
You don't have to go to every gossip session and get invited.
Can we just not have gossip sessions? How about that? Like, unsubscribe me to that. Laura Gassner-Otting, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it so much.
Thank you, Laura. Keep it right here, folks. You're watching NBC News Daily.
That was awesome.
Great. Thank you so much.
I'm Hallie, and we are buckled in. Tonight, we are on the ground with extreme storms and intense fires. We've got it all covered. ICE set to round up immigrants in more cities from coast to coast. What are you seeing where you are? Millions of dollars in federal money being put on pause by the Trump administration. Talk me through what you have been hearing on your end. Inflation is going down a little bit. What's under the hood of these numbers that's sticking out to you?
Oh, Hallie, that's so 2024. To be obsessed with the inflation readings, right? Irish actor Cillian Murphy is taking Hollywood by storm, and there is no sign that he's letting up.
That's right. The 49-year-old is starring in a new Netflix film about a struggling teacher dedicated to the needs of his students. He sat down with Today co-host Willie Geist to talk about the new role.
And the Oscar goes to Cillian Murphy.
Cillian Murphy has not let an Oscar go to his head.
I'm a very proud Irishman standing here tonight.
Did it change anything for you professionally to say Academy Award winner Cillian Murphy?
In my personal life, not in any way.
That's why I said professional.
Yeah.
I'm sure at home it was.
No, who cares? Yeah.
One of the things I admire about you, Cillian, is your complete disinterest in being a celebrity or a movie star.
I've always felt that if you want to try and inhabit somebody convincingly, that it seems sensible, that people wouldn't have an impression of you as an individual. And I like the transformative nature of acting. So if you can kind of keep that as a background, then I think it allows you more freedom as a performer, you know.
That ability to transform has made Murphy one of the most respected actors in Hollywood. From the hit series Peaky Blinders.
That is God. That are the Peaky Blinders.
To a run of Christopher Nolan blockbusters like Inception.
What do you mean, a dream within a dream?
Now he's earning acclaim again as a struggling head teacher at a last chance British reform school in the new Netflix film, Steve.
More focus, less fighting, yeah?
Your parents are teachers. What did you draw on for this character?
I think when I was growing up, I didn't pay any attention to it really, other than the fact that I would get extra lessons from my mum and dad after, which I was not a fan of.
More school.
More school. But as I've gotten older, I kind of look back on it and I really admired them for like standing up in front of a class of 35 teenagers and then coming home and having to look after 4 of us and like cook dinner and then do all of the marking exam papers and all of that and then get up and do it again.
The 49-year-old Murphy grew up in Cork, Ireland with 3 siblings and an early passion for music.
At what point along the way, Killian, did you start to see performance as something viable for you or something that you enjoy?
For me, it was always music. I was laser focused on making music and having a career as a musician.
Murphy and his younger brother formed a successful rock band in high school. They even were offered a record deal, but turned it down.
Why didn't you take it?
Well, my brother's in the band and he was very young and our parents just vetoed it. But it made me kind of have to pivot to theater because I wanted to be performing.
I think it was August of '96 when you get the record deal.
Yeah.
You fail your law exams.
Yeah.
Apologies for bringing that up.
That's okay.
But I did. You met your future wife.
Yeah.
And then you auditioned for really your first role in Disco Pigs.
Yeah.
And get it.
Murphy toured with that Disco Pigs stage production, eventually starring in the film adaptation too. The next year, he booked the lead in the hit zombie film 28 Days Later.
No!
A role that changed his life.
Chris Nolan saw that movie and he asked me to audition for Batman. And all I wanted to do was to just get in a room and say that I had a screen test. And then it turned into this other thing, you know.
In 2023, Murphy and Nolan teamed up for one of the biggest movies in the history of Hollywood.
And I know what it means for the Nazis to have a bomb.
Oppenheimer made nearly $1 billion and won 7 Academy Awards, including that one for Murphy.
Did you have a sense that this was something special?
I remember thinking when I read the script that it was one of the greatest things I had ever read. But at the same time, I thought, I don't know if it's instantly accessible because it is quite a structurally complex film. I don't know if that's everyone's cup of tea.
Whether leading an explosive summer blockbuster or a small ensemble film, Murphy is guided by a good story.
Next year, I'll have been acting for 30 years. I'm not going to take a massive swerve in terms of the work that I want to do. It'll be the same that has been since I was a young actor because they're the types of stories I've always wanted to tell.
That was Willie Geist reporting. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Nguyen. You are watching NBC News Daily. Much more news straight ahead. Keep it right here.
All right, Peter.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Ellison Barber in for Zinkley Esamoah. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, October 6th, 2025, all work and no pay. The government shutdown enters its second week. Thousands of federal workers now set to miss their first paychecks on Friday. We're live on Capitol Hill with the latest on efforts to reach a deal.
Escalation. New protests, violence, and lawsuits over President Trump's move to send the National Guard into American cities. A federal judge now blocking some of the deployments. How the White House is responding.
The last appeal. Questions are now being raised about the guilt of a man set to be executed next week after more than 2 decades on death row. Lester Holt joins us in studio today with a first look at his new podcast with new details about this case.
Plus, calling the shots. The CDC issues new recommendations for this season's COVID vaccine, who they say should be eligible for the vaccine, and why it could vary depending on what state you live in.
We have a lot to get to on a busy Monday. We begin this hour on Capitol Hill, where there's no end in sight to the government shutdown.
Yeah, today is day 6. The Senate is expected to vote today on ending the impasse, but based on what we know right now, the votes are expected to fail once again. Republicans and Democrats continue to blame each other as the two sides dig in. Now, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries is challenging House Speaker Mike Johnson to a live primetime debate on the House floor. The Speaker dismissed that invitation, calling it, quote, theatrics.
And a short time ago, we learned about another potential consequence of this shutdown. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the Essential Air Service, which provides flights to rural airports, could shut down as soon as Sunday. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Melanie Zanona, and we have NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello with us. He covers aviation. Melanie, I'll start with you. One of the biggest sticking points for Democrats is the subsidies for affordable care for people on under the Affordable Care Act. What are Republicans as well as President Trump saying about that today?
Well, Republicans and President Trump say they're open to discussions to potentially address those Affordable Care Act subsidies that are expiring at the end of the year. But they say they're not going to negotiate until Democrats agree to open the government first. That has been the Republican position throughout this entire shutdown fight. Yet Democrats don't trust Republican leaders here. They want to have some sort of forcing mechanism. That's why they're trying to tie this issue of government funding to the Affordable Care Act debate. And they're also warning that time is running out because if Congress doesn't act by November, premiums are going to start skyrocketing for millions of Americans all around the country. Yet Speaker Mike Johnson says they have plenty of time to figure it out. Just listen.
Yeah, they've been saying that some of the insurance companies will be sending out notices in early November. The last time I checked, it's October 6th. We have the entire month of October. We'll stay here around the clock to work through all these things, but we have to get government open again to do it.
But the issue here is that the Republican Party is actually divided over whether and how to address these expiring subsidies. There are some in the party who don't want them to be extended at all, and so this is going to be an ongoing debate, and it's why a deal is still so far away.
And Tom, let's bring you in here because we mentioned the Essential Air Service. Can you explain what that is and why losing it would be so significant?
Yeah, so the Essential Air Service has been around since 1978. Essentially, it is federal money to help subsidize air service into very small communities. And in fact, there are 177 of them across the country. About 65 are in Alaska alone. We're talking about very small towns. Sometimes only 200 people live there. And the federal government subsidizes it because a lot of airlines say, listen, it doesn't make any sense in terms of profitability, to go into these small communities. Now the money is going to run out on that air service, according to the DOT, as soon as this Sunday. So here is the Secretary of Transportation.
That money runs out this Sunday. So there's many small communities
across the country that will now no longer have the resources to make sure they have air service in their community. The number one user of this airspace is Alaska. That is going to be impacted as of Sunday. It was going to be Thursday. We found some more money to put into it.
Okay, as with all things politics, there is one big caveat here. The Trump administration itself proposed dramatically cutting this federal subsidy to provide this essential air service. So they wanted to cut back that funding by as much as 52%. We'll see where this comes out in the actual final budget. But nonetheless, for these very small communities that depend on this essential air service, it could right now be on hold, at least for a while.
All right, Tom Costello, Melanie Zanona, thanks to you both. Appreciate it.
Okay.
And we are following several legal developments this hour over the Trump administration's push to send National Guard troops to major cities.
This morning, the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago filed a lawsuit to block the deployment of federal troops to Chicago. On Saturday, the White House announced plans to send 300 National Guard troops there. That lawsuit follows violent protests in Chicago on Saturday. Federal agents were seen throwing people to the ground and using tear gas to control crowds. The Department of Homeland Security says things escalated after a woman allegedly tried to ram her car into an ICE agent's vehicle. That woman was then shot by federal agents.
In Oregon, a federal judge blocked the White House from sending National Guard members to Portland. The ruling came after President Trump attempted to send troops based in Oregon and then tried to send troops from California. Protesters and federal agents faced off outside an ICE facility in Portland again last night. There have been regular demonstrations outside that building since President Trump took office in January. Joining us now, we have NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley, NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, and NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Cuby. Shaq, let's start with you. Walk us through this new lawsuit from Illinois and Chicago in particular, and the reactions that we've heard to it thus far.
Well, both sides will actually be in a federal court in just under an hour to explain their arguments to the judge in this lawsuit. We know the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago, they're suing the federal government and asking a judge to block President Trump and the Trump administration's order to essentially federalize or take over the Illinois National Guard. In that lawsuit, I'll read a little bit from it. They say the Trump administration's illegal actions already have subjected and are subjecting Illinoisans to serious and irreparable harm. The deployment of federalized National Guard, including from another state, infringes on Illinois' sovereignty and right to self-governance. Now, the White House, including in a briefing that just took place, they've been pushing back aggressively, saying that this is well within their rights and pointing to those images that you mentioned at the beginning of the segment. White House spokeswoman says amidst ongoing violent riots and lawlessness that local leaders like Pritzker have refused to step in to quell, President Trump has exercised his lawful authority to protect federal officers and assets, going on to say that President Trump will not turn a blind eye to what they call lawlessness.
Julia, let me turn to you because you're covering what's going on in Portland, Oregon. There were a lot of legal developments over the last 48 hours. Take us through that.
Yeah, that's quite a lot. That's true. This is coming after the state of Oregon said that they did not want the Trump administration, the White House, to deploy that state's National Guard into Portland. They said it did not rise to the level of a national security concern. And so we saw late last week the president turn to California's National Guard, where the governor there has already said that he didn't want the National Guard used in L.A. when they had protests break out there over ICE operations there in June. So what Trump tried to do was to take 300 members of the National Guard into Portland to quell protests there over ICE activity. But late last night, in an emergency hearing, a federal judge stepped in saying that this is a country of constitutional law, not martial law, and that the president could not unilaterally use the National Guard from a state that opposed having its National Guard deployed and bring it into Oregon. What could come next, though, could be an appeal of that temporary restraining order that put a pause on that deployment, or perhaps the president could look to other states that might be more willing to send their National Guard. But in the meantime, we should say that Portland police last night arrested 2 people who were protesting outside of the ICE facility in South Portland. Then local leaders there say this does not rise to the level of a national security threat.
And Courtney, obviously all of this connects back to the Pentagon. On Sunday, we heard Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announcing plans to call up members of the Texas National Guard. Talk to us about what else he had to say.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Julia was just explaining here. Is another potential option is that they pull National Guard from other states and send them to the cities where the Trump administration wants to send them. In this case, Secretary Hegseth writing in a memo that he was authorizing 400 members of the Texas National Guard to go to both Portland and to Chicago, to essentially split them between those two cities. They would be under Title 10 orders. That's federal activation, federal pay. In that case, they would be their federal activation means they'd be under the command and control of U.S. Northern Command. We've seen that before in some of these other recent deployments. But what happened here again is, in fact, the court says that they cannot send these 400 troops either for the exact reasons that Shaq and Julia have just been laying out here. So at this point, it doesn't appear that this is going to move forward until the appeals process is all finished. Now, what's really key here is when these troops are under Title 10 authority, that means that they are, again, activated on federal active status, federal active duty. They are not allowed to engage in any kind of law enforcement activities in this case. So no arrests, nothing like that. But they can carry out some of the missions that the Trump administration says they want them to be a part of. That would be protecting federal property, protecting federal personnel. And in the case of Portland specifically, that would be most likely protecting ICE facilities and ICE personnel. But what's really key here is they would not be allowed legally to engage in any law enforcement activities. Ellison and Kate.
Shaquille Brewster, Courtney Cuby, and Julia Ainsley, thank you.
Let's switch now to some consumer news. CBS News has a new editor-in-chief.
And a major pharmacy chain has closed its last stores. Seema Modi joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Seema.
Kate and Ellison, great to see you both. Let's start with that story in the media world. Paramount saying it bought the online commentary site The Free Press and installed its co-founder, Barry Weiss, as editor-in-chief of CBS News. Weiss has never run a TV network. She previously worked as an op-ed writer at the New York Times, but quit the job, citing constant bullying by colleagues who disagreed with her centrist views. She created the Free Press as an alternative to legacy news media. The companies did not disclose the deal's value, but multiple reports say it was for $150 million. Down to D.C., U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will remain the commissioner of the Internal Revenue System. Bessent took over the IRS in August. The situation was supposed to be temporary, but sources tell CNBC the president decided to keep Bessent in control of the agency. In addition, the current head of the Social Security Administration will take on the newly created role of CEO at the IRS. And Rite Aid has officially closed its doors. The 63-year-old pharmacy chain announced it shut its remaining stores this week after years of financial troubles. At its peak, Rite Aid had more than 5,000 locations, according to industry news outlet Drug Topics. Back to you.
Seema Modi, thank you.
Coming up, NBC's Lester Holt joins us in studio here to talk about his new Dateline podcast and a case that he has been covering for years.
But first, the home of a South Carolina judge goes up in flames. Why so many are concerned the fire may be connected to one of her rulings. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates. And Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
A mystery is unfolding in South Carolina after a judge's home went up in flames. Huge flames and plumes of smoke could be seen Saturday afternoon in Edisto Beach. That's about an hour south of Charleston. It was coming from a home owned by Judge Diane Goodstein, who serves on the state circuit court. Officials say Judge Goodstein was not home at the time, but 3 people were hurt in the fire. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is following this story closely for us and joins us now with the latest. Kathy, what do we know about this fire at this point? Do investigators believe this could have been a targeted attack?
Yeah, Ellison, good afternoon. As you saw in those images, this was just a massive fire. It happened Saturday afternoon, and according to officials, there were just a lot of challenges putting out the flames because the home is located, as you see there, on a barrier island. So tight corners, tight roadways. Also, it was just hard to get access to the water supply. Eventually, emergency responders got onto the scene. You mentioned 3 people were inside the home at the time. They were all rescued, but get this, from the backyard using kayaks. All 3 people, they were taken to the hospital. It's unclear what their conditions are at this hour. But there are a lot of questions right now, growing questions about the cause of this fire, including the possibility that it was intentionally set. All of this is under review. It's under investigation. And local law enforcement, they have been asked to be in that area to offer extra patrols in the wake of this fire. Judge Goodstein, you mentioned, Ellison, serves on the state circuit court. She actually made headlines last month when she issued a ruling against the Trump administration. She issued a ruling blocking South Carolina from handing over voters' personal data to the Department of Justice. But we should also note that one of our NBC News colleagues actually spoke with the judge directly earlier today. She appeared to be in good spirits over the phone, but she couldn't share any more information about the incident. And obviously, this is still an ongoing investigation and still a lot of questions as to how this fire started, Ellison.
Yeah, a lot of questions indeed. NBC's Kathy Park, thank you.
Mediators for Israel and Hamas are gathering in Egypt to discuss the 20-point peace plan presented by President Trump. While Hamas has now publicly agreed to release all Israeli hostages, as the plan calls for, many other details have yet to be hashed out. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley has more from Tel Aviv.
Yeah, a whole lot riding on those negotiations now unfolding in the Egyptian city of Sharm el-Sheikh. We saw that Hamas and the Israeli delegations have both arrived. They're speaking indirectly. President Donald Trump is going to be sending his own delegation, led by Steve Witkoff, his Middle East envoy, and including his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who played a central role in the Abraham Accords that secured normalized relations between Israel and several Gulf Arab countries. Now, it sounds as though, according to Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, that 90% of all of the issues here have already been agreed to. The fact is, we've heard that before during successive previous negotiations for a ceasefire, and those remaining 10%, sometimes it goes down to 1%. Those are really thorny issues, and the very things that have stopped previous negotiations from becoming reality. Now, one of the main issues for Hamas as they arrive is the identities of those prisoners who are supposed to be released as part of the exchange with the Israelis. Some 250 Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails who have been convicted of very serious crimes and are serving life sentences are supposed to be released. Well, Hamas is going to be asking for some very prominent people, including some major offenders who the Israelis are going to be reluctant to let go. Now, that's not the only issue that still needs to be ironed out. There are many, many more, but we're still talking about what could be days or weeks of negotiations, even though, as we heard from President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that this could all be wrapped up very soon. According to people that I've been speaking to, while both sides are very, very eager to come to a deal, they're not going to settle for nothing.
NBC's Matt Bradley, thank you. And coming up, former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez under arrest after he was stabbed during a fight.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinclair Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Across multiple continents, a new, younger generation is demanding change. Gen Z protesters who say they're fed up with government leaders and broken promises. From Southeast Asia to Southern Africa, they're organizing in the streets and online. And some of the protests have turned deadly. NBC News correspondent Valerie Castro reports.
From Madagascar to Nepal to Peru. Gen Z protests erupting in pockets around the globe in recent months. Though the individual causes vary, they share a common thread. Protesters in their teens and 20s angry at the state of their countries, organizing on social media and taking to the streets.
These are the digital natives. The generation obviously is very, very comfortable organizing on social media. It's their natural medium for expressing themselves.
In Madagascar, what began as anger over water shortages and power blackouts has morphed into a national movement. At least one Madagascar protester saying they were inspired by what they saw online in Nepal. Another student protester saying the whole population can't take it anymore. We are here because we suffer. Our family suffers. Everybody suffers.
When people see something successfully happening in another country where people my age, so these are young people who see these protests on social media almost instantaneously, right? And they think, well, if they can, why can't we?
Despite the president of Madagascar dissolving the government in late September, demonstrators continue demanding his resignation. At least 22 people have been killed and more than 100 injured, according to the UN. In Morocco, protests also turning deadly, authorities saying 2 people were killed in clashes last week. As the country's youth accuse leaders of prioritizing funds for the 2030 World Cup instead of needs like schools and health care. Last month, demonstrators in Nepal against corruption, nepotism, and a nationwide ban on social media, setting fire to the parliament building. A Gen Z representative saying, "We have unanimously recommended the interim prime minister to form the functioning government." popping up in protests around the world, a form of the Jolly Roger flag. Originally from the best-selling Japanese comic and anime series One Piece, the flag now a symbol of Gen Z defiance. From France, the Philippines, Indonesia, Peru, Argentina, and even in Madagascar, as youth movements pop up in different corners of the world, governments might need to rethink how they respond to a generation that demands change. Valerie Castro, NBC News.
A nursing home in South Carolina is proving that beauty never fades. It hosted a pageant for its residents, and this was the real deal, folks. The two-day event had intense competitions, including a talent showcase. Leah Phillips from our NBC affiliate in Greenville takes us there.
Just because they're in a wheelchair, they can still be fabulous.
The timeless beauties at Fleetwood Post-Acute certainly proved that to be true as they competed for the crown.
We did hair, we did nails, we did makeup, and not only did it brighten their day, it brightened our day. We learned so much.
Students from the Upstate College of Cosmetology provided the pampering, making dozens of residents feel beautiful on their big day.
Just because they have wrinkles, people might see that, that's not how I look at things. I look more into their eyes. I see their spirit, their soul.
The ladies even receiving a personal escort or two from local fire and policemen as their loved ones cheered them on from the audience.
So our residents, I don't see them as residents or a number. I see them as people. They're my family.
While rocking their greatest gowns, the ladies were asked two questions: what advice they would give younger generations and what beauty means to them.
We always have that little child in us that wants to dress up and to wear a crown and to feel beautiful. And I think that's part of, what we do in life. Everybody, puts on their fancy shoes and, gets their hair and makeup done, and you feel like you can conquer the world.
Each and every participant received a special award, but of course, the timeless queen of Fleetwood was crowned.
And I love them, like I said, and that makes me feel so proud to honor my residents.
Oh, you hear the emotion.
Yes, and listening to that woman who works there talking about, I don't see these as residents or numbers, they're my family. It was so heartwarming, but also, get it, timeless queen, crushing it.
Fantastic.
I loved that.
Leah Phillips, thank you for that. Coming up, we have our eyes on the ball. What goes into making the pigskin used every Sunday in the NFL? Stay with us.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Here's the scoop from NBC News, a new podcast where conversations and headlines are served daily.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Hundreds of New Yorkers took their pets to St. John the Divine Cathedral for the church's annual Blessing of the Animals. The blessing on Sunday honored animals of all sizes, as you can see, and started with a procession of animals before being blessed on the cathedral lawn. People waited for hours after the ceremony to have their pets receive a blessing. The event's been around for decades, and this year's animals included cats, dogs, birds, a horse, even a baby zebu. That's a type of South Asian cattle.
Cuties. Okay, an unexpected resignation today from France's newest prime minister. Sébastien Lecornu resigned less than 24 hours after naming his government and less than a month in office. Lecornu blamed partisan politics, saying he was ready to compromise, but saying the other parties refused. He now becomes France's shortest-serving prime minister in nearly 70 years and the fourth in the last year alone.
Universal Orlando Resort reopened Stardust Racers on Saturday, a few weeks after a 32-year-old man died after riding the high-speed roller coaster. The ride is part of Universal's newest theme park called Epic Universe and has only been open since May. A medical examiner ruled the death an accident and said it was due to multiple blunt impact injuries. In a letter to staff, the resort's president expressed her sympathies to the victim's family and added that after an investigation, the ride was functioning properly at the time of the incident. It remains unclear exactly what happened, and a full autopsy has not been made public. Epic Universe and NBC News, we should note, share the same parent company, NBC Universal.
We're learning new details this hour about the violent incident which led to the stabbing and later arrest of Fox Sports analyst and former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez. Sanchez is now facing multiple charges, including a felony battery charge for his alleged involvement in a fight with a delivery box truck driver. It all happened early Saturday in Indianapolis, according to police. New photos show the aftermath of the altercation, which we want to warn you are graphic and disturbing. These images were shared by the driver's family to our NBC affiliate in Indianapolis. The driver suffered a laceration to his cheek, and Sanchez was treated for stab wounds to his upper torso, according to court documents. Joining us now is NBC's Rahema Ellis. Rahema, a lot of bizarre details about what led up to this violent altercation. What are police saying about what they believe happened here? And what do we know about the conditions of both Sanchez and that driver?
Let me start with what police are saying about what happened. First, they should point out very clearly that more charges could be filed because they say, in their words, they have a ton of information to sift through yet. That includes surveillance cameras, which were all around that area, as well as, they say, they have video, cell phone video from witnesses who were in the area. According to authorities, there was an altercation, as you point out, between the driver of the truck and with Sanchez, and it led to both of these men ending up in the hospital. Police are saying that what happened here did not have to happen because initially they say it happened over a parking incident, but authorities are insisting that this kind of behavior is not going to be tolerated. Take a listen.
But I want to be clear about this. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you do for a living. I don't care where you live. If you come into our city, commit violence, we will use all the tools at our disposal to hold you accountable.
I want to tell you more about, in terms of the conditions, as you point out earlier, that Sanchez was being treated for his wounds. We were told that the driver of the truck was also being treated for, according to them, having been thrown to the ground. Also want to share with you some info that came from the affidavit that the police released today. They talk about in the affidavit that Mr. Sanchez smelled of alcohol, that his speech was slurred, that the argument turned physical, and the driver thought, quote, "This guy is going to kill me," pulled out a knife and struck Sanchez several times.
So, Rahema, what do we think comes next here?
Well, there is a pre-trial hearing that is scheduled for November 4th. And at this point, we have reached out to both the representative for Sanchez and Fox Sports, and both of them have declined to comment.
NBC's Rahema Ellis, thank you.
The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is out with a new set of recommendations for COVID shots this fall. The agency is now recommending vaccines for patients over the age of 65 and saying that other people should consult with a healthcare provider before getting the vaccine. These recommendations were made by a new panel of vaccine advisors picked by U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Joining us now to help us understand all of it is NBC News medical reporter Erica Edwards. Erica, we've had a lot of information coming at us about these COVID shots. Can you break down the new recommendations for us? What's behind the change?
Yeah, so the government under the Trump administration, as well as Secretary Kennedy, has really been pushing for fewer people to get those COVID vaccines. Now, they're now saying that the benefit for kids and anyone younger than 65 without any underlying health conditions that would increase their risk for severe COVID may not need that shot. Right now, the CDC is only recommending the COVID vaccine this fall for people 65 and older, as long as they consult with a doctor or pharmacist about the vaccine. Now, reminder, that's just a recommendation, right? It's not a mandate. Anyone younger than that can still get the vaccine, again, in accordance with their doctor or healthcare provider. Kate?
Okay, so just the logistics. Will people be able to go to their local pharmacy, whatever their age is, and try to get that COVID shot? Do they have to have a prescription? Will it be free?
No prescription is necessary. It will be free under most circumstances. People will be able to get those shots, whether they have private insurance or Medicare or Medicaid. This year, at least 26 states, right, mostly blue states with Democratic leaders, have gone ahead with their own guidelines for COVID shots this fall, broadening access overall. But for states nationwide, I did talk with CVS and Walgreens. Both said that they would continue to offer those vaccines starting at either age 3 or 5.
And it's still early, Erica, but do doctors expect another COVID wave like we've seen before in the fall?
Okay, where is our crystal ball when we need it most, right? So right now, much of the nation is coming down from a summer uptick in COVID. However, experts do anticipate that a winter wave will again happen this year, as it's had every other year since the pandemic started. Kate?
All right, Erica Edwards for us. Erica, thank you so much.
It is a race against the clock. In his first original podcast for Dateline, NBC's Lester Holt is uncovering new details in the case of Robert Roberson.
You might remember Roberson has been on death row for more than 2 decades for a crime he says he did not commit. And with just 10 days until his execution is planned, there are questions being raised about his guilt and new evidence that was not revealed at trial. Here's a sneak peek at just some of what Lester found in his new podcast called The Last Appeal.
For 22 years, Robert Roberson has been sitting on Texas's death row, convicted of killing his 2-year-old daughter, Nikki. Now, he's counting down the hours to his execution, October 16th, 1 week from now.
Are you guilty? A lot of people think I'm guilty or believe I'm guilty, but I'm not. I'm not guilty.
Prosecutors say Roberson shook and beat Nikki to death. They repeatedly told the jury it was a case of shaken baby syndrome. But since Roberson's conviction, the science of shaken baby syndrome has been undermined. Roberson says he's innocent, that there is critical evidence the jury never heard. I recently traveled to Texas to speak with him.
Did you harm your daughter, Nikki, in any way? No, sir.
And to track down people who have never spoken publicly about the case. One of them, ER nurse Kelly Garganis, was the first to see Nikki and Roberson when they arrived at the hospital.
He had strange behavior. He had a very flat affect. I just know his behavior was not what you would normally see if it was a father taking care of their child that fell off the bed.
The jury was never told that Nikki was a terribly ill child. She'd been seen by doctors more than 40 times in her short life, and in the days leading to her death, Nikki had a 104.5-degree fever. Gretchen Swin, Roberson's lawyer, says Nikki's death was not as a result of shaken baby syndrome.
The symptoms seen years ago as diagnostic
of shaking are actually caused by a host of things.
Is it harder to be hopeful now?
No, actually, I'm still hopeful, but it's kind of disappointing that they hadn't done the right thing, done what they should have, It's clear as day. They see the evidence. They see that I really shouldn't be here,
And we are so fortunate to have Lester Holt with us here in studio. Lester, the last appeal, it premieres today. This is the first of 4 episodes. It seems like there are so many layers to this case. What drew you to it?
Well, we covered it for Nightly News when I was here a year ago. Went down, talked to Robert, but there were so many unanswered questions, and they set a new death date here not long ago. And that's when I thought, we've got to go back and start dealing with some of these questions that really haven't been answered. Things about missing evidence, things the jury never heard, why the chief of detectives at the time left the police force and is now supporting Robert and wanting to apologize to him. So there's a lot of moving parts here, and we thought this was a way to do it using podcasting.
Yeah, and it's such an intimate way to reach listeners, right? That execution date, Lester, is 10 days from now. What would have to happen for that to be stopped?
Well, the Court of Criminal Appeals could simply, they could, exonerate him. They could order a new trial, which is basically what his defense is asking right now, a new trial. So there are some mechanisms, but someone has to start them into motion. And right now, it's only his defense team.
And you talked a little bit about the format here of telling the story through podcasting. You have done literally everything I can ever think of. Is this new for you? Is this your first official podcast?
I started in radio, and a lot of that was doing news radio. There's some similarity, but no, this is something when I moved out of Nightly over to Dateline, something I really wanted to do. It's some news muscles I'd never exercised. And it's really different because when you show up on someone's doorstep, with the Dateline camera crews, usually 2 cameras, 2 sound guys, producers, it's a thing. It's how we do our thing. This is very, as you said, I think you used the term intimate.
Yeah.
We did knock on doors, and people, there's Lester Holt on my porch, and we went inside and we talked, but it's a much more comfortable way to do it, and people don't feel threatened or pressured, and I enjoyed it.
I have to ask you, since you're here, how long has it been now that you haven't been doing Nightly News and you haven't had to be in every single day at a certain time all the way? How does it feel?
People ask me about it. It was weird the first couple of times there was major breaking news. I think it was the bombing of Iran or something, and I immediately got that same feeling I always did, like, let's put on Superman's cape, and in this case, where's my travel bag? And then it's like, no, we've kind of moved on. We're all changing, and it's all good.
Well, you've got plenty of other things you're doing.
Yeah, I'm staying real busy at Dateline.
I'm so excited to listen to this. I said it before, but I'm a huge Dateline fan, always a huge fan of yours, and this is just the best combination of all of the things.
You should have come to our fan event.
Oh, I'll be at the next one. I will. You won't be able to get rid of me now.
I'm coming too. Lester Holt, thank you so much for making time for us. And be sure to download and subscribe. It's called The Last Appeal. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts.
Coming up, are you feeling burnt out? It might be time to ditch your to-do list. Why that move could help you feel better and still accomplish everything in your day. That's next on NBC News Daily.
Americans who say they voted for you because they want and they need relief.
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
In today's Daily Health, have you ever felt like the day is just running away from you every single day? Maybe you have too much on your plate or you feel burnt out and you need to hit that reset button.
Yeah, well, our next guest is here with some tips on how to take back control. And spoiler alert, it might be time to actually ditch that to-do list. Joining us now is Andrea Lee Rogers. She is the author of the new book, Small Moves, Big Life, 7 Daily Practices to Supercharge Your Energy, Productivity, and Happiness in Just Minutes a Day. Okay, Andrea, let's start with this concept, small moves, big life.
Yes.
What do you mean by that, and what are some examples of ways we can actually implement this into our daily lives?
So the concept is simple, and it's quite powerful, and it essentially says you don't win by doing more, you win by doing less with more intention. Okay, so we always think we have to overhaul our entire lives to create real change or transformation, but lasting transformation, sustainable transformation comes by doing those everyday doable tasks.
You've put together a list of, I think, 7 small moves.
Yes.
Just tell us about what those are and how they help.
Yes, so these are not yet another thing on your to-do list, right? Okay, so these are not things that you're like, oh gosh, Andrea, now I've got to add 7 more practices to my day. I can't possibly do 7 more things. First of all, they're science-backed, they're simple, they take moments of your day, and they are what I like to think of as stabilizers or anchors to your day. They're going to allow you to be able to put on all the hats that you have to put on and be in every role that you need to be in with a little bit more clarity, control, and most importantly, energy.
You have a concept called do the thing,
Yes,
right?
yes.
What is that?
Okay, so I'm back here in New York, and Do the Thing was born in New York City, okay?
Yeah.
I moved to New York City in 2019. I had just recently gone through a challenging time in my life. I was recently divorced, and I was like, let's move to New York City with 2 girls, I'll be a single mom here. That sounds like a good idea. Everyone thought I was crazy. And I remember moving into my apartment and I was quite literally surrounded by boxes. Yeah. And I went to reach for my to-do list and I was like, oh my God. I felt like I was drowning among the chaos. Yes, overwhelmed. And this list, instead of becoming productive, felt like it was like a list of anxieties, right? And I said, this has got to change. I need to do something. So I said, today, I'm just going to do 3 things. They are non-negotiable. And instead of just writing them down without any thought or intention, I'm going to actually spend just a moment, just a couple moments, and think about what will strategically move the needle for me. When I put my head on the pillow tonight, what is going to make me feel like, atta girl, you actually did something good. You didn't just check a box, but you actually were productive.
I totally get it. And if I don't have a to-do list, how am I going to remember all the forms I have to fill out for my kids and things like that?
Right, and I think there's still value in having a list of things that you must get to, but what tends to happen is we start to write down this list and we live by this list, and it causes stress and overwhelm.
It definitely does.
And then at the end of the day, you're like, I feel like I got nothing done, and I feel like I'm just existing, Or I heard someone recently say, I'm maintaining. We want to do more than that.
You mentioned the concept, and it seems like you go in 3s when you're writing your list of non-negotiables. What are some other tips and advice that you have for people to really take control of their day and all of the things that are on their plate?
Yes, so simple ways that you can take control and get out of that whole hustle culture, right? We live in this hustle culture that tells us we need to do more, wake up earlier, show up, look better, sleep more, do all the things.
Drink more water.
Drink more water. It's like always something on that list, right? So I think what we've done is we've mistaken busyness for productivity. So just give yourself a moment during the day. And, we hear this word self-care quite a bit, right? And it doesn't mean you have to go to the spa for a day. It doesn't mean you have to neglect all those responsibilities. But just take a moment for the day to recognize and pause and to have a reset. So for me, it might be an intentional breath work in the morning that I do every single day and every single night before I go to bed. Or it might be just making my matcha in the morning.
The book is Small Moves, Big Life. Andrea Lee Rogers, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, ladies.
Thanks, Andrea. Stay with us. There's more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Can't believe this. The NFL season is already a quarter of the way done, but the game of football would not be the same without the pigskin.
And fun fact, that ball, not actually made out of a pig. And NBC's Kaylee Hartung got a chance to see what the ball is actually made of as they were putting it together by hand, stitch by stitch.
In a small Ohio town, there's a small factory where you'll find more than 100 people cutting, sewing, and lacing.
This is a one-stop shop for every football used in an NFL game.
Yeah.
How many footballs are you all producing in a day, in a year?
Capabilities are about 2,500 footballs a day, which comes out to a little over 500,000 footballs each year. For the NFL, we're sending them about 30,000 footballs.
Casey Patton is the Wilson plant manager, overseeing the operation where every single NFL football is made by hand. While the game has evolved over the years with new helmets, different uniforms, turf fields, the football remains unchanged.
Why, in a world of modernization and technology every day, is it important to you all to keep doing this by
It's
hand?
the craftsmanship, it's the quality. 100% of the balls that we manufacture are quality inspected to make sure that we're not sending anything out that is a lower quality product. It's a tough product to automate. It's the craftsmen and women of the factory here that make it.
If you were walking a ball through this factory to get one made, how long does that take, soup to nuts?
Probably take me 20 minutes to get a ball through the factory.
It might take me a little longer.
Might take you a little bit longer.
Can we go make a football?
Let's do it.
There are 18 meticulous steps to putting together a football. First, the leather cowhide.
Our main goal is to utilize this leather as much as possible.
Panel one. Okay. How'd I do?
Great.
Pretty good match.
You got a good start.
From cutting and placing decals to lacing and sewing, I got to do it all.
Looky there, you're doing it. And you make it look so easy.
Well, I've been doing this for 30 years. There's a big difference between 1 minute and 30 years.
Yeah.
Paying close attention to detail and craftsmanship necessary for each football.
You are one of just 2 people responsible for sewing NFL footballs together?
Yes.
How much pride do you take in that?
The lady that trained me to do this worked here for 48 years. So, I mean, I felt like I was coming in and had these really big shoes to fill. She put so much heart and soul into this job.
Incredible. And how long have you been doing this job?
10 years now.
Your hands are touching every football that's played with.
It's a neat thing just to know that I had part of that.
Do you notice when you're watching football on TV?
Yeah. I always say, what if that was mine?
The last step, quality control, to make sure every football meets the strict NFL standards.
So both your ends are pretty good, but it's got a little bit of a wave to it.
Is that good or bad?
That's not good.
Oh.
My football may not be game ready, but after all that hard work, I thought I'd get a second opinion from another expert, Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen.
Look at this ball. I made it.
Oh, did you really?
I did.
Oh, look at
Sewed
that.
it together. Look at that.
Nice.
Could you give it a toss and tell me how it feels?
Yeah, good. Run around, Joe Brady. Spin. It's a right-handed football.
I made it just for you.
With the reigning MVP's approval, I'll never look at a football the same way again. Crafting footballs by hand, a time-honored tradition, as American as Sunday Night Football.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Okay, before we go, it is time for today's Daily Snapshot. And no, this is not the Dagobah system. Saturday marks the start of the 53rd Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. It is one of my favorite things in this country. Over 500 balloons took to the sky this past weekend, including at least 100 specially shaped balloons like Yoda. The Fiesta's been around since 1972.
I mean, it's amazing. I'm so jealous you have been and seen it in person. This year, though, the week-long festival, it's going to feature balloon pilots from more than 40 states and 12 countries. Thousands of people are expected to attend in person. Hundreds of thousands more watching online.
Yeah, I used to live there. It is amazing. Go, go, go.
Cool. It looks awesome. You have until October 12th to see it in person.
Yep. Be right back.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Hey everyone, I'm Ellison Barbers, and Clay is off today.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, October 6th, 2025. Troop tensions. Illinois joining a growing list of states suing the Trump administration over its deployment of the National Guard to cities nationwide. Inside the mounting legal battles after days of protests.
New charges. Former NFL quarterback and TV analyst Mark Sanchez is now facing felony charges in connection with an altercation over the weekend. What the investigation is revealing about the moments leading up to the violence.
Season's greetings. It may only be October, but the holiday discounts, they are already here. How you can save big on your shopping list this week, from Amazon to Target.
And WeWork. Is it ever possible to be friends with a coworker? It can be a tricky dynamic to navigate, especially if your friend gets promoted and you don't. There might be some jealousy there. We're going to get to talk to an expert about her tips on all of that.
Looking forward to that one. But we're going to begin this hour with several big developments involving the Trump administration's push to send National Guard troops to major U.S. cities.
We'll start in Portland, Oregon. Late last night, a federal judge blocked the White House from sending National Guard members there there. The ruling came after President Trump attempted to send troops based in Oregon and then tried to send troops from California. Today, the White House said it will appeal that court decision. Protesters and federal agents faced off outside an ICE facility in Portland again last night. We should note there have been regular demonstrations outside that building since President Trump took office in January.
So the second city is Chicago. Today, that city, along with the state of Illinois, filed a lawsuit to block the deployment of troops to Chicago. On Saturday, the White House announced plans to send 300 National Guard troops there. In addition, Chicago's mayor signed an executive order today creating what he calls ICE-free zones. The order prevents federal agents from using some city-owned spaces for immigration enforcement activities. It includes things like parking lots and garages.
Joining us now, NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley and NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, also NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Cubie. Julia, I'll start with you on Portland, Oregon. A lot happened in the courts over the last 48 hours or so. Where do things stand right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Kate, you mentioned those protests outside that ICE facility in South Portland that have been going on for months. But just recently, President Trump and the White House decided they wanted to call in the National Guard. This is something that local officials in Oregon and in Portland resisted, saying that this does not rise to the level of a national security concern. So instead, the White House turned to the National Guard of California and deployed 300 men and women from California's National Guard to get to Portland over the weekend. But late last night, we saw in an emergency hearing, a federal judge said that that was outside of President Trump's authority. She was responding to a lawsuit from Gavin Newsom that said that this was against the authority and the jurisdiction of the president, that only Newsom, as governor of California, would have the ability to call them in. So what happens next? Maybe that they start looking to red states or they appeal this decision.
And Shaq, can you take us through this new lawsuit from Illinois and Chicago? How is the White House responding to it?
Well, right now we're waiting actually for that court hearing to take place. There's a status hearing that was set after that lawsuit was filed this morning. Essentially, you have the state and then the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago asking a judge to block the White House from federalizing the National Guard in the same way that a federal judge in Oregon, as you just heard Julia describe, did over the course of the weekend. In that lawsuit, the Attorney General of Illinois writes, the Trump administration's illegal actions already have subjected and are subjecting Illinois to serious and irreparable harm, saying the deployment of federalized National Guard, including from another state, infringes on the state's sovereignty and right to self-governance. But I'll tell you, the White House is pushing back hard against this. White House spokeswoman putting out this statement saying, amidst ongoing violent riots and lawlessness that local leaders like Pritzker, who's the governor of Illinois, have refused to step in to quell, President Trump has exercised his lawful authority to protect federal agents and officers. Again, this will be heard before a judge, but it's going to be a battle between the state and federal government as they decide who has the power in this issue.
And Courtney, the people we're talking about here are the U.S. military, right? And these developments all came after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth announced some plans to call up members of the Texas National Guard. What happens now?
Yeah, I mean, it's just really been a head-snapping back and forth throughout the past 48 hours or maybe a little bit even longer than that. So Secretary Hegseth signing a memo over the weekend after it became clear through these court actions that potentially the California National Guard wasn't going to be able to deploy. It wasn't clear. The governors of both Illinois and of Oregon have pushed back on this, and we've just been hearing from Julia and Shaq here. So he signed an order saying that 400 members of the Texas National Guard would be federalized, so put on federal active duty and sent to both Illinois and to Oregon, about splitting them up in half, about 200 to each location. Well, that also got pushed back by the courts there. Now, what's really critical about this potential deployment here is they would be on Title X federal active duty. So that means, yes, they're getting federal pay and benefits, but it also means that they would be under the command and control or under the authority of the federal government. In this case, it would be under U.S. Northern Command. And that means that they would have different authorities than they would when they're in their National Guard duty on state active duty, for instance, in Texas. In that case, they do have some ability to carry out some law enforcement activities when they're federalized, when they're on Title X, they cannot. What they can still do is protection of federal personnel and federal property. That is what the memo said they would be doing in this case. But again, as we've just heard from Shaq and from Julia, the governors in Oregon and the governor in Illinois are both saying that they simply do not need these federal forces. Kate?
And Shaq, before we go, NBC News has some new reporting about protests taking place near an ICE facility in Broadview, a community that's just outside of Chicago. Talk to us about what is happening there.
Yeah, this has been the site of a lot of the protests. You see some of them on your screen right now, the flashpoint between law enforcement and members of the community. And right now we just learned that the mayor of Broadview has signed an order limiting the amount of protests and the hours in which people can protest outside of that ICE processing facility, saying that people can only use that free speech protest zone that was recently set up between the hours of 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. The intention there is to limit some of those clashes that many times have happened after dark or early morning hours. So that is going to be something we continue to watch. And the idea is that it'll limit some of the tension that you've been seeing in the Chicago area.
All right, Shaq Brewster, Julia Ainsley, Courtney Cuby, thank you.
New details are emerging this hour about a violent incident in Indianapolis on Saturday.
It led to the stabbing and then later the arrest of Fox Sports analyst and former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez. Sanchez is now facing multiple charges, including a felony battery charge for his alleged involvement in this fight that was with a delivery box truck driver. New photos show the aftermath of the altercation, and we want to warn you, they are graphic and they are disturbing.
These images were shared by the driver's family with our NBC affiliate in Indianapolis. You see the driver there who suffered a laceration to his cheek. Sanchez was treated for stab wounds to his upper torso. He's not shown here, according to court documents.
Certainly the thing that stands out to us is this was a situation that did not need to occur.
NBC News' Rahima Ellis joins us now on set with the latest. Rahima, there has been a lot of confusion over what happened here. Walk us through what we know right now and what police are saying.
One of the things police are saying is that there is a lot of information that they still have to sift through. They're also saying, again, this investigation is in the early stages. There could be more charges to come. But as you pointed out, they said that it was in the early morning, about 12:30 a.m. on Saturday, that these two men got into some sort of an altercation. According to authorities, they say that the affidavit that says that Sanchez smelled of alcohol, his speech was slurred, and the back and forth between these two men turned physical. The driver, according to the affidavit, says, quote, he thought this guy is going to kill me. And the driver pulled a knife and struck Sanchez multiple times. That's all in the affidavit. And authorities have now scheduled a pre-trial conference for November 11th to get through more of this. But as you point out, Sanchez is still in the hospital. The driver has been treated for his injuries. And according to the police document, he is on the road to recovery.
And Rahima, have we heard anything from Fox Sports, where Sanchez worked, or from Sanchez directly, or any representatives?
We have reached out to both of those entities, and both of them have declined comment in this case. I think they're going to allow this investigation to continue at the moment because, again, authorities are saying, and I'm quoting them, a ton of information we've yet to sift through in this case.
Do we know anything right now about Sanchez's condition? He's charged, but he's not technically in police custody. He's still hospitalized?
According to what we know, he is still hospitalized and being treated for his stab wounds.
Okay. Rahima Ellis, thank you so much for that.
Time for some consumer news. A new AI deal sends one stock skyrocketing.
And Swifties are swarming the box office. Kate Rogers joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Kate and Ellison. Shares in AMD surging more than 25% today after the company reached a deal to provide chips to OpenAI over multiple years and through multiple generations of hardware. The way the deal is structured, the Sam Altman-led OpenAI could end up with a 10% stake in the chipmaker. NVIDIA, AMD's main competitor, was off about 1% on the news. Verizon announced today that former PayPal CEO Dan Schulman will lead the company effective immediately. Schulman replaces Hans Vestberg, who has run Verizon since 2018 and created the company's 5G network strategy. Vestberg will stay on the board through 2026 to help close a $20 billion deal to acquire Frontier Communications. And Taylor Swift's release party for her 12th album, The Life of a Showgirl, raked in $33 million at the domestic box office over the weekend. It's the pop star's second collaboration with AMC, following the filmed version of Swift's Eras Tour concert in 2023, which brought in more than $261 million globally. Sadly, I did not make it out to the theaters this weekend to catch that one.
Me neither, but good for her. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. She's a master at these sort of rolling things out one by one, right? And getting everybody's attention.
And next thing you know, everybody's like, where is our money? We gave it away. Whoops. It's worth it, though, my sisters would say.
Yes.
Kate Rogers, thank you.
Coming up, hundreds of thousands of federal workers are set to miss their first paychecks this week as the government shutdown drags on. Where negotiations stand right now.
Plus, hundreds of hikers are trapped on Mount Everest days after a massive blizzard. Inside the emergency rescue effort to bring them down to safety. Next on NBC News Daily.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
What do you say to Americans who say they voted for you because they won and they need relief?
Do you think that the country is currently in a constitutional crisis?
Bottom line, is it safe to fly in the United States right now?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today in the U.S. Senate, there's another round of votes to try to reopen the federal government from the shutdown. But based on what we know right now, we are expecting those votes to fail once again. This comes as the consequences of this shutdown, now in day 6, come into sharper focus. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says the essential air service, which provides flights to small rural airports, could shut down as soon as Sunday. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Melanie Zanona. Mel, Democratic House Leader Hakeem Jeffries was on the Today Show this morning. What did he have to say about where these negotiations stand?
Well, according to Hakeem Jeffries, the negotiations are non-existent. The Republican and Democratic leaders have not actually met since their White House meeting with President Donald Trump 1 week ago from today. And in fact, they're not even talking behind the scenes. The only form of communicating, it seems, that they're doing is by trading jabs in the press and in statements and interviews and press conferences here in the Capitol. But let's watch a little bit more of that interview with Jeffries.
So you guys haven't even talked since last Monday?
We have not talked, but
They have my number. We're willing to sit down.
But
we want to
you
meet.
do recognize how ridiculous it sounds that the leader of the Democratic
That's
Party,
correct.
the president of the United States, no one's even talking about reopening the government. People won't get paychecks this week.
It makes no sense, which is why we're going to be in Washington all week.
And House Republican leaders have decided to keep the House out once again this week as a way to try to keep the pressure on the Senate to act. The Senate will vote once again today on the GOP's stopgap spending bill. That bill is expected to fail for a fifth time, but we're going to be watching that vote count very closely to see if there's any signs of movement whatsoever.
Yeah, and Melanie, as you say, the House not in session at all this week during the shutdown. That absence is also delaying some other things, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So there's two looming things that are awaiting the House when they finally do come back into session. One, that would be swearing in a newly elected Democrat. She won her seat in Arizona in a special election to replace, actually, it was her father's seat. He passed away. That was on September 23rd. She still has not been sworn in as a member. And the reason why this is important is because it relates to the second issue I was going to tell you about, which is a potential vote on releasing the Jeffrey Epstein files from the DOJ. There's something known as a discharge petition. It requires 218 signatures. We have 4 Republicans and all Democrats signed on. Once she is sworn in as a member, she said she's going to sign on. She would be that last remaining signature, which would then force a floor vote on this issue, something GOP leadership is very eager to avoid.
All right, Melanie Zanona on Capitol Hill. Melanie, thank you.
An urgent rescue mission is underway right now on Mount Everest. Hundreds of hikers are trapped on the eastern side of the world's tallest mountain because of a massive snowstorm. NBC's Janice Mackey-Frayer has the latest from Beijing.
This was a shock blizzard. Wind, rain, snow, all pounding the Tibet side of Mount Everest, leaving hundreds stranded at an altitude of 16,000 feet. One hiker we spoke to described this nerve-wracking night of lightning strikes and deep snow and said that most people in her group were experienced hikers, but they all felt lucky to make it out. Videos on social media here showed guides and campers digging around their tents to keep them from collapsing or being buried. The race now for Chinese rescue teams to reach roughly 200 people still stuck, facing both hypothermia and treacherous conditions. They're using horses, yaks, and drones in the search, according to state media, and local villagers are joining the effort. It's also bad on the Nepal side of the mountain. Nobody's reported to be trapped there, but trekkers heading to Everest Base Camp are being forced to turn back because of storms. Such extreme weather is unusual in the Himalayas at this time of year. The trails on the Tibetan side particularly busy during a week-long national holiday here. Government controls in Tibet make it difficult to get updated information, and it's closed to foreign journalists. But state media reports that rescue teams have made contact with all the people trapped on the mountain. Now it's just a matter of reaching them.
Janice Mackey-Frayer, thank you. Still ahead, leaders from Israel and Hamas are holding key talks in Egypt this week inside the growing hopes of a ceasefire and hostage release. That's later on NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thanks for being with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Zinklea Samoa. And I'm Kate Snow.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
Flood-ravaged communities now facing another powerful storm.
And around the world.
People flocking to Sicily. Mount Etna is erupting.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What can people do when they're entering the doctor's office?
And your wallet.
That could save you hundreds of dollars a year.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
All sorts of insurance issues. A toddler in Illinois was born with a rare condition. It causes recurring seizures, requires a series of specialized therapies as treatment. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa reports on the struggles her family is facing to try to get the care she needs.
A little more than 2 years ago, Emmy Lazone was born happy and seemingly healthy.
Hi, Barney.
But her childhood now in central Illinois, a far cry from what parents Patrick and Carrie envisioned.
It was at 2 months. Things changed.
That's when she had her first seizure episode.
She was shaking, and her tongue was doing this weird, like, up and down movement that I'd never seen before, and her eyes were rolling.
What's that like as a mom?
Very scary.
It brings it back.
Yeah, terrifying.
After months of seizures and ER visits, a diagnosis, Cardi syndrome, a neurological disorder which typically carries a shortened life expectancy.
She's going up.
Among additional diagnoses, Emmy is missing part of her brain and can't walk, talk, or hold herself up. Her complex condition requires a series of specialized tools and therapies that Carrie and Patrick say result in a never-ending fight for coverage.
Your experience with your insurer, if you had to sum it up in one word, what would that word be?
Frustrating.
A firefighter and stay-at-home mom, the couple have primary health coverage through United Healthcare, which they say initially denies most claims for Emmy's care.
Like her physical and occupational therapy, it's the same claim every month. And every month they'll deny it because instead of looking at all of her diagnosis, they look at the top line and go punch it in the computer and say, nope, denied.
Time they would otherwise dedicate to their daughter instead spent filing insurance appeals.
How many appeals on average do you have to go through monthly?
For some claims, 1. For others, 4.
It's hours a week, if not more.
And every time we have to call in and say different claims rep we have to deal with.
To bathe without drowning, Emmy needs to be strapped into this chair. Amid the maddening fight to get one covered, Carrie says a United Healthcare rep had this suggestion.
They said that we should find a way to give her a bath, either us getting in the bath with her or just wiping her down was sufficient enough.
The chair ultimately approved, they say, after filing for an exemption. This shaky vest, even harder to get. The vest loosens mucus and helps prevent Emmy from getting pneumonia.
They wanted her hospitalized before they would cover it.
They needed to see her hospitalized.
For pneumonia.
Carrie says it took multiple months and 3 denials before getting the vest approved. NBC News reached out to United Healthcare about the family's frustration. The company responding, "We empathize with anyone caring for a loved one with complex medical needs," adding it has now provided a dedicated case manager who is familiar with Emma Lynn's needs and can help support the family going forward. The insurer saying it's also looking into outstanding requests, including a special bed and speech therapy. Emmy's parents just hoping the process gets easier.
Waging these insurance battles, do you feel like that's time lost with your daughter?
Yeah, 100%. We wouldn't fight for this if it didn't make a difference for her quality of life.
Maggie Vespa, NBC News, Manitou, Illinois.
A nursing home in South Carolina is proving that beauty, it never fades. It hosted a 2-day beauty pageant for residents. This was a community effort thanks to the help of local cosmetology students and civil servants.
We did hair, we did nails, we did makeup, and not only did it brighten their day, it brightened our day. We learned so much. I think that's part of, what we do in life. Everybody, puts on their fancy shoes and, gets their hair and makeup done, and you feel like you can conquer the world.
They all look fabulous. Look there, the real deal, I'll tell ya. The 2-day event had intense competitions, including a talent show. A queen was indeed crowned at the end, but each resident was given a specialized award.
Good stuff. Still to come, the Supreme Court kicks off a new term today. The big cases on the docket that you need to keep an eye on. That's up next on NBC News Daily.
And remember, we are always streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream live, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Hundreds of New Yorkers took their adorable pets to St. John the Divine Cathedral for the church's annual Blessing of the Animals. The blessing on Sunday honored animals of all sizes and started with a procession of animals before being blessed on the cathedral lawn. People waited for hours after the ceremony to have their pets receive a blessing. The event has been around for decades, and this year's animals included cats, dogs, birds, one horse, at least one horse, and one baby zebu, which is a South Asian type of cattle. Yep.
An unexpected resignation today from France's newest prime minister, Sébastien Lecornu, resigned less than 24 hours after naming his government. And after less than a month in office, Lecornu blamed partisan politics, saying he was ready to compromise, but saying the other parties refused. He now becomes France's shortest-serving prime minister in nearly 70 years, and the fourth in the last year alone.
Universal Orlando Resort reopened Stardust Racers on Saturday, a few weeks after a 32-year-old man died after riding the high-speed roller coaster. The ride is part of Universal's newest theme park, Epic Universe, and has only been open since May. A medical examiner ruled the death an accident and said it was due to multiple blunt impact injuries. In a letter to staff, the resort's president expressed her sympathies to the victim's family and added that after an investigation, the ride was functioning properly at the time of the incident. It remains unclear what exactly happened, and a full autopsy has not been made public yet. Epic Universe and NBC News share the same parent company, NBC Universal.
Overseas now, mediators for Israel and Hamas are gathering in Egypt to discuss the 20-point peace plan presented by President Trump.
Yeah, on Friday, Hamas publicly agreed to release all Israeli hostages, both living and dead, as called for in that plan. But many parts of the president's framework have yet to be hashed out. The negotiations in Egypt come as Israelis mark 2 years since the terror attack that sparked the war. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now with the latest. Keir, Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, those have not stopped, despite President Trump calling on Friday after Hamas said they were going to accept at least part of the terms here. That has not changed. Are people optimistic? Are your sources hopeful that we really could see a ceasefire here?
Hopeful and many doubtful, and that's not surprising. Of course, tomorrow will mark 2 years since the October 7th attacks. So many deaths, tens of thousands of Palestinians, 1,200 Israelis in those attacks. And I think one of the issues here is that 20-point plan from President Trump, that said, this all should happen, and it should happen now. And President Trump since then has said this needs to happen fast. And clearly, we're in negotiations now. All sides are negotiating in Egypt. And that suggests, of course, already we aren't meeting the requirements of that plan. Inevitably, though, that there have to be negotiations. There are so many components to this, and it's so difficult.
And one of the components that seems to be a sticking point for Hamas is agreeing to disarm. How likely is it that the group would even do that? Are they potentially willing to walk away if they can't get a deal where they don't have to disarm?
Well, that was what was offered in that 20-point plan from the Trump administration, that they would be allowed to walk away if they did agree to disarm. In the response, Hamas did not say they would. And more than that, too, Hamas said that it would want to be involved in the political process that led to a new leadership of Gaza, and that too was ruled out by that plan. So you're right, Kate, there are, just in the way that Hamas has responded, question marks about whether that group is prepared to sign up for everything that is in that list. And of course, therefore, question marks over whether the Israelis will agree to it.
Have we heard anything from the families of the hostages? About 20 Israeli officials say are believed to be alive inside of Gaza.
That's right. And then many others who have died, and they're families looking for the repatriation of their bodies. The families, as you can imagine, are desperately hoping that this does result in their loved ones coming home. Many say that they've had very close contact with Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy, who's in Egypt now, involved in those negotiations. But the question of whether or not they will see that happen, again, that will be part of these negotiations. The Israelis say that's what has to happen first. But to your point at the beginning of this, while there is still fighting, Hamas says that's going to be difficult to achieve. And the Israelis will not want to see, for example, what we saw in the previous handover of hostages, where there were Hamas fighters in military fatigues, and they made it into a kind of a performance. They won't want to see that. So again, we're really hoping, aren't we? But there are lots of issues here.
I think the world is hoping.
Yeah, long way to go. And you've covered so many of these back and forth negotiations. Thank you for being with us. Keir Simmons, NBC's chief international correspondent.
A major legal blow today for Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Today, the Supreme Court rejected her appeal, challenging her criminal conviction on charges of recruiting and grooming girls who were abused by her and Epstein.
It's one of the first decisions in the start of what could be one of the most consequential Supreme Court terms in recent history. Let's bring in NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos for more. Danny, take us through what was at issue with Maxwell's case in particular, and ultimately break down for us what the Supreme Court had to say.
Years ago, when Jeffrey Epstein signed a non-prosecution agreement with federal prosecutors in Florida, that non-prosecution agreement said, thou shalt not prosecute any of Jeffrey Epstein's potential co-conspirators. And the person bound to it was the United States, not the Southern District of Florida, not this group of prosecutors, but the United States. Ghislaine Maxwell argued on appeal that meant the entire United States. She was forever barred from being prosecuted as one of Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators. And it turns out that in this jurisdiction, in the Second Circuit, that kind of language will not include the entire United States. But across the river in New Jersey, another circuit, federal circuit, that would be a different result. And in fact, this jurisdiction is in the minority. So that was the issue. Had the court taken on the case, Maxwell, I think, would have had a good chance at winning.
but they're not taking it at this point.
They are not taking it, so Maxwell does not win.
Right. So let's talk about the other cases that are on the docket before the justices now. Many of them have to do with presidential authority. There's one that has to do with tariffs. There's another that has to do with firing federal workers, right? And then a big one having to do with the future of birthright citizenship. What should we all be watching for?
Well, we should be watching tariffs. It's arguably the most important. It's just not the sexiest, but tariffs, we're talking about tens of billions of dollars that if Trump got this wrong, we probably have to figure out a way to give that tens of billions of dollars back to whomever it was taken from. But of course, certainly an issue that people are interested in, which affects a much smaller population set, is birthright citizenship. And here's the thing. Birthright citizenship itself is not on the chopping block. Just a narrow class of people, those who are born here that are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof, whatever that means. And that's really what the entire case is about, what that sentence means as it applies to parents who are here unlawfully.
And let me quickly ask you about some of the LGBTQ plus related cases that they could consider, right? Because there's one involving the so-called conversion therapy, as well as state bans on trans people participating in youth sports. What are you watching there?
Yeah, very different issues here. The conversion therapy, the therapist is a Christian therapist in Colorado, arguing that preventing the therapist from allowing conversion therapy violates the First Amendment, the freedom of speech. Whereas when you get over to trans athletes in sports, that's an issue that technically you could say the athletes have won on the way up to the Supreme Court, but really they've only won sort of stays to allow them to continue participating until it gets to the Supreme Court. In all likelihood, if I'm betting, the Supreme Court is going to do away with trans athletes in sports.
Oh, that's a big statement.
Not all trans, I mean, in sports that don't match their identity.
A lot to watch there, indeed. Danny Zavalos, thank you. We appreciate it.
Turning now to some hats that are really turning heads, and it's all for a good cause.
Yes, we are tipping our caps to a pro quarterback and the unlikely designers behind his home game looks. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson has the good news story.
I'm Carson. I'm Morgan Mackenzie.
For these kids at Oshai Children's Hospital in Buffalo,
I'm Nico. I'm 5 years old.
A chance to get in the game. All 9 of them here to design hats for their hero, Bills quarterback Josh Allen. At every home game this season, Allen is wearing a new era cap with each of the kids' designs when he gets his head in the game during his tunnel walk. And then they're being auctioned to benefit the Patricia Allen Fund, Josh's charity that benefits critical care teams at the hospital.
Charlie, is there a favorite moment from the season so far?
When he wore the hat.
12-year-old Charlie Ressler has been battling cancer since last year. And throughout his treatments, his love of the Bills kept him going. And a dream come true when his hat was worn by his favorite player.
I felt pretty honored, and I think it was super cool.
For Mom Heather and grandmother Tony, it meant the world.
We were just so thankful to have that opportunity for Charlie.
15-year-old Mackenzie Lindsay designed her hat with sunflowers and a ribbon for her battle against sickle cell anemia.
It doesn't feel real, honestly. I didn't expect it would raise so much money, and I'm glad it did because it's going for a good cause, and I'm just glad I'm able to be a part of that.
Her mom, Shakia, beaming with pride.
It's amazing because she goes through so much, but she does it with so much grace. So to see her get recognized, it's surreal.
Mackenzie getting a special shout out from Allen when he thanked the kids for their artistry.
That is awesome. I wish I could draw like that.
The quarterback telling NBC Sports this week.
To wear these hats that are designed by these children who, are going under some of the hardest situations that you can ever imagine. It's a pretty cool feeling.
A little extra love for these fans.
How do you hope the Bills do this season, Charlie? What are your hopes for the team?
I hope they win the Super Bowl.
And their time to shine alongside their favorite team.
Go Bills!
Go Bills!
Hallie Jackson, NBC News.
Oh, beautiful.
It's a great story. It's only October technically, but it's time to talk about the price you pay for holiday shopping.
Holiday shopping? Come on. We are 80 days from Christmas, people. I can't believe that. And it's less than 70 from the start of Hanukkah, and retailers are well aware of that calendar. Many of them are having early Black Friday sales this week. It's too soon for me, but here to walk us through You like it?
It's too soon.
I love it.
Talking about
Brian Chung,
too early to get into the
NBC
festive
business and
season.
data correspondent. Listen, Halloween, holiday season starts for 30 days before Halloween to me.
Yeah, okay.
We're in it.
Where are the best deals right now?
Well, look, there are deals to be had, and if you do want to get your holiday shopping done early, it's not a bad idea to buy it and then stash it in your closet. But Amazon Prime Big Day deals are going to be one opportunity to get some good deals for things you might want to have on your list. That begins tomorrow and also lasts through Wednesday. But Target, Walmart, Kohl's, Best Buy, all now have their own competing deals as well this week. So again, pay attention to those deals. If you have something on your list, now could be the time to cross it off.
Should people be looking at things now because of tariffs? How is that going to impact
Well, that
holiday
is
shopping?
certainly the thing that a lot of people are thinking about with regards to holiday shopping. Will I save more money by buying early as opposed to waiting a little bit longer when the tariffs might bite? Well, we have a price tracker on the NBC News business team that we've been using to track a number of certain items. And here are some examples of what we noticed in terms of price changes. Take a look at this induction range from Bosch, where we've seen a $500 increase just over the few weeks that we've been tracking it. You can say the same thing for this Dyson Airwrap that we've seen, as well as a double oven cooktop range up. Get this, over $800, almost $800. So again, are these tariff related? We don't necessarily know, but on the appliances side, we have seen prices going up, which means if you do see a good deal on something like that, I'm not sure if you're trying to gift an oven for your loved ones
No,
for the
please
holidays.
no.
But
Please
nonetheless, if this is the time where you're looking for that upgrade, again, some of these prices are going up. Steel and aluminum could be a big reason behind that. Maybe it's not the worst idea to look at some of those sales.
Worth checking early. All right.
Brian Chung, thank you so much.
Thanks, Brian.
Yep.
Still to come, how to navigate those feelings of jealousy when a coworker gets promoted. That's next on NBC News Daily.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
Breaking news as we come on the air, live from the White House, from the Vatican. Top story, live from the site of those devastating floods. You can still see some of the cleanup effort going on right now. Do you have any update tonight on the search and rescue mission? What kind of things have you seen out here?
The Federal Reserve cutting interest rates, and Christine, everyone's going to be asking the same thing tonight. How does this affect their bottom line?
Leaders from Europe and NATO meeting with President Trump. What kind of reaction are we getting from the Kremlin tonight?
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Got their dream jobs and you're wondering, when's it going to be me? When's it going to be my turn? When is someone going to see my potential and give me a chance?
Ever heard something like that? In today's Mental Health Check, we are digging into something a lot of people feel, and it's not often talked about, and that is career envy.
You might know the feeling. You wondered how that one coworker got promoted over you, or what if that colleague happens to be a close friend and now they're your boss. Here to help us navigate all of it is career and workplace expert Laura Gassner-Otting. Laura, thank you so much for joining us. Let's start with conceptually, how do you define envy?
Sure. So envy is when you look at somebody succeed and you think, oh, I wish their win was my win. And it could be a promotion, it could be a raise, it could even just be someone who gets public praise.
How does it show up at work?
It shows up at work when you feel like maybe like that sort of toxic feeling, it sort of eats away at you. You're kind of like your abundance mindset becomes scarcity mindset, and suddenly you're not exactly secure in how to behave.
Yeah. So how do you stop it from becoming toxic? Like when you have that feeling, is there something you can think or do?
Yeah, so it becomes toxic when you start to stew on it, right? When you sort of go back to your office alone, your cubicle alone, and you just kind of fester. But you can change it from being toxic to being a lighthouse by really thinking about it as, you know, it's possible. If they could do it, I could do it. And then all of a sudden you can figure out what their strategy was, what their moves were, and you can maybe figure out a plan for yourself.
Do you ever think it is healthy to have comparisons with where other people are, or just even a benchmark? I think a lot of people talk about salaries, right? Of looking at someone else and where they're at and where they are. Is that different to you than like this envy?
Yeah, no, I think comparison is great because that feeling that you have of like, oh, it's exciting, it's amazing, and also I've got imposter syndrome and doubt and uncertainty and I don't know. All of those emotions are actually really helpful allies to stop and pause and figure out what you actually care about.
We mentioned this on the way in. How do you navigate, though, if you're friends with your colleagues at work and you see them doing something that you really wish you could be doing?
Yeah, that gets really tricky because then all of a sudden you're like, should I bring them along? Should I ask them in? Maybe they're going to get the promotion that I won't. So really having that frank conversation about what you care about, because if you're caring about my career and I'm caring about your career, suddenly there's 1.5 people caring about each of our careers. We can carry each other forward if we both know what each of us wants.
So important. I feel like that is something true here at NBC News, that we really do support each other and try to.
It's been the best thing, honestly.
Yes,
where I'm like, I have so many female colleagues that are like, oh, get it. And then we kind of will compare here and there, but it's always, I find, in a pretty healthy way of where it's like excited you're doing it and how do you do your thing too?
Absolutely. The door opens from the inside so we can all rise together.
It really is amazing. Really quickly, we mentioned at the top, if you are in a situation where a friend gets promoted and they're your boss, what do you need to worry about in that dynamic?
I'd say 2 things really quickly. First, call it out. Name the emotion. Say, I'm really happy for you. I'm a little bit envious. I'd like to talk to you about how you figured it out. And number 2, just be careful that everyone around you isn't thinking, oh, she's besties with the boss now, so maybe I won't gossip, I won't talk, maybe I'll sort of create a boundary. So just be mindful that you can be friends, but being besties could be dangerous for you.
Yeah, it's a little bit complicated, right? When suddenly the boss is somebody that you really knew well. How do you create those boundaries? Like, what do you actually do to kind of delineate?
Well, I think having that conversation about, like, when are they talking to you as a friend? When are they talking to you as a boss, right? So, like, when are they giving feedback? And when are they just like, hey, pal, let me just, like, give you a little helpful
Maybe
information.
outside of work over the glass of wine.
Exactly.
Right.
So always tie it back to performance.
Location changes.
Location
helps for boundaries. I like it. Laura Gassner-Otting, thank you so much for your time today and being here. We appreciate it.
There's much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Can't believe this. The NFL season is already a quarter of the way done, but the game of football would not be the same without the pigskin.
And fun fact, that ball, not actually made out of a pig. And NBC's Kaylee Hartung got a chance to see what the ball is actually made of as they were putting it together by hand, stitch by stitch.
In a small Ohio town, there's a small factory where you'll find more than 100 people cutting, sewing, and lacing.
This is a one-stop shop for every football used in an NFL game.
Yeah.
How many footballs are you all producing in a day, in a year?
Capabilities are about 2,500 footballs a day, which comes out to a little over 500,000 footballs each year. For the NFL, we're sending them about 30,000 footballs.
Casey Patton is the Wilson plant manager, overseeing the operation where every single NFL football is made by hand. While the game has evolved over the years with new helmets, different uniforms, turf fields, the football remains unchanged.
Why, in a world of modernization and technology every day, is it important to you all to keep doing this by hand?
It's the craftsmanship, it's the quality. 100% of the balls that we manufacture are quality inspected to make sure that we're not sending anything out that is a lower quality product. It's a tough product to automate. It's the craftsmen and women of the factory here that make it.
If you were walking a ball through this factory to get one made, how long does that take, soup to nuts?
Probably take me 20 minutes to get a ball through the factory.
It might take me a little longer.
Might take you a little bit longer.
Can we go make a football?
Let's do it.
There are 18 meticulous steps to putting together a football. First, the leather cowhide.
Our main goal is to utilize this leather as much as possible.
Panel one. Okay. How'd I do?
Great.
Pretty good match.
You got a good start.
From cutting and placing decals to lacing and sewing, I got to do it all.
Looky there, you're doing it. And you make it look so easy.
Well, I've been doing this for 30 years. There's a big difference between 1 minute and 30 years.
Yeah.
Paying close attention to detail and craftsmanship necessary for each football.
You are one of just 2 people responsible for sewing NFL footballs together?
Yes.
How much pride do you take in that?
The lady that trained me to do this worked here for 48 years. So, I mean, I felt like I was coming in and had these really big shoes to fill. She put so much heart and soul into this job.
Incredible. And how long have you been doing this job?
10 years now.
Your hands are touching every football that's played with.
Neat. It's a neat thing just to know that I had part of that.
Do you notice when you're watching football on TV?
Yeah. I always say, what if that was mine?
The last step, quality control, to make sure every football meets the strict NFL standards.
So both your ends are pretty good, but it's got a little bit of a wave to it.
Is that good or bad?
That's not good.
Oh.
My football may not be game ready, but after all that hard work, I thought I'd get a second opinion from another expert, Buffalo Bills quarterback Josh Allen.
I made it.
Oh, did you really?
I did.
Oh, look at
Sewed
that.
it together. Look at that.
Nice.
Could you give it a toss and tell me how it feels?
Yeah, good. Run around, Joe Brady. Spin. It's a right-handed football.
I made it just for you.
With the reigning MVP's approval, I'll never look at a football the same way again. Crafting footballs by hand, a time-honored tradition, as American as Sunday Night Football.
Kaylee Hartung, NBC News.
Okay, before we go, it is time for today's Daily Snapshot. And no, this is not the Dagobah system. Saturday marks the start of the 53rd Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. It is one of my favorite things in this country. Over 500 balloons took to the sky this past weekend, including at least 100 specially shaped balloons like Yoda. The Fiesta's been around since 1972.
I mean, it's amazing. I'm so jealous you have been and seen it in person. This year, though, the week-long festival, it's going to feature balloon pilots from more than 40 states and 12 countries. Thousands of people are expected to attend in person. Hundreds of thousands more watching online.
Yeah, I used to live there. It is amazing. Go, go, go.
Cool. It looks awesome. You have until October 12th to see it in person.
Yep. Be right back.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news streaming free everywhere.
Here's the scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
If it's Monday, the Trump administration battles state officials, local officials, and the courts as it tries to deploy military troops to Portland and Chicago in yet another unprecedented test of the president's executive authority. Plus, Democrats and Republicans in Congress make no progress on funding talks, with the government shutdown set to continue indefinitely as uncertainty clouds the Trump administration's threat of mass layoffs for federal workers. And President Trump's plan to bring peace to Gaza and release the hostages hangs in the balance as negotiators, including White House officials, met today to iron out crucial details. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Michelle Sendor in Washington, where the Trump administration is escalating its legal and political fight to deploy the military to Democratic-run cities, including Portland and Chicago. This comes after a late-night ruling yesterday by a Trump-appointed federal judge who accused the Trump administration of defying her earlier court order blocking the deployment of National Guard troops to Portland. Today, multiple White House officials slammed the judge's ruling on Portland. Take a listen.
With all due respect to that judge, I think her opinion is untethered in reality and in the law. The president is using his authority as commander-in-chief, U.S. Code 12406, which clearly states that the president has the right to call up the National Guard in cases where he deems it's appropriate. We are appealing that decision. As you know, we expect a hearing on it pretty quickly, and we're very confident in the president's legal authority to do this, and we're very confident we will win on the merits of the law.
When a judge assumes for him or herself the powers that have been relegated or delegated by the Constitution to the president, that is a form of a legal insurrection. We have seen over the last 9 months an ongoing legal insurrection in which district court judges as a class in many cases have issued, which is why they've been overturned so much, have issued rulings that are flagrantly unlawful and unconstitutional. And it is an insurrection against the laws and Constitution of the United States. And we need to have district courts in this country that see themselves as being under the laws and Constitution and not being able to take for themselves powers that are reserved solely for the president.
Meanwhile, a federal court hearing just wrapped up in Chicago as the state of Illinois tries to block the deployment of National Guard troops, with state and local officials calling it federal overreach, and Governor J.B. Pritzker calling it a, quote, Trump invasion. This afternoon, at a press conference with Illinois officials, Governor Pritzker condemned the attempted deployment and accused the Trump administration of trying to create the pretext to invoke the Insurrection Act.
Donald Trump is using our service members as political props and as pawns in his illegal effort to militarize our nation's cities. No insurrections, no invasions. The folks in the neighborhoods do not want armed troops marching in their streets. When it comes to public safety, they want civilian law enforcement when they need them, and jobs, and after-school programs for kids in the neighborhoods. They do not want Donald Trump to occupy their communities.
This all comes as President Trump is facing increased scrutiny for politicizing the U.S. military after his comments last week telling senior military officials and leaders to use Democratic-run cities as, quote, training grounds, and that they were fighting an invasion from within. And yesterday, while speaking at the Navy's 250th anniversary event, the president touted the military's role in combating crime in the U.S., even though the military is barred by law from being used for domestic law enforcement.
We're doing the same thing in Memphis, and we're going to Chicago. You know, we have a governor that thinks it's wonderful when 50 people in a short period of time were murdered in Chicago. Over 200 people were hit. And so we send in the National Guard. You know what? We send in what's ever necessary. People don't care. They don't want crime in their cities. And we're doing it, and we're doing it well. We're doing it like nobody's ever done it before.
And joining me now is our team of reporters, NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News senior national security correspondent Courtney Cubie, NBC News senior Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley, and NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary Grumbach. So, Gary, I want to start with you. We woke up this morning to a text from you with this play-by-play of what happened over the weekend. Tell us, break it down for us, what happened and what comes next.
So a lot happened in the past 48 hours. It started on Saturday afternoon when the federal judge blocked the Trump administration from deploying the Oregon National Guard onto the streets of Portland. The Trump administration was not happy with that. They appealed that ruling, and they're asking for the ruling to be overturned. But they didn't just stop there. Then they said, you know what, if we can't send the Oregon National Guard into the streets of Portland, what about California? So they deployed and were militarizing the California National Guard onto the streets of Portland. That's when another court filing came out, and the state of Oregon and California tried to stop that from happening. And then a late night hearing last night, 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock Pacific, the same Trump-appointed judge said, no, you cannot use any federalized National Guard on the streets of Portland, Oregon.
Quite the play-by-play. And Gabe, moments ago, we heard some pretty fiery rhetoric from Stephen Miller, who, of course, is the top White House advisor. What's been the reaction inside the Trump administration to this judge, who can't say enough, was appointed by President Trump, to blocking these plans?
Well, Yamiche, you heard it in your introduction, Caroline Leavitt saying that this judge was, quote, untethered to reality. And that's what we've been hearing from White House officials really throughout the day. You just heard from the Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller. And he says that the White House is considering all other legal options here, although when pressed on that, he wouldn't come out and say exactly what those legal options were, because he says that he didn't want to tip off opposing counsel. But it's clear that the administration plans to fight this. They clearly think that they will win. And what they are trying to argue, Yamiche, is that, look, in certain cities, for example, Washington, D.C., they say local officials ended up being okay with the National Guard coming in. The mayor here in D.C. has at least said that, has not fought the deployment of the National Guard. In Memphis, some local officials as well have been somewhat welcoming. And then the question is, what will happen in Portland, Oregon, and in Chicago, where, as you just heard, the governor of Illinois and also officials in Oregon, they are fighting back. But the White House continues to say that they believe they are on firm legal ground here, and they expect to win this in court, Yamiche.
Yeah, and Courtney, as Gabe said, the White House is digging in here. What does it mean, though, to federalize the National Guard, and what can they do and what can't they do while deployed?
Yeah, so if you look at the memo from Secretary Hegseth about these deployments, you'll see the term Title 10 in there. That means federally activated members of the National Guard. In this case, they're not only are they getting paid by the federal government and they get their pay and benefits, but they also are under federal activation, meaning that essentially they're under the authorization and activation of the government. In this case, they're actually under the command and control of U.S. Northern Command. So what does that mean they can do? Now, if we're talking about the Texas National Guard, which was sort of the last chip in this play that Gary just laid out here, Secretary Hegseth authorizing 400 members of the Texas National Guard to go to both Chicago and to Oregon. That was also stopped by the courts. But if we're talking about them, Texas National Guard, when they're on state active duties, have the authority to carry out some law enforcement functions. When they're federalized under Title 10, they lose some of that authority. There's something that we've talked a lot about in recent months, the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878, that essentially says that active duty or federal troops cannot perform law enforcement here in the United States. So if, in fact, these troops end up being deployed to these cities. We've seen it before. We saw Title 10 authorities for the troops in Los Angeles over the summer. They will not be able to do certain things like arrests. What they can do, though, is continue with the mission that we have seen in other cities, including here in Washington, D.C., and that is protecting federal property and federal personnel. And as we have heard from Trump administration officials, the concern in Portland specifically is about ICE, right? About ICE agents, about ICE facilities. So they would be allowed to protect those facilities if, in fact, they are deployed on Title 10. They just cannot carry out other sort of like the more classic things we think of about law enforcement, like arrests.
Yeah. And Julia, of course, going back to this ruling by this judge, what does it mean in practice? And does it mean that the Trump administration can't go to another state, I don't know, and pick a red state maybe where a governor will be more willing to send troops? Does that mean that the president, though, can't go to another state to say, hey, why don't you send your National Guard?
Well, when it comes to Portland, this judge was very clear that the president cannot federalize any National Guard troops to the city of Portland. Now, this is a district judge, meaning that is her jurisdiction. And as we saw clarified by the Supreme Court this summer, federal judges really only have the jurisdiction of their district when it comes to things like issuing these temporary restraining orders like we saw last night. So could that mean that Trump could pick another area of the country where he wants to attempt this again and get a different outcome in courts? Possibly. But of course, they're really focused on sanctuary cities here. And so we could see the same thing like this play out as we are in Illinois. We know a judge already said that Trump could not send National Guard into Chicago, something he wanted to do this summer even before ICE went into that area. He said it was to crack down on crime. Instead, he said he wanted to send 300 members of the National Guard into Illinois. And now we see the Attorney General of Illinois suing over that as well. So a lot of pushback on this issue. And as we saw from Stephen Miller, appears to be somewhat by design, that they want to call out sanctuary cities for policies that don't allow ICE to cooperate with local law enforcement, show they can still arrest a lot of people. In Chicago, I've got the latest numbers. They've now arrested over 1,000 people in Chicago who are suspected to be illegal immigrants in the country. And then, of course, they're looking at this battle on the legal front and really targeting judges that they think are standing in their way, even if, as you pointed out, they are Trump appointed. So this is all building to a boiling point. The question is, what is that boiling point, and how much can they really carry out without National Guard? Well, exactly what they could when it comes to immigration enforcement, because as Courtney pointed out, they're not doing immigration enforcement. It's really a message that gets sent with National Guard, so they could be deterred in that fact, but it doesn't keep them from deploying ICE, Border Patrol, any of the DOJ agents to cities around the country to increase immigration arrests. And then if protests ensue, they could try to use that as a justification for why they would want to send in National Guard.
Yeah. And Gabe, Julia just broke down some of the strategy here. What is, based on your reporting, more of the administration's strategy when it comes to these deployments, especially now that they're stalled in court? Are they looking for possibly more workarounds here?
Yeah, look, Yamiche, Stephen Miller alluded to this a short time ago when he was speaking here at the White House North Lawn, basically saying that there are legal workarounds that the administration is looking at. He wouldn't detail what they were, but if you just listen to him and how he's responding to questions and how White House officials have been talking over the last several weeks, and really all the way to the president himself. Just, I believe it was last week, the president referred to what was going on in Portland, Oregon as, quote, a hotbed of insurrection. Stephen Miller today repeating the word insurrection over and over again, an all-out insurrection, potentially setting it up so for the administration to label this an insurrection and therefore impose the Insurrection Act. That's what we heard Governor J.B. Pritzker refer to as well, that the administration is planning to do. But no firm comment from the White House on what legal avenue they plan to take. But certainly Stephen Miller is teasing some form of imposing the Insurrection Act.
Yeah. And as we think about this strategy, Courtney, if we could zoom out, we've also seen this uptick in rhetoric politicizing the military, of course, an institution you know so well, among members of the Trump administration. How has that affected the way that the military is functioning? And what does it say about how the Trump administration views the military as an institution?
Yeah, we've seen President Trump now headline two very high-profile U.S. military, very public events in less than a week. Of course, there was last week at Quantico when he spoke for more than an hour to the assembled hundreds of generals, admirals, and senior non-commissioned officers, the most senior military officers in the United States military from all over the world. And he gave this hour-plus-long rambling speech where he talked about former President Joe Biden using the auto pen. He spoke disparagingly about Democrats, the sorts of things that generally people, especially the most senior members of the military, are not used to sitting through. And the reception really reflected that, Yamiche. You know, where the president is used to having a raucous crowd and clapping and cheering, they sat silent throughout the majority of the speech, only clapping politely at the end. But that wasn't it. Yesterday, we saw the president speak to a number of assembled sailors at a celebration of the Navy's birthday. And again, he delivered at times an extremely political speech, something that is not common for the members of the military. And what's been remarkable to watch as this has happened, these aren't the first two, they just are the two most recent, and again, very high-profile events. What's been remarkable is to watch how the military has responded to these. There is a tremendous amount of concern about how the military is being increasingly politicized in recent years, not just under the Trump administration, but in the last decade or so. And former officials, former senior military officials, are reaching out with a lot of concern about the fact that the president seems to be blurring, and members of his administration really blurring the line and putting these members in the military in uniform in a dangerous position here.
Yeah. And Gary, talking about blurring the lines, we also have seen the administration sort of blur the lines when it comes to the judicial branch here. Julia had something that was really smart, which of course she's always smart, but here's a particularly smart thing she says, which is, she said that all of this is coming to a boiling point. Part of that boiling point, when I talk to White House officials, they point to the Supreme Court and say, we think we're going to win there. Can you talk a bit about that and sort of what we might see at the Supreme Court? And of course, it's a busy term. There's a lot on the Supreme Court's plate. What are you looking for?
It is the first Monday of October, which means it is the first day of the Supreme Court's term. here. And we've seen a very busy summer with the emergency docket. That's going to continue. But I put what's going to happen on the merits docket here over the next few months into three main categories. One, President Trump's tariffs. The International Emergency Economic Powers Act, whether or not the president can use that act to impose dozens and dozens of tariffs on countries all around the world. A lot of the small businesses saying he can't do that. Second, can the president fire whoever he wants? That's a huge question. We've seen the Supreme Court mostly say, yeah, actually he can, but on two different portions. One, the Federal Trade Commission member, and two, the federal board member, Lisa Cook. Can he fire those individuals? Those are going to be heard in oral arguments by the justices of the Supreme Court, and we will get actually a full explanation as to whether or not they think that can happen. And then third, real quick, transgender issues is the third big portion of the Supreme Court's term that I think is going to get a lot of eyeballs here, related to men, women, and athletic sports teams, and related to tomorrow's case, which is a Colorado conversion therapy case, and whether or not counselors can be talking about conversion therapy in their counseling sessions in Colorado.
So that's tariffs, firings, and transgender issues. We will definitely be watching along and definitely wanting to look for more of your reporting. Thank you so much, Gabe, Courtney, Julia, and Gary. Thank you all for your reporting. And coming up, my one-on-one interview with Oregon's Attorney General as he lashes out at the Trump administration's repeated attempts to deploy military to the streets of Portland and prepares for a legal fight. Plus, we're following the fallout on Capitol Hill and beyond as the government remains closed for business for a sixth straight day. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
To have you with us. I am Joe Fryer.
I'm Savannah Sellers. Thanks so much for being here. New developments in the ongoing trade war between the United States and its closest trading partners.
The latest brutal weather that's impacting tens of millions of Americans.
If TikTok were to be sold, why would it be so difficult to maintain here?
A new global study that is sounding the alarm on obesity. What are the factors behind it?
Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are waking up Earthside for the first time in 9 months.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, the state of Oregon is taking on the Trump administration in the legal battle over the deployment of National Guard troops to Portland. For now, the deployment of any National Guard troops to Portland has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. Joining me now is Oregon's Attorney General Dan Rayfield. Thank you so much for being here, Attorney General Rayfield. So what's next in this legal fight, and what kind of steps are you planning for?
Yeah, what we really wanted to do was be in court immediately, less than 12 hours from knowing that the president was trying to federalize our Oregon National Guard, to tell a judge, a neutral arbiter, that, hey, you don't have the prerequisites, the facts to federalize the National Guard, to put the U.S. military on our streets. And so we were successful. We've been successful in 2 very early orders with the judge. And now the federal government is trying to appeal to the Ninth Circuit to pause the lower court's orders. And so that's kind of where we are right now. We're trying to draw a real fine line in the sand and show in America that we don't put the military on our streets unless it's extreme circumstances like an invasion or rebellion. And those things, they just don't exist right now in Oregon.
And this is, of course, moving through the courts. How soon do you expect to get a ruling from the appellate court?
Yeah, and this is just an order or a ruling that would pause the lower court's order. And that could happen as soon as today if that were to come forward. Again, we're optimistic that that won't happen, given the sufficiency of the hearings and the nature of the order that was issued twice now. We've had 2 over the past couple of days.
It sounds like, of course, you're liking, of course, the rulings that you've gotten so far. But I wonder, how concerned are you that you can win in the lower courts and then lose at the Supreme Court?
You know, here in Oregon, and frankly in the United States, we know that putting the U.S. military on our streets is not normal. And it's not normal for a reason. And that's because Congress said you can only do that, Mr. President, under a certain set of circumstances, an invasion, a rebellion, or you can't execute the laws of the United States. We had a judge in Oregon that was appointed by President Donald Trump that ruled in our favor. I don't think it matters whether you're a conservative judge or a liberal judge, right? When you put that robe on, you try and get rid of those things and rule just on the merits of the decision. And I think the judge did a wonderful job. I would expect the same ruling at the lower court, at the Ninth Circuit, and at the Supreme Court.
Well, thank you so much, Attorney General Rayfield. Now, we're going to have to, unfortunately, pause here because we have to go to the president. He's taking questions in the Oval Office. Again, thank you so much for joining us.
Every nation working on this deal and trying to get it done, something that you could say 3,000 years if you look at it in certain ways, or you could say centuries, but this is a deal that incredibly everyone just came together. They all came together. No, Israel's been great. They've all been good, Caitlin.
And in the negotiations, do you have any red lines in terms of Hamas disarming and whatnot?
No, I have red lines. If certain things aren't met, we're not going to do it. But I think we're doing very well, and I think Hamas has been agreeing to things that are very important.
Mr. President, the government shutdown, Mr. President, if the vote today fails in the Senate, will that trigger layoffs?
It could. At some point it will. And, the Democrats are the ones that started this. And if you think about it, it's about health care to a large extent. It's about we want great health care for people. We don't want to give the money away to other people that come pouring into our country. And they've already poured because nobody's coming into our country. Now we have the border totally stopped. In fact, numbers we just announced again, we're at another 0. So we have 0 for 4 months in a row. 0 people coming into our country illegally. That's a pretty good number. I'm not sure even I can believe that, Doug, if you want to know the truth. 0. We went from millions of people to 0, but it's pretty close to that number. And the way you stop them is not to give away, not to announce that you're giving everybody free health care, free this and that. But what that does is it affects the American people because the American people are unable to get good health care. Obamacare has been a wreck, as you know, and to do that, we have to keep it propped up and do the best you can with it. It's a mess. But a lot of things are going on in that. We talk about Hamas. Now we talk about negotiations that we have going on right now. We have a negotiation going on right now with the Democrats that could lead to very good things.
What kind of
and I'm talking about good things with regard to health care.
Are you speaking with Democratic leaders? What kind of negotiations?
Well, I don't want to say that. But we are speaking with the Democrats, and some very good things could happen with respect to health care.
Would you make a deal with them on the ACA subsidies?
If we made the right deal, I'd make a deal, sure. I mean, you have right now subsidies. You have subsidies. That's the problem with Obamacare. The subsidies are so much. It's billions and billions of dollars is being wasted. And we can have a much better health care than we have right now. And we're talking to them. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen because this has also been going on, not for 3,000 years, but it's been going on for a long time. But, yeah, we're talking to the Democrats.
You would work to make a deal with them on...
I'd like to see a deal made for great health care. Yeah, I want to see great health. I'm a Republican, but I want to see health care much more so than the Democrats.
So, Mr. President, on all of this, as you know, the American people are experiencing a lot of pain with any kind of government shutdown. And while you're dealing with Democrats, and of course Republicans are standing their ground, what is your message directly to the American people who may encounter some of this pain and despair? Yeah. How do you give them hope?
Well, up till now, there hasn't been a great deal of pain. There could be a great deal of pain, but up till now, there hasn't been. I will say this, just hang in there because I think a lot of good things are going to happen. That's all I can say. I mean, I think a lot of good things could happen, and that could also pertain to health care.
Mr. President, I've seen a surge in attacks on ICE agents across the country, including the shooting in Dallas and over the weekend in Chicago. We saw 10 cars boxing in on ICE agents and another one ramming into an ICE vehicle.
Yeah.
We have heard Secretary Noem saying that some of these attackers are actually organized and they're planning to kill and ambush these officers.
Right.
What are the consequences for these?
Very severe. We're going to have very severe. We're going to find out who's going after our federal agents. So when you look at Chicago, they've had probably 50 murders in the last 6 or 7 months, 8 months. Many, many people shot, like 30, 40, 50 people shot. Didn't die, but they've been shot. It's like a war zone. And then I listen to the governor and the mayor get up and say how they have it under control. They don't. It's probably worse than almost any city in the world. You could go to Afghanistan. You can go to a lot of different places, and they probably marvel at how much crime we have. Then you go to Memphis, where we are right now. Now, it's just like in Washington, D.C. right now. You people know better than I do because you have to live right inside. And so many of the press have come to me. They've said, I can't believe it. It's changed so much. We have a safe city in Washington. Memphis will very soon have a safe city. Chicago can be very, very safe. It's going to be very safe. But Chicago is going to be very safe. And you say, why is it that a governor wouldn't accept free help from regardless? I mean, whether it's National Guard or the military or anybody. I mean, if women raped and beaten and knocked to hell, and the same with men where they're being shot all over the place in large numbers. I mean, we had a week in Chicago where 11 people were murdered and 38 people were shot. And then we have a governor get up and say, oh, it's safe, we can handle it. He can't handle it. He's an incompetent guy. That's why they threw him out of the family business. They threw him out. I knew the family business very well, and they threw him out. And now he's a governor. And he should say, we'd love to have a safer place. Chicago's a great city potentially. You know, I told you, the head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, save Chicago. It's a great city. It's going to be lost if you don't do it. We have no choice but to do this. And when judges give us rulings that, you know, you don't have to do it, Portland is on fire. Portland's been on fire for years, and not so much saving it. We have to save something else because I think that's all insurrection. I really think that's really criminal insurrection. So I appreciate the question. These are unsafe places. We're going to make them safe. So you see what's going on in Memphis. Not pretty, but you know what? We're doing a pretty job because it's going to be a very safe place in a little while. And the people of Memphis are so happy that we're there. And the people of Chicago. So you have black women with MAGA hats on in Chicago, all over the place. They want the guard to come in, or they don't care who comes in. They just want to be safe. And they really don't care. You know, there was one woman, and she was great today. She said, you know what? I don't care if it's the National Guard, the Army, the Marines, the Air Force. I don't care who comes in as long as we're safe. And that's the way most of the public feels. We're going to make Chicago really great again, and we're going to stop this crime. Then we're going to go to another one, and we're going to go city by city. We're going to have safe cities. And it was so great that we started with our nation's capital, one of the worst. I mean, so many people, every week somebody was killed. They'd come from Iowa, they'd come from Indiana, they want to see the Jefferson Memorial, the Lincoln Memorial. They want to see something and they'd get shot. And you'd call their parents, I'm sorry, but your son is dead. And they go, what do you mean he's dead? Came to Washington, D.C. Not anymore. That's not happening anymore. We have a safe place. We have a safe capital. It's as safe as we have probably almost just about in the country. And if you look back 6 months ago, 7 months ago, this was a death trap. You look back during the Biden, I mean, what they did, how badly they managed things. And almost all of these cities, most of these cities are Democrat-run. And we don't care, Democrat, Republican, we're going to make them safe. So we have to save Chicago. It's very important. And you can't have a governor getting up and saying it's good when 11 people were shot over a weekend. What?
The Insurrection Act, under what conditions or terms would you?
Well, I'd do it if it was necessary. So far, it hasn't been necessary. But we have an Insurrection Act for a reason. If I had to enact it, I'd do that. If people were being killed and courts were holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up, sure, I'd do that. I mean, I want to make sure that people aren't killed. We have to make sure that our cities are safe. And it's turning out, and we started with D.C., it's been so successful. Think of it. People wouldn't go to restaurants. The restaurants were closing. We were losing a lot of restaurants, as you all know. And now restaurants are opening and they're thriving. And I went 2 weeks ago and it was great. I'm going to go again. I felt very safe, very safe. Forgetting about guards and Secret Service, I would have gone. It would have been very safe. D.C. is a great, and look at the cleanliness of D.C. Look at how it's clean. You don't have tents all over the place. We had parks where you couldn't even walk through the park. You had people from tents, and they were violent people. Some of these people were violent people. We have a great, safe capital again, and if you look at it in 6 months from now, it'll be the most beautiful anywhere in the world. It's being cleaned. The graffiti's all gone now. The tents are all gone. We have a capital that you can be proud of, but it'll only get better with time.
Mr. President, tomorrow is October 7th, the 2-year anniversary of the original Israeli attack. Do you expect the Gaza deal tomorrow, or any sort of hostage?
I think we're going to have it soon. I think we're going to have a deal. It's a hard thing for me to say that when for years and years they've been trying to have a deal with Gaza, but literally for centuries. Okay, if you really think about it. But we're going to have a Gaza deal, I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And what do you think about the talks?
Well, I'm the one that got the hostages back. Remember that, you know? I'm the one that.
I was going to ask you that.
Yeah, I got them back.
Israeli citizens are celebrating what you've accomplished in this deal. Should it come through, there will be a lot of celebration on the streets of Israel. The hostages' families, have they been in contact with you with regard to this deal that could happen? They're so happy about it. It's like they can't breathe. One said, I can't breathe. It's very sad because you have hostages and you have people that are no longer living. But the parents, and I've said this to you many times, the parents want the bodies of their boy back, the bodies of their loved one back. In most cases, they're young men, and they're dead. And there's probably 32 or so, about that number. Nobody knows exactly what the number is. They want that body back as much as if their son were alive. I've been with them. Many have come to the White House, to the Oval Office. I've been with many of the people that I got released. We have a fantastic group working on it. Steve Witkoff has been amazing. I took Jared out because Jared's you don't find anybody more capable, and we have the A+ team working on it. I think we've made tremendous progress. The people of Israel wanted it to happen, but the people related to hostages, you see in Israel tens of thousands of people. They really want the hostages back, and they really want things to end. And I think Hamas now has been, all I can say is they've been fine. They've been fine. I hope it's going to continue that way. I think it will. I really think we're going to have a deal. We have a really good chance of making a deal, and it'll be a lasting deal. We want to have peace. This is beyond Gaza. Gaza's a big deal, but this is really peace in the Middle East. And the amazing thing is we have every Arab country,
every Muslim country. We have every country surrounding. They all want. I spoke with President Erdogan of Turkey. He's fantastic. He's been pushing very hard. He's a very powerful guy, and he's been pushing very, very hard to get this deal done. And Hamas has a lot of respect for him. They have a lot of respect for Qatar. They have a lot of respect for UAE and Saudi Arabia. We have everybody is on our side to get this deal done. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen it. There's always been like 80% of them don't want something done. I think virtually we even had a signal, a very strong signal, as you know, from Iran. They'd like to see this done.
Mr. President, Governor Abbott offered up the Texas National Guard to you. Have you had any other conversations with other red state governors?
Yeah, I have. They're willing to offer. Every one of them is willing to offer whatever we need. We thank Governor Abbott of Texas. Every one of the red state, as you call them, red state governors is willing to give whatever we need because they want our agents protected. You know, these ICE agents have a tough job. They have to go in and get, in many cases, stone cold criminals, hardened criminals, long-time criminals. And every, essentially, Republican governor has offered up whatever we need. And some Democratic governors also. Daniel?
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. A quick question on the subject of the order. The Biden administration, previously speaking, they shut down Alaska for business. You reversed that, you reversed it on day one, you opened it up, going after all the critical minerals. This mission of yours, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, to boost our own independent production of critical minerals, rare earths.
It's necessary,
Can you just talk
right?
about how important that is over the next 4 years, sir?
Well, it's very necessary. You know, in the past, we were able to go to other countries, buy whatever we want, but all of a sudden, if those countries are hostile, and by the way, China hasn't been. We've made deals with China. You know, they approved the TikTok deal. Everyone said you'd never get the TikTok deal approved. They approved it, and we have great people buying it. Big, strong American companies are buying it, the most prestigious companies there are, actually, and they're going to make sure everything's good. But President Xi was great. He approved it. So I'm not saying hostile, but it's good to have our own minerals. And, you know, we create a tremendous value by creating a road. We build a road that only we can do because we have the rights to do it, number one, and we have the power to do it. And so we build a road that's over 200 miles long through a very beautiful area of the world. Actually, it's incredible. When you look at it, it's incredible. But a rough area from the standpoint of building. So we get a road done. And with that, we unleash billions and billions of dollars of wealth. It's pretty amazing when you think of it. And it's wealth that we need if we're going to be the number one country. You know, we're number one now with AI. You probably read. We're beating everybody with AI at levels that nobody ever thought even possible. And one of the reasons we are is because of energy. So our grid is old and tired, like most grids are. They get old with time. I mean, you know, the older you are, the older the grid gets, right? But I've allowed the people building AI or other plants, other types of plants, but AI in particular, because they need so much electricity, I've allowed them to build their own power. And it's been amazing. They're building massive plants, and with the plant, they're building their own electricity. They've become a utility in a sense. I said, maybe you'll do better with the utility than you do with the AI. I don't know. But we're letting them build their own electricity. So we don't have to worry about the grid. We don't have to worry about anything. And they're going to build it in such a way that if they have excess capacity, they're going to put it back into the grid. It's pretty amazing. So when they build, we're giving them permits to build their own electric power plants, and it's incredible when you see what they're doing. And because of that and other things that we're doing, we're leading every country. Nobody's even close to us with AI. And AI seems to be the big thing. I don't know. I can't tell you that. There are a lot of people building, and a lot of people have high stock prices because of AI. So a lot of people think it's great stuff. And I think it's great stuff. I look at it. It's amazing what it can do. In terms of medical costs, in terms of knowledge, it's basically information, and information at a level that nobody thought possible before. So we'll see. But they're building plants where you saw the one overlay that I did where, in this case, it's Meta. One of their plants is essentially almost the size of Manhattan. And that's a building, you know. It's a building that covers Manhattan. So it's big stuff. And Nobody's even close to us. We're leading AI by so much.
Mr. President,
yeah, go ahead, please.
Since the start of your administration, we've seen a lot more Americans wanting to join ICE. And as we're seeing more attacks on them right now, what's your message to rank and file ICE agents who are trying to do their jobs but are facing 1,000% increase in attacks?
I love your questions, you know. I like it. So who are you with?
I'm with NTD.
Very good.
I was the one who got mugged.
You were the one, that's what I thought. You got mugged. You're not getting mugged anymore. She was really, you're lucky to be with us with that deal that happened. I know all about that. Not anymore, though. You feel a different world out there, right?
Totally. If you're safe with the baby nowadays.
Oh, good. Well, you're safe now. You're not. Nobody's going to be hurting you in any way.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court today.
Thank you. So the bottom line on your question, we're just going to make things real safe. We're going to have a country that you can be proud of, not a country that you read about every day where somebody gets mugged from behind or hit over the head with a baseball bat. Those people aren't with us any longer. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. On today's call with Lula from Brazil,
Yeah.
are you considering lowering tariffs after the call?
Well, I had a great talk with the president of Brazil, who's a good man. I met him actually at the United Nations. I was going up to make a speech and I didn't have a teleprompter. I was walking up to my teleprompter. I said, I don't have a teleprompter. But just before that, I met with President Lula, and I found him to be very good. I mean, we had a very good talk for about, 2 minutes. And then I went up to make a speech, and I was surprised to see, how would you like that one, Doug? I've got every leader in the world sitting out there. My teleprompter isn't on. You know why, Daniel? Because it was a rigged deal. But fortunately, I made a better speech than I would have if I read it off a teleprompter, which is pretty easy to do. So it was quite a day. That was a big day. But we met and we liked each other. And we had a great conversation. We'll start doing business.
And are you considering traveling to Brazil for COP30?
At some point, I would, and he's going to come here. We talked about that.
And a follow-up question on Israel. Israel government has been arresting and deporting activists that were traveling to Gaza. Today, Greta Thunberg, for instance, also some...
Well, she's just a troublemaker, I mean, she's no longer into the environment, now she's into this. She's a troublemaker. She has an anger management problem. I think she should see a doctor. She needs anger. If you ever watch her, she's a young person. She's so angry. She's so crazy. Now you can have her. She's just a troublemaker. Yeah, please.
Mr. President's term today, Mr. President.
Say it.
The Supreme Court is back and said that they rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance of getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're...
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what happened?
They said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, I'll take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it. So, but I will speak to the DOJ.
Why would she be a candidate for clemency, sir?
I don't know. I mean, I'd have to speak to the DOJ. I'll look at it. I have a lot of people who have asked me for pardons. I call him Puff Daddy has asked me for a pardon.
But she was convicted of child sex trafficking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to take a look at it. I'd have to ask DOJ. I didn't know they rejected it. I didn't know she was even asking for it, frankly.
Fly Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine or sell them to NATO and let them sell them to Ukraine.
Yeah, I've sort of made a decision, pretty much. If you consider, I think I want to find out what they're doing with them.
Yes.
Where are they sending them? I guess I'd have to ask that question. That war should never have started, would have never started. Such bad judgment was used there. I think on both sides, by the way. But nobody looks good with the war with Russia and Ukraine. Nobody. It's been a horrible. This week they lost over 7,000 soldiers between the two of them. This is every week they're losing 7,000, 8,000, 5,000.
They have a range of like 1,500 miles or something, and so they'd be able to.
No, I know. No, I would ask some questions. I want to see what's. I'm not looking to see escalation.
Yes, and tomorrow you're meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister. What's on the agenda for that?
Well, I guess he's going to ask about tariffs because a lot of companies from Canada are moving into the United States. Everybody's moving back into the U.S. and he's probably going to be asking about tariffs. they're losing a lot of companies in Canada. They're coming into they left here. They left here 20 years ago when presidents that sat right at this desk weren't doing their job properly. They were probably good politicians, but they weren't good at business, and they allowed these companies to leave. And all they had to do is do what I'm doing right now. And, I'm not saying it's the easiest thing to do, but it is. It's effective. We're a rich country again. We're a powerful country because, I've ended 7 wars. At least half of them was because of my ability at trade and because of tariffs. If I didn't have tariffs to throw around a little bit, you would have at least 4 wars raging right now with thousands of people a day being killed that aren't happening. We've settled. We settled 7. We're getting close to settling 8. That would be a big one. And that's something that could happen. So I think he's coming probably to talk about tariffs because a lot of companies are leaving Canada to come into the U.S. And they're leaving Mexico. And by the way, they're leaving China. They're leaving all over the world to come into the U.S.
And would you
Nobody's actually seen anything like it.
Would you shift your position on tariffs in response to whatever?
Well, I mean, look, my positions turned out to, everybody said I'm right. They find billions of dollars that they didn't even know they had. Recently, they said they found billions of dollars and they couldn't understand. I said, check the tariff shelf. And they come in the next hour and they said, sir, you're right. It was from the tariffs. We're a really rich country again. But more importantly, maybe influence. If I didn't have the power of tariffs, you would have at least 4 of the 7 wars raging. I use tariffs to stop wars. If you look at India and Pakistan, they were ready to go at it. 7 planes were shot down. They were ready to go at it. And they're nuclear powers. And I don't want to say exactly what I said, but what I said was very effective. They stopped. And that was based on tariffs. It was based on trade. Tariffs are very important for the United States. We are a peacekeeper because of tariffs. Not only do we make, hundreds of billions of dollars, but we're a peacekeeper because of tariffs.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
On the shutdown, Mr. President, the shutdown that occurred during your first term lasted 35 days.
Yeah.
How long do you expect this shutdown to go?
Well, you don't know. Look, I can say this, that it would have not happened except for the Democrats. The Democrats are very foolish. They've lost their way. And we have a new thing now when you look at, it's called crime. It's called absolute, as Biden would say, well, I won't say what he would have said. Remember when he said, it's a 3-letter word, no. Remember that one? Everyone was saying, what was that all about? He probably meant exclamation point or something after the word. But this is a 5-letter word, crime, C-R-I-M-E. And we want to put it out and are putting it out, and they don't. They don't seem to care about it, but they do care. I believe that Pritzker and this mayor of Chicago that like to say about they don't have it under control. Not only is it not under control, it's the opposite. And I believe they're afraid. They're scared for their lives. I believe that the Portland people are scared. You look at what's happened with Portland over the years. It's a burning hellhole. And then you have a judge that lost her way that tries to pretend that there's no problem. Actually, she's not even saying that. There's a huge problem in Portland. I'll tell you what the problem is. Crime. Okay, crime. There's a huge problem in Chicago. It's called crime. And we want to put out the crime. And they want to inflame the crime. And why they want to, I don't know. But it could be that Pritzker is scared for his life. Yeah.
You were the president on the UN. Do you have an update on the investigation into what happened to you at the UN last month? And also, what's your message to Americans who are concerned about your and your family's safety as we're very out in public?
Yeah, I am out there. There's no question about it. Well, at the UN, we had a problem with the teleprompter. We had another problem that nobody has actually talked about. The people in the room didn't hear my speech. Did you know that? The people in the room, they didn't have any loudspeakers, and they didn't hear my speech. And I thought I made a really good speech. I mean, considering I didn't have the use of teleprompter, which is unusual. But I made a speech. I could have walked off the stage. I guess most people, Doug, I think most people would have just said, we'll see you in about a half an hour, right? But, they obviously turned off I think they turned off the teleprompter. But there was a reason that it didn't work. I actually know the reason. They didn't let the teleprompter person into the room, okay, which is essentially the same thing. So I made a speech. It turned out to be a very good speech, got good reviews. I went out to the audience after the speech. I saw my wife. I said, how good was that speech? Was that unbelievable or what? She said, I didn't hear a word you said. I said, what do you mean? She was sitting in the front. I said, what do you mean? She said, you couldn't hear anything that you said. The speakers were turned off. So I think that's pretty bad stuff, right? You know, especially since we support most of the United Nations. And yet I still want to keep it in New York because I think the United Nations has tremendous potential. If properly run, the United States has tremendous potential. But think of this. I settled 7 wars. I never spoke to the United Nations about it, not one of them. You look at, and those were wars that were raging a long time, and in many cases. And I settled 7. I never heard from the United. They didn't help me. They should be able to settle the wars. I shouldn't have to be settled.
The president is still taking questions in the Oval Office at the White House. We'll be monitoring it, and we'll bring you any news as it happens. That being said, I want to run through a bit of what the president has been talking about. He's started off talking about an Alaska executive order that was related to energy, saying that it's going to be issuing new permits to build electric power plants. The president also talked about the shutdown and said good things could come, that they're speaking to Democrats. And he's saying that at some point a deal could come on health care. I think a lot of good things are going to happen. He also talked about the National Guard, Portland and Chicago in particular, saying Chicago is a war zone. He also touted what he sees as success in Washington, D.C. and the National Guard being here. But then he said this really interesting thing. He said, we have an Insurrection Act for a reason. He said, if governors and mayors do not cooperate in allowing the National Guard into their cities and states, that he could use that Insurrection Act. He also said that red state governors have been open to allowing their National Guards to go into different cities and states. And he also talked about tariffs and the negotiations going on in the Middle East. To talk about all of this, I want to bring in again Gabe Gutierrez, who is our senior White House correspondent. Along with us is our chief Capitol Hill correspondent, Ryan Nobles. So Gabe, you've been listening in. What has stuck out to you?
Yamiche, you mentioned some of the highlights there, but what really stuck out to me is that regarding the shutdown, the president is seeming, at least in his public comments, for the first time seeming more willing to strike some sort of deal with Democrats. Now, earlier today, Caroline Leavitt was asked about this. The White House has made it seem like they were negotiating directly with some moderate Senate Democrats, trying to pick them off one by one, potentially to end this government shutdown. But as you said, the president right there saying, yeah, I'll make a deal, that his goal is to get better health care for the American people. Now, that could be a response to some public polling that we've seen over the last several days that show more Americans blame Republicans instead of Democrats for this government shutdown. But it remains to be seen whether that ending up in any sort of deal. You hit the highlights when it comes to the Insurrection Act. The president making comments about that, saying that I'd do it if it was necessary. So far, it has not been necessary, but defending why he's sending federal resources into Portland and Chicago. And then one more point, Yamiche, he was asked about Ghislaine Maxwell and the Supreme Court rejecting her appeal. He was asked whether he'd consider any sort of commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell, and he said that he'd take a look at it, that he'd asked that he'd talk to the DOJ. But then again, not taking one position one way or another, but just saying that he'd look at it, Yamiche.
Yeah. And Ryan, what sticks out to you, especially I have to ask you about the shutdown and the negotiations, as Gabe said, sounding more positive and willing to make a deal possibly with Democrats, President Trump said.
Yeah, the tone that he is striking, Yamiche, is very different than the tone we're hearing from Republicans here on Capitol Hill. They do not even want to have a conversation about health care until after the continuing short-term resolution is passed to get the government back open. Once that opens, we have seen Republicans at least talking on from a 30,000-foot level of trying to deal with health care, and in particular, the lapse of these Affordable Care Act subsidies at the end of the year. What you heard from Trump right now, and oftentimes in especially these kind of wide-ranging Oval Office gaggles, is a lack of specificity, but he seemed apparently willing to at least have a conversation about health care. And every time he's been asked about these Affordable Care Act subsidies, he never outright rejects them or says that he wants to see them lapse. He talks about fixing them and making them better, which would indicate that he wants to do something to prevent them from lapsing. Now, whether or not that happens within the confines of this current shutdown debate, or whether or not he's going to stick with John Thune and Mike Johnson and insist that Democrats vote to keep the government open before they enter into those talks remains an open question. But the Democrats that I've talked to, firmly believe that Trump is the one that could break this wide open. If he says to Thune and Johnson, figure something out, let's come up with a deal, then that could change the conversation pretty quickly and things could get moving. But the Republicans on Capitol Hill would prefer to hold firm at this point and force the Democrats to the table, at least try and pick away some moderate Democrats in the Senate to get that continuing resolution passed before they begin that conversation. The question is, it's really hard to pin down exactly where Trump is in all of this. Right now, he's letting the congressional leaders kind of dictate the terms of this debate. But if he gets frustrated with this, he may say it's time to deal.
Yeah, well, we're definitely going to be watching this closely on this 6th day of a government shutdown. Thank you so much, Gabe and Ryan, for listening along with us. I want to now bring in from Jerusalem, NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel. You were also there listening along with us. The president saying that there might be a potential deal to end the war in Gaza coming shortly. What stuck out to you?
Well, this is what President Trump has been saying for the last several days, and it echoes what Prime Minister Netanyahu now also appears to be saying. President Trump says that he wants all of the hostages out soon. Prime Minister Netanyahu said that he believes that all of the hostages, 48 of them, including 20 believed to be still alive, will be out in a week's time. So there does seem to be some progress happening as these negotiations take place. There are indirect talks between Israel, Hamas, and the United States in Cairo. These talks are mostly about implementing the main parts of President Trump's 20-point deal. The easiest part, and if there are any easy parts, it would be about releasing the hostages. That is something Hamas says that it will do. It is something Hamas has promised to do in the past, and apparently discussions are now underway to try and figure out the logistics to make that happen, to use the Red Cross as an intermediary as it has done in the past. But there are many outstanding issues that have not been explained and not been addressed at all, particularly who will govern Gaza next, what about this international peacekeeping force, and what happens to Hamas's weapons. Hamas has said that it will give up its weapons to the future Palestinian leaders of Gaza. But at this stage, it is not clear who those future Palestinian leaders are or when they would take power.
Yeah. You said there's a lot of outstanding issues, but I want to ask you, how soon could we possibly see hostages released and possibly even a beginning of an Israeli withdrawal?
The hostages, it's possible we could see in a relatively short period of time, and that would be a major development, an enormous relief, obviously, to the hostage families. We've spoken to several hostages families over the last several days, two who have brothers who are still believed to be alive. They are waiting on every development here. They are watching this extraordinarily closely. But it would also encourage the process itself, because once the hostages are out, living and dead, then it would make it much more difficult for Israel to justify its bombings in Gaza. And even now, as this process is taking place, Israel is still carrying out bombings in the Gaza Strip, although I must say in the last 24 hours or so, they have started to scale back the attacks, but they are still happening almost every hour.
Yeah, well, definitely going to be watching those negotiations and developments closely. Thank you so much, Richard Engel. And thank you all for watching us. We'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. But for now, Hallie Jackson and the NBC News Now team continues.
Tonight, the president's showdown with Democratic-led cities is escalating, with National Guard troops right now on their way to Illinois, even as the governor pushes back. We're going to bring you a live report from Chicago and a status check on where all these legal fights stand. Plus, look at this dramatic new video we're seeing from the New York Post tonight of the moments after former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez was stabbed. That new lawsuit from Sanchez's alleged victim in all this, as police hit the ex-quarterback with a new felony charge. Then, a lot of diplomatic breath-holding right now as Israel and Hamas try to hash out the details of a plan to try to end the war in Gaza. The sticking points still up in the air before we see any hostages freed. Plus, more on the growing calls for action after new video footage of a deadly car crash surfaced, calling into question whether an LSU football player who later died by suicide really was to blame. Then, in tonight's original, are American breast cancer patients getting shut out from a cheaper and quicker alternative to radiation? Plus, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's a balloon full of cigarettes. How a lowbrow smuggling operation set off national security concerns. We'll explain coming up a little bit later in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and let's tell you what's happening right now, coast to coast, because it sounds like hundreds more National Guard troops are on their way to the Midwest, to the city of Chicago, as the governor of Illinois accuses President Trump of creating a war zone on the streets of one of the country's biggest cities. Listen.
Trump and the thuggery that his agents have brought has actively made us less safe.
So as we're watching Illinois, Oregon, California all ramp up their push to try to stop these deployments from happening, where do things stand right now, 5:01 Eastern here on Monday? Let's talk about Portland. Red light there for now. No troops on the ground because a federal judge is blocking that deployment, at least for the next 2 weeks. That goes for Guard troops, by the way, from any state. So no, California troops cannot get deployed there either. Chicago, think of that as more of a yellow light, right? Illinois is throwing up some legal challenges. A judge won't officially decide until Thursday. Green light, that's D.C. and Memphis. National Guard troops are already on the ground in those cities. That's all after thousands of troops were in L.A., remember, back in June. The White House says they have a right to do all of this with the president. You probably saw it here, speaking live from the Oval Office in just the last couple of minutes. Watch.
It's probably worse than almost any city in the world. You can go to Afghanistan, you can go to a lot of different places, and they probably marvel at how much crime we have.
Obviously, the governors, the mayors of those cities pushing back, as we're seeing dramatic scenes of protesters clashing with police in Chicago and Portland. The mayor of one Illinois town late today really limiting how long demonstrators can protest outside an ICE facility there. In just the last 48 hours, we've seen Border Patrol agents shoot a woman who they say was ramming officers with a car outside a different facility. We've got a note here. Reps for the DOJ, the Army, DHS did not immediately respond to NBC's request for comment on this. The Pentagon declined to comment, at least on the lawsuit, for those comments. We have heard plenty from the president. We'll have Monica Alva standing by with the view from the White House. But I want to start with Shaquille Brewster, who's in Chicago. The governor of Illinois is saying he's going to use every lever he can to try to push back here. The question is, what else can they do besides file this lawsuit and wait for a judge to, they hope, rule in their favor?
Yeah, Hallie, I think the governor was pretty clear in that is their biggest tool. That is the biggest thing that they think they can do to stop the deployment of the National Guard here in Chicago. There was that hearing earlier this afternoon. You mentioned that the judge did not rule. It did not side one way or the other in that request for a temporary restraining order. But we did learn that the state of Illinois believes that there are National Guard troops on their way right now. No word of how soon we could see them out on the streets. But I want you to pull up what we heard from the argument from that lawsuit that was filed this morning. The state saying the deployment of federalized National Guard, including from another state, infringes on Illinois' sovereignty and right to self-governance. It will only cause more unrest, including harming social fabric and community relations and increasing the mistrust of police. While the governor is saying that he's really putting all of his faith in the courts right now, the mayor of Chicago was out this morning signing a new executive order, essentially creating ICE-free zones, essentially trying to prohibit the federal government and agents with the federal government from using city property to stage. In that, they say the mayor says, we will not tolerate ICE agents violating our residents' constitutional rights, nor will we allow the federal government to disregard our local authority. The White House pushing back aggressively on that executive order. In an email they sent to reporters, they called it a sick policy that they say coddle criminal illegal alien killers, in their words, rapists and gangbangers, Hallie.
Shaq, thank you for that. Monica, let me go to you for some perspective here, sort of federally big picture, because we've heard the president in just the last couple of minutes describe what's happening in Portland. He used the word insurrection, right? He talked about this as a quote unquote criminal insurrection, which is potentially significant for what he could be laying the groundwork for, right?
That's exactly right, Hallie. And we got a little bit of a window into that a little earlier today, too, with the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, who used similar language. But they are sort of walking right up to that line without going over it. And the president says that if he has to, in his words and his view, invoke the Insurrection Act, which, to remind everybody, is basically to use his emergency powers to send the troops wherever he wants to anyway and bypass courts and the legal system. He says specifically, quote, if we are held up, if these mayors and governors and the courts continue to block us, the president is saying that's something that he would consider. Now, again, Hallie, we've heard this kind of rhetoric and language for a while. Certainly this summer it had been a question, and the White House had said that was something certainly that could be utilized, but that the president wasn't going to be utilizing because first he wanted to go this other route. But we should also point out, Hallie, that when we talk about these different cities, the president sent the National Guard troops to D.C. and Memphis under that justification of crime and trying to reduce crime. But when we're talking about Portland and Chicago specifically, and in California, that was more related to these immigration priorities and trying to defend those resources that are being used to execute ICE operations. And so we're talking about a bit of a patchwork here, and that's why you're seeing a patchwork legally as well, which you laid out. And the president is saying that he really believes he has the authority to go forward on some of this, but they are waiting for the courts first before they take this additional step, it sounds like, Hallie.
But interestingly, there has been some pushback against this judge who ruled against the White House in the Oregon case, who was, by the way, appointed by President Trump
in his first term. And this is somebody who, even from the White House press briefing today, she was blasted for her words. Here's what Caroline Leavitt had to say about her opinion specifically when it comes to the Portland situation.
With all due respect to that judge, I think her opinion is untethered in reality and in the law. We are appealing that decision. As you know, we expect a hearing on it pretty quickly, and we're very confident in the president's legal authority to do this, and we're very confident we will win on the merits of the law.
So again, this is a situation where the White House does feel pretty confident because they think as this can go through the courts, it could go all the way up to major courts and then to the Supreme Court, where, again, they believe that's possible, that it could be in their favor. But in the meantime, they're talking about these possibilities and what could happen if that doesn't go their way. Hallie.
Monica Alba, Shaq Brewster, thank you both very much. Appreciate that. Some cautious optimism tonight as negotiators for Israel and Hamas wrap up the first day of key meetings on the U.S. plan to end the war in Gaza. We've been talking about these meetings. You've got these top diplomats converging on the Middle East in Egypt on the eve of the 2-year anniversary of Hamas's October 7th terror attack on Israel. Now, here's what's central to this plan: securing the release of the remaining hostages, 20 of whom are believed to be alive out of about 48. And while Israeli and Hamas officials have agreed on some parts of the president's 20-point peace proposal, there are some major issues that have got to be worked out. And the prospect of an agreement, this hasn't stopped the Israeli attacks here. Gaza's Hamas-run government media office says Israel has carried out more than 100 airstrikes on Gaza just this weekend, with 94 Palestinians, they say, killed so far. Richard Engel is joining us now. The world had been watching to see what, if anything, was going to come of these talks. You've got the president's sort of right-hand man in the Middle East, in Egypt. You've got Jared Kushner, his son-in-law, who's been tasked with trying to make some progress here. What is the prognosis tonight?
I wish I could give you a short answer on this because there are many issues at play. Hamas and Israel have both agreed on perhaps the most fundamental part of this peace plan, the 20-point President Trump peace plan that you just talked about. That is freeing the hostages, the 48 of them, including the 20 who are believed to be still alive, and for Hamas to leave power. Both sides agree on that. How it is supposed to take place, and most critically, what happens next, is still up in the air. Hamas and other Arab mediators are questioning Israel's intention to pull back from the Gaza Strip. If you look at that 20-point peace plan, it says that after the hostages are released, then Israel will more or less at a time of its choosing, pull back from the center of the Gaza Strip to a buffer zone around the edges of Gaza. Arab mediators and Hamas would like more clarity about that. The deal also talks about, after Hamas leaves power, a group of Palestinian technocrats, apolitical leaders, taking over. But who are those people? No one has been named. There's no time frame for that handover to take place. And there's also talk about Hamas giving up its weapons so that an international security force can step in and take control of day-to-day activity. There is no international security force at this stage. No troops have been provided. There are no bases, no idea of where they would be operating, under what rules of jurisdiction. Indonesia is mentioned as one country that could potentially provide troops. Indonesians don't speak Arabic. These are the kind of conversations that could take months, maybe even years to implement. So on the short term, what we could see over the next week, perhaps, is a major hostage release. Perhaps all of the hostages come out. Perhaps all of the remains of the hostages are handed over to the Israelis. That would create even more momentum and make these other issues, which are still completely outstanding and completely unanswered, make them easier to resolve. But at this stage, the question of what happens next, the day after for Gaza, has not been answered.
The other question, too, or the other thing that I know that you're thinking about and talking about with some of these family members of hostages is obviously what happens from here on the eve of the 2-year anniversary of their loved one being essentially abducted from Israel.
So over the last several days, we've spoken to several family members of hostages, and one hostage himself, a former hostage. He was held for hundreds of days, almost 500 days in a tunnel. He said he was kept there with 5 other hostages. They were each given a pita of bread a day, so just one round loaf, a spoonful of cheese that they didn't always get, that they had to share the food. At times, they were so malnourished that the hostages would just pass out from exhaustion, from malnourishment. They would have to slap each other, wake each other up in order to keep themselves revived and alive. This hostage member said he was there. He was taken hostage with his wife. Both of them were freed, but he left those 5 other hostages behind in that dark, small tunnel held by his captors. And after he got out last month, he met with President Trump, and President Trump assured him that he would do his utmost to get all of the hostages out. And I believe we have a clip from that interview.
And I said to him, I'm here thanks to you knocking on the table, and I want to thank you that me and my wife are standing here, and I'm asking you, please knock on the table again, and bring all of them, all of the hostages, and finish this war. So he said to me, I'm on a deal. It will be okay. I will bring them home. All of them.
I spoke to that former hostage, Ohad, in his home, or what is left of his home, after it was attacked by Hamas militants 2 years ago. 2 years ago tomorrow. It's already late here, so 2 years ago, in a few hours, will be the anniversary. And he said that he's not worried about getting his hopes up. A lot of other hostages or hostage family members that we've spoken to has said that they are approaching this anniversary with caution. They know that a deal is being worked out. They know that a deal is on the table, that it's more serious than it's been in the past, but they don't want to get too excited so that they're not disappointed. He had a different point of view. He said he's optimistic. He's allowing himself to be optimistic, take the win. If tomorrow he's disappointed, he'll deal with that. He'll deal with that then.
Richard Engel, live for us tonight in Jerusalem. A lot of different pieces to this one. Richard, thank you very much. I want to take you overseas now to Mount Everest. Look at the scene here. Hundreds of hikers and yaks trekking through knee-deep snow to a rescue point a little earlier today Tough to see some of the video here, but look at how much snow there is on the ground. Some 200 more people. Well, you see them coming up that ridge line there. Some 200 more people are still stranded in what is now a massive scramble to save those folks after this unexpected blizzard buried tents. Rescue teams, local villagers had to be deployed to help clear some of the roads further down the mountain that have gotten blocked. This really intense snow started Friday night, kept going all the way through Saturday, which is kind of surprising, right? October is peak season for tourism on Mount Everest. The skies usually clear out by this time of year. Janice Mackey-Freyer is following this story for us tonight.
This was a shock blizzard. Wind, rain, snow, all pounding the Tibet side of Mount Everest, leaving hundreds stranded at an altitude of 16,000 feet. One hiker we spoke to described this nerve-wracking night of lightning strikes and deep snow and said that most people in her group were experienced hikers, but they all felt lucky to make it out. Videos on social media here showed guides and campers digging around their tents to keep them from collapsing or being buried. The race now for Chinese rescue teams to reach roughly 200 people still stuck, facing both hypothermia and treacherous conditions. They're using horses, yaks, and drones in the search, according to state media, and local villagers are joining the effort. It's also bad on the Nepal side of the mountain. Nobody's reported to be trapped there, but trekkers heading to Everest Base Camp are being forced to turn back because of storms. Such extreme weather is unusual in the Himalayas at this time of year. The trails on the Tibetan side particularly busy during a week-long national holiday here. Government controls in Tibet make it difficult to get updated information, and it's closed to foreign journalists. But state media reports that rescue teams have made contact with all the people trapped on the mountain. Now it's just a matter of reaching them.
Our thanks to Janice Mackey-Freyer for that reporting. Also tonight, I want to show you what it looks like in some parts of Florida. Neighborhood roads totally washed out, and more rain is expected to come down, with the National Hurricane Center also watching the potential for a tropical storm developing later in the week, what would be named Jerry, if it does, in fact, materialize. Let me get to Bill Cairns. What's up with Jerry, and what's up with this Florida flooding, Bill?
Do you know what the storm is after Jerry? It's the
Something
K
with
storm.
a K. What is it?
Karen.
Karen.
So we're going Jerry to Karen.
Karen for Karens. That would be
excellent. Thank you.
Something.
I set you right up. So the heavy rain threat continues in Florida. So that's kind of like, one of the only really stories developing weather-wise in the lower 48. And this hasn't even been horrible. Titusville had a flash flood warning earlier. Now some heavy rain around Naples. And this will be expiring later on this evening. So once we get past this round that's going on now here, we should dry out a little bit. And it's been day after day of this. So let's talk about the East Coast threat for the upcoming holiday weekend. So there's still a lot of question marks on this, but if you have plans on the eastern seaboard, it hasn't rained in forever. We desperately need the rain, but if you have any weekend plans, you haven't had them canceled because of weather in forever. So let me show you first our European model. So the cold front comes off the coast, going to finally cool us off and make it feel like fall, but then the tail end of this cold front, a storm develops on it. The European computer model has it lingering down here with a really strong winds in areas of like eastern North Carolina. They don't need it. You saw the houses collapsing from all the hurricanes going by last week. This would be another really bad event for them. Gusty winds all the way through the Virginia Beach area. So that's one possible scenario. Our American computer model, cold front comes off the coast. The storm develops down here just off the Florida coast, but it heads further north, bringing that high wind threat into the Delmarva region, possibly the Jersey Shore in Maryland and Delaware. So that's something we're going to have to watch this week. If you have weekend plans, pay attention to that forecast. It could be really nasty. We do have that other area of development that you showed there, the one that should be Jerry. This looks like to head out to sea. It doesn't look to really be affecting anyone, with the exception of possibly a few of the islands here. We have to watch Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, as we go throughout. Probably it looks like Friday is the closest approach.
Okay, then we'll be watching the storm after that. Bill Cairns, thank you very much. Appreciate that. A new lawsuit has come into us in just the last hour from the alleged victim of this stabbing fight, allegedly involving an ex-NFL quarterback. Have you heard about this? Obviously, the Mark Sanchez situation here. This alleged victim is now suing Sanchez for assault and battery, according to court documents. Police say the fight started over a parking spot. Now, this man told police that at one point, as Sanchez walked over to him, he thought, "This guy is trying to kill me." So he pulled out a knife and stabbed Sanchez multiple times. Pictures obtained by our Indianapolis affiliate show the man's condition after the altercation. We've got to warn you, they are graphic. We have blurred some of the pictures. but it gives you a sense of the blood on his body here. An agent for Sanchez has declined to comment. Rahema Ellis is following this story for us. So help us understand some of the twists and turns. He was in town to call this game for Fox. This happened. There were some questions around why it happened. Sanchez ended up arrested in the hospital, and now today this lawsuit, right?
Absolutely. And one of the first things that police say about this is that this is an ongoing investigation. They say that they have literally, quote, tons of information to sift through, including lots and lots of surveillance video, because this is a downtown nightlife area and there are lots of cameras. And so one of the things that they point out in all of this is that in this affidavit from the police department, I want to show you what they're saying about the person who was attacked. They said, while PT, those are the initials for the man who has filed now a civil lawsuit. They say while PT was on the ground, he could only see the feet of Mr. Sanchez coming at him, making PT realize that he was in a life or death situation. And that is what police say, according to the police, is the reason why PT, who we now know in the court documents, his name is Peter Toll, why he used pepper spray and why he allegedly stabbed Sanchez. Authorities are also pointing to the fact that there was some talk about lots of crime in the downtown area, and from some politicians, they have pushed back on that, saying their crime rate is low. And listen to what police say in terms of who they are going to go after in terms of any alleged crimes being committed in their area. Take a listen.
I don't care who you are. I don't care what you do for a living. I don't care where you live. If you come into our city, commit violence, we will use all the tools at our disposal to hold you accountable.
And again, authorities are saying there could possibly be more charges filed in this case because the investigation is ongoing and they are looking at every bit of surveillance video, including some from witnesses who provided some cell camera video. Hallie?
Rahema, Sanchez had this initial hearing tomorrow that was canceled. As you've mentioned, this lawsuit, these questions on police, et cetera. What is the next thing for him? Do we know? We heard some of his, as you pointed out, some of his colleagues on Fox Sports sort of talk about how they were still sorting through some of this on Sunday, et cetera. When is his next sort of, I don't know, date on the calendar, if you will? Do we know?
Yeah, absolutely. We do know. As you pointed out, it was pushed back from not going to happen tomorrow, but they put a date on it of November 4th. They're calling it a pre-trial conference that they're going to have in November, almost a month from now. In addition to that, Sanchez now is also facing a civil lawsuit that's been filed by the truck driver in this case. And he's also named Fox Corporation in this for, according to that civil suit, it's for what they say is negligent hiring, retention, and supervision. So a lot's coming up, not only for Sanchez, but for Fox Corporation as well.
Yeah, no kidding. Rahema Ellis, thanks for the updates on that. Appreciate it. Back here in Washington now, any minute. Could the fifth time be the charm for a Senate vote to end this shutdown? Probably not. Let's actually just call it almost certainly not, barring some bizarro shocker with the government shutdown now in day 6. Nobody's really even talking, no negotiations, 4 failed votes already in the can, and a bunch of federal workers bracing to get fired permanently, not just furloughed. That's after the president said Sunday mass layoffs are happening. Now, the president said, he said they're happening now. His press secretary kind of walked that timing back a bit. Let me bring in Mel Zanona, who's on Capitol Hill for us. I would say people are on pins and needles waiting for the Senate vote, but they're kind of not, right? The House is not even in session. Negotiations basically aren't even happening between Democrats and Republicans here. We are still in the blame game point of this, almost, a week into this shutdown.
Yeah, this is one of the strangest shutdowns I've ever covered, given that the House is gone. They weren't here over the weekend. They're taking these votes that we know are going to fail. There just there's not a sense that they're going to come to an agreement anytime soon. However, there is one potential way out of this whole mess, and that would be a bipartisan deal on health care, because Democrats, as we've talked about, are demanding that any funding deal also include an extension of the Obamacare subsidies, which are set to expire at the end of this year. And interestingly, Trump seems to be cracking the door open at least a little bit to doing a deal with Democrats. I want you to take a listen to what he told reporters earlier today.
We are speaking with the Democrats, and some very good things could happen with respect to health care.
Would you make a deal with them on the ACA subsidies?
If we made the right deal, I'd make a deal, sure.
Now, just a quick little fact check here. We did just get a statement in from Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader. He said there are no conversations with Democrats currently happening. In fact, they haven't spoken with Trump or Republican leaders since their White House meeting a week ago. But this is a potential sign that there could be room for a deal. The question, though, is whether Trump would be willing to cut a deal before the government is open or after the government has been opened. That has been sort of the core of this debate, with Republicans on Capitol Hill saying we're open to negotiations. I think they recognize the political liability here for Republicans if they let insurance premiums skyrocket, but they say Democrats need to open the government first. So that's why we're at a stalemate right now, Hallie.
Two sort of things dangling out there, right, of like question marks of when they're going to start to really hit and we're going to start to feel the impact. One, this threat to sort of fire a whole bunch of federal workers. That hasn't started yet so far as we know, those firings. They are furloughed, which means they're working without pay, but they're not permanently fired, at least not yet. What's up with the timing on that? And when do some of these transportation impacts that the president's cabinet member, his transportation secretary, warned about, when do we start to feel some of those issues as well, some of those consequences?
Yeah, so on those federal layoffs, Russ Vought, the budget director, said last week that they were planning to carry those out within 1 to 2 days, but that has not happened. The Trump administration continues to say that this is something on the table, but they have not carried through with their threat yet. So Democrats think that they're bluffing and trying to just use this as an intimidation tactic. But as far as the airline service, there's something called the Essential Air Program that is a federal program that provides subsidies in order to ensure that there could be flights, particularly in rural communities, places like Alaska, Hawaii. That program set to run out of Monday on Sunday, so just one of many impacts that the whole country is going to start to feel as the shutdown drags on.
Mel Zanona, thank you very much, live for us on the Hill. Appreciate that. Coming up, police are investigating tonight after a huge fire at a judge's home in South Carolina. What we're learning now, look at that, about the threats made against her. Plus, some new guidance today from the CDC about who should get a COVID shot. There is an asterisk. We will explain next.
Here's The Scoop, a new podcast from NBC News, where our journalists take a deep dive into the day's top stories, bringing you closer to the headlines and conversations that are shaping our world. From the front page to the zeitgeist in 15 minutes or less. Listen daily wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, a deadly tornado that ripped through North Dakota this summer has now been upgraded to the strongest twister in the country in more than a decade. It was initially classified as an EF3. You see the damage it left behind. But new numbers from the National Weather Service show the wind in that tornado hit like 210 miles an hour. That's the first EF5 in this country since 2013. Number 2, overseas, the new French prime minister is stepping down pretty quickly after stepping into the job, less than a month in the gig. That's happening just hours after he picked cabinet members, but the appointments led to some anger from some of the groups in parliament, which means President Macron is going to have to pick his 6th PM in about 2 years. Number 3, activist Greta Thunberg is among about 170 more people who have been deported by Israel today. Remember, she was part of that Gaza flotilla we told you about last week. Thunberg was part of an aid group that was sent to Greece. We've been telling you about this flotilla that was intercepted. A lawyer for the group tells our partner Sky News Israel violated the activists' rights, but Israeli officials have denied that. Number 4, CDC is out with some new guidance on COVID shots. They're recommending them officially only for people over the age of 65 after a consultation with a doctor first. You know that's after all this back and forth between the health secretary, RFK Jr., the agency's vaccine advisory panel, others in the CDC, outside experts, etc. The CDC had stopped recommending COVID vaccinations for healthy children and pregnant women earlier this year. Number 5, some big news for fans of Rush, because for the first time in a decade, they're going to go on tour next year. You can listen to Tom Sawyer live, man. Come on. The 2 surviving members of the trio say they're going to celebrate their 50 years in music to honor their late drummer Neil Peart, who died from brain cancer in 2020. It's a 7-city tour, so fairly limited. It includes Toronto, and it starts in June. That's just a FYI for those of you interested. Also today, the Supreme Court is kicking off its new term, and it's out with a very quick decision on a high-profile case to deny an appeal for convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. She'd been trying to get her conviction thrown out, saying she should have never been prosecuted for her role in helping Jeffrey Epstein recruit and groom girls as young as 14 because of a 2007 plea deal Epstein made down in Florida. Tonight, the family of one of Epstein's most prominent accusers, Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who died by suicide earlier this year, says they're grateful to the Supreme Court for this decision, that they're hopeful the Department of Justice will realize Maxwell belongs in a maximum security prison, not the country club she is currently in. That's a reference, of course, to Maxwell's prison transfer earlier this year. This decision comes at the very start of what's expected to be a significant term filled with a whole lot of things that you've been hearing about in the headlines, from trans rights to birthright citizenship. Arguments are being heard tomorrow on a conversion therapy case. Reminder, we aren't going to get a lot of those big decisions until next calendar year. Laura Jarrett knows that well, our senior legal correspondent. Can we start with the Maxwell stuff, Laura? Because there's a bit of a new turn on this, too, because in the last 35 minutes or so, we heard from President Trump. While Maxwell has basically reached the end of the road with the Supreme Court, it is entirely possible President Trump is not ruling out a pardon for her, even tonight.
Yeah, the Supreme Court certainly dealt her a blow, and it's what we expected, Hallie, because it was always sort of a long shot. As you said, she had said she should be part of that non-prosecution, what some critics had called a sweetheart deal that Epstein got, and she wanted to be a part of it. DOJ said, no, that was with prosecutors in Florida, not where she was convicted in New York. Supreme Court didn't get involved, but today, when the president was asked directly whether he would be open to it, here's what he said.
I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I will speak to the DOJ. I wouldn't consider it or not consider it. I don't know anything about it.
Now, it'd be surprising if he hadn't heard her name, because her name has been in the headlines quite a bit. As he would know, his number 2 at the Justice Department, Todd Blanche, sat down with Maxwell for hours as she was trying to provide information. She had said that the president did nothing untoward that she had seen. So we'll see whether or not he actually takes a look at this and whether he weighs in, Hallie. But it would be her last road here, is a pardon from President Trump.
Big picture now. Let's go macro, because you and our court team are watching the decisions, the cases that the Supreme Court is taking up this term. And I know that you're separating it into kind of like Trump-related things and non-Trump-related things.
Yes, and the Trump docket occupies a lot, Hallie, but it's not everything. We think about everything from his tariffs to his firing of some of the high-profile workers at places we typically think of independent agencies, places like the Federal Reserve Board, places like the Federal Trade Commission. He wants to fire people who typically would be immune from that type of situation, but the Supreme Court's now going to get to weigh in. They're also asking for the court actually to weigh in on birthright citizenship. Remember that case? It came up last term, Hallie. It was on a procedural issue. Now they're asking the court to take it head on to say, is the birthright citizen ban that he wants to pass through executive order, is that constitutional or not? There's also a number of different cultural war issues, Hallie, some hot button issues about trans rights, gay rights, voting rights, and more. They have a full docket, but the president's sort of emergency issues have occupied a lot of it already.
Is it possible then, Laura, I know we always think about, June, that's when the biggie Supreme Court decisions come down. Because of the urgency of some of the timing of these Donald Trump-related things, the presidential-related things, tariffs, for example, where there are deadlines, is it possible the court could issue those big rulings sooner?
Absolutely. And on tariffs in particular, his Justice Department has asked for expedited treatment. We expect the oral argument in that case is in November, and they could rule any time after that, Hallie.
All right, Laura Jarrett, plenty to watch this fall. Thank you. Appreciate it. In just the last hour, police in South Carolina say there's no evidence that a huge fire at the home of a state judge was set on purpose, but they are still looking into what happened. You've seen the video of this. It's huge. I mean, look at that. You see that plume of smoke coming up. The whole house is engulfed in flames. 3 people ended up in the hospital, including the judge's husband. First responders say they had to actually evacuate some people on kayaks. You see it's like right on the water there. The judge was not inside the home when it caught fire, but the local news there is reporting she did get death threats in recent weeks. That's coming after she filed a temporary order last month blocking the state from sending voter information to the Department of Justice. Again, police say there is not an indication at this time of foul play, but they're still looking into it. We will bring you any updates as we get them, including a live report next hour. When we come back, some new calls for action tonight after newly released video seems to challenge police findings about who was actually responsible for a deadly crash involving an LSU player. What we're now hearing from Kyron Lacey's family and from police next.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily. Get in-depth reporting from across the country and around the world, and ways you can take care of your health and your wallet. NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story. Weeknights on NBC News Now.
Civil rights groups tonight are pushing for an investigation into one of the police officers involved in the case against an LSU football player. All as we're seeing new video footage released by that player, Kyron Lacey's attorney. He says it challenges police findings that Lacey was responsible for a deadly car crash that killed one man. Lacey died by suicide just a couple months after he was charged with negligent homicide in the case. And now his lawyer says the video proves he was not at fault. Watch.
You're going to see
multiple cars just making their way south to Thibodaux, coming from Vacherie. At some point in time, you're going to see the collision, which we're going to know is vehicle number 2 from oncoming traffic colliding with the vehicle of Mr. Hall. You will see another vehicle come to a stop, and then you'll see Kyron Lacey come to a stop.
Again, Lacey's car is that green one seen at the end there. His lawyer says he was more than 70 yards away from the crash when it happened. Louisiana State Police say in a statement after that video was released that, in their words, investigative findings revealed Mr. Lacey's reckless driving while approaching oncoming traffic led to the events of the crash. Let's go to George Solis, because George, Lacey's father is now also slamming the officers involved here. Where does this go next, and help us understand some of the dynamics?
Yeah, Hallie, it's a pretty complicated case in a sense. I mean, what you have here essentially, based on what the attorney has been saying, is you have the state police report and findings versus what the district attorney found, basically saying there's not enough evidence there that supports that Kyron Lacey may have been at fault for this crash. Now, what's not in dispute here is that he did pass vehicles when he was driving, and that was not the correct thing to do in essence. But here the crux of this argument is that whether or not he caused this accident. And the video that you showed there from the attorney saying, look, there's evidence here doesn't support it. I mean, he was more than 70 yards, which is essentially a football field's length away. You saw that green car, the Charger there. But to answer your original question about his father, given all of these revelations that have come out, his father's pretty upset, saying in a statement, referring to the officer, somebody told him to go do what he did, and he was dumb enough to do it because that's how much hate he had in his heart for my son. What I want to know is how far up the chain did they know about this? I'm almost positive dude didn't act alone. The truth will definitely come out. And again, that's Kenny Lacey, Kyron Lacey's father. Now, LSU head coach Brian Kelly was also asked about these new findings. Coach also did react, essentially, Hallie, saying he really doesn't want to weigh in too much until all of the findings are out. But here's a little bit more of what the coach said.
He's loved by us, was loved before and is loved after. So, there's not really a need to talk to our team. They follow it. They love Kyron. He was a great teammate, and he's going to be missed.
Yeah, and of course, his attorney, Kyron Lacey's attorney, kind of underscoring that, again, at the end of all of this, you have people that lost their lives. Of course, you have the individual that died in the crash, and then you have Mr. Lacey, who died from that self-inflicted gunshot wound. State Attorney AG Liz Murrow also weighing in a statement to us saying, I have been in touch with Louisiana State Police about independently reviewing all of the witness statements and evidence in this case. It was just a one-line statement there, Hallie, but obviously it seems that this is obviously picking up a little bit more momentum, again, given that there is some video evidence here that's in dispute. So how this proceeds is something we'll be following closely. Hallie.
George Solis, certainly much to watch in the days ahead on that one. Thanks for staying on top of it. Appreciate it. If you or somebody you know are struggling with thoughts of suicide, you can call or text the National Suicide Hotline at 988. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
You can see why this search and recovery is so complicated.
Now is raw.
This fight, it is personal. It could be my house, it could be my family.
Now is real.
Reality check. What is and is not legit here?
Now is constant. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
One of Lithuania's big airports closing down over the weekend after some mysterious objects flew into its airspace. Just the latest in a series of sightings across Europe, not just over airports, but at military installations too. Take a look at Munich's airport, shut down for hours last week after some drone sightings. All this because tensions, as you know, are really escalating across the continent, with NATO blaming Russia for dangerous incursions. But in Lithuania, as Keir Simmons reports, there was a different culprit. Here's tonight's breakdown.
This night vision video of a hot air balloon landing in a Lithuanian field, escalating tensions in a region already on the brink. Even shutting down an airport over the weekend, but it's not carrying any passengers. Instead, large boxes of smuggled cigarettes, according to Lithuanian border officials. They say Belarusian smugglers have been sending balloons with contraband into Lithuania for years, but 18,000 packs of cigarettes have been confiscated just over the weekend. Saturday night, the balloons bringing a major airport in the country's capital to a standstill for about 8 hours after two flew into its airspace. This radar showing how all flights had to be diverted from Vilnius Airport. The AP reporting they interfered with 30 flights and put a wrench in travel plans for over 6,000 passengers. Lithuanian authorities say they've intercepted over 500 balloons sent by smugglers in Belarus this year. Add to the drones they say are also transporting contraband, and we're talking nearly 800,000 packs of smokes. The latest video like a scene from a Cold War movie. Remember that 1980s hit song about misidentified objects triggering tragedy?
99 red balloons floating in the summer sky.
Unidentified flying objects in European airspace, still a sore subject. Last month, the number of intrusions into NATO airspace rose to new heights. And NATO says Russia is behind it, trying to test whether, if and how the alliance would respond. Lithuania is among the countries in the region reporting incursions. In Poland, 2 drones flew in, pushing NATO to send jets to shoot them down. And 2 Russian fighter jets crossed into Estonia, NATO condemning the breach, calling it a, quote, dangerous violation. Russia, for its part, often denies it's happening or says it's unintentional. And it's not the first time balloons have threatened national security. 2 years ago, American authorities scrambled to identify and then intercept suspected Chinese spy balloons.
On Wednesday, when I was briefed on the balloon, I ordered the Pentagon to shoot it down.
Unlike the US and China, these balloons in Lithuania not setting off an international crisis.
Keir is joining us now. Why the lengths to smuggle cigarettes, Keir?
Tax, Hallie, that's the reason, quite simply. In Belarus, they don't put the kind of levels of tax on cigarettes that they do in the rest of Europe. So if you can manage to smuggle cigarettes across that border, you can make a pretty profit. It's also symbolic, isn't it, of the division in Europe that has been deepening. Just think about this, and it really strikes me as fascinating when you look at those images that are like something from a kind of spy novel from the Cold War, something from Le Carré. When you look at those, since that illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, all of Europe has cancelled flights to Russia. So that Iron Curtain, as it was once called, is really back again when it comes at least to commercial flights. And then, of course, Hallie, there is the more serious issue, which is about the levels of kind of intelligence, espionage action that we're now seeing in Europe. Just listen to this from the former Prime Minister and President, Dmitry Medvedev. He said, and he's referring to those Russian incursions in Europe, he said the main thing is that short-sighted Europeans feel the danger of war on their own skin, before saying, well, of course, none of this has anything to do with Russia. Stunning, really.
Keir Simmons, well, quite the story. Thank you very much for bringing it to us. Appreciate that. NBC News covers hundreds of other stories every day. And because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Northeast Bureau, a Connecticut woman is facing attempted murder charges for allegedly trying to poison her estranged husband. He apparently got really sick after drinking wine at home, and it turns out the bottle that he was drinking from tested positive for the chemical used to make antifreeze. Police also claim they found searches on the woman's phone about that chemical. She is now in custody on $1 million bond. Out of our Southern Bureau, Miami Beach's famous rainbow crosswalk on Ocean Drive, now gone. At least one community leader there says it was torn up without any warning. Back in August, Florida's Department of Transportation ordered the removal of all what they call pavement art with social or political messages and threatened state funding getting pulled if it didn't happen. The city appealed but lost that on Friday. And out of our Western Bureau, one of those two trained hawks stolen from outside an LA Rams game we told you about has been found. It's at least 50% good news. We told you the pair went missing after a golf cart they were sitting on was taken from SoFi Stadium about a week ago. But Bubba the Hawk is now back with his handler. Somebody spotted him. Some sweet bird watcher spotted him in their yard, 30 miles from the stadium. Folks are still hopeful they can find the other hawk as well. We'll keep you posted. Still to come, are American women getting shut out of a cheaper and quicker breast cancer treatment? What some surgeons are telling our team tonight. Next.
News lives in the now.
There's no more smoke, no more fire, but there's still a danger.
We are buckled in.
The latest here on the ground.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Live news, streaming free everywhere.
Hey guys, it's Scotty Schwartz. This is Stay Tuned Now.
Every night, taking you to the story.
What was it like inside the courtroom?
In the thick of it, wherever, whenever, pressing for answers.
Do you have any insight into when we're going to get straight answers?
Weeknights on NBC News Now.
To tonight's Original Now with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, it's a breast cancer treatment you may not know about. For patients who qualify, it can be quicker and less grueling on the body than typical radiation treatments. It can also be less expensive. And that's why some surgeons are telling NBC News it's offered less in the U.S. than in other countries. Our Yasmin Vasugian looked into it.
Heidi Toplansky was preparing for a hip replacement surgery, taking care of her children and her dying mother, when...
And all of a sudden I got this out of the blue routine mammogram breast cancer diagnosis.
She was diagnosed with 2 different cancers back in 2012, one in each breast. For her left, she qualified for a less common targeted treatment known as intraoperative radiation therapy, or IORT.
The way it works is, in my opinion, ingenious and amazing.
Dr. Alice Police is a breast surgical oncologist. She started 3 different IORT programs in the United States over the past 20 years. She's also Heidi's doctor.
It's targeted radiation therapy to the lumpectomy cavity.
In IORT, the dose is delivered while performing a lumpectomy right to the part of the breast where a tumor was removed. It takes 18 to 40 minutes. It's not for everyone. It's generally meant for postmenopausal women with early-stage small cancers, and in some cases may require additional radiation therapy. But the ease of the procedure and the lower cost make it worthwhile for many patients.
It is such a wonderful option.
At roughly $8,000 to $10,000, it costs much less than traditional radiation therapy, which requires multiple sessions.
How did you pay for your IORT treatment?
My insurance paid for it.
But that's not always the case. While Medicare and Medicaid cover the cost of IORT, and it's a more common treatment in other countries, some private insurers in the U.S. and Medicare Advantage plans deny coverage.
We know that the recurrence rate with intraoperative radiation therapy is higher than with other methods of partial breast irradiation or whole breast.
Dr. Catherine Yashar is the president-elect of the American Society for Radiation Oncology, or ASTRO. The organization does not recommend IORT unless part of a clinical trial or registry. But NBC News spoke to roughly a dozen breast cancer surgeons who say the economics of medicine is playing a major role. Medicare reimbursement data shows that for IORT, oncologists receive less than half what they get from traditional radiation. Hospitals also charge facility fees for repeated radiation sessions. Astro says that it's not a factor in their guidelines.
We don't have control over what insurance companies decide to cover or not cover.
We also asked Astro whether they consider things like travel time, gas money, and having to take off work to get traditional treatment.
We absolutely are sensitive to that, the patient experience and the socioeconomics, and it is definitely more convenient for patients. But again, I think that patients have to balance that with the control rate.
For about 80% of people who undergo IORT, that's it, one and done. But for others,
sometimes we find a lymph node that's positive on final pathology, which comes a week after surgery, and the patient will go back and have whole breast radiation.
And that is what happened to Heidi Toplansky. Her full pathology report revealing additional cancerous cells after the lumpectomy, and she needed whole breast radiation.
It's like you're a piece of hamburger on a barbecue grill. So for months after the radiation, I was exhausted. I mean, the fatigue, the tired, the scar tissue.
What would you tell someone who was just diagnosed with breast cancer if they had the potential to get IORT?
Do it. Don't even think twice. Just do it.
Surgeons NBC News spoke with encourage qualifying patients to ask their physicians about IORT. It isn't without consequence. Heidi says scar tissue the size of a golf ball developed in her left breast. But research shows IORT reduces the risk of possible heart and lung problems associated with traditional radiation.
So I just think that we are missing an opportunity if we are not investing heavily in this.
Now, Heidi remains cancer-free thanks to modern medicine. And like many, hopes one day IORT will be a first line of defense in fighting breast cancer.
Yaz is joining us now. Yaz, you alluded to this in the piece that the treatment is it's not like a blanket treatment for anybody who has breast cancer. Who would qualify for it? How do you know if you'd be eligible?
Yeah, Hal. So not everybody qualifies for it. You got to have early stage, low risk of recurrence breast cancer. You have to be getting a lumpectomy versus a mastectomy, which is the removal of the entire breast, over 50 years of age and or post-menopausal. And without any kind of lymph node infections, as we heard from Dr. Alice Police there as well. And I will say when it comes to the advocacy here for getting IORT covered by more private insurers. There's not a lot of it because of the guidance, for instance, from organizations like Astro that are now deeming it experimental. And so what a lot of doctors that we've been speaking with and experts have been telling us is that this is going to come down to patient advocacy, right? Patients going to their doctors asking about this treatment. Do I qualify for this treatment? And then advocating it for it more on a kind of lawmaker, legislative level to get insurers to stand up and pay attention.
Yasmin Vasugian, thank you so much for bringing us that story, for shining a light on it. Appreciate that.
Hal.
Of course. That does it for us for this hour. Thank you, as always, for watching. We've got a lot more coverage picking up right now. Tonight, the president's showdown with Democratic-led cities is escalating, with National Guard troops right now on their way to Illinois, even as the governor pushes back. We've got a live report from Chicago, a status check on where things stand, and what the president now seems to be alluding to late today in the Oval Office. Plus, a former NFL quarterback in deeper legal hot water tonight after prosecutors added a felony